A millennium ago, the most extraordinary genius of the Tianchen Continent met with an unexpected demise, only to be reborn 1,000 years later. To his astonishment, he discovers that his downfall in his previous life was not merely a coincidence or an accident. With astonishing swordsmanship, formidable mastery of formations, and impeccable alchemy skills, he realizes that being omnipotent is the true path to supremacy. No matter how dazzling your talents may be, they pale in comparison to my casual strike. Wherever my sword points, none can obstruct its path. Transformed into an Asura, I shall tread the path of the Asura, not as an immortal, yet I shall vanquish deities and slay gods. Chapter 1. The rebirth of a genius. In the Great Qian Kingdom, Jiangning Prefecture, lightning sliced through the night sky, illuminating the boy's face, rendering it ghostly pale. Amidst the torrential downpour, the youth lying at the base of a cliff suddenly opened his eyes, bewilderment flickering within them, only to be followed by a piercing pain in his head as a deluge of memories surged forth. That I have been reborn? Is it truly 1,000 years later? A hint of disbelief danced in the boy's eyes. Yin Changfeng, once the scion of the ancient Yin family on the Tianchen Continent, was the foremost genius of a millennium ago. Innately gifted with a Dao seed, he reached the realm of life and death before the age of 30, a feat most could only aspire to throughout their lives, creating an unparalleled miracle in the history of the Tianchen Continent. Moreover, he was well-versed in myriad arts, and his comprehension of swordsmanship surpassed that of his predecessors, earning him the title of the reincarnation of the sword god. Just as everyone believed he would once again shatter myths and become the youngest supreme being in the annals of the Tianchen Continent, he fell at the hands of his childhood sweetheart, his betrothed, Tang Mingxi, the pride of the ancient Tang family. The Tianchen Continent was rife with factions and powerful clans. Both the ancient Yin and Tang families were formidable forces within the ancient Yang Empire, traditionally maintaining a close alliance and advancing together. Yin Changfeng and Tang Mingxi were betrothed since childhood, their bond deep and their affections mutual. Yet, Yin Changfeng could never have anticipated that Tang Mingxi would conspire to slay him. Tang Mingxi, how could I have regarded you as my beloved, yet you would kill me for a mere Dao seed? How ruthless you are! A tempest of fury surged within Yin Changfeng. Alas, my life was not meant to end. If I survive this calamity, your reckoning shall soon follow. Yin Changfeng's gaze turned icy. Suppressing his wrath, he swiftly regained his composure as a torrent of memories flooded his mind. So, you too are named Yin Changfeng. As the only adopted son of the Lin family, your status was equal to that of a legitimate heir, yet you were brutally slain by a few distant relatives? Yin Changfeng quickly assimilated the memories of the original owner of this body, his eyes suddenly gleaming with a chilling light. The original owner, also named Yin Changfeng, was the son of Yin Yunlong, the most formidable elder of the Lin family. 13 years prior, to escape vengeance, Yin Yunlong had brought the 3-year-old Yin Changfeng to the Lin family, leveraging his formidable prowess to aid the Lin family in overcoming a catastrophic threat, quickly elevating them from a third-rate clan to one of the 3 major families in Chaoyang City. As a result, Yin Yunlong held a prestigious position within the Lin family. The family patriarch even forged a bond of brotherhood with Yin Yunlong, making Yin Changfeng the only adopted son of the Lin family, enjoying a status equivalent to that of a legitimate heir. However, all of this changed when Yin Changfeng turned 10. After 7 years of recuperation within the Lin family, Yin Yunlong left to seek his family's enemies, never to return. Following his departure, Yin Changfeng's position became precarious, often bullied by the Lin family's children. Not only were the cultivation resources allocated to him repeatedly withheld and plundered, but even the few items left to him by Yin Yunlong were seized. Given his innate talent and strength, had he been more assertive, he would have never suffered such maltreatment. However, the original owner had faced familial upheaval from a young age, leading to a timid nature that prevented him from resisting the bullying, thus entangling him in this predicament. His meekness only emboldened his oppressors. Earlier that day, Lin Hao, in cahoots with several other distant relatives, had abducted Yin Changfeng to the outskirts of the city, demanding he surrender a treasure left to him by his father. Yin Yunlong. A brutal beating ensued, resulting in his untimely death, paving the way for Yin Changfeng's rebirth. So the cultivation resources were all taken away. No wonder you remained at the first level of the body refining realm until now. However, although you lived in disgrace in your previous life, now that I have taken over your body, I shall avenge you. Yin Changfeng mused aloud. He then delved into his consciousness, eager to examine his current body, when suddenly his soul trembled. Within his sea of consciousness, a 7-colored Dao lotus floated, radiating an aura of sanctity. This is My flawless Dao seed. It has blossomed into a Dao lotus from a mere sprout? Yin Changfeng was astounded. He had never anticipated that this Dao seed, which had accompanied him in his past life, had also arrived with him 1,000 years later, maturing into a Dao lotus. In his previous life, when this Dao seed was still but a tender sprout, it had enabled him to ascend to the realm of life and death in a mere 20 years, becoming the foremost expert of his generation. Now, having matured into a perfect Dao lotus, its efficacy must be even more potent. Tangmingshi, your relentless attempts to seize my Dao seed have ultimately proven futile. Yin Changfeng scoffed. Young master, where are you, young master? At that moment, a hoarse voice pierced through the patter of rain. Yin Changfeng turned to see a frail figure huddled under a tattered oil paper umbrella, emerging from the curtain of rain, calling out in a rasping voice. Here I am, Ming'er. Yin Changfeng's gaze sharpened, and even through the inky darkness of the night, he recognized the figure, hastening towards her. The slender girl, named Su Ming'er, was 3 years his senior. At the age of 8, he had fortuitously encountered the famished Su Ming'er and, alongside Yin Yunlong, brought her back to the Yin family, where she remained as the original owner's maid. 8 years had passed, and even though Yin Changfeng's status had shifted within the Lin family, she remained steadfastly by his side, unwaveringly loyal. Ah, young master. Upon hearing Yin Changfeng's voice, Su Ming'er, in her excitement, stumbled, her leg colliding with sharp stones, leaving a large bruise, yet she paid no mind, limping toward him. Why, young master, I'm so sorry. It was Ming'er's inadequacy. I couldn't protect you and let you suffer. Su Ming'er held the oil paper umbrella over Yin Changfeng's head, her eyes reddening as she bowed her head. Yin Changfeng shook his head. Do not blame yourself. This is merely the consequence of my past weakness, and it is not your fault. Return now, young master. The Lin family treats you this way. Shall we still return to the Lin family? Su Ming'er hesitated for a moment, her voice barely above a whisper. Yin Changfeng regarded her. What are you trying to say? Su Ming'er lifted her gaze, a flicker of hope in her eyes. Young master, let us leave. Only by departing from the Lin family can you live safely. Leave the Lin family. Yin Changfeng's eyes glimmered with frost. The Lin family, ungrateful, has wronged me in such a manner. How can I leave in such shame without reclaiming the indignities I have suffered all these years? Not to mention the cultivation resources bequeathed to me by my father and the spirit martial ring he entrusted to me. Are we to forego retrieving them as well? Why, young master? Su Ming'er stared at him in shock, sensing the murderous intent emanating from him. She was bewildered. In the past, after enduring humiliation from the Lin family, the young master had always swallowed his pride and dared not resist. Yet today he spoke with such commanding words, exuding an undeniable aura of vengeance. Could it be that the young master has finally awakened? Tears streamed down her face, and she fell to her knees with a thud. Young master. Chapter 2. The 7-colored Dao Lotus. When Yin Changfeng returned to the Lin family in Chaiyang City, it was already deep into the night. The gates of the Lin residence were tightly shut, and 2 night guards leaned against the door, dozing off. In the dim light, they suddenly noticed 2 slender figures emerging from the curtain of rain. One of them squinted and was immediately startled, hastily waking his companion, saying, Zhang Lu. Isn't that the good-for-nothing Yin Changfeng? He actually returned alive. It truly is him. Wasn't this useless fellow abducted by Lin Hao earlier today? When Lin Hao returned this afternoon, he appeared somewhat flustered and even gave us some benefits, instructing us not to mention that they had captured this waste. I thought for sure he had perished at Lin Hao's hands. Yet here he is, alive. Although it was a stormy night, the guard's conversation was clearly audible to Yin Changfeng. Open the door, Yin Changfeng commanded as he approached the entrance with Su Ming'er by his side. One guard raised an eyebrow, coldly replying, with your status as a worthless wretch, how dare you command my brother and me to open the door? If you wish to avoid death, you would do well to leave immediately. However, the guard named Zhang Lu's eyes gleamed with malice as he looked at Yin Changfeng, grinning, young master Yin. It is not impossible for us to open the door, but you must show us some sincerity first. A cold glint flickered in Yin Changfeng's eyes as he regarded the 2 men with the disdain one might reserve for the dead. In a chilling tone, he asked, sincerity? What sort of sincerity do you seek? I have heard that Yin Yunlong left behind many valuable items. If you could share some with my brother and me, Zhang Lu, sensing an opportunity, began to respond, but his expression suddenly shifted. Without warning, the once meek and cowardly Yin Changfeng lunged forward, grasping at Zhang Lu's throat. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Lu, at the 2nd level of body refinement, was supposed to have the upper hand over Yin Changfeng. However, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of dread, realizing that Yin Changfeng's seemingly ordinary attack was flawless and had completely thwarted his defenses. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chongfeng's grip tightened around his throat. How do you find this sincerity? Yin Chongfeng remarked, a cold smile playing on his lips. Zhang Lu's face paled. He never expected Yin Chongfeng to possess such strength, capable of subduing him with a single move. As his body tensed, as if death itself had locked eyes upon him, he prepared to plead for mercy, but Yin Chongfeng's hand twisted with brutal force. With a sickening crack, Zhang Lu's head tilted to the side, and he fell silent. Yin Chongfeng casually discarded the lifeless body and turned his icy gaze toward the remaining guard. You just claimed I was worthless and ordered me to leave if I wished to avoid death. Tell me, do you find this sincerity satisfactory? Yin Chongfeng's voice was laced with frost, though I was already aware of the previous owner's miserable plight within this Lin residence. I had not anticipated that even the lowly servants would dare to act so audaciously towards him. The guard, evidently a coward who preys upon the weak, was now paralyzed by Yin Chongfeng's ruthless demeanor, standing there in mute fear. I am inquiring of you, yet you remain silent. Are you dissatisfied with my earnestness? Yes, yes. The guard, sensing the murderous intent rising in Yin Chongfeng's eyes, was immediately engulfed in terror, hastily replying. How despicable! Yin Chongfeng scoffed, the cold glint in his eyes unwavering as he advanced towards him. The guard was drenched in cold sweat, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. Trembling as he pleaded, I was in the wrong earlier. I offended young Master Yin. I implore you to spare my life. Now that you understand your offense, what do you intend to do next? Yin Chongfeng inquired with an icy tone. Upon hearing this, the guard appeared enlightened and hurriedly presented all the valuables he possessed, subsequently retrieving a black bag from Zhang Lu and offering it to Yin Chongfeng with a sycophantic smile. Young Master Yin, this is a small token of my regret. I beseech you not to refuse it. Yin Chongfeng merely acknowledged with a faint hum and accepted the 2 black bags the guard had presented. Witnessing Yin Chongfeng accept his token of remorse, the guard sighed in relief. Just as he raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, Yin Chongfeng's voice, akin to a death knell, echoed, since you recognize your transgression, do not err again in your next life. The guard's complexion shifted dramatically at these words, and soon after, he collapsed, lifeless. Su Ming'er stood by, dazed at the unfolding scene, disbelief etched across her face. Was this truly her timid young master? Young master, why have you killed him as well? Regaining her senses, Su Ming'er, her face pale, gazed at the corpse beside Zhang Lu. She could not comprehend why her master, having accepted the other's recompense, would still resort to murder. Would you prefer to leave him alive to potentially harm us in the future? Yin Chongfeng replied coolly. He pushed open the grand doors of the Lin residence and returned directly to his quarters. After instructing Su Ming'er to rest in her room, he opened the black bags belonging to Zhang Lu and the guard, extracting 2 body refinement pills. The body refinement pill is an indispensable resource for practitioners of the body refinement realm, crafted from an array of precious spiritual herbs and the essence of ferocious beasts, making it exceedingly rare. To others, 2 body refinement pills might merely equate to 2 pills. However, for me, they represent 4. A smile crept onto Yin Chongfeng's face as he swallowed the pills. In the next moment, the colorful Dao lotus within his consciousness radiated light, enveloping the 2 body refinement pills. Soon after, waves of pure medicinal power surged forth, continuously refining Yin Chongfeng's physique. Yet, as he felt the potency far exceeding his expectations, Yin Chongfeng was taken aback. It was not merely double the potency, but 5-fold. Could it be that the formation of the flawless Dao seed into a lotus had enhanced its efficacy? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yin Chongfeng's eyes as he swiftly focused his mind and began to cultivate earnestly. With 5 times the potency, it equates to the effect of 10 body refinement pills, sufficient for me to break through to the 2nd level of the body refinement realm. In less than half an hour, Yin Chongfeng completely refined 2 body refining pills. A thunderous sound resonated within his body as a certain restriction was shattered, allowing him to successfully break through to the 2nd level of the body refining realm. As he opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise danced within them. Marvelous! After the flawless Dao seed matured into a 7-colored Dao lotus, not only had the efficacy of the pills been enhanced 5-fold, but the speed of refining their power had also accelerated. Typically, a practitioner in the body refining realm would require at least 5 days to refine a single body refining pill, and a minimum of 10 days for 2. Yet now, Yin Chongfeng had accomplished the complete refinement of both pills in under half an hour. Such speed made his heart race with astonishment. It was truly astonishing. At this rate, provided there are sufficient cultivation resources, it won't be long before I can return to my peak. Chapter 3. Who as the waste rain fell throughout the night. The following morning, Yin Chongfeng awoke from his cultivation. After a brief wash, he pushed open his door and stepped outside. He recalled that he had yet to collect the pills for the month. As the young master of the Lin family, he was entitled to 10 body-refining pills each month. However, since Lin Yunlong's departure, his weakness had led to his cultivation resources being continuously withheld and plundered. Eventually, the timid Yin Changfeng had given up on claiming the resources that rightfully belonged to him. Nevertheless, he was no longer the same Yin Changfeng who was easily bullied. Exiting his courtyard, he made his way directly to the pill chamber. Passing through the front courtyard of the Lin estate, he noticed a commotion at the entrance. The bodies of Zhang Lu and Wang Tao had caused quite an uproar. Both were practitioners at the second level of the body-refining realm. Who could have silently killed them? There were no signs of a struggle on the ground, and they had both been dispatched with a single blow. The assailant must be a master, likely at least at the 5th level of the body-refining realm. It seemed that the person who killed them possessed strength that surpassed even the 5th level. A crowd had gathered, discussing the incident in hushed tones. From a distance, Yin Changfeng spotted Lin Fan, one of Lin Hao's sycophants, among them. Yin Changfeng, you're alive? Lin Fan exclaimed, startled, as though he had seen a ghost. His eyes wide with disbelief. Yin Changfeng replied coolly, what? Are you disappointed that I'm not dead? Lin Fan was taken aback, then sneered, Yin Changfeng, consider yourself fortunate this time. You survived despite being beaten so badly. But next time, you might not be so lucky. With a calm expression, Yin Changfeng cast a glance at Lin Fan and asked, are you done speaking? Yes, Lin Fan stammered, momentarily caught off guard. Then let us get on with it. Yin Changfeng's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he abruptly lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Lin Fan. Waste, you dare to strike at me? Lin Fan's heart raced with shock. He never expected the once timid Yin Changfeng to dare to raise his hand against him. The other members of the Lin family around them were equally astonished, unable to comprehend Yin Changfeng's sudden display of strength. Am I mistaken? Is that really the Yin Changfeng? The notorious weakling? How dare he take the initiative against Lin Fan? Has this fool gone mad? In the past, he would endure humiliation without retaliating. And now he boldly confronts Lin Fan? The onlookers were filled with doubt, unable to believe their eyes. Merely a trifling creature of the first stage of body refinement, daring to act brazenly before me, utterly unaware of his own mortality. Lin Fan scoffed, possessing the cultivation of the 3rd stage of body refinement, and in his memory, Yin Changfeng was merely at the 1st stage. Moreover, the latter had always been timid, never fighting back or speaking out, with virtually no combat experience. How could such a complete waste possibly be his adversary? A hint of disdain flickered in Lin Fan's eyes, as he dismissed Yin Changfeng entirely. However, when Yin Changfeng's seemingly simple punch drew near, Lin Fan's expression abruptly shifted. From this unassuming strike, he sensed an overwhelming aura, as if the one delivering the blow was not Yin Changfeng, but a legendary warrior. This seemingly ordinary punch ignited an insurmountable feeling within him. His eyelids twitched violently. Every hair on his body stood on end, and a profound sense of crisis surged within him. In a moment of panic, he retaliated with a punch. Crack! The two fists collided swiftly, and Lin Fan's arm jolted violently, producing a sharp sound, and to his astonishment, it fractured. What? You actually broke through? Lin Fan's face paled. His gaze towards Yin Changfeng filled with shock, realizing that Yin Changfeng had ascended to the 2nd stage of body refinement. You are far too late to comprehend this. Yin Changfeng's eyes glinted coldly, and he unleashed another fierce punch. Lin Fan's expression changed dramatically, and he shouted in fury, Yin Changfeng, if you dare to harm me, my brother Lin Hao will never let you go. Lin Hao? Yin Changfeng narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint intensifying within them. Even if he does not seek me out, I shall go after him. Sensing the murderous intent in Yin Changfeng's gaze, Lin Fan's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated such overwhelming dominance from Yin Changfeng. Bang! A punch was thrown, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, as Lin Fan's body was sent flying, blood gushing forth in brilliant splashes, resembling a blooming flower in the air. Thud! A heavy thud echoed as Lin Fan's body crashed to the ground, his chest caved in. What? Witnessing this scene, all present were struck with astonishment. How brutal! His sternum is crushed. It will likely take him at least a year and a half to recover, if ever. The crowd gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Yin Changfeng. Not far away, Lin Fan lay on the ground, clutching his chest, forcing himself to rise and gaze at Yin Changfeng, only to spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with incredulity. How is this possible? You have only just broken through to the 2nd stage of body refinement. How could you be this strong? Lin Fan screamed, struggling to accept this reality. He was a whole realm above Yin Changfeng, yet he could not withstand even a single blow from him. When did this once timid and easily bullied coward become so terrifying? Who truly is the waste, and who the insect? A faint smirk curled at the corners of Yin Chongfeng's lips, his eyes glinting with a chilling intent as he advanced step by step towards Lin Fan. The latter, upon hearing those words, was engulfed in a mix of shame and fury. Earlier, he had dismissed Yin Chongfeng with arrogance, labeling him as a worthless insect. But now he found himself akin to a fish on the chopping block. The murderous aura emanating from Yin Chongfeng struck terror into his heart. Yet he quickly regained his composure, retorting with a cold laugh, "Yin Chongfeng, I am a scion of the Lin family, whereas you are merely a distant relative without the backing of Yin Yunlong. Dare to kill me, if you can." Even as death loomed, he had the audacity to threaten. Yin Chongfeng's cold smile deepened, his murderous intent intensifying as he continued his relentless approach. As Lin Fan beheld Yin Chongfeng advancing with a face full of malice, panic seized him. He realized that this was no mere act. Yin Chongfeng was genuinely intent on his demise. His heart raced, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow as his earlier bravado dissipated. "Don't come any closer. Please, don't," he cried out, desperately scrambling backward, his injured body struggling against the ground. "Do you not believe I would dare to kill you? Why do you retreat?" A mocking expression flickered across Yin Chongfeng's face. At this juncture, Lin Fan no longer dared to maintain his defiant facade. Stripped of his arrogance, he pleaded, "Young Master Yin, I was wrong. It was all my fault. I beg you, do not take my life. I am willing to make amends." "Amends?" Yin Chongfeng's lips curled into a cold smile. "Then let your life be the compensation." His voice was frigid, and as he approached Lin Fan, the latter's eyes widened in terror. In a swift and decisive motion, Yin Chongfeng unleashed a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, Lin Fan's body was sent flying, his shattered ribs piercing his heart, resulting in his immediate demise. The onlooking members of the Lin family, previously captivated by Yin Chongfeng's ruthless prowess, were momentarily stunned into inaction. When they finally regained their senses and beheld Lin Fan's lifeless form, they collectively gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock directed towards Yin Chongfeng. "Yin Chongfeng, you truly killed Lin Fan?" The surrounding crowd paled, astonished by Yin Chongfeng's unwavering resolve and mercilessness. "And what of it?" He replied nonchalantly to the chorus of Lin family members questioning him, showing no concern for their inquiries. A chill ran through the onlookers as they pondered the transformation of this youth. Was he truly the same spineless wretch they had once bullied? When had this coward become so formidable? Unfazed by their reactions, Yin Chongfeng approached Lin Fan's corpse and retrieved a black pouch from his waist. Inside, he found 4 body-refining pills, which he eagerly claimed for himself. These pills were precisely the cultivation resources he desperately needed at this stage. "For body-refining elixirs. At the pace of my cultivation, can sustain my training for merely a day, which is woefully insufficient for my needs. I require more resources for my advancement." Yin Chongfeng murmured to himself, gazing at the lifeless body of Lin Fan. A faint smirk crept upon his lips, and he lifted his gaze, surveying the Lin family disciples around him as though he had spotted a bounty of body-refining elixirs. As Yin Chongfeng's eyes swept across them, a wave of trepidation washed over the crowd. The recent memory of Yin Chongfeng's brutal defeat of Lin Fan lingered in their minds, casting a formidable shadow over their spirits. "What do you intend to do?" they queried, their voices laced with apprehension. "I recall that you all have previously plundered my cultivation resources. Now, hand over all the body-refining elixirs you possess," Yin Chongfeng declared, his tone brooking no dissent. "What?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon their astonishment morphed into outrage. "You expect us to surrender our body-refining elixirs? Yin Chongfeng, who do you think you are?" "Yin Chongfeng, you have committed an unforgivable crime by killing Lin Fan. Your death is imminent, and yet you dare to extort us openly? Are you truly oblivious to your fate?" "Indeed, Yin Chongfeng, the slaughter of your own kin is a grave sin. You are on the brink of death and still seek trouble with us? Have you lost your senses? With your mere cultivation at the 2nd level of body refining, Lin Fan fell to you only due to a moment of carelessness. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? How dare you demand our body-refining elixirs?" Bah! Nevertheless, despite their vehement reactions and ceaseless insults, none dared to confront Yin Chongfeng directly, instead retreating to the safety of the crowd, their fear of him palpable. The image of Yin Chongfeng's overwhelming defeat of Lin Fan had left an indelible mark of intimidation upon them. "What is happening? What is all this commotion?" At that moment, a cold snort echoed from a distance. The crowd turned to see the newcomer, and a glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes. It was Lin Fang, their senior. Although he belonged to a collateral branch, his prodigious talent was widely recognized. It was said he had already advanced to the 4th level of body refining and was preparing to challenge the 5th level. Indeed, Lin Fang's extraordinary capabilities surpassed even many of the direct descendants. In his presence, Yin Changfeng appeared utterly insignificant. Let us hasten to him and seek justice. The crowd hastily gathered around Lin Fang, their expressions filled with flattery as they exaggerated the events concerning Yin Changfeng. What? Yin Changfeng killed Lin Fan? And openly extorted you for your body-refining elixirs? Lin Fang raised an eyebrow, his expression turning skeptical. In his memory, Yin Changfeng was nothing but a complete failure, incapable of such actions. Indeed, Lin Fang, he has defied clan regulations, harmed his own kin, and shown no shred of conscience. We implore you to uphold justice. The crowd rallied around Lin Fang, surrounding him as if he were the sun. As they approached, Lin Fang's expression shifted upon seeing Lin Fan's body behind Yin Changfeng. He looked at Yin Changfeng coldly and asked, "Did you truly kill Lin Fan?" Yin Changfeng's lips curled slightly, with a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Among the collateral descendants, it was Lin Fang who had first sought to seize his resources. Had it not been for this, even if this individual possessed considerable talent, he would never have been able to advance so swiftly to the 4th level of the body refinement realm without adequate cultivation resources. You dare to reveal your murderous intent towards me? A trace of derision appeared on Lin Fang's face. It seems that in just a few days, you, a worthless being, have undergone quite the transformation. You have arrived at an opportune moment. Since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, let us settle the old scores. Yin Changfeng chuckled coldly, striding toward Lin Fang. Settle old scores? What are you even worth? Merely a waste. Yet you dare to speak to me in such a manner. Who has granted you such audacity? Lin Fang snorted coldly, his expression darkening, his eyes filled with intense disdain. In his eyes, Yin Changfeng was nothing but a worthless being, and his audacity to provoke him was nothing short of an affront. I shall take this as your final words. Yin Changfeng spoke calmly. You seek death. Seeing Yin Changfeng's complete disregard for him, Lin Fang's expression turned grim, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. With a roar, he lunged at Yin Changfeng. Since you are a waste, then you should possess the awareness of a waste, daring to boast here. Ghost Shadow Palm. Lin Fang shouted, his right hand leaving a trail of afterimages. Icy energy surging forth as he struck at Yin Changfeng. This was a mid-grade yellow-tier martial technique. Martial techniques, classified from high to low, are divided into 4 ranks: celestial, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Each rank is further divided into 4 tiers: supreme, upper, middle, and lower. In Chaoyang City, the most formidable martial techniques are merely upper-tier mysterious. As for earth and celestial tier techniques, one might find only a handful in the entire Tianchen Kingdom, typically residing within powerful dynasties or empires. What an impressive ghost shadow palm. With a single strike, the palm's shadow loomed, both ethereal and tangible, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Lin Fang, on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm, had mastered this technique to an extraordinary degree. Yin Changfeng was doomed and could not possibly contend with Lin Fang. Indeed, Yin Changfeng was arrogant and audacious, openly extorting us, and daring to speak insolently to Lin Fang, truly a path to destruction. Chapter 5. Stunned and speechless around them, many were murmuring, their gazes towards Yin Changfeng filled with scorn and derision. However, the subsequent scene left everyone utterly astounded and speechless. In response to Lin Fang's ghost shadow palm, Yin Changfeng made his move. He stepped forward and then suddenly launched a punch. His method of attack remained simple and brutal, devoid of any profound techniques. Yet every action was imbued with intent, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. This seemingly simple punch surged forth like a tempestuous sea, as swift as lightning. Bang! Yin Changfeng and Lin Fang collided. Crack! A distinct sound of bone fracturing echoed, followed by Lin Fang's anguished scream as his arm, in direct opposition to Yin Changfeng's strike, shattered, sending him hurtling backward. With a thud, Lin Fang crashed heavily to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his gaze toward Yin Changfeng filled with terror. How is this possible? How did you become so formidable? Lin Fang's complexion turned pale, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The surroundings fell silent, and after a brief moment of stillness, the atmosphere erupted. What? Brother Lin Fang has actually been defeated? This cannot be true. How could Yin Changfeng be so powerful? Even Brother Lin Fang is no match for him. Am I dreaming? Brother Lin Fang possesses the strength of the 4th level of body refinement, and he was even preparing to challenge the 5th level. Yet he was defeated by a single punch from Yin Changfeng. How terrifying. This once inept fellow. How has he suddenly grown so strong? The crowd was astonished, their incredulous gazes fixed upon Yin Changfeng. If Yin Changfeng's earlier victory over Lin Fan was due to Lin Fan's momentary lapse in judgment, unaware that Yin Changfeng had broken through to the second level of body refinement. Then what could explain this? In just one move, the genius they had hailed as their savior, Lin Feng, fell to Yin Changfeng, despite their reluctance to accept it. The truth was undeniable. This was a clear demonstration of overwhelming power. You incessantly label me a waste, yet you cannot even withstand a single punch from me. Who truly is the waste? A cold smile curled at the corners of Yin Changfeng's mouth as he stepped toward Lin Feng, his eyes glinting with frost. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, felt a surge of shame and anger, his face burning hot. What do you mean? I'll send you on your way. Yin Changfeng chuckled coldly. Advancing step by step. Send me on my way? Initially taken aback by Yin Changfeng's words, Lin Feng soon retorted with a sneer. Ha ha ha. You wish to kill me? Yin Changfeng remained noncommittal. Yin Changfeng, to slay one of your own kin is a grave sin. Do you dare to kill me? Lin Feng responded with a cold laugh. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Yin Changfeng's mouth. Previously, Lin Fan also believed I would not dare to kill him. The result was his demise. Lin Feng's breath caught in his throat at these words. His gaze shifted, catching sight of Lin Fan's corpse not far off. His face turned ashen, the composure he had moments ago vanished, replaced by a flicker of terror. Please, do not kill me, Yin Changfeng. I acknowledge my ignorance in underestimating you. I beg you, spare my life. Do you not desire body refinement pills? I will give them all to you. Please grant me mercy. Witnessing the murderous intent radiating from Yin Changfeng, Lin Feng was instantly filled with dread. Hastily producing all the body refinement pills he possessed, an impressive 8 in total. Yin Changfeng, these are what I have saved for my breakthrough. They are all yours. I beseech you, show mercy. Lin Feng fell to his knees, his eyes brimming with pleading, offering all his body refinement pills. Moreover, fearing that Yin Changfeng would not let him off easily, he not only presented his own pills, but also turned to the onlookers, loudly demanding, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and hand over all the body refinement pills you have." Lin Feng's tone was icy, and he had already berated this group in his mind. You claim Yin Changfeng has become so powerful, and yet you still expect me to confront him? Is this not pushing me into the fire pit? Thus, his tone held no hint of courtesy towards them. However, as they witnessed this scene unfold, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. They initially regarded Lin Feng as their savior, believing that with his arrival, they could be exempted from the need for the body refinement pills. To their astonishment, Lin Feng was swiftly defeated by a single punch from the opponent. Even more shocking was that in a desperate bid for survival and to curry favor with Yin Changfeng, Lin Feng not only surrendered all his body refinement pills, but also audaciously extorted them, demanding that they hand over their own pills as well. What are you all standing there for? Did you not hear my words? Hurry and hand over the body refinement pills. Or else. Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he threatened. Fine, we will comply. The crowd nearly wept in frustration. Feeling utterly humiliated and on the verge of spitting blood, Lin Feng was a formidable presence at the 4th level of body refinement. Almost on the brink of breaking through to the 5th level, his strength was not only exceptional among their branch family members, but also distinguished among the direct descendants. If he had yielded to Yin Changfeng, how could they possibly resist? Moments later, over a dozen individuals surrendered all their body refinement pills. Yin Changfeng counted them roughly and found there to be a total of 49. All right, you may leave now. After collecting the pills, Yin Changfeng scanned the crowd and spoke with indifference. As for you, Yin Changfeng's gaze fell upon Lin Feng, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon witnessing the cold smile of Yin Changfeng, Lin Feng was instantly filled with trepidation, his entire being drenched in cold sweat. Yet, a flicker of determination ignited within him. Should Yin Changfeng refuse to let him go, he would fight to the death. Yin Changfeng's senses were highly acute, and he clearly perceived the glint of resolve in Lin Feng's eyes, though he chose not to expose it. To him, Lin Feng had merely been an inconsequential character. However, this perception was beginning to shift. Given the recent events, keeping Lin Feng alive proved more advantageous than eliminating him. Retaining Lin Feng would allow him to undertake certain tasks, such as extorting body refinement pills. Moreover, due to Lin Feng's exceptional cultivation aptitude, despite being a branch family member, his strength surpassed that of many direct descendants. Thus, the family had made an exception, permitting him to receive 10 body refinement pills monthly, akin to the direct heirs. Should Lin Feng perish, that supply would vanish. Yet if he remained alive, those pills, a subtle smile played at the corners of Yin Changfeng's lips. He gazed at Lin Feng and spoke calmly. I will spare your life. However, upon hearing that Yin Changfeng was willing to let him live, Lin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, hastily assuring him, as long as young Master Yin spares me, I shall undoubtedly follow your lead from now on. Yet within, He could not help but sneer. Yin Changfeng had committed heinous acts against his kin, incurring a grave sin. Once the news spread, the family's law enforcement would intervene, and Yin Changfeng would undoubtedly meet his demise. Thus, he believed that as long as he could escape this immediate peril, he would no longer be subject to Yin Changfeng's threats. However, at that moment, Yin Changfeng's tone abruptly shifted. I may spare your life, but ultimately, the dead bring a sense of peace. As the sound fell, Lin Fang's expression drastically changed, a profound sense of crisis surging within him. He quickly lifted his gaze, only to behold a pale hand swiftly approaching his forehead, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. The strike appeared feeble, yet it was astonishingly swift. Akin to a flash of lightning, evasion was no longer an option. With a dull thud, that delicate hand connected with Lin Fang's forehead, sending his body reeling backward. In an instant, a surge of hidden energy erupted, propelling Lin Fang through the air before he crashed heavily to the ground. Blood oozed from his mouth and nose as he forced his head up, his eyes filled with resentment as he gazed at Yin Changfeng. Then, his head thudded against the ground, and he breathed his last. Chapter 6. The Humiliation of the Alchemy Institute's 61 Body Refining Pills. Truly a bountiful harvest. A faint smile graced Yin Changfeng's lips as he cast a fleeting glance at Lin Fang's lifeless form before striding towards the alchemy chamber. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Yin Changfeng arrived at the courtyard housing the alchemy chamber. This expansive courtyard was a crucial stronghold of the Lin family, guarded by sentinels whose weakest member possessed the 5th rank of body refinement. This place was accessible only to those of Lin blood, yet Yin Changfeng was an exception. As the sole outsider recognized as a young master of the Lin family, despite his precarious status and the disdain he faced from his kin, he retained the title of Lin Family Young Master, which granted him entry. The warriors recruited by the Lin family received their alchemical rations dispensed by a designated overseer. The alchemy chamber was specifically established for the Lin descendants to collect their pills. At the heart of this courtyard stood a grand fortress known as the Pill Pavilion. Surrounding the Pill Pavilion was the Lin family's elite guard, safeguarding their foundational resources, which included an abundance of cultivation materials. Encircling the Pill Pavilion were 9 alchemy rooms, each representing a Lin family alchemist. The pills crafted by these 9 alchemists were partially allocated to the alchemy chamber for the Lin family's practice, with half of the remainder sold externally, serving as one of the family's economic lifelines. The final portion of the pills was stored within the Pill Pavilion. From a distance, Yin Changfeng spotted 2 robust guards stationed at the entrance of the courtyard. Upon noticing Yin Changfeng's approach, the guards exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in disapproval. It's that useless Yin Changfeng, one remarked. He hasn't shown up in 3 months. Every time he collects pills, they end up going to someone else. Who would have thought he would return after such a long absence? Hey, perhaps this fool thought that by disappearing for 3 months, others would believe he wouldn't come for his pills again, allowing him to sneak in and claim them while others are distracted, speculated the other. Lin Jun scoffed. Lin Shan, you overestimate this imbecile. With his intellect, how could he possibly conceive such a strategy? Indeed, Lin Shan smiled faintly, noticing Yin Changfeng approaching, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. The discussions between Lin Jun and Lin Shan were neither hushed nor cautious. They exhibited no regard for Yin Changfeng, the young master of the Lin family. Although both bore the surname Lin, they were not of the Lin bloodline, but rather warriors cultivated by the Lin family. Only those with exceptional talent, strength, and loyalty to the Lin family were granted the surname Lin. Yin Changfeng approached with a calm demeanor, yet a glint of coldness shone in his eyes. These 2 lackeys of the Lin family dared to humiliate him, igniting a surge of murderous intent within him. He cast a bland glance at the 2, marking them in his mind as condemned. However, the time for their demise was not yet ripe. The Alchemy Institute was a stronghold of the Lin family, teeming with powerful experts. Lin Jun and Lin Shan served as guards of the institute. Should he strike them down, it would undoubtedly alert the formidable individuals within. If branded as an intruder in the Alchemy Institute, he would find himself in grave peril. The Lin family's decree allowed no mercy for those who trespassed. Even the son of the family head would face lethal retribution if he dared to violate the sanctity of the institute. Though Yin Changfeng harbored thoughts of vengeance, he was not a reckless fool, truly pathetic. He thought as he observed the disdainful mockery directed at him, refraining from displaying even a semblance of anger. Lin Jun and Lin Shan, growing weary of their amusement, spat contemptuously on the ground. At that moment, Yin Changfeng suddenly halted, his icy gaze fixing on Lin Jun and Lin Shan. Both men trembled as though plunged into the depths of despair. Confused, they only regained their composure when Yin Changfeng had already passed into the Alchemy Institute, leaving behind a chilling echo. Tonight, as the midnight breeze rises, I shall send you both to the netherworld. Upon hearing these cold words, an inexplicable dread arose within them, as if death itself had taken an interest in them, casting a shadow of mortality over their hearts. It felt as though that ominous declaration had not originated from Yin Changfeng, but from the very lips of the Grim Reaper. Only after Yin Changfeng had vanished did the chill enveloping them slowly dissipate, and they finally came to their senses, astonished. Why do I sense that this waste is somehow different? Lin Jun pondered, observing Yin Changfeng's receding silhouette. Indeed, it is different. Lin Shan replied darkly, snorting. This waste never dared to speak to us in such a tone before. Humph. He is merely a useless scoundrel. Were it not for his status as a young master of the Lin family, I could crush him with a mere finger. Inside the alchemy room, the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Before Yin Changfeng even crossed the threshold, he detected the alluring scent of elixirs. Upon entering, a young man in his 20s opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp and penetrating. It's you, Lin Ke said, his tone indifferent. What brings you here? Yin Changfeng frowned slightly. I have come to collect this month's body refinement pills. There are no body refinement pills here for you. Begone, Lin Ke replied curtly. Lin Ke waved his hand dismissively and said impatiently, What do you mean? Hearing this, Yin Changfeng's gaze turned icy, filled with a palpable intent to kill. You dare to show me such murderous intent, you worthless fool? Lin Ke, sensing the killing aura emanating from Yin Changfeng, displayed a hint of astonishment. He never expected that this usually timid and feeble individual would dare to speak to him in such a manner, let alone exhibit such hostility. With disdain evident in his eyes, Lin Ke smirked coldly. It's been 3 months, and I see you've made quite the progress. Daring to speak to me in that tone, and even show me your murderous intent. To be frank, your body refinement pills are in my possession. Over the past few months, I have graciously collected your body refinement pills for you. I must thank you. For without those extra 10 pills each month to aid my cultivation, I would not have been able to break through to the 6th level of body refinement so swiftly. With a mocking expression, Lin Ke produced a small porcelain vial from his robe. Do you see this? Inside is your body refinement pill for this month, which I have also collected for you. I trust these pills will enable my cultivation to advance even further. Chapter 7. Revenge is not delayed. The murderous intent from Yin Changfeng intensified, but in the next moment, it vanished without a trace. All thoughts of vengeance and fury seemed to dissipate instantaneously. With a calm demeanor, he cast a fleeting glance at the mocking Lin Ke before turning and leaving the pill room. A tempest of emotions surged within him. This night was destined to be one of bloodshed. Upon leaving the pill room, Yin Changfeng returned to his quarters, his face etched with fury. Cultivate. He sat cross-legged on his bed, retrieving all the cultivation resources he had seized from Lin Feng and others, hastily entering a state of meditation. In his mind, the 7-colored Dao lotus spun, radiating streams of luminous essence. Waves of potent medicinal energy surged into his limbs and bones, continuously refining his flesh and meridians. His strength grew rapidly, his body becoming increasingly resplendent, enveloped in a faint, ethereal glow, akin to jade. 1 hour passed, then 2, one after another. The body refinement pills were refined by Yin Changfeng. The quintuple potency coursed through his entire being, elevating his cultivation at an astonishing pace. Midway through the 2nd level of body refinement. Late stage of the 2nd level of body refinement. Early stage of the 3rd level of body refinement. Midway through the 3rd level of body refinement. The setting sun bled into the sky, painting half of it red. Yin Changfeng emerged from his meditative state, his eyes gleaming with an extraordinary brilliance. At this moment, he had astonishingly broken through to the pinnacle of the 4th level of body refinement. He was merely a step away from the 5th level. In just half a day's time, he had ascended 2 entire stages, advancing from the 2nd level of body refinement to the pinnacle of the 4th level, now so close to reaching the 5th level. Yet, he pondered in disbelief as he noticed that out of the 61 body refinement pills, only 7 remained. The consumption of 54 pills to break through from the 2nd level to the pinnacle of the 4th level seemed utterly illogical. It is essential to acknowledge that he possesses the potent medicinal effects of the 7-colored Dao lotus. With 54 body-refining pills, if calculated at 5 times their efficacy, it amounts to an astounding 270 body-refining pills. Such a colossal number should not merely allow him to transcend 2 minor realms. This is perplexing. The innate quality of this body is not so inferior. Logically, 270 body-refining pills should facilitate a breakthrough to the 5th or even 6th stage of body refinement. What could possibly be amiss? Yin Changfeng furrowed his brow deeply. After a moment, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes as he murmured, could it be that this body harbors some hidden secret, a form of formidable special constitution? Yet, this remained mere speculation. He was uncertain whether his current body indeed possessed such extraordinary characteristics. 4. In this world, the existence of special constitutions remains unknown until awakened. To awaken such a constitution, one must at least break through to the body refinement stage, purifying the flesh to perfection, thereby shedding the mortal coil, to potentially unveil the special constitution concealed beneath. Setting this matter aside for the time being, Yin Changfeng pushed open the door and cast a glance at the distant mountains, where the blood-red sun hung precariously. A hint of crimson flickered in his gaze. He glanced towards the direction of the alchemy courtyard, his eyes narrowing slightly before striding out of his residence. "Young master, where are you headed at this late hour?" As he stepped beyond the courtyard, Yin Changfeng heard the gentle voice of Su Ming'er. Upon seeing her approach, he furrowed his brow. "Have you been working outside again?" The financial resources and cultivation materials bestowed upon Yin Changfeng by the Lin family were often swiftly depleted, compelling Su Ming'er to undertake menial tasks daily to earn the necessities for their livelihood. Over the years, had it not been for Su Ming'er, the timid Yin Changfeng might have succumbed to starvation. With a mysterious smile, Su Ming'er said, "Young master, please close your eyes. Ming'er has a surprise for you." "A surprise?" Yin Changfeng regarded her with skepticism, but due to the memories he had assimilated from his previous life, he held unwavering trust in Su Ming'er. Despite his doubts, he obediently closed his eyes. Seeing this, Su Ming'er quickly retrieved a perfectly round body-refining pill from her bosom, cradling it as if it were a treasured gem, and presented it before Yin Changfeng. "Young master, you may open your eyes now," she said softly, standing before him with a vibrant demeanor. Upon opening his eyes and beholding the body-refining pill in Su Ming'er's hands, a surge of emotion welled within Yin Changfeng. "I hope this body-refining pill will enable you to break through to the first stage of body refinement," Su Ming'er said, her cheeks adorned with faint dimples as she pressed the pill into his palm. "You go out every day to earn money just to buy me a body-refining pill?" Holding the precious pill she had given him, Yin Changfeng felt a deep sense of gratitude. Su Ming'er had no other support in this city of Cheyang. Acquiring this body-refining pill necessitated a purchase from the alchemy workshop. Given its immense value, it was likely that this single pill had consumed all her savings accumulated over years of labor. Yin Changfeng embraced Su Ming'er tightly, causing her body to stiffen instantly, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue as she stood there, utterly at a loss. "You need not toil any longer," he murmured gently, brushing his fingers through her slightly withered hair. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered tenderly, "I shall take care of you." The warmth of his breath and the softness of his words rendered Su Ming'er momentarily paralyzed, nearly melting away. Her cheeks were aflame, her heart racing wildly, and she found herself inexplicably engulfed by a wave of happiness. As the cool breeze wafted through, Yin Changfeng released the young woman from his embrace, speaking softly, "Ming'er, you have worked hard today. Please retire to your quarters for some rest. I have matters to attend to and must step out for a while." With that, he departed the courtyard. Behind him, Su Ming'er stood gracefully, rooted to the spot, gazing at his retreating figure, her blush lingering, exuding a captivating allure. After leaving his residence, Yin Changfeng made his way directly to a weapons shop. The saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. His current cultivation was modest, and possessing a suitable weapon could significantly enhance his capabilities. Upon entering the shop, Yin Changfeng casually surveyed his surroundings. The establishment was not particularly large, and although the weapons on display appeared splendid, they lacked true substance, hardly qualifying as formidable arms. With some prior knowledge of the art of weapon forging, he discerned at a glance that these weapons were mere inferior products. Nevertheless, he was not disheartened, nor did he expect to find a superior blade in such a modest shop. From the array of swords, he selected a long sword named Qingfeng. This sword was undoubtedly the finest among the assortment showcased, though still unimpressive in Yin Changfeng's discerning eyes. It would suffice for his current level of cultivation. After exiting the Li family weapon shop, he returned to his residence. Having practiced for a while longer, as the hour approached midnight, Yin Changfeng transformed into a shadowy specter, silently gliding toward the alchemy courtyard. Chapter 8. A sword to the throat like a wraith. Yin Changfeng executed a powerful breath-concealing technique, perfectly masking his presence. A streak of black lightning darted through the night, swiftly arriving at the alchemy courtyard. The chill in the air heightened, and the once solitary moon, already appearing somewhat desolate, was obscured by thick clouds, plunging the surroundings into deeper darkness. At the entrance of the courtyard, Lin Jun and Lin Shan leaned against the door. "The wind bites, indeed," Lin Jun remarked, shaking off the drowsiness stirred by the chill. Glancing up at the heavy clouds above, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Ah, midnight has arrived. That Yin Changfeng truly is a waste." I can't believe I took his idle threats to heart earlier. Beside him, Lin Shan turned his head, casting a scornful look. That Yin Changfeng is utterly useless. What is there to fear? Even if he dares to show up, what can he possibly do? He is merely a waste of space. Foolishly boasting that he would kill us, utterly oblivious to reality. Such words are hardly worth considering. Indeed, Lin Jun chuckled. I couldn't help but notice that the fool seems somewhat different today, yet I never truly believed he would dare to come here. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a chilling wind swept through, colder than before, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. The two clusters of bonfire by the gate flickered, and a brilliant white light flashed past Lin Jun's neck. In the next moment, his voice abruptly ceased. His pupils constricted sharply, and he clutched his throat, where a line of crimson began to emerge upon his once smooth skin. What's wrong, Lin Jun? Lin Shan inquired, frowning as he noticed Lin Jun's distress. Yet, before Lin Jun could respond, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within Lin Shan. The ominous cloud that had settled upon his heart during the day inexplicably resurfaced, intensifying his unease. Suddenly, the white light, bright yet fleeting, silently severed Lin Jun's windpipe. He was instantly beset by suffocation, his complexion turning ashen, as the world around him spun violently. The bonfire flickered and danced, and a figure gradually materialized from the shadows. It's you, both Lin Jun and Lin Shan exclaimed, their pupils dilating in disbelief as they beheld Yin Changfeng. The words Yin had uttered during the day echoed ominously in their minds. Tonight, when the cool winds rise at midnight, I shall escort you both to the underworld. They had just been mocking him, dismissing his proclamations as mere bravado, yet here he was, truly present. Moreover, how could this once weakling, known for his cowardice, possess such formidable strength? The power he exhibited was utterly despairing. At that moment, realizing the bloodless sword in Yin Changfeng's hand was the source of the fleeting white light, a dreadful understanding dawned upon them. The sword's radiance was blindingly swift, rendering them incapable of reacting. In a single stroke, they had not even registered when the blade had struck. What kind of strength was this? What terrifying swordsmanship? Fear, resentment, and a multitude of complex emotions surged within Lin Jun and Lin Shan. They longed to scream, to alert the guardians within the Alchemy Academy to seize Yin Changfeng. But when they opened their mouths, no sound emerged. Their consciousness grew increasingly muddled, and ultimately, they both collapsed backward. Swiftly, Yin Changfeng moved, cradling their bodies and laying them gently upon the ground without a sound. Within the Alchemy Academy, masters were numerous. Even the slightest disturbance could attract their attention. If he allowed the bodies to fall to the ground and create a noise, it might very well alert the guardians. If one were to take a life, it must be executed flawlessly, without allowing trivial matters to disrupt the grand scheme. Once he had quietly placed the two bodies on the ground, Yin Changfeng transformed into a wisp of shadow, darting into the Alchemy Academy and making his way directly toward the alchemical chamber. His aura was exquisitely repressed. As long as he did not deliberately reveal any flaw, even those of significantly higher cultivation levels would find it impossible to sense his presence. In the alchemy chamber, Lin Ke sat cross-legged, having firmly shut the door. He opened all the jars containing elixirs, allowing the rich fragrance of the pills to envelop him as he embarked on his cultivation. These elixirs were originally intended for the disciples of the Lin family, yet he had now appropriated them for his own use. It seemed that collecting elixirs each month indeed favored early acquisition rather than delay. If he allowed this individual to continue his actions unchecked, the efficacy of the elixirs he received would diminish significantly. Yin Changfeng's gaze was frigid. The lower-grade elixirs could not fully contain their potency, which would dissipate as the fragrant essence escaped into the air. The longer they remained exposed, the weaker their effects would become. Cultivating in this alchemy chamber is undoubtedly superior to doing so outside. Merely relying on the fragrance that wafts from these elixirs could greatly accelerate my cultivation speed. Coupled with the elixirs, it would not be long before I could achieve a breakthrough, advancing to the 7th level of body refinement. If this continues, reaching the pulse condensation realm may not be out of reach. A smile graced Lin Ke's face. The notion that the wasteful Yin Changfeng could still aspire to obtain body refinement elixirs was utterly ludicrous. Even if he were to receive 10 elixirs each month, it would be a waste. It would be far better for me to benefit from them. Recalling Yin Changfeng's visit to collect elixirs during the day, a hint of mockery appeared on Lin Ke's face. I fear you may not be worthy of them. Just then, a chilling voice cut through the air, imbued with a murderous intent that penetrated Lin Ke's mind. The voice was soft, wrapped in true energy, forming a distinct line that only Lin Ke could perceive. Upon hearing it, Lin Ke's heart jolted in alarm. and he was about to demand the identity of the speaker when he saw a ghastly white sword light hurtling towards him. A sudden wave of danger surged within him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, the frigid aura enveloping him like ice. His pupils constricted as the pale sword light magnified rapidly in his vision, silent yet imbued with a sense of impending death. This streak of sword light resembled the scythe of the Grim Reaper, moving with such swiftness that evasion was impossible. In the blink of an eye, the icy sword light struck at Lin Kei's neck. Instantly, a crimson line appeared upon his throat, blood seeping forth. A single stroke to seal his fate. Yin Changfeng stood, sword in hand, coldly regarding the incredulous Lin Quebec. How could you? Lin Kei's gaze rapidly dulled, filled with disbelief and unwillingness. Just moments prior, he had dismissed the other as a waste. Yet now he found himself on the verge of becoming a mere specter beneath the other's blade. Confusion flooded his mind. How could this former waste possess such formidable strength? With his own cultivation at the 6th level of body refinement, he was unable to withstand a single blow from the other. The entire exchange transpired in an instant. He had not even sensed the level of Yin Changfeng's current cultivation. A remarkable display of lethal prowess. Chapter 9. The night raid on the alchemy chamber. Lin Kei's vitality swiftly faded, his body stiffening as he toppled backward. Seeing this, Yin Changfeng quickly stepped forward to support Lin Kei's corpse, gently laying it down upon the ground. Subsequently, he moved with agility, collecting all the cultivation resources within the alchemy chamber into his storage bag. Moreover, even the storage pouch on Lin Kei's person and the bottle of body-refining elixir he clutched were not spared, all collected meticulously. With these cultivation resources in hand, it would not be long before I ascend to the Meridian Realm. A faint smile graced Yin Changfeng's lips. Subsequently, he grasped Lin Kei's lifeless form, sealing the wound on his neck, and meticulously cleaned the bloodstains on the ground to ensure no trace remained before he swiftly departed the Pill Institute with Lin Kei's body. Carrying Lin Kei's remains, Yin Changfeng stealthily slipped out of the Lin residence, taking the body to a desolate mountain 1,000 miles from Chaoyang City for burial. This act was deemed the true completion of his endeavor. Yin Changfeng murmured, a smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. The reason he eliminated Lin Kei and risked transporting his body far from Chaoyang City for burial was to frame him for the theft of elixirs from the alchemy chamber and for the deaths of Lin Jun and Lin Shan. Should Lin Kei possess any awareness in the afterlife, knowing he had been wrongfully blamed while aiding Yin Changfeng, he would surely be consumed by rage. As the cool night breeze swept through, the heavy clouds parted to reveal a solitary, chilling moon. Upon Yin Changfeng's return to the Lin residence, he found Su Ming'er waiting at the courtyard entrance, her slender form shivering in the cold wind. Upon seeing Yin Changfeng's silhouette, a flicker of joy illuminated her pale face. "Young master," Su Ming'er tenderly called, darting towards him like a sprite, dancing with the moonlight. A smile graced Yin Changfeng's face, and at that moment, the icy demeanor he had worn during Lin Kei's demise melted away entirely. The murderous aura that had enveloped him vanished, leaving no trace of malice behind. Drawing Su Ming'er into his embrace, he gently remarked, "Did I not ask you to rest in your room? The wind is chilly outside." Feeling the warmth emanating from Yin Changfeng's body, a blush crept onto Su Ming'er's cheeks. Observing her enchanting demeanor, an inexplicable impulse surged within Yin Changfeng, compelling him to press his lips against her cherry blossom-like mouth. Su Ming'er was evidently taken aback by Yin Changfeng's sudden kiss. A hint of panic flickered in her large, watery eyes as her heart raced uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by his tenderness, it felt as though she might dissolve entirely, her mind blank. The cool breeze stirred, awakening the two from their reverie. Su Ming'er's cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood might spill forth, and she shyly pushed Yin Changfeng away. Retreating to her room, her back against the door, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Yin Changfeng too came to his senses, watching Su Ming'er flee in disarray. A smile emerging on his face as he shook his head, then returned to his own chamber. He swiftly centered his thoughts, sitting cross-legged upon his bed, retrieving the storage pouch to commence an inventory of his gains from the Pill Institute. Within the pouch lay a total of 360 body-refining elixirs, a substantial resource for Yin Changfeng. 360 refining body pills, when converted to 5 times their efficacy, equates to 1,800 refining body pills. If all goes according to plan, this should suffice for me to cultivate to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the refining body realm. However, to transcend into the perfect 10th level, these resources are woefully inadequate, Yin Changfeng murmured. The ranks of martial practitioners are categorized into the refining body realm, the coagulation vein realm, the transformation realm, the primordial vigor realm, the celestial position realm, the cave heaven realm, the calamity sun realm, the life and death realm, the supreme realm, and the divine realm. The refining body realm represents merely the initial stage of a martial artist's journey. Yet, few truly comprehend the depth of this foundational level. Refining the body entails the removal of impurities and dross within, culminating in the purest form of flesh. The refining body realm serves as the cornerstone, and the refinement of the body stands as the most critical facet of martial cultivation. The masses often perceive the refining body realm as limited to 9 levels, unaware that beyond these lies a 10th level, the realm of perfection. Only by reaching this 10th level can one genuinely consider their mastery of the refining body realm complete, forging an immaculate physique that lays the most solid foundation for their future path. Yin Changfeng, as the scion of the ancient Yin family in his previous life, was well acquainted with such esoteric knowledge. However, the journey to the 10th level is fraught with immense difficulty. As he understood, in the millennium past, no more than 10 geniuses of his era attained the 10th level of the refining body realm, and he was one of them. Having achieved the 10th level in his past life, he was resolute in his quest to cultivate the most perfect body in this life as well. As for the resources required to break through to the 10th level with this thought, Yin Changfeng cast a glance toward the direction of the Pill Academy, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Pill Pavilion harbors the Lin family's hidden treasures, containing a vast reservoir of cultivation resources. He was profoundly tempted by the Pill Pavilion. However, gaining entry to the pavilion and seizing the resources within would not be a simple task. Setting this matter aside for the moment, Yin Changfeng quickly adjusted his mindset and commenced his training. He needed to elevate his strength with utmost urgency. Having previously killed Lin Fong and Lin Fan, and having plundered numerous resources from the Lin family disciples, word of these deeds would undoubtedly spread soon, resulting in inevitable interactions with the Lin family's law enforcement hall. Without sufficient strength, he would find himself in peril. Nevertheless, considering Lin K's betrayal of the family, embezzling all the pills intended for the Lin disciples, and slaying the guards of the Pill Academy, his malevolent actions far surpassed Yan's own. Consequently, the law enforcement hall would likely divert some of their efforts to hunt Lin K, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on Yin. Yin Changfeng, with clarity of mind, had already devised a plan for all these circumstances. He collected his thoughts, activated the profound techniques within him, and began earnest cultivation. As he refined each pill, pure energy coursed through him, enhancing the luster of his physique and rapidly elevating his cultivation level. The following morning, as the dawn light streamed through the window, a gentle sound resonated within Yin Changfeng. Subsequently, the radiant glow enveloping him surged magnificently, allowing him to successfully break through to the 5th level of the refining body realm. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and filled with divine brilliance, his body as pure as jade, seemingly fragile and powerless, yet harboring astonishing strength within. Chapter 10. Framing and Accusation. Yin Changfeng opened his eyes, the clarity within them swirling before settling into tranquility. The resources required for his cultivation breakthrough had become increasingly substantial. Transitioning from the pinnacle of the 4th stage of body tempering to the 5th stage had cost him a staggering 30 body tempering pills. Yin Changfeng murmured, growing ever more suspicious of the profound secret concealed within his current form. Meanwhile, as Yin Changfeng engaged in seclusion for his cultivation, a tempest had already erupted within the Lin residence. The news of Yin Changfeng's slaying of Lin Fong and Lin Fan, along with his extortion of cultivation resources from his kin, had spread like wildfire. In any family, the slaughter of one's own kin is deemed a grave sin, and the Lin family was no exception. Upon the news breaking, it immediately caused an uproar within the Lin clan. While many were taken aback, the predominant sentiment was disbelief. "What did you say? That waste Yin Changfeng killed Lin Fan?" exclaimed a Lin family member, his eyes wide with skepticism. "Not only did he kill Lin Fan, but he also took the life of brother Lin Fong." Another youth interjected, adding, "Moreover, it is said he extorted all the body tempering pills from Lin Yao and others. How could this be possible? Yin Changfeng is a complete waste, not only lacking in capability, but also merely at the 1st stage of body tempering. How could such a feeble individual accomplish this? I've heard he has already broken through to the 2nd stage of body tempering," came the response. "And so what? Even if he has reached the 2nd stage, among our Lin family, his strength remains at the bottom. Any one of us could easily suppress him. Indeed, as far as I know, Lin Fan possessed the cultivation of the 3rd stage of body tempering, while Lin Fong was a pinnacle expert at the 4th stage. And I have heard he was preparing to break through to the 5th stage. Do you truly believe that a mere waste like Yin Changfeng could have slain them?" Yet, Lin Fan and Lin Fong were indeed dead, and numerous witnesses had seen it unfold, confirming that it was Yin Changfeng who struck them down. "What witnesses?" I suspect that a group of individuals joined forces to slay Lin Fong and Lin Fan, seeking to shift the blame onto the unfortunate Yin Changfeng. Unfortunately, this group of individuals seemed devoid of wisdom, choosing to frame a waste rather than consider who would believe their accusations against Yin Changfeng. Oh, a mere first-stage body-tempering waste. No, let us concede he has indeed broken through to the second stage. A second-stage waste, killing Lin Fan of the third stage and Lin Fong, a peak expert of the fourth stage, while also robbing a group of third-stage masters. Do you find this credible? Though the news had circulated, it was disheartening that no one was willing to believe that Yin Changfeng was the perpetrator. The 10 or so individuals who had been extorted for all their body-tempering pills were left in despair, their frustration so intense they felt they might bleed from the heart. We are speaking nothing but the truth. How can it be that no one believes us? What troubled them even more was that not only did the crowd refuse to believe them, but they also suspected that they had conspired to murder Lin Fan and Lin Fong. As this accusation spread, fear gripped their hearts, rendering their faces ashen. The stigma of slaughtering their own kin was insufferable. Unfortunately, such rumors permeated the air, and many pointed fingers at them, leaving these victims in a state of utter despair, on the brink of madness. It was all due to that wretched waste, Yin Changfeng. However, let us not dwell on that for now. Our immediate priority is to report this incident to the law enforcement hall. If we allow these rumors to fester, we might truly suffer the consequences and bear the blame for that incompetent Yin Changfeng. Lin Yao gritted his teeth, his disdain for Yin Changfeng palpable. Lin Yao was right. We must swiftly report this matter. I trust the law enforcement hall will uncover the truth, and the distinction between right and wrong will be made clear. Indeed, once the law enforcement hall intervenes and clarifies everything, not only will our innocence be restored, but that waste, Yin Changfeng, will undoubtedly meet his demise. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten our steps. I can hardly wait to witness the execution of that incompetent fool. The group echoed their sentiments, their eyes gleaming with vengeful determination. As they spoke, they hastened towards the depths of the Lin residence, heading for the law enforcement hall. Look, it's Lin Yao and the others. They're making their way to the law enforcement hall. A knowing smirk spread across a fellow Lin family member's face. They aim to pin the blame on the pathetic Yin Changfeng. It seems they wish to play the role of the thief shouting to catch the thief. How ironic. Regrettably, they had erred from the outset, concocting a scheme to frame Yin Changfeng, a fool indeed. This perspective was hardly surprising, as the infamy of Yin Changfeng's incompetence was well known. A reputation that preceded him. Not only was he a failure in cultivation, but his character was equally lacking. A cowardly wretch. Too timid to resist, even in the face of humiliation, he languished at the bottom among his peers in the Lin family. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, who would dare believe that such a complete failure could orchestrate such a sensational affair? Hearing the commotion outside, Yin Changfeng found himself at a loss for words. Caught between laughter and tears, he never expected that the notoriety of his former self would afford him such unexpected advantages. I had been pondering how to navigate the complexities of the family's law enforcement hall, yet this fortunate turn of events has presented itself. A smile crept across Yin Changfeng's face. This situation was indeed beyond his expectations. Since no one believes me, I might as well go with the flow. This way, I can remain detached from the fray, focus on my cultivation, and swiftly enhance my strength. Yin Changfeng murmured to himself, his mind racing with strategic thoughts. At the same time that the Lin residence was engulfed in turmoil over the deaths of Lin Fong and Lin Fan, a shocking revelation echoed within its walls. Lin Ke, who was responsible for guarding the medicinal repository and distributing elixirs to the Lin family members, was reported to have embezzled all the cultivation resources from the repository and killed 2 guards of the Alchemy Institute while fleeing the Lin residence. As the news spread, it incited a tremendous uproar within the Lin residence, surpassing even the turmoil caused by Yin Changfeng's execution of Lin Fong and Lin Fan, as well as the extortion from their own kin. Truly, it was a case of one wave not having subsided before another arose. What? The alchemy chamber has been robbed? In an instant, a group of young Lin family members could no longer remain seated, their expressions a mix of shock and fury. How could this happen? Why would Lin Ke act in such a manner? The guardians of the Alchemy Institute yesterday were Lin Jun and Lin Shan, both of whom possessed the cultivation of the 5th level of body refinement, although Lin Ke had reached the 6th level. Silently eliminating the two without alerting the Institute's formidable protectors would indeed be impossible. This situation seemed rather peculiar. Yet, it could also be argued otherwise. Lin Ke's talent was not lacking, and should he have broken through to the 7th level of body refinement, eliminating Lin Jun and Lin Shan without attracting the attention of the protectors would be but a trivial task. In no time, discussions erupted within the Lin residence. with various opinions being expressed. Chapter 11. The stunned Lin Yao in the Law Enforcement Hall. Upon hearing the reports from Lin Yao and others that Yin Changfeng had killed Lin Fan and Lin Fong and stolen their body refinement pills, the current head, Lin Tiange, cast a casual glance at them, responding if given the circumstances, why not confess promptly? The onlookers at the enforcement hall cast disdainful glances at Lin Yao and his companions, whispering amongst themselves, truly, what a foolish band they were. Could they genuinely claim to be of the Lin family lineage? It was astonishing how dim-witted they appeared, attempting to shift the blame onto others without considering whether those individuals possessed the capability to commit such crimes. Hearing the murmurs around them, Lin Yao and his companions seethed inwardly. Who, indeed, were the true simpletons? It was clear that they had been deceived by Yin Changfeng's seemingly inept exterior. However, they dared not voice their thoughts aloud, lest they provoke the wrath of everyone in the enforcement hall. My lords, every word we have spoken is the unvarnished truth. We implore you to see through the facade of that worthless Yin Changfeng. As the enforcement hall's personnel appeared convinced that they were responsible for the demise of Lin Fong and Lin Er, Lin Yao and his companions grew increasingly anxious. Indeed, my lords, Yin Changfeng is far from a wastrel. His supposed ineptitude is merely a guise. He is not only competent, but a genius. Having dispatched Lin Fan and Lin Fong with a single punch, the crowd vociferously affirmed. Yet, the members of the enforcement hall seemed unmoved by their declarations, dismissing them as mere attempts at self-exoneration. Lin Zhong scoffed. At this juncture, you still refuse to confess, seeking to cast the blame upon that imbecile Yin Changfeng. Truly, you are obstinately ignorant. The idea that a second-layer body refinement realm martial artist could vanquish a peak fourth layer was utterly ludicrous. Your crimes have been laid bare. Your words are now a jumbled mess. Lin Zhong clearly found their claims implausible. How could a mere second-layer practitioner defeat a peak fourth-layer master? Such a notion was preposterous. Even the talented Lin Xiang, who had successfully entered the Tianwu Academy, could scarcely contend against 2 levels higher, let alone the reputedly inept Yin Changfeng. At that moment, a young disciple of the enforcement hall rushed in, bowing to Lin Tiange before urgently reporting, My lord, there has been an incident at the alchemy chamber. The alchemy chamber? Lin Tiange's expression grew serious as he inquired, What has transpired there? Last night, Lin Ke, tasked with guarding the alchemy chamber, stealthily absconded with all the elixirs and killed 2 of the chamber's guards before fleeing. What? Lin Tiange was taken aback, immediately rising with a grave demeanor. The others in the enforcement hall also appeared noticeably unsettled. Lin Zhong approached the reporting disciple, demanding, Is this information accurate? Absolutely certain. This news has already spread outside. The disciple confirmed. Has there been any unusual activity at the Dan Pavilion? Lin Tiange, regaining his composure, asked solemnly. The Dan Pavilion remains unaffected, the disciple replied. Lin Tiange nodded slightly, casting a glance at Lin Yao and the others. With a wave of his sleeve, he commanded, First, detain Lin Yao and the others in the Tianchen abyss. Lin Zhong, assemble a team to investigate the veracity of Yin Changfeng's claims. We must clarify this matter to prevent anyone from accusing our law enforcement hall of lacking in impartiality and rigor. As he spoke, he shot a pointed look at Lin Yao and his companions. Upon hearing they were to be confined to the Tianchen abyss, Lin Yao and the others became agitated. They were acutely aware of the abyss's nature, a desolate place devoid of spiritual energy, shrouded in murky gloom, designated for imprisoning those from the Lin family who had committed grave offenses. My lord, our words are entirely truthful. It was indeed Yin Changfeng who killed Lin Fong and the others. We are innocent victims. Lin Yao and his companions clamored. Silence. Lin Zhong barked, his face betraying a murderous intent. At his command, Lin Yao and the others trembled, rendered speechless. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were all elite members of the Lin family, possessing profound cultivation and formidable strength, far beyond what they could contend with. Rest assured, once I ascertain the truth, if this matter truly has no connection to you, I shall ensure justice is served. Having instilled fear in them, Lin Zhong softened his tone slightly before issuing orders to his subordinates. Bring them away. 2 figures emerged from the law enforcement hall, sneering coldly at Lin Yao and the others. Come with us. Lin Yao and his companions dared not resist, despite their small number. These 2 were all cultivators at the 6th level of body refinement or above, each capable of annihilating them effortlessly. Chapter 12. The fox, assuming the authority of the tiger Lin Tiange, cast a detached glance at the retreating figures of Lin Yao and the others, then redirected his thoughts to the theft at the alchemy chamber. This incident was far more egregious and impactful than the murders of Lin Fong and Lin Fan, the 2 collateral descendants. The alchemy chamber was situated within the Alchemy Institute, a crucial stronghold of the Lin family. Its theft would undoubtedly attract the attention of the family's higher echelons. The guards of the Alchemy Institute possessed a minimum cultivation level of the 5th stage of body refinement. The fact that Lin Ke managed to silently eliminate 2 guards and escape without alerting the formidable protectors of the Institute suggested he had likely advanced to the 7th stage of body refinement. Lin Tiange's gaze flickered as he pondered this, subsequently leading a team of law enforcement hall members directly toward the Alchemy Institute. As for Lin Zhong, he hastened to Yin Chongfeng's residence alone, not permitting anyone to accompany him, seemingly dismissing the matter entirely. In his mind, he had already formed a preconceived notion that the deaths of Lin Fang and Lin Fan were the doing of Lin Yao and his group, while Yin Chongfeng was merely a pitiful victim of circumstance. Nevertheless, he mused, regardless of his feelings, it was essential to investigate Yin Chongfeng to ensure the appearance of thoroughness. Otherwise, being labeled as hasty and lacking in fairness in the actions of the law enforcement hall would be undesirable. Lin Zhong grumbled, feeling quite reluctant about the task of investigating Yin Chongfeng in the outer courtyard. To him, it seemed entirely redundant. In the outer courtyard, someone exclaimed, "Look! It's Lord Lin Zhong from the law enforcement hall. His appearance here is likely to investigate the matter of Yin Chongfeng slaughtering his kin." The law enforcement hall indeed stands as a paragon of justice and rigor. The matter at hand has become abundantly clear, implicating Lin Yao and his associates. Lord Lin Zhong himself has taken the initiative to investigate, demonstrating a commendable level of diligence. Many disciples from the outer court, upon witnessing Lord Lin Zhong, could not help but shower him with accolades. This praise lifted Lin Zhong's spirits considerably. Though his demeanor remained stern, his heart soared with delight. It appears that this visit for inquiry has proven to be quite necessary, as Lin Zhong pondered, relishing the commendations from the outer court's Lin family disciples. Numerous students seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves, hoping to secure a powerful ally. After all, the disciples of the law enforcement hall hold a prominent status within the Lin family. These individuals are the elite of the Lin clan. Forging connections with them is undoubtedly advantageous. Where does Yin Chongfeng reside? Let me there, Lin Zhong commanded, exuding an air of authority. No sooner had he spoken than someone stepped forward, beaming with a smile. Yin Chongfeng resides in the eastern courtyard. This way, please, Lord. Lin Yu will escort you there. Lin Zhong acknowledged with a subtle nod and followed Lin Yu towards Yin Chongfeng's abode. Come, let us accompany them. It has been ages since a member of the law enforcement hall made an appearance. This is a splendid opportunity to become acquainted with such a distinguished figure. Beyond that, I am also curious to ascertain whether Yin Chongfeng truly embodies the potential genius that Lin Yao and others have described, disguising himself beneath a facade of mediocrity. Huh? A genius, you say? Spare me. If he were truly gifted, why would he choose to conceal his talents? Such behavior serves him no purpose. Only a fool would act thus. Indeed, if he were a genius, he would be eager to showcase his abilities, rather than deliberately masquerading as a failure. One must understand that exceptional talents are nurtured by their families. He might even be afforded the chance to participate in the Tianwu Academy's trials, just as Lin Xiang and others have. Who would squander such an opportunity? Quite right. However, whether this is the case remains to be seen. A number of collateral disciples trailed behind Lin Zhong, engaged in discussion. Meanwhile, as Lin Zhong made his way to Yin Chongfeng's residence, Yin Chongfeng was immersed in deep meditation. The batch of body-tempering pills he had procured from the alchemical chamber was rapidly depleting, yet his cultivation was steadily advancing. Of course, this steady progress, in comparison to others, was nothing short of remarkable. It was leagues ahead of his previous pace. At this moment, his cultivation had firmly established itself at the 5th level of body tempering. A surge of pure medicinal energy coursed through his body, permeating his limbs and bones. The potent effects of the medicine were continuously refining his physique, rendering it increasingly robust and resilient, while his strength was escalating at an impressive rate. Although he could not discern the reasons behind the increasing difficulty in breakthroughs, requiring significantly more resources than the average practitioner, it nonetheless solidified his foundation, endowing him with power that far surpassed others of the same realm. With my current cultivation level, combined with my swordsmanship, I could easily vanquish an 8th-level body-tempering practitioner, and I would be capable of engaging in battle with a 9th-level practitioner. However, if faced with a martial artist at the 10th level of the refinement realm or a practitioner of the meridian realm, even with my grasp of numerous profound techniques, I would, constrained by my cultivation, have no choice but to retreat. Yin Chongfeng murmured to himself. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Where is that useless Yin Chongfeng? Summon him at once. The esteemed members of the law enforcement hall have matters to discuss with him. Lin Yu bellowed at Su Meng'er, causing her complexion to pale. Upon gazing at Su Meng'er's delicate and exquisite face, Lin Zhong's eyes brightened. What a beautiful girl! Though the young girl's attire was simple and unadorned, it did little to mask her innate beauty. Her shoulders were delicately sculpted, her waist slender, her brows gracefully arched, and her skin as smooth as jade. The phrase pure water emanates from the lotus aptly describes her essence. Beside Lin Zhong, Lin Yu, noticing that Su Meng'er stood frozen in place, felt a surge of anger. Believing he had lost face before Lin Zhong, unable to even intimidate a mere girl, he shouted, "Did you not hear what I said? Where is that useless Yin Changfeng? Bring him forth to greet the esteemed members of the law enforcement hall." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a resounding slap echoed through the air, abruptly silencing Lin Yu. "What are you, to dare reprimand others in my presence?" Lin Zhong's countenance darkened as he struck Lin Yu, knocking out several of his teeth. Blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and his left cheek swelling painfully. As I looked at the furious Lin Zhong, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, completely taken aback by Lin Zhong's sudden outburst. Many of the Lin family disciples who had followed behind snickered quietly, thinking Lin Yu was oblivious to the situation, having failed to notice Lin Zhong's interest in the young girl, still daring to shout at her. Ironically, his attempts to flatter had backfired spectacularly. Though Lin Yu felt wronged, he dared not show any discontent towards Lin Zhong, instead covering his face and standing aside. Channeling all his inner fury onto Su Meng'er and Yin Changfeng, his gaze towards Su Meng'er tinged with resentment. This exemplifies the notion of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Chapter 13. Going with the flow. Although Lin Zhong was taken by Su Meng'er's beauty, he was mindful of the presence of so many disciples from the external court and, as an enforcer of the law enforcement hall, he could not overstep his bounds. Needing to maintain the dignity of the hall, he feigned a demeanor of a modest gentleman, smiling at Su Meng'er. "Miss, I am Lin Zhong, an enforcer of the law enforcement hall. I have come on official business to seek out Yin Changfeng, and I kindly ask you to relay this message." His tone was amiable, and a gentle smile adorned his face, prompting a chorus of flattery from the surrounding disciples of the external court. Lord Lin Zhong holds a prestigious position, yet he is so approachable, truly a paragon of the law enforcement hall. Seeing Lin Zhong's gentle demeanor, Su Meng'er's pallor gradually faded, though a hint of panic lingered in her eyes. She was worried for Yin Changfeng. The arrival of the law enforcement hall's personnel seeking him left her unsettled. Could it be related to the incident involving the deaths of Zhang Lu and his companion that night? This thought filled her with anxiety. Unbeknownst to her, within the vast Lin family estate, the lives of mere two outsiders would hardly warrant the family's attention, let alone provoke the enforcement hall. Lin Zhong's smile was as warm as spring, yet within the depths of his gaze towards Su Meng'er burned an intense, possessive desire. He had not anticipated that such a remarkable beauty would exist within this outer courtyard, far surpassing the painted courtesans of the Chunhua Tower. A smile that could captivate a city, another that could enthrall a nation. How could one not yearn to savor the presence of such a goddess? Lest they regret it for eternity? A flicker of lasciviousness flashed in Lin Zhong's eyes, yet his demeanor remained composed and elegant, with a charming smile that inspired fondness in others. "My lord," Su Meng'er stammered, poised to fabricate an excuse that Yin Changfeng was not present, when suddenly, the door creaked open behind her, causing her complexion to pale. "Young master." Yin Changfeng pushed the door open, and upon seeing Lin Zhong and the others, his face similarly drained of color, revealing a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Yin Changfeng, recognizing him instantly, Lin Zhong was about to state his purpose, but witnessed Yin Changfeng's startled reaction, leading him to slam the door shut again, feigning a timid demeanor. Observing Yin Changfeng's customary timidity, Lin Zhong's gaze flickered with a knowing satisfaction. Indeed, he was a useless waste. It appeared the situation unfolded as he had surmised. Lin Fong and the others had been jointly dispatched by Lin Yao and his cohorts, fearing family retribution, thus attempting to shift the blame onto this ineffectual individual. Lin Zhong had always held the preconceived notion that Yin Changfeng was uninvolved, believing him incapable of executing the likes of Lin Fong. Now, witnessing Yin Changfeng's continued uselessness only solidified his conviction. It was time to return home. However, with so many disciples from the outer courtyard present, departing hastily would seem rather rash. Moreover, his gaze shifted towards Su Meng'er, desire igniting within him. He wished to take her back with him. "Yin Changfeng, I am an officer of the enforcement hall. It has been reported that you have brutally slain your kin, and I have come to investigate this matter. Are you attempting to evade me out of guilt? Open the door at once." Lin Zhong's tone turned grave and authoritative. Seemingly intimidated by Lin Zhong's commanding presence, after a brief moment, Yin Changfeng cautiously opened the door, stammering, "My lord, I did not kill anyone. Please, my lord. See the truth. My lord. Su Ming'er rushed to position herself protectively behind Yin Changfeng, asserting, My lord, there must be some misunderstanding. Young Master Lin Feng possesses profound cultivation. And my young master. Observing Yin Changfeng's feeble demeanor only further convinced Lin Zhong of his innocence, and noting that Yin Changfeng was hiding behind a delicate maid, he couldn't help but feel a surge of disdain. Truly a waste. Lin Zhong mused inwardly. Do not worry, young lady. I am well aware that this matter has no connection to the ineffectual young Master Yin. Lin Zhong's demeanor towards Su Ming'er was exceedingly cordial, his smile unwavering. However, I must attend to my official duties. I hope you will not take offense. He cast a glance at the throng trailing behind him and remarked coolly, I must attend to official duties. You need not follow. As he turned, a radiant smile graced his face once more, and he strode directly into Yin Changfeng's chamber. Yin Changfeng hastily lowered his head and entered, while Su Ming'er, visibly anxious, followed suit and closed the door. Yin Changfeng, I must inquire whether you were responsible for the deaths of Lin Feng and his companion. Lin Zhong assessed the surroundings before taking a seat at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea. Do not feel constrained. Consider this a casual conversation among friends. Lin Zhong chuckled lightly, his demeanor exceedingly cordial, though his gaze frequently drifted towards Su Ming'er. On the surface, Yin Changfeng appeared timid and submissive, yet inwardly he reveled in scorn, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Lin Zhong's affable manner was clearly a facade, motivated by his interest in Su Ming'er. Who was he? He was Yin Changfeng, the most extraordinary prodigy of the Tianchen Continent a millennium ago, not the feeble incarnation of Yin Changfeng that once was. How could he be deceived by the other's insincerity? Yet it was not the time to confront. The performance must continue. Replying to your honor. I did not slay Lin Feng and the others, Yin Changfeng replied, his voice trembling slightly, betraying no hint of weakness. Lin Zhong regarded him with increasing disdain, casually engaging in conversation while repeatedly insinuating his interest in Su Ming'er. Throughout this, Yin Changfeng maintained an air of ignorance, feigning anxiety, which only served to infuriate Lin Zhong further. Ultimately, he had no choice but to state plainly, Miss Ming'er, I find myself utterly captivated by you. Might you consider accepting my affections? Lin Zhong wore a benign smile as he gazed at the graceful Su Ming'er, his eyes ablaze with desire, his heart aflame with longing. He firmly believed that, given his status, Su Ming'er would inevitably succumb to his charm. After all, this was a splendid opportunity for her to ascend to greatness. Surely she would not let it slip away. Su Ming'er, taken aback by Lin Zhong's sudden declaration, felt a flicker of panic rise within her. Thank you for your kind sentiments, my lord, but I fear I am not deserving of such fortune. Lin Zhong's smile faltered, disbelief washing over him at Su Ming'er's rejection. Do you not realize that by choosing to follow me, your status would soar to unprecedented heights? Even so, you would turn me down? Chapter 14. The mask falls away. Lin Zhong was genuinely unprepared for Su Ming'er's refusal, which incensed him greatly. With his position in the Lin family, a mere word from him could attract not just a humble maid, but even young ladies from collateral branches of the Lin family clamoring for his attention. Yet here was Su Ming'er, daring to reject him. Consider carefully. By aligning yourself with Yin Changfeng, you shall never rise above your station. However, should you choose to accompany me and ensure my comfort, you would swiftly ascend to the heights of fortune. Lin Zhong's tone turned icy, the warmth of his demeanor evaporating. Ming'er never regretted her choice. Wishing to serve young Master Yin forever, she implored the gentleman not to trouble her. As Lin Zhong's tone grew increasingly frigid, Su Ming'er pursed her lips and resolutely spoke. Young Master Yin? Lin Zhong's countenance turned utterly frigid. In Su Ming'er's eyes, she was evidently less worthy than that worthless Yin Changfeng. He could not help but take a deep breath, rage igniting within him, and finally tore off the facade, pointing at Yin Changfeng and declaring, the young master you speak of is nothing more than a complete waste. What virtue or ability does he possess that would compel you to serve him? Destined to remain in obscurity rather than accompany me? Initially, he had feigned the demeanor of a gentleman, hoping to win Su Ming'er's heart and persuade her to leave willingly, thus avoiding any scandal. After all, as an officer of the law enforcement hall, it would not reflect well on him to bully the weak or forcibly take Su Ming'er away. Moreover, there were numerous disciples from the outer courtyard around. However, now that his plans had unraveled, Lin Zhong's true nature emerged. He fixated on Su Ming'er's figure, his greed and lust laid bare, akin to a ravenous beast. Feeling his predatory gaze, Su Ming'er turned pale, her body trembling with anxiety as she shrank behind Yin Changfeng. Lin Zhong, upon witnessing this, erupted in fury, ready to unleash his wrath. Yet suddenly, his eyes shifted, and a cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Ungrateful wretch. It is a privilege for you that I have taken notice of you, yet you remain so unappreciative. You would rather serve that worthless Yin Changfeng than accompany me? If that is the case, I shall have Yin Changfeng personally deliver you to me. He glanced at Yin Changfeng, adopting an arrogant stance and commanding, Waste, listen well. Tonight, I want you to bring this wretch to the inner courtyard South Maple Grove, or else. With that, Lin Zhong made a slicing motion across his throat. Casting a cold glance at Yin Changfeng, Lin Zhong returned his attention to Su Ming'er, his face marred by a mocking smile. Tonight, in the Maple Grove, I shall cherish you well, and in the presence of your worthless master, I will ensure you are shamed to the core. Su Ming'er's complexion immediately turned ghastly pale. Ha ha. Observing the terror etched on Su Ming'er's face, Lin Zhong felt an immense sense of satisfaction, laughing maniacally as he strode out, not sparing Yin Changfeng a glance. In his view, given Yin Changfeng's timidity, he would not dare to defy him to save his own life, inevitably choosing to submit and would surely deliver Su Ming'er to him by nightfall. Yet, he failed to notice the seething fury that had already surged in Yin Changfeng's gaze. Gently caressing Su Ming'er's long hair and sensing her trembling form, Yin Changfeng's murderous intent receded. He softly consoled her, Ming'er, it is all my fault for allowing you to suffer. With a gentle sigh, he spoke. Upon hearing Yin Changfeng's words, tears streamed down Su Ming'er's cheeks as she began to sob uncontrollably. Yin Changfeng embraced her, whispering, There, do not cry. Tonight, I shall present you with a surprise. Upon hearing this, Su Ming'er trembled, breaking free from Yin Changfeng's embrace. Her gaze was filled with despair, and tears glistened on her face, evoking a sense of pity. Young master, do you truly intend to give Ming'er to that Lin Zhong? Yin Changfeng was taken aback, realizing that Su Ming'er had misunderstood his intentions. Ignoring her struggles, he assertively pulled her closer and pressed his lips against her cherry blossom-like mouth, only releasing her after a considerable time. Su Ming'er buried her face in Yin Changfeng's chest, her cheeks aflame. He wrapped one arm around her and gently lifted her chin, proclaiming, You are my woman, no one else shall lay a finger on you. These simple words sent a shiver through Su Ming'er's soul, filling her with an unprecedented sense of security. The earlier turmoil vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming tranquility and a profound sense of happiness. Noticing Su Ming'er's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Yin Changfeng smirked and leaned down to capture her lips once more. Su Ming'er gasped in shock, her cheeks reddening to the point of embarrassment. Moments later, she found herself breathless from the kiss, her eyes reflecting a dazed infatuation as Yin Changfeng finally released her. Ming'er, shall I teach you how to cultivate? He inquired. I can cultivate already, Su Ming'er replied, a bit dazed. After Yin Changfeng and his father, Yin Yulong, had brought Su Ming'er back, Yin Yulong had indeed imparted some cultivation methods to her. However, due to her average aptitude and the subsequent departure of Yin Yulong from the Yin family, coupled with Yin Changfeng's unstable position, the lack of resources had caused her to cease her training. Nonetheless, she had not forgotten the cultivation techniques Yin Yulong had taught her. She simply lacked the necessary resources. What I mean by cultivation is something you likely cannot comprehend, Yin Changfeng said with a mysterious smile. Su Ming'er looked at him with confusion, clearing his throat. Yin Changfeng stated earnestly, Let us practice dual cultivation. At his words, Su Ming'er's face flushed crimson, nearly reaching her ears. Chapter 15. Analysis. When Lin Zhong returned to the law enforcement hall, Lin Tiange happened to arrive as well. How is the investigation on your end? Lin Tiange asked upon seeing Lin Zhong. Haha, boss, just as I previously surmised, Lin Fong and the others were undoubtedly killed by Lin Yao and his cohorts. Lin Zhong replied, a triumphant smile on his face. Oh, I just went to investigate, and that Yin Changfeng remains, as ever, a complete waste. With him, it would be impossible to kill Lin Fong and the others, not even in his next life. Lin Zhong scoffed, disdain evident in his expression as he recalled Yin Changfeng's previous performances. That useless fool, even if Lin Fong and the others stood still for him to strike, he would likely not dare to make a move. Are you certain? Lin Tiange inquired. Absolutely, Lin Zhong affirmed with conviction. Lin Tiange nodded. Excitement surged within Lin Zhong at the thought of tasting Su Ming'er that night, and he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. As Lin Tiange's brow furrowed deeply, seemingly lost in contemplation, Lin Zhong's thoughts shifted, and he ventured cautiously, Is the boss troubled by the matters concerning the elixir chamber? With one hand pressed against his temple and the other resting on the armrest of his chair, Lin Tiange's fingers lightly tapped, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. The incident of the elixir chamber being robbed appears to be quite intricate. After a prolonged silence, Lin Tiange exhaled, Oh, could it be that this matter is not the doing of Lin Ke? Lin Zhong, perceptive and quick-witted, expressed his astonishment. It is difficult to ascertain, Lin Tiange replied, shaking his head. I recently went to the Elixir Institute for an investigation, and both Lin Jun and Lin Shan were struck down by a single sword strike. The wounds on their necks were exceedingly fine, with minimal blood seeping out, indicating the swiftness of the assailant's swordsmanship. It is highly likely that even the esteemed elders would find it difficult to match such skill, although Lin Ke is adept with the sword. I witnessed his techniques during last year's family competition, and he could never attain such a level. The disparity is akin to that between heaven and earth, placing them in entirely different realms. Are you suggesting that the one who slayed Lin Jun and Lin Shan is not Lin Ke? Lin Zhong inquired. His brow furrowed in uncertainty. There exists such a possibility. Lin Tiange's eyes gleamed with insight. Could it be that the theft of the elixir chamber was not orchestrated by Lin Ke, but by someone else? Lin Zhong suddenly interjected. What if someone stealthily killed Lin Jun and Lin Shan, infiltrated the elixir chamber to eliminate Lin Ke, and subsequently made off with the resources, framing Lin Ke for the entire affair? As Lin Zhong's words hung in the air, both men felt a jolt of realization. If this were indeed the case, the entire situation would begin to make sense. However, after a moment of careful contemplation, Lin Tiange shook his head, stating, it may not be as straightforward as that. I previously investigated the elixir chamber, and aside from the stolen resources, there were no signs of a struggle. Lin Ke possesses at least the 6th level of body refinement. Even I might struggle to defeat him without alerting the numerous guardians in the Elixir Institute. If the assailant truly possessed such power, they would likely have at least reached the 9th level of body refinement. If that were the case, they would likely aim to steal from the Elixir Pavilion rather than the chamber. One cannot dismiss the possibility of a 6th level body refinement practitioner, Lin Zhong countered. You mentioned that the assailant's swordsmanship was exceptional. Even with a 6th level cultivation, it is plausible they could eliminate Lin Ke without alarming the guardians. Oh, how do you mean? Lin Tiange's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Boss, consider this. The murderer visited under the cover of night. At that hour, what might Lin Ke have been doing? Lin Zhong articulated, acknowledging that while this individual may have been overconfident and somewhat careless in handling the matters concerning Lin Fong and Lin Fan's deaths, his analysis here was remarkably astute. Upon hearing this, Lin Tiange pondered briefly before abruptly raising his head. Are you suggesting that when the assailant infiltrated the elixir chamber, Lin Ke was engrossed in his training and fell victim to a surprise attack? Lin Zhong smiled without uttering a word. However, Lin Tiange slammed his hand on the table, declaring, if that is indeed the case, then with the assailant's extraordinary swordsmanship, taking Lin Ke's life while he was momentarily distracted would be no great feat indeed. Lin Zhong nodded, then hesitated. However, while this explanation is plausible, it could also be entirely erroneous. Lin Tiange looked at Lin Zhong. Consider this. What if the remarkably skilled assassin is actually Lin Ke? Lin Ke? Given the swordsmanship he displayed last year, it is on an entirely different plane compared to the assassin who killed Lin Jun and Lin Shan. It is utterly impossible for it to be him. Nothing is impossible. Lin Zhong replied with a calm smile. When we first witnessed Lin Ke's swordsmanship, it was during the family competition a year ago. A year has passed. Surely his skills could have improved? Moreover, who can ascertain whether the strength he exhibited at that family meeting represented his full capabilities? What if he had concealed his true prowess? Lin Zhong pondered. Upon hearing this, Lin Tiange also fell into contemplation. To elevate one's swordsmanship to such heights in just a year is indeed implausible. The disparity between their skills is simply too vast. As for hiding one's strength, why would he do so? Was he planning to steal from the elixir chamber back then? No, that doesn't seem right. As the head of the elixir chamber, even if he intended to steal, there would be no need to conceal his strength. That would be superfluous. Lin Zhong nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, then the initial hypothesis is indeed more likely. The assassin killed Lin Ke, absconded with the resources from the elixir chamber, and framed Lin Ke to divert our attention. Lin Tiange's eyes flickered. If that is so, who do you think the assassin might be? A cold smirk appeared on Lin Zhong's face. Since the perpetrator aimed to pin the crime on Lin Ke, this person must be someone from our Lin family. Otherwise, such a convoluted scheme would be unnecessary. As for who precisely, I cannot say at this moment. Lin Zhong shook his head. Nonetheless, thanks to your analysis, we can at least ascertain that the assassin is indeed from our Lin family, significantly narrowing the suspect pool. Lin Tiange waved his hand. Additionally, this individual adept at swordsmanship must possess a cultivation level comparable to Lin Ke, at least at the 6th level of body refinement. By investigating along these lines, uncovering the true culprit is merely a matter of time. With that, Lin Tiange exhaled deeply, surprised at how easily the threads of this matter had been untangled. allowing a heavy weight to lift from his chest. A smile of appreciation graced his face as he patted Lin Zhong's shoulder. Lin Zhong, I owe you my gratitude. Without your insights, we wouldn't have clarified this matter so swiftly. Merit deserves reward. Here are 30 body refinement pills for you. Lin Tiange produced a jade vial containing 30 pills and smiled mysteriously at Lin Zhong. These are of much higher quality than those from the elixir chamber. Lin Zhong's eyes brightened at the sight, and while he feigned reluctance, he eagerly accepted the body refinement pills. After expressing his thanks, Lin Zhong joyfully returned to his residence. As night descended, Lin Zhong stealthily left his dwelling, brimming with excitement and anticipation as he made his way towards the maple grove where he had conferred with Yin Changfeng earlier that day. Daring to refuse me, Su Ming'er. This night I shall make you submit before me in the presence of that worthless young master, bringing you to the depths of shame. Lin Zhong wore a wicked grin, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent. Chapter 16. Leading you to kill. As the sky darkened, night fell. Outside the window, the mountains loomed, and the gnarled trees appeared eerie in the twilight, resembling demons staring hungrily at her. Su Ming'er's complexion turned ashen. To her, the darkness of this night felt like a malevolent spirit, instilling fear within her. She recalled Lin Zhong's menacing threats from earlier that day. Tonight, the darkness seemed particularly oppressive. Yin Changfeng approached, wrapping his slender arms around Su Ming'er's waist from behind, gazing into the distant sky, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Ming'er, do you trust me? He leaned closer, whispering warm breath into her ear. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Yin Changfeng's words, Su Ming'er felt her fear gradually dissipate, her once frigid body regaining warmth. She did not fully comprehend the implications of his words, yet she gently nodded in affirmation. Very well, I shall take you to a place. Yin Changfeng grasped her hand, and amidst her puzzled gaze, he summoned the Qingfeng sword from beside the bed, which flew into his grasp. Let us go. With the sword firmly in hand, Yin Changfeng's aura shifted, his gaze sharpening. Witnessing this transformation, Su Ming'er felt her heart race, a blush rising to her cheeks. Young master, where are you taking me? She inquired softly. Yin Changfeng turned back with a smile. I am taking you to kill. His tone was gentle, yet laced with a chilling intent. Su Ming'er was momentarily taken aback, her heart quaking as she recalled the night Yin Changfeng had slain Zhang Lu and his companion. Anxiety gripped her as she stammered. Young master, you intend to kill Lin Zhong? Yin Changfeng offered no response, pushing the door open to step outside. But young master, Lin Zhong is a high-ranking officer of the law enforcement hall, esteemed and powerful. His cultivation must be formidable, and you. Su Ming'er's face was etched with concern, but before she could finish, Yin Changfeng abruptly halted, turning to face her. You just said you trust me. At his words, Su Ming'er faltered, gazing into Yin Changfeng's resolute expression for a moment. The worry faded from her face, replaced by a gentle smile. Ming'er believes in you. No longer did she offer objections. An inexplicable confidence in Yin Changfeng blossomed within her. A faint smile graced Yin Changfeng's face as he guided Su Ming'er away from the watchful eyes of the Lin family's disciples and numerous guards, making their way toward the secluded maple forest in the inner courtyard. The maple grove was remote. Moments later, Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er arrived at the very grove Lin Zhong had designated. Ah, you have finally arrived. A dark figure leaped down from the towering branches. It was Lin Zhong. He glanced at Yin Changfeng, a look of disdain crossing his features. A waste is indeed a waste. I knew that in order to preserve your life, you would follow my will and personally present this little wretch before me. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Su Ming'er, his eyes gleaming with a lascivious spark as they roamed over her form with unrestrained lust. With a sinister grin plastered across his face, he approached her, uttering vile words. You wretched creature, daring to reject me. Tonight, I shall thoroughly ravage you, leaving you in a state where you cannot live nor die. Upon seeing Lin Zhong advance, Su Ming'er's complexion turned pale, instinctively retreating behind Yin Changfeng as if to shield herself from a rabid dog. Yin Changfeng offered her solace. With the Qingfeng sword in hand, he stepped forward to confront Lin Zhong. The pale moonlight glinted off the sword's sheath, casting a silvery glow that emanated an aura of chilliness. What? You dare insult me, you worthless fool? Lin Zhong paused, momentarily taken aback, before fury surged within him. I had intended to spare your insignificant life temporarily, planning to dispose of you after I had finished with this wretched girl. However, since you exhibit such reckless defiance, I shall dispose of you first. A cold smile graced Yin Changfeng's lips as he replied, do feel free to try. With each deliberate step he took, his aura intensified. The temperature around them plummeted, a frigid breath infiltrating Lin Zhong's very being, chilling him to the bone. What is happening? Lin Zhong exclaimed in disbelief, halting abruptly, his expression growing grave as he sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Yin Changfeng. His mind raced, and he quickly comprehended the unfolding reality. You have concealed your true strength? You were the one who killed Lin Feng and Lin Fan. A sharp surge of energy burst forth from Yin Changfeng. His long hair danced in an unseen wind, and an aura of sword energy rippled around him. A cold smirk appeared on his face. You are far too late to realize the truth. Behind him, Su Ming'er stood in stunned silence, her eyes filled with confusion, pondering when her young master had become so formidable. Yet, it was Lin Zhong who was truly shaken, not merely due to the deaths of Lin Fan and Lin Feng, but because of an even more inconceivable revelation, the theft of the elixir chamber. As he felt the terrifying sword energy emanating from Yin Changfeng, a realization dawned upon him. This cannot be. It cannot be that the elixir chamber incident was your doing. Lin Zhong's eyes brimmed with disbelief, and he involuntarily began to retreat. Yin Changfeng remained noncommittal. At that moment, Lin Zhong was engulfed by a tumult of shock. How is this possible? You were clearly a worthless fool, utterly incapable. How could you achieve such feats? The guards of the elixir chamber, Lin Jun and Lin Shan, both possessed the 5th level of body refinement, while Lin Ke was at least at the 6th level. How could you, a mere waste, be their match? Furthermore, to have silently slain them without alerting the guardians of the elixir chamber. How could that be? Lin Zhong continued to retreat, overwhelmed by the terrifying implications. If this individual before him was indeed responsible for such acts, it was a harrowing thought. The capability to stealthily eliminate Lin Ke and the others without inciting the guardians, even if he possessed the 7th level of body refinement, would render Lin Zhong no match for him. He was engulfed in shock, utterly unable to believe the reality of it all. It was simply too incredible. The person he deemed least likely to be involved turned out to be the true culprit behind these two major cases. Was he truly a fool? Impossible. Yin Changfeng let out a cold laugh, a glint of icy light flickering in his eyes. His aura ceased to grow, stabilizing at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. With a crisp sound, he lightly flicked his left hand, causing the Qingfeng sword to partially emerge from its sheath, casting a stark white glimmer in the chilling moonlight. In a fleeting moment, Lin Zhong had no time to react. He felt a chill at his neck as the pale sword light swept past. The sword left no trace. Its blade remained bright and untainted by blood. Lin Zhong clutched his neck with both hands, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Such a swift sword. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the exceptional mastery of swordsmanship that Lin Tiange had mentioned earlier. Chapter 17. The myriad demons mountain range. Lin Zhong's eyes brimmed with reluctance, his heart heavy with regret. Initially, he had perceived Yin Changfeng as a weakling, easily bullied, which emboldened him to act with such reckless abandon. Little did he expect that Yin Changfeng was so fearsome. What kind of swordsmanship was this? So rapid. It left one utterly unprepared. It was even more astonishing than what Lin Tiange had described. The opponent was merely at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Yet he effortlessly dispatched Lin Zhong, a 7th level master, with a single strike to the throat. How terrifying was that? Such swordsmanship, within the entirety of the Great Qian Kingdom. There were likely few who could attain such a level. How laughable that he had thought the other weak and easy to manipulate. What kind of terrifying individual had he provoked? A myriad of emotions surged within him, a flicker of fear of death igniting in his gaze. He desperately attempted to utter something, yet no sound escaped his lips. A faint trickle of blood oozed from his neck, and gradually, Lin Zhong's eyes lost their luster before he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Yin Changfeng cast a calm glance at Lin Zhong's corpse, his aura swirling and stirring the layers of fallen leaves on the ground, concealing the body. Behind him, Su Ming'er stared blankly at Yin Changfeng's figure, her eyes clouded with confusion. Was this truly her young master? Had he been concealing his strength all along? Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yin Changfeng turned to look at Su Ming'er, noticing her dazed expression, and could not help but smile faintly. Guiding her to evade the watchful eyes of the Lin family, he returned to his courtyard. After allowing Su Ming'er to retire to her room, he once again entered a state of cultivation. The 360 body refinement pills stolen from the alchemy chamber were rapidly consumed, and Yin Changfeng's cultivation level swiftly ascended. The following morning, as the sun rose and gentle rays of light streamed through the window, Yin Changfeng slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his meditative state. Over the course of the night, he had refined more than 20 body refinement pills, elevating his cultivation from the early stage of the 5th level of the body refinement realm to the mid-stage. The number of body refinement pills has dwindled to a mere 250. At this rate of consumption, The remaining pills will scarcely suffice for me to advance to the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Moreover, Ming'er possesses only mediocre aptitude and will require marrow-cleansing liquid to enhance her abilities. However, crafting this liquid necessitates a plethora of rare herbs for the concoction. It appears that, regardless of the circumstances, I must embark on a journey to the 10,000 Demons mountain range. Yin Changfeng murmured. Yet before that, I must seek out Lin Hao and settle some old scores. I must also reclaim the spirit weapon ring, a treasure that, according to the memories of my predecessor, Yin Yunlong had insisted should never be lost. The Yin family is a formidable clan within the Great Liang dynasty, and it was precisely because of this spirit weapon ring that they faced a catastrophic downfall. This ring must be extraordinary. Such a treasure cannot be squandered. A cold smile crept across Yin Changfeng's lips as he made his way directly to Lin Hao's residence. In the Tianchen Continent, dynasties hold far greater power than ancient kingdoms. With a disparity akin to heaven and earth, a dynasty must possess at least 100 ancient kingdoms to earn its title. The Great Liang dynasty, claiming the status of a dynasty, is undoubtedly not weak. As a prominent clan within the Great Liang dynasty, the strength of the Yin family is evident. Yet, such a colossal entity was annihilated due to this spirit weapon ring, indicating its immense significance, likely a treasured artifact. Naturally, Yin Changfeng would not relinquish such a treasure to others. However, upon arriving at Lin Hao's courtyard, Yin Changfeng found no sign of Lin Hao. Even Lin Yan, another subordinate who had been with Lin Hao, was absent from the premises. It was only through the servants of both individuals that he learned Lin Hao and Lin Yin had returned home for a mere half-day after brutally beating the predecessor to death. Before departing the Lin residence together, their whereabouts unknown. Yin Changfeng's expression darkened. This was not auspicious news for him. Since their departure 3 days ago, they had not reappeared. Where could they have gone, and would they return? Had they perhaps uncovered some secret of the spirit weapon ring and left the Lin residence to seek validation? Yin Changfeng's mind raced with speculation. Simultaneously, he wondered why Lin Fan had not accompanied them. After pondering fruitlessly, Yin Changfeng set aside this matter for the time being, recognizing that he could not afford to waste excessive time on it. After giving Ming'er some instructions, he departed from the Lin family and set his course for the 10,000 Demons mountain range. This mountain range lies to the north of Chaiyang City, situated in a remote area spanning tens of thousands of miles, shrouded in wild forests. The mountains rise majestically, with peaks resembling a dense thicket, and the central region is saturated with spiritual energy, far denser than that of the outside world. Such a place, brimming with spiritual essence, should rightfully be a sanctuary for cultivation, a pure land. Yet, in the Great Qian Kingdom, the 10,000 Demons mountain range is anything but a haven for practitioners. Rather, it is a perilous domain that instills dread in countless martial artists. For within the heart of the 10,000 Demons mountain range dwell many powerful demon cultivators, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary warriors to escape unharmed if they inadvertently trespass. However, these formidable demon cultivators typically reside in the central region of the mountain range and seldom venture out. Beyond that vast expanse, there exists a multitude of formidable demonic beasts, among which lie numerous rare treasures of heaven and earth. Thus, despite the myriad dangers that permeate the Wan Yao mountain range, it continues to allure many martial practitioners, eager to hone their skills and seek fortune. To concoct the essence of cleansing marrow, one requires dragon marrow grass, phoenix bloodflower, and bones of demonic tigers of the 3rd tier or above. These 3 principal ingredients are indispensable. As for other herbs, they are not particularly rare and can generally be procured from ordinary apothecaries. Yin Changfeng strolled leisurely, gazing at the undulating mountains before him and the distant peaks piercing the heavens, lost in contemplation. The tiger bones are relatively easy to find. Within the vast Wanyao mountain range, there should be no shortage of 3rd tier or higher demonic tigers. However, the dragon marrow grass and phoenix bloodflower, these 2 primary ingredients, were more elusive. While pondering this, Yin Changfeng boldly made his way towards the Wan Yao mountain range. Nearby, numerous adventurer teams regarded him with astonishment, while others displayed expressions of disdain. Today's youth truly seem oblivious to danger. Do they think the Wan Yao mountain range is a sanctuary? They believe they can enter at will, but they will soon find themselves unaware of their impending doom. One person scoffed. This lad appears to be no more than 16 or 17 years old. What prowess could he possibly possess at such a tender age? How dare he recklessly venture into the Wan Yao mountain range? I wager he will be frightened back in no time. If he is indeed frightened back, it would be a stroke of luck for him. Such a naive fool, thinking he can traverse the Wan Yao mountain range alone. He may enter with his life, but leaving will be a different story. A low-tier demonic beast could easily crush him. Chapter 18. Disdain among the crowd. A beautiful young woman of 17 or 18 years. Upon overhearing the discussions, gazed at Yin Changfeng as he strode towards the Wan Yao mountain range, her eyes revealing a hint of sympathy. Uncle Li. This young man is so youthful, embarking on this perilous journey alone. He must be facing some dire circumstances. Otherwise, he would not risk such danger. Uncle Li. Let him join us. The man referred to as Uncle Li was a robust, middle-aged man who, upon hearing the young woman's words, wore an expression of helplessness. Second miss. You possess many admirable qualities, but your kindness may be your downfall. The Wan Yao mountain range is fraught with peril. Even we struggle to take care of ourselves, let alone bringing along that boy. The earlier adventurers who had been discussing Yin Changfeng now widened their eyes in surprise, urging, second miss. That young man is seeking his own demise. Why should we concern ourselves? Let him go. Whether he lives or dies is his own fate. Indeed, miss. That lad is oblivious to his own mortality. We need not concern ourselves with him. Exactly, Mississippi. He is nothing but an ignorant fool. If we take him along, it would be akin to carrying a burden. If we find ourselves in danger because of him, the young woman, incensed by their words, retorted. The Wan Yao mountain range is well known for its dangers. Who is unaware of that? This person must know the risks, yet still ventures here alone. If he were not in dire straits, who would brave such perils? But, Miss, the crowd interjected urgently. Enough. Uncle Li, let him accompany us. It is far too dangerous for him to be alone, the young woman asserted resolutely. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li understood that further persuasion would be futile. He nodded and called out to Yin Changfeng, young brother, please pause. Yin Changfeng was deeply engrossed in contemplating the search for the 3 primary medicinal herbs and did not pay heed to the discussions around him. When he heard Uncle Li's loud summons, he turned his gaze. As his eyes swept across the crowd, he noticed that the weakest among them possessed a cultivation level of at least the 7th stage of body refinement, with several individuals even reaching the 8th stage. The imposing middle-aged man before him was at the mid-stage of the 9th level of body refinement. A faint smile graced Uncle Li's face as he approached Yin Changfeng swiftly and said, "It is as follows, young brother. The Wan Yao mountain range is fraught with peril. To venture alone into such a treacherous place is exceedingly dangerous. My lady has sent me to inquire whether you would consider accompanying us into the Wan Yao mountain range. In times of danger, it would be beneficial for us to look out for one another." "Oh," Yin Changfeng replied, momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the lovely maiden not far away. Noticing his gaze, the maiden smiled and nodded. He then observed the expressions of those surrounding her. Noticing their disdainful countenance, which instantly enlightened him, it appeared that, apart from this so-called lady, the others were not particularly eager for his company. Realization dawned upon Yin Changfeng. It seemed these individuals regarded him as a potential burden, merely an onlooker. The middle-aged man's mention of mutual support was likely a mere facade to preserve his dignity. Yet, as he regarded the enchanting maiden in the crowd, a smile crept onto his face, and he felt a twinge of affection for her. Given their preparedness, and his own lack of familiarity with the Wan Yao mountain range, it would not be inappropriate to accompany them. Perhaps he might also require their assistance in locating the dragon essence herb and the phoenix blood flower. With this thought in mind, Yin Changfeng gladly acquiesced amidst the disgruntled glances from the crowd. "Since you have all graciously extended your invitation, I shall humbly accept," he said with a light smile, seemingly unfazed by the displeasure displayed by those beside the maiden. Upon hearing Yin Changfeng's agreement, Uncle Li merely nodded with a smile, lacking any real excitement over gaining an ally, which further confirmed Yin Changfeng's suspicions. Clearly, had it not been for the beautiful maiden, none of this group would have been inclined to include him. However, Yin Changfeng remained indifferent to this. "Young brother, please follow me," Uncle Li beckoned, leading Yin Changfeng before the maiden. After introductions, Yin Changfeng learned that the maiden was Zhao Ye, the second daughter of the Zhao family from Qingyun City, while Uncle Li and the others were family servants. The Zhao family was a modest clan in Qingyun City. Zhao Ye had come to the Wan Yao mountain range in search of the spirit treasure Yushan orchid to cure her sister Zhao Qing, who was afflicted by a strange poison. "Brother Changfeng, what brings you to the Wan Yao mountain range?" Uncle Li inquired with a smile. Yin Changfeng responded calmly and candidly. "Dragon essence herb? Phoenix blood flower?" The group displayed expressions of confusion upon hearing his words, seemingly unfamiliar with these 2 names. Upon witnessing this, Yin Changfeng could not help but shift his gaze slightly. Could it be that within the vast expanse of the Wan Yao mountain range, these 2 types of spiritual herbs were entirely absent? Or perhaps they were so exceedingly rare here that their existence remained unknown, lost in contemplation. Yin Changfeng pondered that if this were indeed the case, he might have to resort to alternative methods to alter Menger-esque qualifications. At the same time, He could not help but lament that in the ancient Yang Empire, herbs such as dragon soul grass and phoenix bloodflower were quite commonplace, readily available in various locales. Yet here, not a soul had ever heard of them. Zhao Ye and Li Shu exchanged glances, while the others around them wore expressions of discontent. Someone scoffed. What dragon soul grass and phoenix bloodflower? I believe this lad is merely toying with us. After years of cultivation, I have never encountered these herbs. Another added, indeed. He won't even divulge his purpose for entering the Wanyao mountain range. I suspect he harbors ill intentions. Many of the Zhao family warriors echoed their disdain with cold scoffs. Enough. Since young Master Yin is reluctant to disclose information, there must be reasons for his discretion, Zhao Ye interjected. Her voice tinged with irritation upon hearing the murmurs of discontent around them. Turning to Yin Changfeng with a hint of embarrassment, she continued, Young Master Yin. They speak their minds rather bluntly, and their words may be offensive. Please do not take them to heart. A glint of cold light flickered in Yin Changfeng's eyes. And as he felt his Qingfeng sword tremble in his hand, he gradually suppressed his murderous intent upon perceiving Zhao Ye's sincerity. He replied with a smile, Miss, you are overly concerned. Observing Zhao Ye, he inwardly shook his head, realizing that the second daughter of the Zhao family was rather naive. After a brief respite, the group officially set forth towards the Wanyao mountain range. Hey kid, once we enter the Wanyao mountain range, don't be so frightened you wet your pants, haha. A young man jeered, casting a derisive glance at Yin Changfeng. Beside him, Zhao Ye felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she retorted softly, Zhang Yu. What are you saying? Zhang Yu, seemingly indifferent, replied, Second miss, I am merely cautioning him to avoid making a fool of himself. Haha, Zhang Yu speaks the truth. Another individual chimed in, approaching with a look of disdain in his eyes. He coldly remarked, Kid, let us hope you don't end up dragging us down. Chapter 19. Entering the mountain range indeed. It seems I am underestimated, Yin Changfeng thought, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as he paid little heed to their taunts. The group continued their march towards the Wanyao mountain range. The Wanyao mountain range was vast and boundless, with towering peaks intersecting amid dense forests, teeming with myriad demonic beasts, and equally abundant in rare treasures and herbs. As the ethereal energy of heaven and earth permeated the Wanyao mountain range, it nourished the land, resulting in remarkably lush vegetation. In the tranquil depths of the forest, a sudden loud crash reverberated, followed by a boisterous laughter. Ha ha, a mid-stage first-tier demonic beast. It dares to ambush me without fleeing, truly courting death. Before him lay a mid-stage first-tier demonic beast, a badger, sprawled on the ground with its chest caved in. A clear imprint of a fist visible upon it, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, lifeless. Demonic beasts are categorized into 9 tiers, each of which is further divided into early, mid, and late stages, with each tier corresponding to a specific realm of human martial artists. For instance, a first-tier early-stage demon beast corresponds to a human warrior at the first level of body refining. A first-tier mid-stage aligns with a second level of body refining. A first-tier late-stage corresponds to the third level. A second-tier early-stage matches the fourth level, and a second-tier mid-stage correlates with the fifth level. Although this golden-haired badger is merely a mid-tier first-stage demon beast of modest rank, its fur is indeed worth a substantial sum. Observing the lifeless form of the golden-haired badger, the man leisurely approached, drawing a short blade with the intention of skinning the creature. However, a sharp reprimand echoed from behind. Zhang Yu, do not waste time. We must hurry, for the young lady awaits the life-saving Yushelin. The voice belonged to Uncle Li, and this group comprised Yin Changfeng and others. Upon hearing Uncle Li's admonition, Zhang Yu chuckled sheepishly, relinquishing the golden-haired badger and sheathing his blade. Yushelin is a precious spirit treasure born alongside third-tier and above demon serpents. Thus, to locate Yushelin, one must first find a third-tier demon serpent, which predominantly exhibits cold attributes, necessitating a journey northward. As they traveled, Zhao Ye, noticing Yin Changfeng's silence, initiated a conversation to alleviate the monotony of the journey. Yin Changfeng offered a faint smile, attentively surveying their surroundings while engaging in casual discourse with Zhao Ye. The group of 10 swiftly traversed the dense forest, encountering increasingly formidable demon beasts along the way. Everyone, take heed. We have now entered the territory inhabited by second-tier demon beasts. Though these creatures correspond to human warriors at the 6th level of body refining at most, they possess the advantage of ambush, posing a significant threat to us. Uncle Li's voice rang out. As his words faded, Yin Changfeng's eyes suddenly sparked with awareness, keenly detecting a faint disturbance emanating from a nearby thicket. Instantly, a golden flash erupted from the underbrush, targeting a warrior standing beside Uncle Li. Be cautious. Uncle Li's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Yu, startled, recognized his own considerable prowess. Being at the mid-stage of the 8th level of body refining, he was the most powerful among them. Aside from Uncle Li, reacting swiftly, he hurled the short blade, previously intended for skinning the golden-haired badger, towards the golden flash. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted as the golden flash was thwarted, revealing its true form. A slender snake of pure golden hue, its fangs clamped upon the blade, its tiny eyes glinting with malevolence. It was a mid-tier second-stage demon beast, the golden silk snake. The group felt a collective shock. Though merely a mid-tier second-stage demon beast, the golden silk snake instilled greater fear than its late-stage counterparts. It harbors deadly venom and possesses remarkable speed, frequently lurking within grass and shrubs, showcasing formidable aggression. Despite its lower rank, many warriors have succumbed to its lethal bite, making it a notorious predator lurking in the shadows of the Wanyao mountain range. Realizing its ambush had failed, the golden silk snake reacted with equal swiftness, releasing its grip and curling its tail to strike the short blade. Thud! A crisp sound resonated as the golden silk snake transformed back into a golden flash, swiftly darting into a patch of grass, vanishing from sight. Zhang Yu's countenance darkened as he was suddenly ambushed by a golden silk snake, catching him off guard. Although he sustained no injuries, the incident allowed the serpent to escape unscathed, leaving him visibly displeased. As a martial artist in the mid-stage of the 8th layer of body refinement, it was humiliating to be outmaneuvered by a mid-stage second-tier beast, unable to subdue it decisively. Meanwhile, Yin Changfeng smirked slightly. Shaking his head in acknowledgement of the golden silk snake's remarkable cunning, it demonstrated a level of precision in timing that rivaled even the most skilled assassins. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was diverted by Uncle Li's words, the snake launched its attack, slipping away effortlessly. However, Yin Changfeng's expression was misinterpreted by Zhang Yu as mockery, causing his demeanor to darken further. Humph, boy. I hope you can still smile when we enter the domain of third-tier beasts. Zhang Yu scoffed, his tone unfriendly. All right, let us proceed. Uncle Li shot Zhang Yu a fierce glare, admonishing him. Afterward, he cast a glance at Yin Changfeng, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, moving to stand protectively beside Zhaoya. The party continued deeper into the myriad beasts mountains, but it wasn't too long before they halted. Ah, Zhaoya exclaimed, her face paling as she covered her mouth in shock. What is this? Zhang Yu and the others were equally startled as they gazed ahead. There, strewn across the ground, lay numerous cold corpses, at least a dozen individuals who had met a grim fate. Let us take a closer look. Is that a sword mark? As they approached, the group discerned that these individuals had not been slain by beasts. Rather, their bodies bore the distinct wounds of sharp blades, and their storage bags were conspicuously absent. Among the fallen were 2 female corpses, appearing to be in their 30s, clad in tattered garments, their faces marred by clear handprints, blood trickling from their mouths, and their eyes bulging, indicative of a horrific violation before death. It seemed evident that these victims had perished at the hands of human martial artists, and their demise was recent. Yin Changfeng observed the bloodstains on the corpses, still fresh, suggesting they had been killed not long ago. Furthermore, given the perilous environment of the myriad beasts mountains, where ferocious beasts were abundant, had they been dead for a longer period, it was likely their remains would have been devoured by wild creatures, leaving no trace. Everyone, exercise caution and remain vigilant. In these mountains, we must guard against not only the attacks of beasts but also the treachery of other adventurers. Sometimes, humans can be far more brutal than beasts. Uncle Li declared solemnly. Protect Miss Zhao, and let us move forward. Zhaoya's complexion was ashen. Despite being a martial artist with a 6th-layer body refinement cultivation, she had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. The sight of the 2 disheveled female corpses particularly unsettled her. If you wish to avoid an encounter with that adventuring team, we should alter our course. Yin Changfeng suggested suddenly, his keen insight and sharp perception allowing him to discern the movements of that group from the signs left behind. Chapter 20 Encounter. Change of route? Uncle Li was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Yin Changfeng as he inquired, Young brother, have you discovered something? Yin Changfeng responded with a calm smile. Poised to speak, when not far off, Zhang Yu scoffed. What could he possibly know? The others looked at Yin Changfeng with skepticism, noticing their expressions. Yin Changfeng narrowed his eyes, shrugged lightly, and said, Forget I mentioned anything. Since these individuals did not believe him, he found no need to elaborate further. Posturing. Zhang Yu remarked with a cold smile, observing Yin Changfeng's silence. Uncle Li glanced at Yin Changfeng before addressing the group. Let us proceed. As they advanced for a while, they still had not encountered any other adventurer teams, reinforcing their belief that Yin Changfeng had merely been seeking attention, deliberately putting on a facade. 2 hours later, A faint rustling sound reached Yin Chongfeng's ears from the nearby dense forest. The noise was incredibly subtle, had it not been for Yin Chongfeng's extraordinary heightened senses. A gift from his rebirth, he would have struggled to hear such a faint sound. Furthermore, he instinctively sensed a hint of murderous intent. Yin Chongfeng observed Uncle Li and Zhang Yu, discovering that they were utterly oblivious, continuing their forward march, and he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Spotting a dry twig underfoot, Yin Chongfeng deliberately stepped on it. Snap! The dry branch broke with a crisp sound, echoing sharply in the stillness of the forest. Now that they were nearing the territory of a third-tier monster, everyone remained vigilant, their attention sharply focused on their surroundings. Upon hearing the sound of the twig snapping, the group abruptly halted, entering a state of alertness. Those lurking in the distance, witnessing Yin Chongfeng and his companions suddenly stop, assumed they had been discovered. One of them immediately shouted, "Attack!" As the command was given, the thicket ahead rustled violently, and figures swiftly emerged. Surrounding Yin Chongfeng and his companions, there were over 20 of them, each possessing considerable cultivation, mostly at the 7th or 8th level of the body refinement realm. While their leader was an ugly man at the early stages of the 9th level. "Protect the second miss," Uncle Li exclaimed in alarm. Zhang Yu and the others also changed their expressions dramatically, shouting at the newcomers, "We are from the Zhao family of Qingyan City. Who are you and what do you want?" "Haha, the Zhao family of Qingyan City? That insignificant little clan?" An ugly man in the lead sneered, leisurely approaching with a heavy sword slung over his shoulder. "Oh, and there's a beauty." The ugly man's gaze fell upon Zhaoya, standing beside Yin Chongfeng, his eyes lighting up with interest. A lean man beside him also cast a lecherous glance at Zhaoya, brazenly assessing her. "Boss, this girl is far more appealing than those two old hags from before. Look at that skin, I bet it's as soft as water." The remaining individuals around them turned their eyes toward Zhaoya, all of them salivating with desire. "Ha, perfect. The previous two weren't satisfying enough. This time we shall indulge ourselves thoroughly." The grotesque brute laughed unabashedly, his greedy gaze fixated on Zhaoya. Beside Yin Chongfeng, Zhaoya's complexion turned pale, her teeth biting down on her lower lip in distress. Uncle Li and the others also changed color, clearly realizing that the corpses they had encountered earlier on their journey were the handiwork of the men before them. Damn it! Who would have thought that this brat's ominous words would ring true? Zhang Yu's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Yin Chongfeng. Uncle Li's face shifted as he regarded the fierce individuals before him. He understood that their intentions were malevolent. This group was likely a band of desperate rogues, engaged in heinous acts of murder and plunder. It seemed that today's events would not end well. Uncle Li sighed inwardly, his gaze flickering to Yin Chongfeng, who stood quietly beside Zhaoya. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Yin Chongfeng appeared calm and composed, holding his Qingfeng sword with poise, facing the impending crisis without a hint of agitation or panic. His eyes radiated tranquility, as if everything unfolding before him was of no concern, imparting an air of detachment. Uncle Li felt a mixture of astonishment and doubt, yet it was evident that now was not the time for contemplation. Taking a deep breath, he focused his gaze and stepped forward, addressing the grotesque man in a grave tone. "Sir, you have us surrounded. Might I inquire about your intentions?" "Haha, intentions? I dare not presume. Just hand over all your valuables." The grotesque brute waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "Oh, and leave the young lady behind. Then swiftly vanish from our sight." Upon hearing this, Zhaoya's complexion drained of color, recalling the two female corpses she had seen earlier. If she fell into the hands of this group, her fate would surely be worse than death. Uncle Li's expression turned icy as he unleashed the aura of his cultivation at the 9th level of the body refining realm. Speaking sternly, to demand the young lady's surrender is out of the question. "Do you truly wish to oppose us?" Feeling the formidable aura emanating from Uncle Li, the grotesque brute was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. 9th level of body refining midstage? He squinted, realizing that Uncle Li's cultivation surpassed his own. Uncle Li pressed on. "If you insist on confronting us, it will likely result in mutual destruction. In the Wanyao Mountains, injuries can be perilous. You ought to think this through." The grotesque brute's expression shifted, and with a cold sneer, he retorted, "What of the mid-stage body refining? I will kill regardless." As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from him. Though he was merely at the initial stage of the 9th level of body refining, the intensity of his presence was even more terrifying. The other members of the grotesque man's gang also wore cruel smiles, each one exuding a vicious demeanor, their murderous intent palpable. It was evident that these individuals were true desperados, with blood on their hands. Otherwise, they would not possess such a thick stench of blood. As they regarded Zhang Yu and the others, a glimmer of excitement flashed in their eyes, akin to ferocious beasts craving blood. Just the aura they exuded caused the Zhao family's guards to feel a pang of fear. Zhao Ye, too, was terrified, having never witnessed such a scene before. Unconsciously, she leaned closer to Yin Changfeng. The grotesque brute took in the expressions of those present, an icy smirk rising within him as he threatened. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Listen well. When I count to 10, those who wish to preserve their lives should promptly surrender all valuable possessions, then swiftly depart. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy. Chapter 21. The first move. Zhang Yu's countenance darkened as he coldly retorted, if you intend to fight, then let us do so without further ado. The grotesque brute scoffed. A mere 8th level of body refinement dares to be arrogant before me? What are you? But a trifling existence? It is not that I look down upon you. If we were to engage in battle, I could crush you with but a finger. A surge of intense malice emanated from the brute as he disdainfully regarded Zhang Yu, beginning his count. 1, 2. The remaining guards of the Zhao family stirred restlessly, their gazes flickering and expressions shifting. The brute observed their reactions with delight, continuing his count. 5, 6, 7. Yin Changfeng stood resolute, sword in hand, his eyes narrowing at the unfolding scene. The adversary was engaging in psychological warfare, attempting to undermine their morale. Were a direct confrontation to ensue, even a victory on their part would be a Pyrrhic one. Uncle Li's expression grew grim, clearly recognizing the situation. He deliberately offered a path to survival, applying pressure. This could not continue. He barked an order, if you insist on opposing us, then we shall settle this with our actions. Everyone, protect the second miss and follow me as we charge forth. I am willing to surrender my storage bag. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a panicked voice rang out. Yin Changfeng's gaze flickered. These ruffians were indeed cunning. He realized that the one who had spoken was not a guard of the Zhao family, but rather a subordinate of the grotesque brute, concealed in a blind spot behind them, deliberately creating a false sense of urgency among the Zhao family members. As the brute continued his countdown, several guards of the Zhao family had already begun to waver. Upon hearing that frantic call, one stepped forward, proclaiming, I too am willing to surrender my storage bag. I beg my friends to let me go. A guard from the Zhao family emerged, clutching his storage bag. Wang Feiyu. Uncle Li's fury erupted. I am also willing to surrender my storage bag. Before Uncle Li could finish his sentence, another stepped forward, choosing to capitulate. Then came a third, and a fourth. Haha. Splendid. Surrender your storage bags, and you may all depart. The grotesque brute's eyes gleamed as he exchanged a knowing glance with a lean man beside him. Their scheme had succeeded. The Zhao family, along with Yin Changfeng, numbered barely 10, in the blink of an eye, for had defected. The remaining members of the Zhao family glared in fury, while Zhang Yu seethed, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at the traitors, Wang Fei and the others. Zhao Ye, witnessing this betrayal, felt her strength wane, as if all vitality had drained from her being. Their position was already precarious, and now, with 4 defectors, only 6 remained from the original 10, including Yin Changfeng, who was merely at the 5th level of the body refinement stage, facing 21 opponents. They had no chance of victory. Was I to perish here? Yet my sister awaited my return with the jade snake orchid to save her. Despair filled Zhao Ye's eyes. Wang Fei, Zhao Feng, Zhou Yuan, Yang Yong, you traitors seeking survival, do you not fear retribution? Zhang Yu exclaimed angrily. Wang Fei turned with a cold laugh. Retribution? I know that if I do not act this way, I would lose my life right now. It is the traitors who deserve to die. At that moment, for icy sword lights flashed. Yin Changfeng unleashed a supreme technique mastered in his previous life. His figure blurred and instantaneously darted forward. Shura sword technique, draw sword style. The chilling voice resonated in the void. Before the sound faded, for icy sword lights had already swept across the necks of Wang Fei and his companions. Splattering droplets of blood, the 4 felt a sudden chill at their necks, followed by a dizzying sensation. A blurred figure rapidly solidified before their eyes. A cold-faced youth stood with a sword, its blade shimmering with a frosty gleam. As they caught a glimpse of Yin Changfeng's face, disbelief flashed in the eyes of the 4, accompanied by a strong sense of unwillingness. They were all at the 7th level of the body refinement stage. Yet this contemptible youth at the 5th level had swiftly sealed their throats. It was utterly inconceivable. Thud, 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 thud. The dull sounds echoed as their bodies fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground, dying with immense reluctance. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. This scene struck all present with considerable force. For a moment, everyone was stunned by the chilling brilliance of that sword light. What kind of sword was that? With a single strike, for masters at the 7th level of the body refinement stage had perished. Even the ugly man could not help but have his eyelids twitch. He had not anticipated that this previously overlooked ant possessed such formidable strength. That previous strike instilled in him a deep sense of dread. It was too sudden, too swift, like a bolt of cold lightning. It had annihilated 4 men in the blink of an eye. His expression grew grave. He had initially believed everything was under his control, that these people were mere fish on his chopping block, yet now, a terrifyingly powerful youth had emerged. Originally, Uncle Li, with his mid-stage 9th level of body refinement, had already overshadowed him. Although he relied on his long-standing experience of flirting with death and the numerical advantage on his side to ensure he could slay Uncle Li, the addition of Yin Changfeng left him feeling uncertain. At this moment, he had clearly regarded Yin Changfeng as his foremost enemy, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. Meanwhile, Uncle Li and the others were equally astonished, their gazes towards Yin Changfeng filled with incredulity. Especially Zhang Yu, whose eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an entire egg, left in a daze. He had previously mocked Yin Changfeng on numerous occasions, deeming him a burden and an inconsequential figure. Yet now, the very burden he had scorned revealed an astonishing prowess, with a single stroke. 4 martial artists at the 7th level of the body refinement realm fell instantly. Such a display of skill was beyond his own capabilities. A wave of dryness surged through him, his throat constricting as he beheld the serene figure standing before him. Unease flooded his heart, realizing that the other's strength surpassed his own. Recalling his earlier derision of Yin Changfeng, Zhang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, his gaze towards Yin Changfeng was devoid of disdain, replaced instead by a profound sense of apprehension. It was no wonder that this youth had dared to venture alone into the myriad demon mountains. Despite possessing only mid-stage cultivation of the 5th level of the body refinement realm, he exhibited such terrifying power. The origins of this individual, it seemed, were anything but ordinary. Li Shutong was equally astounded, never having anticipated that this individual they regarded as a mere burden could possess such formidable strength. Chapter 22. Instant kill. Zhao Yu was likewise taken aback, her eyes filled with a flicker of hope as she gazed at Yin Changfeng's silhouette. At that moment, the Qingfeng sword in Yin Changfeng's hand had long been sheathed. He stood calmly, his unperturbed gaze sweeping over the grotesque man and his companions, showing no sign of fear. With his current strength, only a master at the 9th level of the body refinement realm could hope to contend with him. As for martial artists below that level, unless they were exceptionally gifted, no number of them could pose a threat, destined only to meet swift annihilation. The grotesque man's gaze flitted between Yin Changfeng and Li Shu, his eyes glinting with calculation. Both individuals were formidable, especially the youth, whose swordsmanship was remarkable. Should they join forces, he feared for his life. After a moment's contemplation, the grotesque man felt a surge of retreating instinct blossom within him. He spoke, "My friends, this was all a misunderstanding. I apologize for any offense caused. We shall take our leave now. Let us go." The grotesque man glared coldly at the lean man beside him, who lingered his gaze on Zhao Yu with reluctance. Despite his own desires, the grotesque man forced himself to restrain his urges. For if a conflict were to ensue, even if they emerged victorious, they would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries, thereby jeopardizing their ability to rob other adventurer teams and acquire more resources. The Zhao family members, witnessing this turn of events, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhao Yu, in particular, felt her previously anxious heart finally settle, casting her gaze upon the youthful figure ahead, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. However, just as the grotesque man and his cohorts turned to leave, a chilling voice echoed behind them. "Stop." Upon hearing Yin Changfeng's command, the Zhao family members froze, their previously relaxed hearts now racing once more. Even Li Shu felt a twitch in his eyelid, an ominous premonition rising within him. The grotesque man halted, turning to Yin Changfeng with a furrowed brow. "What advice do you have, young brother?" A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Yin Changfeng's mouth as he remarked, "You deemed us weak and vulnerable moments ago, intending to ambush us. Now that the situation has turned unfavorable, you wish to retreat unscathed? Such a notion is far from feasible." The Zhaojia members behind him, upon hearing this, felt a wave of dread sweep over them. Having narrowly escaped peril, they were taken aback by Yin Changfeng's audacity in confronting their adversaries. Uncle Li's eyelids twitched involuntarily, his ominous premonition confirmed. He hurriedly moved closer to Yin Changfeng and murmured, "Young brother, refrain from impulsiveness. Let this matter rest. These individuals are desperate rogues. If they truly unleash their wrath, our chances of survival are slim." "Arrogance. Boy, don't overstep your bounds," sneered a lean man beside the grotesque giant. The giant's expression darkened, his narrowed eyes fixed on Yin Changfeng as he demanded, "What do you intend?" Yin Changfeng cast a casual glance at the lean man, a slight smile gracing his lips. "You have long traversed the Wanyao mountain range, engaging in acts of murder and plunder. You must have amassed considerable wealth. Surrender your storage bags, or face dire consequences." His voice turned frigid, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him, with sharp sword intent piercing the air ominously. "This is it. We are doomed." The Zhaojia members behind him turned pale, their words tumbling out chaotically. They believed Yin Changfeng's actions would undoubtedly provoke the ferocity of the grotesque giant and his ilk, sealing their fate. "What did you say? You want us to hand over our storage bags?" The grotesque giant's lips twitched, rage igniting in his eyes. This was precisely what he had mentioned earlier. Such words felt like a slap to his face. How could he possibly let this pass? Drawing a deep breath, he laughed in anger. "What an ignorant brat. Daring to rob us. Have you not heard of the Blood Moon hunting group's reputation? Boss, why waste breath on such a fool? Let us kill him." The lean man growled menacingly. Yin Changfeng's gaze flickered with a chilling intensity as he grasped his sword with his right hand, the left hand lifting it, advancing towards the grotesque giant and his companions. "In that case, I shall send you on your way." His pace quickened, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged toward the grotesque giant and his associates. Such speed. The grotesque giant's expression shifted, and he bellowed, "Everyone, be cautious." With that, he charged at Yin Changfeng, swinging the hefty blade he bore with ferocious intent. The massive sword, seemingly cumbersome, sliced through the air with surprising swiftness as it descended upon Yin Changfeng. Like a leaf caught in the wind, he deftly evaded the blow, shifting his body with elegance to avoid the blade's path. The heavy blade struck the ground, cleaving a massive fissure into the earth. With a grace reminiscent of a startled swan, Yin Changfeng sidestepped the grotesque giant's assault, and, with a light push of his toes against the ground, propelled himself forward, launching directly into the fray of the lean man's group. Asura sword technique, draw sword style. A chilling voice erupted from the crowd, causing every face to pale and an intense chill to envelop their hearts. Immediately thereafter, a piercing sword light surged through the throng. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, instantaneously becoming eternal. The falling leaves abruptly split in midair. The bodies of the gaunt man and over 10 others stiffened, all frozen in their aggressive stances. As crimson blood gushed forth from their necks, time resumed its flow. The gaunt man's body, along with his companions, collapsed simultaneously, devoid of breath. A torrent of blood surged forth, swiftly staining the ground a deep red. "Second brother," bellowed the grotesque giant, his eyes bulging with fury as he gazed upon the corpse of the gaunt man, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at the tall figure in the center of the scene. "Ah, I will kill you." The grotesque giant, consumed by madness, charged at Yin Changfeng like a ferocious beast, dragging his blade behind him. Not far away, the Zhao family members watched this horrifying spectacle, their scalps tingling with dread, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld Yin Changfeng. A collective shiver ran through them. Initially, Uncle Li and Zhang Yu had intended to assist Yin Changfeng against the grotesque giant, but upon exchanging glances, they froze on the spot. Only then did they truly comprehend the terrifying nature of the youth they had previously regarded as a burden. Sword energy spanned 30,000 miles. A single stroke that chilled 19 continents. Under that one sword strike, more than 10 experts, ranging from the 7th to the 8th level of body refinement, met their demise. Chapter 23. The terrifying youth. As the grotesque giant charged forward, Yin Changfeng's eyes glimmered with frost. He pivoted and leapt forth like an arrow released from its bow, confronting the grotesque giant head-on. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Blood Moon hunting team, having been overwhelmed by Yin Changfeng's earlier display of power, were deterred. With over 10 lives extinguished by a single sword, even their vice-captain had perished. What hope did they have? Thus, as they witnessed the clash between Yin Changfeng and the grotesque giant, they dared not intervene, instead distancing themselves, fearful that Yin Changfeng might break free and turn his wrath upon them. At the battlefield's heart, Yin Changfeng and the grotesque giant engaged in fierce combat. Like a flash of lightning, the grotesque giant swung his blade, but Yin Changfeng leaned back, his Qingfeng sword braced against his chest as the blade and sword clashed. Clang! Sparks flew as their weapons met. In that instant, the grotesque giant was suddenly struck by a profound sense of crisis. "This is bad." His expression shifted slightly, and he swiftly withdrew his blade to defend himself. However, it was too late. Yin Changfeng's reaction was incredibly swift. Swordsmanship of evasion. Dodging the giant's attack, Yin Changfeng's gaze sharpened, seizing the opportunity revealed by the grotesque giant's late withdrawal. His Qingfeng sword shot forth like a venomous serpent. Thrust. The strike was swift and cunning, piercing precisely into the grotesque giantess waist, causing a spurt of blood to erupt forth. Ah! The grotesque giant yelped in pain, cold sweat streaming down his face. He forcibly summoned his strength and unleashed a fierce slash. Blazing fireblade. Flames suddenly erupted from the grotesque giantess sword, glowing a fiery red. With a single swing, a serpent of fire shot forth, hurtling towards Yin Changfeng. A scorching wave of heat swept through the air, causing even Yin Changfeng to narrow his eyes momentarily. The boss was demonstrating his might. The flaming blade was a top-tier yellow-grade martial technique, possessing immense power. Coupled with the boss's cultivation level, the young man was certainly doomed. Indeed, no matter how strong that lad might be, he was merely at the 5th level of body refinement, making it utterly impossible for him to rival the boss. Once this young man falls, none of those on the opposite side shall be spared. Every male shall be slain, and as for that lovely maiden, once the boss is finished, we shall also have our share of her. The remaining members of the Blood Moon hunting team sneered from behind. The flaming blade had recently been auctioned at the treasure pavilion, and to their astonishment, it was won by him. In the distance, Uncle Li's expression turned grave. This move was formidable. Even I might struggle to withstand it. Yen, my young friend, is likely in peril. Zhang Yu, protect the second miss while I rush to assist Yen. With a serious demeanor, Uncle Li prepared to leap into the fray. At that moment, a surge of sharp energy erupted from within Yin Changfeng, enveloping him in a whirlwind of fierce sword chi that shielded his form. His gaze was captivating. With shadows of blades flickering in his eyes, he showed no intention of retreating in the face of the overwhelming assault. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike. Clang! The incoming fire serpent was obliterated by the surging sword chi, their weapons clashing and sending sparks flying. Yin Changfeng, embodying the principle of soft overcoming hard, guided his clear wind sword to shift with the momentum of the boss's blade, creating distance from the grotesque brute. What? He actually blocked it? The remaining members of the Blood Moon hunting team gasped in disbelief. They could hardly trust their own eyes. How could a 5th-level body refinement warrior deflect the strongest attack of a 9th-level warrior with a single sword? It was inconceivable. He was merely at the 5th level, far beneath the boss's might. How could he possibly withstand that strike? Indeed, this was a top-tier yellow-grade martial technique, immensely powerful. Numerous 9th-level warriors had perished under this very move in recent days, yet this 5th-level lad emerged unscathed. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. This was utterly uncanny. A mere 5th-level insect, by all logic, could be crushed effortlessly by any one of them, yet the strength he exhibited instilled fear in all present. First, he had decimated half of their Blood Moon hunting team with a single strike, and now he was engaged in fierce combat with their leader, seemingly gaining the upper hand. This young man could not be judged by common standards. His swordsmanship was flawless, and the technique he had just displayed was unprecedented. His origins must be extraordinary. Could he be a disciple from a powerful faction, out on a trial? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Opposite them, Uncle Li froze in place, equally astonished. He had initially intended to intervene, but before he could act, Yin Changfeng had effortlessly neutralized what he perceived to be an overwhelmingly powerful strike. His gaze flickered, for he had long suspected that Yin Changfeng was likely a disciple from a powerful sect undergoing trials. Now, witnessing Yin's terrifying combat awareness and skills, his suspicions were further solidified. Moments ago, he had deftly neutralized the force of the fiery blade with subtle strength, employing the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity. Moreover, the swordplay he had previously exhibited was remarkable, showcasing exquisite mastery. At such a tender age, this individual seemed to have already grasped the essence of sword intent. With sword energy swirling around him, moving in harmony with his thoughts, an ability only achievable by those who have attained a minor accomplishment in sword intent. Throughout the vast Dacian kingdom, there were scarcely a dozen swordsmanship prodigies, and only 3 had achieved a minor mastery of sword intent. The speed at which this youth wielded his sword rivaled lightning. Such prowess could only belong to Wu Chun of the Fast Sword sect. Uncle Li's gaze was filled with speculation. Based on Yin Changfeng's current display, it was highly probable that he and Wu Chun were one and the same. However, he had heard that Wu Chun had broken through to the condensation realm over a month ago. Could it be that he deliberately concealed his power to avoid recognition? It must be so. Otherwise, how could this individual sweep away more than a dozen cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels of body tempering with a single strike? If he were indeed Wu Chun, it would be entirely plausible for him to accomplish such a feat with his condensation realm cultivation. With this thought, Uncle Li became entirely convinced of his hypothesis. Apart from this scenario, he could think of no other reasonable explanation. Meanwhile, observing Yin Changfeng's figure, Zhao Yu found herself entranced. What girl does not harbor budding feelings? Yet, she awaited the moment of stirring. On the battlefield, the brutish man appeared pale, blood surging from his waist, staining his garments crimson. At this moment, he had regained his composure, gazing at the youth before him with deep-seated wariness, mingled with a hint of fear of death. After their recent confrontation, he increasingly sensed the terror embodied in this youth. Despite only possessing a 5th-level body tempering cultivation, the boy exuded an aura that felt profoundly inscrutable. Chapter 24. Annihilation. The setting sun filtered through the dense foliage, casting a patchwork of orange spots upon the ground. Yin Changfeng stood tall, his body infused with surging sword energy. The drifting leaves above were shattered before they could even approach him. Indeed, one should never underestimate a 9th-level body tempering practitioner. His eyes narrowed slightly, acknowledging that the power behind the opponent's previous strike was formidable. Had it not been for his understanding of the principles of yin and yang, employing softness to counter hardness, that blade could have seriously injured him. With a gentle push of his toes against the ground, Yin Changfeng's form darted forth once more. His gaze sharp, under his watchful eyes, the opponent's vulnerabilities were utterly exposed. Identifying flaws and exploiting one's strengths against another's weaknesses is a skill that every sword cultivator must master. At this moment, under Yin Changfeng's scrutiny, the brutish man was riddled with openings, unable to evade his keen perception. The Asura sword technique, the swift sword form. Yin Changfeng executed his movement with incredible speed, arriving before the brutish man in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a trail of illusory afterimages. The sword light coalesced into a single point, thrusting toward the brutish man. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped him, igniting a profound sense of crisis within his heart. What a curse! How could this fellow's swordsmanship be so advanced? The brutish man felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, exuding an astonishingly menacing aura, with a pungent scent of blood enveloping the air. In an instant, his ferocity erupted, and his momentum surged. Die! The ugly brute snarled, his expression contorted with rage, intent on trading injuries in a reckless display of desperation. His massive blade descended with a devastating force, aimed directly at Yin Changfeng's sword, slicing through the air with blinding speed. In response, Yin Changfeng's sword techniques flowed seamlessly, adapting effortlessly, his movements akin to a dance of clouds and water. Although he was only at the 5th level of body refinement, his strength was on a completely different scale than that of the brutish man. Engaging in a direct exchange of blows would be sheer folly. Suddenly, in the eyes of the astonished onlookers, his figure pivoted and darted towards the other side of the brutish man. Whoosh! The ugly man's powerful strike missed its target, leaving him utterly astonished. This is bad. He immediately pushed off the ground with his feet, hastily retreating. Yet, Yin Changfeng seemed to have anticipated this very scenario, his sword shifting once more, launching a rapid attack from an unexpected angle. The blade gleamed like a flash of lightning, striking with unmatchable speed. However, the brutish man, a master at the 9th level of body refinement, was not slow to react. As he withdrew, he swiftly countered, slapping his blade to block Yin Changfeng's strike. You insufferable brat, perish! The ugly man's eyes glinted with malice. His expression twisted as he unleashed all his might, swinging his blade toward Yin Changfeng. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted, conjuring a fierce whirlwind. The blade glowed red, emanating a scorching wave that sent Yin Changfeng flying. This is bad. Young Yin is in trouble. Upon witnessing Yin Changfeng being hurled away, Uncle Li's expression suddenly turned grave. Zhao Ya's heart tightened as she urged Uncle Li, "Uncle Li, you must help him." Uncle Li nodded, his figure leaping forward towards the brutish man. Huh, as expected of the boss. This kid dares to provoke our Blood Moon hunting group. He is simply courting death. With the boss's formidable prowess, being sent flying by him must have left the kid severely injured. The faces of several members of the Blood Moon hunting group lit up with smiles, their anxiety dissipating as they exhaled in relief. However, in the next moment, everyone's hearts leaped again, filled with disbelief. What? He unscathed? The eyes of the Blood Moon members nearly popped out of their sockets. They beheld Yin Changfeng, as if he had shed all weight, floating down like a fallen leaf, only to suddenly exude an overwhelming aura, radiating with brilliance. Swish! The sword light surged forth. In the blink of an eye, Yin Changfeng returned, his speed now surpassing that of before. The blade of slaughter. The brilliant sword light flashed as Yin Changfeng appeared behind the brutish man. Clang! The clear wind sword sheathed itself. The brutish man's body slowly crumpled to the ground, his twisted expression frozen, eyes wide with disbelief and resentment. At that moment, Uncle Li had just rushed into the battlefield, halting in front of Yin Changfeng, his gaze equally filled with astonishment. Time has come to a complete standstill at this moment. Everyone appears to be frozen in place. Swiftly, the sword strikes with unparalleled speed, its brilliance flashing, leaving death in its wake. What realm of swordsmanship is this? What level of mastery in the way of the sword has been achieved? As a gentle breeze stirs, the onlookers regain their senses, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. The scene is utterly astonishing and terrifying. Such incredible speed. Who could possibly withstand it? Even Uncle Lee feels a sense of unease within. Behind him, the smiles of the remaining members of the Blood Moon hunting group have turned stiff and frozen in disbelief. They had previously thought that Yin Changfeng had been gravely injured by the grotesque giant. Yet, against all odds, he not only emerged unscathed but swiftly dispatched the brute with a single stroke of his sword. The members of the Blood Moon hunting group are left in a daze, struggling to comprehend this outcome. This spectacle is simply overwhelming. A martial artist at the 9th level of body refinement has been slain by an ant in their eyes. A mere 5th level of body refinement. Who would dare believe it had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? It is truly horrifying, a veritable monstrosity. Flee at once. One among them finally reacts and immediately turns to flee, terror etched in their eyes. This cry of alarm jolts the others back to reality, and they hastily retreat in panic. Stay here. Yin Changfeng's expression is cold, his eyes devoid of mercy. In an instant, he vanishes from sight. A chilling radiance of his sword ignites in the distance, reminiscent of a grim reaper's scythe, exuding an air of ruthlessness. In the distance, piercing screams are accompanied by blossoms of vivid crimson, as blood quickly saturates the ground, causing the Zhao family members behind to tremble in fear. As the last body collapses, the crimson glimmer in Yin Changfeng's eyes gradually fades. The path of the Asura begins to reveal itself. He gathers up the more than 20 storage bags strewn across the ground. As he anticipated, the Blood Moon hunting group has long preyed upon adventurers who entered the myriad demons mountain range, and each member is quite wealthy, possessing ample cultivation resources within their bags. Phoenix Bloodflower. A flicker of joy appears in Yin Changfeng's eyes as he discovers a vibrant red crystalline spirit herb within the grotesque giant's storage bag, exactly one of the 3 primary herbs he sought. The Zhao family members, regaining their composure, gaze at the spirit herb in Yin Changfeng's hand, murmuring about the Phoenix Bloodflower, exchanging glances of surprise. Brother Yin, is this the Phoenix Bloodflower you mentioned? Uncle Lee asks in astonishment, pointing at the herb in Yin Changfeng's grasp, incredulous that such a spirit herb truly exists. Chapter 25. The bloodthirsty demon wolf. At the moment of the Blood Moon hunting group's complete annihilation and the grotesque giant's demise, within a cultivation cave atop a spiritual peak at Tianwu Academy, a man clad in purple robes suddenly opens his eyes. A piercing violet light emanates from his gaze, penetrating the cave walls. Reflected in his eyes is the scene of the grotesque giant's death. A slender figure clad in white catches his attention. As the vision fades, the purple-robed man's countenance hardens, his eyes igniting with boundless killing intent. Boom! A surge of powerful true energy erupts, crashing like a tidal wave. And with a single palm strike, a massive boulder at the cave entrance shatters instantly. Outside the cave, 2 young men clad in black exchanged a glance, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. How audacious! To dare slay one of my subordinates. They truly know not the peril they invite. Summon the others. Wang Yu's gaze was icy. It turned out that the Blood Moon hunting group was one of the 9 elite Bloodguard teams he had secretly cultivated. They had ventured to the Myriad Beasts mountain range under his directive to amass a wealth of training resources through the plunder of other adventurers. As for how he could perceive the moment of the grotesque brute's demise, it was due to the soul pact they had forged. This bond created a remarkable connection. At the instant of the brute's death, his soul was intensely stimulated, transmitting the final sights he beheld to Wang Yu through this link. Within the cavern, the 2 young men in black entered upon hearing his summons. Third young master, they greeted him with deep respect, one stout and the other lean. The entirety of the 9th Bloodguard's Blood Moon hunting group has been annihilated, and the resources we gathered have been taken by another. One of you must proceed immediately to the Myriad Beasts mountain range to intercept this individual and reclaim our resources. Wang Yu spoke with a visage wrought with murderous intent, gesturing with his hand to manifest the scene of the grotesque brute's demise through his vital energy. The final image crystallized upon Yin Changfeng. The 2 men etched Yin Changfeng's silhouette into their minds, and one of them pledged, "I shall obey your command." Wang Yu regarded him and said, "The 8th Bloodguard's Blood Sun hunting group is also gathering resources in the Myriad Beasts mountain range. Wang Zhua, you may command them as you see fit." As he spoke, a thought resonated in Wang Yu's mind. Wang Zhua acknowledged and promptly exited the cave. leaping into the air and vanishing from the spirit peak in the blink of an eye. In the myriad beasts mountain range, the leader of the Blood Sun hunting group had just slain a late-stage third-tier beast when a thought suddenly pierced his mind, causing his expression to shift. What? Old Nine has been killed, and the entire ninth squad has been wiped out? Wang Yang's eyes narrowed as Yin Chongfeng's image was conveyed into his mind. Such a young lad. TSK, Old Nine, that incompetent fool, fell to such a youth. Truly a disgrace to our bloodguard. Wang Yang's gaze turned frigid, a chilling aura enveloping him as he glanced toward the direction of the Blood Moon hunting group's annihilation before soaring into the air. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of crimson figures followed closely behind, hastening toward the location of Yin Chongfeng and his companions. The setting sun bled crimson, its fiery rays filtering through the dense foliage, casting scattered light upon the ground strewn with corpses. The already vivid blood appeared even more striking. Now that the crisis had passed, the Blood Moon hunting group, including their leader, had been utterly vanquished, and Li Shu and the others exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, the gazes of the crowd toward Yin Chongfeng were filled with astonishment. With but a single hand, he had decimated the entire Blood Moon hunting group, even slaying the grotesque brute of the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Such combat prowess was indeed formidable. At this moment, any disdain the crowd may have held had vanished without a trace. Their previous mockery of Yin Chongfeng seemed utterly pale and laughable. As for the Zhao family's reaction, Yin Chongfeng paid them little mind. Gazing at the phoenix blood flower in his hand, Yin Chongfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed that indeed, the phoenix blood flower existed here, albeit in scarce quantities. Otherwise, it would not have remained undiscovered. With the phoenix blood flower secured, the 3 main medicinal ingredients were now in his possession, yet he still required the 3rd-tier tiger bone and the dragon soul grass. The acquisition of the phoenix blood flower, along with a plethora of cultivation resources, greatly elevated Yin Chongfeng's spirits. The group did not linger in the area, as the lingering scent of blood could easily attract ferocious beasts. Shortly after their departure, a distant chorus of beastly roars echoed behind them, a chilling sound that resonated in the stillness of the monster beast mountain range. As night fell, the group halted their progress. The dangers of the Wan Yao mountain range at night were exponentially greater than during the day, marking the period of most frequent beast activity. Traveling at this hour would prove exceedingly perilous. Yin Chongfeng sat cross-legged upon a thick tree branch, meticulously sorting through numerous storage bags plundered from the Blood Moon hunting group. Observing the cultivation resources within, even he could not help but reveal a look of astonishment and joy. Including the storage bags from the 4 traders of the Zhao family, they had amassed a total of 25 bags, containing no less than 100 body refinement pills. Furthermore, there were 25 medicinal herbs conducive to cultivation. When converted into body refinement pills, these herbs equated to an additional 50 pills, a total of 150 body refinement pills. Indeed, the spoils of conquest were swift. With a smirk playing upon his lips, Yin Chongfeng transferred all the body refinement pills into his own storage bag. Originally in possession of 250 pills, this latest acquisition brought his total to over 400. He had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest from this outing. Suppressing his elation, Yin Chongfeng promptly began to cultivate with a handful of body refinement pills. The path of cultivation demands diligence to ascend, while negligence leads to decline. The 7-colored Dao lotus shimmered with radiant light, swiftly refining the body refinement pills. Waves of medicinal efficacy, 5 times that of the pills themselves, surged through Yin Chongfeng's limbs and bones, continuously tempering his physique and enhancing his cultivation. Traveling by day and cultivating by night, after 2 days, the group finally arrived in the territory frequented by 3rd-tier beasts. Upon entering this realm, they felt an oppressive aura weighing heavily upon them. 3rd-tier beasts corresponded to martial artists in the 7th to 9th levels of body refinement. Moreover, due to certain innate factors, it was generally observed that 3rd-tier beasts often surpassed their human counterparts of the same rank. Consequently, it was rare for body refinement martial artists to venture into the domain of 3rd-tier beasts, as they could easily lose their lives and become mere prey. Ahead, a colossal creature lay coiled before a cave entrance, the faint sound of its breath emanating from its nostrils. It is a mid-tier, bloodthirsty demon wolf. A guard from the Zhao family could not suppress a gasp. Silence. Uncle Li's expression tightened as he commanded in a low voice. The bloodthirsty demon wolf was inherently savage and incredibly fierce. Although it was merely a mid-tier beast, when enraged, even late-tier beasts would avoid its wrath. Do not provoke it. We shall circumvent its path. At that moment, the previously startled guard inadvertently stepped upon a brittle twig, producing a crisp sound. Li Shu and the others instantly changed their expressions, secretly lamenting their misfortune. Indeed, as the sound resonated, the bloodthirsty demon wolf perked up, abruptly roused. With a fierce roar, it turned its gaze toward Yin Changfeng and the others, its crimson eyes radiating a chilling murderous intent, filled with a savage glimmer. With a furious howl, it transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning, charging towards the group. A brutal clash was inevitable. Li Shu's expression darkened. The bloodthirsty demon wolf was notorious for its ferocity, with exceptional speed, strength, and defense, making it a formidable contender among third-tier demon beasts. Despite his mid-stage cultivation in the body refinement realm, he knew that defeating this bloodthirsty wolf would entail a grueling battle, thus he intended to circumvent it, but unexpectedly, he had alarmed the creature. Just as he prepared to counter, a cold flash of sword light swiftly swept through, striking the onrushing blood-red lightning with remarkable precision, sparking a shower of embers. Simultaneously, a splatter of crimson blood erupted. The blood-red lightning emitted a mournful whimper. Propelled by inertia, it collapsed before the group, blood gushing from its mouth, vitality swiftly dissipating. What? All present were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. They observed a sword wound connecting the wolf's mouth to its rear skull, blood flowing profusely. Everyone felt a rush of astonishment, turning to gaze at Yin Changfeng, their expressions tinged with incredulity. With a single sword strike, the sword light had pierced through the wolf's mouth, emerging from its rear skull. One blow had extinguished its life. What an astonishing feat! What level of swordsmanship was required to achieve such precise execution? The crowd's expressions shifted, their perceptions of the young man before them becoming increasingly enigmatic. Unfazed by the crowd's reactions, Yin Changfeng raised his Qingfeng sword, unleashing another beam of sword light that struck the demon wolf's head, causing a pearlescent inner core to roll out. As a third-tier demon beast, it had begun to crystallize an inner core within. The inner core of a demon beast served as the primary ingredient for crafting body refinement pills, containing an immensely pure energy. However, this energy was extremely volatile and could not be directly absorbed by warriors. It required the assistance of an alchemist with gentle attribute herbs to refine it into a body refinement pill before it could be safely assimilated. In the ensuing 2 days, the group encountered no less than 10 third-tier demon beasts, all of which were slain by Yin Changfeng. For him, these third-tier beasts represented invaluable training resources, their inner cores readily convertible into body refinement pills. The Tianfen wolf, yet another third-tier mid-stage demon beast inner core acquired. A faint smile graced Yin Changfeng's face as he extracted the bluish-green inner core from the Tianfen wolf. This marked the 11th third-tier demon beast he had vanquished on this journey, with all the inner cores now in his possession. Behind him, Zhang Yu and the others could not help but gaze with fervent envy. It is noteworthy that even a single inner core from a third-tier early-stage beast can be exchanged for 5 body refinement pills. Those from a mid-stage beast can be traded for 10, while a late-stage one yields 15. The 11 inner cores in Yin Changfeng's possession represent a considerable resource for them. However, despite their envy, none dared to harbor any covetous thoughts towards the inner cores held by Yin Changfeng. Without his aid, their very presence here would be uncertain. It is important to mention that among the 11 third-tier beasts slain by Yin Changfeng, 2 were late-stage beasts, comparable to human warriors at the 9th level of body refinement. And due to certain innate characteristics of the beasts, these 2 late-stage creatures were even stronger than Uncle Li. Suddenly, a deafening roar of a tiger echoed through the air, shaking the leaves and causing a rustling sound. The powerful sound wave struck, rendering Zhao Ye and several slightly weaker guards of the Zhao family pale and unsteady. This was alarming. It was the late-stage beast, the blood-fury demon tiger. Uncle Li's expression changed drastically. The aura it exuded suggested it was on the verge of advancing to a 4th-tier beast. Zhang Yu's countenance was grave, his voice trembling involuntarily. 4th-tier beasts equate to warriors at the pulse condensation stage, immensely powerful, far beyond their capabilities to confront. Contrarily, in stark contrast to their fear, excitement flickered in Yin Changfeng's eyes. The blood-fury demon tiger, at last, the second primary ingredient, was within reach. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Young Master Yin, it seems we truly must take a detour this time. Observing the aura of this blood-fury demon tiger, even if it is not yet fully advanced to a 4th-tier beast, it is not something we can provoke, Uncle Li said gravely. Yet, a smirk played on Yin Changfeng's lips as he replied, my purpose in entering the myriad beast mountain range, aside from seeking the phoenix blood flower and the dragon bone grass, was also to confront this 3rd-tier demon tiger. Now that I have finally laid eyes on it, how can I retreat? His gaze shone like lightning as he swiftly darted forward, leaving countless afterimages behind. With a swift motion, Yin Changfeng landed atop a towering tree. Gazing ahead at a massive cave, not far from its entrance, a colossal beast roared towards the heavens, a blood-red inner core floating above its head, gathering the spiritual essence from all directions. Indeed, it was the blood fury demon tiger. The inner core was bursting forth, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Was it truly on the verge of advancing to the fourth tier? Alas, it was too late. Yin Changfeng's eyes gleamed with intensity, resembling a hawk preparing to pounce. He leaped down from the treetop, sword in his left hand, while his right hand slowly gripped the sword hilt, soaring towards the blood fury demon tiger in the midst of its breakthrough. Human. The blood fury demon tiger, sensing Yin Changfeng's presence, suddenly awoke, its blood-red eyes flashing with ferocity as they settled upon him, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Can it now articulate human speech? It seems it is nearing the end of its breakthrough, Yin Changfeng thought, his gaze sharpening. Humph. A mere ant at the 5th level of body refinement dares to seek death. The blood fury demon tiger roared in anger, swirling currents of black demonic wind enveloping it as a fierce aura surged towards Yin Changfeng. The 4th tier demon beast, comparable to a human warrior at the pulse condensation stage, has attained a further level of intelligence. It not only possesses the ability to articulate human speech, but also begins to master and wield innate powers to attack its foes. Moreover, demonic energy is a significant characteristic of 4th tier and above demon beasts. At this moment, a swirling black demonic wind surged, infused with an overwhelming aura of malevolence that was utterly chilling. Those with wavering resolve could easily be influenced by this sinister energy, becoming disoriented and even succumbing to madness. Compare malevolence with me? Yin Changfeng sneered, his eyes glowing with a blood-red light. Chapter 27. Jade Serpent Orchid, The Path of Asura. A terrifying killing intent surged into the sky, fierce and savage, and even the once fresh air was permeated with a rich scent of blood. He boldly leaped into the midst of the black demonic wind, his resolve as steadfast as iron, choosing to disregard the malevolent aura surrounding him. A brilliant sword light ignited amidst the black wind, dazzling and resplendent, slicing towards the bloodthirsty demon tiger. What? The bloodthirsty demon tiger was taken aback, its blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity, astonished that Yin Changfeng could ignore the demonic wind it unleashed. Sensing the radiant sword light, the bloodthirsty demon tiger felt an intense sense of crisis, and, disregarding the fact that its inner core had yet to gather sufficient power, swiftly retracted it. The blood-colored inner core transformed into a beam of crimson light, shooting directly into its enormous head. Instantly, it leapt upward, narrowly evading a fatal blow. Clang! The sword light struck the bloodthirsty demon tiger, emitting a metallic clash and sparking a shower of sparks. As the sword light dissipated, not a single mark was left upon the beast. Oomph, human, you dare to thwart my ambitions and hinder my ascension. You shall not be spared today. Roaring. The bloodthirsty demon tiger's eyes burned crimson, emanating a chilling malevolence as the demonic wind swirled around it. The formidable aura locked onto Yin Changfeng, and the bloodthirsty demon tiger lunged towards him, its fangs bared, ferocious beyond measure. Emerging from the black demonic wind, Yin Changfeng had anticipated this scenario. That previous strike was merely to prevent the bloodthirsty demon tiger from fully ascending to the 4th tier. Otherwise, once it succeeded, even he would lack the confidence to slay it. However, at this moment, Yin Changfeng felt no fear as he faced the charging bloodthirsty demon tiger. His gaze was sharp as lightning, fully aware of its weaknesses. Blood Shadow Step. Yin Changfeng transformed into myriad afterimages, swiftly dodging the beast's assault. Simultaneously, as he and the bloodthirsty demon tiger crossed paths, he launched a lightning-fast strike towards its throat. This was precisely the beast's vulnerable spot. A glimmer of pure white sword light coalesced at the tip of his blade, power condensing into a single point, then striking out with the swiftness of a viper. Gliding sword style. The white sword light flashed, piercing into the creature's throat as they passed each other, the blade impaling the bloodthirsty demon tiger's neck entirely. The beast halted, its gaze gradually losing its color, and the swirling demonic wind began to dissipate. Li Shu and the others hurried over, intending to lend a helping hand to Yin Changfeng. However, upon their arrival, they discovered the battle had already concluded. In the blink of an eye, a quasi-4th tier blood fury demon tiger lay slain. With a soft sound, Yin Changfeng slowly withdrew his Qingfeng sword and deftly extracted the quasi-4th tier inner core from the blood fury demon tiger. The value of a quasi-4th tier inner core far surpassed that of a late-stage 3rd tier beast's inner core. Subsequently, the sword shimmered as he swiftly dismembered the blood fury demon tiger. retrieving the 4 stoutest tiger bones, and also collecting its hide. The defense of a quasi-4th-tier demon beast was astonishing, and the tiger skin could be crafted into protective gear. It's worth rivaling that of a 4th-tier inner core. How could this be possible? The members of the Zhao family, arriving from behind, were filled with disbelief. Although they had previously witnessed Yin Chongfeng's unparalleled combat prowess, they were still astonished at this moment. This was not merely a late-stage 3rd-tier beast, but a quasi-4th-tier one, the most ferocious blood-fury demon tiger, even without fully ascending to the 4th tier. A quasi-4th-tier blood-fury demon tiger could contend with ordinary 4th-tier demon beasts, and even typical practitioners at the condensation realm might struggle to defeat it. Yet, within mere moments, Yin Chongfeng had effortlessly slain it. Such power was truly alarming. Could it not already contend with practitioners at the condensation realm? Unbeknownst to them, Yin Chongfeng's ease in dispatching the quasi-4th-tier blood-fury demon tiger stemmed solely from his profound understanding of the weaknesses of such demon beasts. In his previous life, he had cultivated the Asura path and undergone countless trials, gaining insights into the vulnerabilities of various demon beasts. Thus, while other warriors found it exceedingly challenging to face demon beasts of the same tier, for Yin Chongfeng, they were considerably easier to handle than human practitioners. However, if faced with a practitioner at the condensation realm, he lacked confidence in securing victory. The gazes of the Zhao family members towards Yin Chongfeng began to burn with admiration, even bordering on reverence. Even Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. With a cultivation level of the 5th tier of body refinement, his combat prowess was so terrifying. Such a prodigious talent was truly worthy of admiration. Yet, unlike Zhang Yu and the others, Li Shu's eyes revealed a knowing expression. At this moment, he was even more convinced that Yin Chongfeng was the swordsmanship genius of the Shaoqing sword sect, the swift sword Wu Chun. After processing the blood fury demon tiger, the group continued on their journey. Half an hour later, they came to a halt. What an icy aura. Ahead, a cold pond came into view. Even before approaching, they could feel an overwhelming chill that penetrated to the bone. A thick mist shrouded the pond, and the frigid atmosphere caused frost to form at the tips of their hair. Look, what is that? A Zhao family guard suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a plant that resembled jade, situated opposite the cold pond. This plant was vibrantly colored, lacking leaves, with a crystalline trunk that seemed exquisitely carved from jade, while several serpentine tendrils emanated a mesmerizing glow. Jade serpent orchid. The Zhao family members, upon closer inspection, were filled with delight. They had indeed found it. With this jade serpent orchid, my sister will be saved. Zhao Ye's eyes glistened with emotion, her excitement palpable. The group seemed to forget the extraordinary chill in the air as they instinctively moved towards the jade snake orchid by the cold pool. Yet, Yin Chongfeng's gaze sharpened, sweeping across the icy waters where a dark, massive silhouette stirred beneath the surface. A wave of chilling dread surged through his heart, making even him feel a shiver of apprehension. The place where the bloodthirsty demon tiger met its demise. Shadows clad in crimson garb darted forth, landing before the bloodthirsty beast. Indeed, it was the Blood Sun hunting team. This was the corpse of the late-stage 3rd-tier bloodthirsty demon tiger, indicating that this individual was stronger than I had anticipated. Wang Yang remarked with a faintly mocking smile. Although the bloodthirsty demon tiger had already been dismantled by Yin Chongfeng, its hide and the 4 longest bones had been collected. Wang Yang, having long roamed the Wanyao mountain range, still recognized the creature. However, while he identified the carcass as that of a bloodthirsty demon tiger, he remained oblivious to the fact that this beast was not merely a late-stage 3rd-tier monster, but rather a quasi-4th-tier one. The blood had yet to fully coagulate. This person must be just ahead. At last, I have caught up. A cruel smile crept across Wang Yang's face. Chapter 28, 4th-tier beast boss. Are we truly not waiting for Lord Wangzhou? A hesitant young man beside Wang Yang inquired. A mere ant. We can easily crush it without waiting for Wangzhou. Wang Yang replied coolly, casting a glance at the young man. When Wangzhou arrives, we shall simply present this one's head to him. It should suffice as a merit. With that, the group promptly made their way towards Yin Chongfeng and his companions. At that very moment, by the cold pool, a serpent over 10 meters long surged from the depths, its azure scales shimmering with a chilling metallic sheen, the brownish-yellow eyes glinting with ferocity. The massive head reared high, fixating on Yin Chongfeng and the others. With a tremendous splash, the pool erupted in a tumultuous whirlpool. How dare a swarm of insignificant ants intrude upon my territory? Just in time, I was feeling peckish. You shall serve as my snack. The serpent spoke with human-like articulation, its body thrashing in the cold waters, stirring up boundless waves. It was none other than the 4th-tier beast, the azure scale python. The Zhao family members turned pale, their legs trembling in fear. Faced with the imposing azure scale python, they felt their throats dry and their hearts race to their very throats. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently entered the domain of fourth-tier beasts. In that moment, even Yin Changfeng felt a wave of impotence wash over him. The true fourth-tier beasts were on an entirely different plane compared to quasi-fourth-tier creatures. Although this azure scale python was merely a low-tier fourth-tier beast, and Yin Changfeng was aware of its weaknesses, he still could not hope to contend with it. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Even with knowledge of its vulnerabilities, hitting the mark would be exceedingly difficult, and even if he did, his current power may not suffice to breach that weakness. Retreat. The group made a swift decision, immediately turning to flee. At this juncture, no one paid heed to the jade snake orchid. With a fourth-tier beast present, success was utterly unattainable. Faced with insurmountable odds, the only course of action was to withdraw. Should you choose to depart, I invite you to remain and partake in a delightful treat. The azure-scaled beast, Qinglin Mang, regarded the assembly with a piercing gaze. Its tone laced with a hint of mockery. With a flick of its colossal serpentine tail, a tremendous wave erupted from the frigid pool, surging towards the gathered crowd. As a fourth-tier demon beast, it possessed the ability to harness innate powers, rendering it formidable enough to compel even warriors of the same realm to retreat in trepidation. The towering wave ascended into the air, only to be met with an influx of icy energy, causing the massive spray to instantly freeze into solid ice. Hurtling towards the onlookers with lethal intent, Blade Aura formed the mountain. Observing the colossal sheets of ice hurtling his way, Yin Changfeng's expression shifted, compelling him to act without hesitation. His Qingfeng sword traced a blurred trajectory, unleashing a flurry of sword energies that coalesced in the void, forming a mountain entirely composed of these ethereal blades. With a resounding crash, the sword-formed mountain collided with the approaching ice, igniting a shower of sparks and an incessant clanging sound. Fragments of ice were sent scattering in all directions, shattered by the relentless sword energies. Fifth stage of the body refinement realm? Qinglin Mang's eyes widened with surprise as it regarded Yin Changfeng, taken aback that such a cultivation level could withstand its strike. It mused that this human warrior must be an extraordinary talent, and the flesh of a genius would undoubtedly be even more delectable. With a gaping maw, it exhaled, releasing a sphere of ethereal blue light, the overwhelming aura instilling fear and despair in all present. This was one of Qinglin Mang's innate abilities. Indeed, many fourth-tier demon beasts possessed similar talents. The technique of breath manipulation was immensely powerful. Even the Meridian Realm warriors dared not confront it directly. This is peerless. Yin Changfeng's eyes glimmered as his long hair billowed, and his white garments fluttered under the oppressive pressure. Waves of formidable sword energies surged forth from his body, encircling him as each blade's shadow interlinked, forming an impregnable sword barrier. Boom. The ethereal blue sphere detonated, causing Yin Changfeng's complexion to pale as the blood within him surged violently. The sword barrier around him quivered incessantly, ultimately succumbing to the onslaught, shattering like glass. Yin Changfeng's form was propelled backward, yet he deftly stabilized himself mid-air. Retreat. We cannot engage. Yin Changfeng decisively withdrew. Behind him, Qinglin Mang pursued with the playful demeanor of a cat toying with its prey, its massive serpentine body undulating as it chased after the fleeing group. As they fled desperately, they soon encountered flickering shadows ahead. To their astonishment, it was a contingent from the Blood Sun hunting group. Who are those? The members of the Blood Sun hunting group halted, initially believing they had encountered fellow travelers, their expressions tense and ready for confrontation. However, upon discerning the small number of individuals approaching, they were taken aback by uncertainty. Upon closer inspection, Wang Yang's face lit up with recognition upon seeing Yin Changfeng. It's the one who killed Old Nine, he exclaimed. Instantly, he commanded, Men, heed my orders, eliminate them. The blood-clad warriors surged forth at the command, expecting Yin Changfeng and his companions to recoil in fear. To their astonishment, the figures before them showed no signs of halting, charging forward with unrelenting resolve. At this moment, the Zhao family members were oblivious to other matters. Despite perceiving the malevolent intent of the group of blood-clad figures surrounding them, likely a band of desperate marauders, they dared not falter. Get back. Yin Changfeng's eyes gleamed with a cold light, acutely sensing the murderous aura emanating from these individuals. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, and a chilling arc of light emerged, forming a perfect luminous bow. With a series of muffled thuds, heads soared into the air as several blood-clad assailants fell lifelessly to the ground. What? The remaining members of the Blood Sun hunting team were instantly struck with shock. Wang Yang's expression shifted as well, He had not anticipated that this mere insect in his eyes possessed such formidable prowess. Yet, he felt no fear, for his own strength far surpassed that of the grotesque brute from the Blood Moon hunting team. With a sudden surge, he unleashed his full aura, revealing himself to be at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body refinement. Wang Yang regarded the approaching Yin Changfeng and his companions with a derisive smile, brandishing his blade and shouting, "You dare to kill my Blood Guard members? Prepare to meet your end." However, as he charged forward, his form abruptly froze, a look of terror flashing across his face. The colossal figure of the Qinglin python loomed behind Yin Changfeng, its presence reflected in his widening eyes, causing his fur to bristle in alarm. "The Qinglin python?" Wang Yang stuttered, his heart racing with dread. "Fool!" Seizing the moment of Wang Yang's stunned hesitation, Yin Changfeng and Uncle Li swiftly darted past him. A surge of excitement coursed through the Qinglin python as it spotted Wang Yang and his companions. A 4th-tier demon beast. "Run!" The members of the Blood Sun hunting team were engulfed by an overwhelming chill, instinctively shouting as they fled in panic. "Damn it! What have these people done to attract a 4th-tier demon beast?" Wang Yang seethed with rage, regaining his senses and turning to escape as well. Behind them, the Qinglin python flicked its tongue, consuming the fallen members of the Blood Sun hunting team who had perished at Yin Changfeng's sword, swallowing them whole before continuing its relentless pursuit. Chapter 29. The Path of Asura. Yet, the Blood Sun hunting team was clearly a step behind. By the time they regained their composure, Yin Changfeng and his companions had already surged ahead. With a thunderous roar, the Qinglin python unleashed its breath, sending a sphere of azure light soaring into the crowd, which erupted in a cataclysm of explosive force. The sheer power of the impact hurled many individuals into the air, leaving them severely injured. Then, the Qinglin python surged forward, its massive tongue sweeping through the terrified onlookers, swallowing them whole amidst their horrified gazes. Blood spilled from its maw, sending shivers down spines. The exquisite taste of humanity was undeniably delightful. The Qinglin python displayed an expression of indulgence, gazing greedily at the fleeing crowd. Viewing them all as mere prey, Wang Yang, consumed by fury, lamented the swift decimation of his comrades. First, Yin Changfeng's blade had claimed several lives, and now the Qinglin python had devoured more of them on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Sun hunting team had lost more than half of its members. Nevertheless, even at this moment, while Wang Yang's heart was engulfed in profound rage and sorrow, he dared not linger for even a moment, fleeing for his life. Yet, as he gazed upon the figure of Yin Changfeng ahead, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Were it not for this individual, how could they have found themselves in such perilous circumstances? However, he failed to acknowledge that had he not recklessly pursued in his ambition, disregarding Wang's counsel, they would not have been ensnared in such a dire predicament. Ahead, Yin Changfeng distinctly sensed the overwhelming murderous aura emanating from Wang Yang. From the very beginning, the gaze directed at him was laced with lethal intent. He had no desire to discern the identities of these individuals. He simply needed to recognize them as foes harboring malice against him. A faint smirk graced his lips, and a crimson glimmer ignited within his eyes. "Since you seek to take my life, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Yin Changfeng's cold laughter resonated as the vital energy within him surged, transforming into a blood-red hue. The path of Asura, the way of slaughter. An insurmountable wave of murderous intent suddenly surged forth from him, accompanied by an intense aura of violence. This aura was unlike that of ordinary men. It did not merely reside within his body, but penetrated deep into his very soul. It was a culmination of his past life's mastery of the Shura path, forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, now irrevocably intertwined with his essence. The vibrant crimson energy surged, gradually staining the Qingfeng's sword in his hand with blood, turning it a deep shade of red. The members of the Zhao family standing beside him felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even Uncle Li, at the 9th level of body refinement, could not help but feel stifled, his breathing becoming labored. Such terrifying murderous intent. What circumstances could cultivate an aura so astonishing? The Zhao family members were gripped by trepidation, their bodies freezing as if they had fallen into an ice cavern, their faces paling in response. At this moment, Yin Changfeng's enigmatic presence loomed larger in their minds. What manner of individual is this? Despite his youth, his strength is extraordinary, and he has mastered such a horrifying aura. The path of the Shura is immensely powerful, yet employing it at Yin Changfeng's current level of cultivation would inevitably inflict harm upon himself. If the sole purpose were to eliminate Wang Yang and his cohort, such a risk would be unwarranted. Rather, his primary objective remained the Qinglin python. If they failed to eradicate this 4th-tier beast, their escape would be exceedingly difficult. He could sense that the Qinglin python behind them had yet to exert its full strength in pursuit, instead toying with them as a cat would with a mouse, waiting until it grew weary of the game before striking with overwhelming force to annihilate and devour them all. The formidable aura of murder soared into the heavens, startling even Wang Yang and the others behind, as well as the Qinglin python itself. This overwhelming aura was strikingly potent and distinct, penetrating directly into their minds. Two lines of blood, like entwined dragons, extended from the hilt of the Qingfeng sword held by Yen Changfeng. He gently closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. A strange bloodlight shooting forth from his gaze, piercing through a nearby tree trunk. With a flick of his hand, Yen Changfeng gripped the sword with his left, while his right hand tightened around the hilt, his fingers pressing firmly. The Asura sword technique, the Yen reversal stance. In the next moment, Yen Changfeng leaped forward, propelling himself off the thick trunk of a tree, causing his form to momentarily waver before becoming ethereal. Behind him, Wang Yang's gaze sharpened, a profound sense of crisis swelling within him. Although he had attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement, and was but a step away from achieving the 10th layer's completion to ascend to the pulse condensation realm, even he found it challenging to discern Yen Changfeng's figure at this moment. A white silhouette flickered in the void, and after 3 successive flashes, the indistinct figure had already surged before Wang Yang with astonishing speed, an alarming spectacle. At this juncture, Yen Changfeng forcefully activated the Asura path, risking backlash to elevate his strength by an entire level. Slaughtering sword technique. The voice, imbued with deadly intent, echoed through the air, reaching Wang Yang's ears. He was struck with horror, astonished to find that the seemingly insignificant ant in his eyes possessed such formidable power. His heart raced, a wave of intense unease washing over him, and he immediately raised his blade to counter. However, the white silhouette moved with lightning speed, evading his great sword as if it were a mere flicker, and with a ghastly flash of sword light, it cleaved him in half. Wang Yang's gaze froze, filled with regret and unwillingness, lamenting his choice to ignore his subordinate's counsel and await Wang Zhua. Before his severed body could fully separate, blood gushed forth, and Yen Changfeng had already departed, charging towards the other blood-clad figures. Without a trace of mercy, Yen Changfeng's eyes were filled with ruthless resolve. The chilling white sword light resembled the scythe of death, unstoppable. With swift strokes, the sword light passed through, leaving only fallen bodies in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the entire Blood Sun hunting group was annihilated. Only then did Yen Changfeng's figure materialize. His white attire unblemished by a single drop of blood, even the Qingfeng sword remained untouched by crimson stains. He stood amidst the carnage, his blood-tinged gaze fixed upon the Qinglin python. The Qinglin python had already halted, its gaze resting upon Yen Changfeng, filled with astonishment and confusion. How intriguing, among human warriors. I did not expect to encounter such a genius as you. The Qinglin python's serpentine body twisted, opening its mouth to speak. However, no matter your extraordinary talents, today your life is forfeit. The fierce glint in the python's eyes flickered. Despite the astonishing scene before it and Yen Changfeng's sudden surge in strength, it remained undeterred. Flee. I have risked backlash to enhance my power, not to escape. A cold smile graced Yen Changfeng's lips, evoking a sense of doubt even within the Qinglin python. For the youth before it displayed an unwavering confidence that seemed unwarranted. Though a mere 5th layer of body refinement, he had somehow elevated his prowess to the 6th layer. Yet such assurance in the face of a creature of its caliber was perplexing. After all, it was a beast of the early 4th tier. Even a practitioner of the pulse condensation realm might not pose a threat to it. This young man, despite his newfound strength, was still only a 6th layer body refinement cultivator. What warranted such confidence? Could it be that this individual possesses other formidable techniques? The Qinglin python speculated inwardly. However, it was not long before it shook its head. Even if he truly harbored some nefarious schemes, what could it matter? Before the absolute force of power, all plots and deceptions are but illusions. Contemplating this, the azure-scaled python felt a sense of calm within, flicking its massive tongue and sneering, "Young one, I had intended to savor you last, but since you are oblivious to the peril you face, I shall indulge in your essence sooner than expected." The azure-scaled python emitted a thunderous sound, and as the words left its mouth, it stretched out its enormous tongue, coiling toward Yen Changfeng. Yen Changfeng's gaze shifted, a faint yet persistent smirk gracing his lips. With a deft maneuver of his Qingfeng sword, he met the python's tongue in a clash. The sound of metal striking metal echoed, sparks flying in the air as a tremendous force surged forth, sending Yen Changfeng staggering back. With grace, he countered the overwhelming power. his body gliding like a falling leaf, landing softly on the ground. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, a crimson glow igniting within. The blood within him surged, spilling forth with a potent aroma of iron. Little Shura blood sacrifice technique. Yin Changfeng recited the incantation, invoking a formidable secret art, or rather, a forbidden technique. This forbidden art could only be executed in conjunction with the Shura path. In an instant, the corpses of Wang Yang and others withered away. Transforming into desiccated husks before him stood a young lad, strikingly sinister in nature, whose cultivation at the 5th level of the body refinement realm had astonishingly surged 2 minor realms in a brief span. The aura he emanated was so potent that even the creature felt a tremor in its heart, nearly losing its composure amidst the tumult of negative emotions radiating from him. Kill! The azure scale python growled. With a forceful flick of its mighty tail, it swept towards Yin Changfeng, the scales glimmering with a chilling radiance, impenetrable in nature. Yin Changfeng raised his gaze. His aura had not escalated further, as he teetered on the brink of backlash. Forcing himself to advance to the 7th level of the body refinement realm was already the extent of his capabilities. A thick crimson light shone in his eyes, and he loosened his grip on the hilt of the clear wind sword. Tendrils of red, true energy surged forth from his fingers, causing the sword to spin rapidly in his palm. Though not gripped tightly, the clear wind sword shared an intimate connection with the power coursing through Yin Changfeng's hand. In a flash, he transformed into a blood-red afterimage, vanishing from his original position and appearing in midair beside the tail of the azure scale python. His scarlet gaze flickered, locking onto the creature's vulnerability, and he released the clear wind sword. Shura sword technique, flying sword style. A red sword shadow whirled forth with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of crimson lightning, aimed directly at the unassuming flesh crown atop the azure scale python's head, its most significant weakness. Yet, this vulnerability was seldom recognized. Who would have imagined that the formidable azure scale python's greatest flaw lay within that seemingly inconspicuous fleshy crest? Typically, for ordinary serpentine beasts, even if their crown were to be destroyed, it would not pose a grave threat to them. However, Yin Changfeng had slain countless demonic beasts in his past life and was well acquainted with the weaknesses of various common creatures. The weakness of the azure scale python resided precisely in that unremarkable crown. What? The azure scale python was taken aback, astonished at Yin Changfeng's speed, which had reached such extraordinary heights. Despite his elevation of 2 minor realms, he was still merely at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Yet the velocity he displayed now was likely unmatched even by ordinary practitioners of the meridian condensation realm. A powerful strike, the dragon's tail sweep, failed to connect with Yin Changfeng, instead crashing into the surrounding trees, which collapsed and splintered instantly. The azure scale python's heart raced as the blood-red sword shadow closed in on its crown. Damn it! How could this brat discern that most of my power is concentrated within this crown? The azure scale python seethed with fury. However, its reflexes were astonishingly swift. It swiftly tilted its head to evade the sword strike. Clang! The clear wind sword struck just an inch away from the crown atop the python's head. Roar! The clear wind sword whirled rapidly. Although it failed to breach the python's defenses, it still inflicted excruciating pain. In an instant, having just parried the strike, Yin Changfeng's figure surged forward like a bolt of lightning, arriving in the blink of an eye. As the clear wind sword was sent spinning away, he seized it back into his grasp and immediately unleashed a tempest of attacks upon the azure scale python, each strike aimed directly at its vulnerable crown. Though the azure lizard python is a formidable 4th-tier beast, at this moment, it finds itself in a defensive stance against Yin Changfeng's tempestuous onslaught. Despite its immense power, it struggles to unveil its full potential, appearing utterly passive in this confrontation. The creature understands that should its fleshy crown be struck, all its might would be rendered futile. It is filled with frustration. As a 4th-tier beast, it should be impervious even to the martial artists at the pulse condensation realm. Yet here it is, suffering under the hands of an insignificant ant at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Its capabilities are severely curtailed, relegating it to mere defense. And any attempts at retaliation are deftly evaded by its opponent with astonishing speed. In the distance, Uncle Li and the others stand in stunned silence, watching the fierce clash between Yin Changfeng and the azure lizard python, their expressions awash with disbelief. Am I seeing things? The 4th-tier azure lizard python is being dominated by him? Good heavens, is he truly only at the 5th level of body refinement? At such a young age, how can he possess such terrifying strength? Who exactly is he? Even the talented individuals from the Tianwu Academy would likely pale in comparison. The Zhao family's guards are equally astounded. The azure lizard python, a a fourth-tier beast, boasts strength surpassing that of a typical pulse condensation martial artist. Yet it is now rendered nearly defenseless against Yin Chongfeng's relentless assault. How can this not incite fear? How terrifying! We once mocked him, truly a folly of ours. One of the Zhao guards remarked with self-deprecation, his eyes now filled with a hint of concern as he gazed at Yin Chongfeng. Zhang Yu, upon hearing this, also underwent a change of expression, his eyes flickering before he shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Reflecting on his previous derision towards Yin Chongfeng before entering the Myriad Beasts mountain range, he felt like a mere buffoon. If the boy so desired, he could extinguish their lives in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, they could not help but feel a sense of relief. Had Yin Chongfeng not possessed such strength, they all would likely be facing calamity today. Zhao Ya's beautiful eyes widened as she observed Yin Chongfeng, shrouded in an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, as if he had been transformed into a demonic figure. A complex expression crossed her face. What manner of person is he? Clang. The battle intensified, sparks flying in every direction as Yin Chongfeng's speed escalated, leaving countless afterimages in his wake. The myriad of sword lights cascaded like the Milky Way, dazzling and resplendent. The essence of the sword enveloped him, and the invisible sword energy surged forth, striking the azure lizard python with a crisp metallic clash. Cease your assault. Our strengths are evenly matched. Prolonged conflict serves no purpose. Let us transform our enmity into harmony and conclude this matter. Amidst Yin Chongfeng's increasingly fierce offensive, the azure lizard python suddenly bellowed, yielding in a moment of apprehension. Its eyes flickered with caution, wary of the perils of prolonged defense. Fearful that Yin Chongfeng might discover and exploit its weaknesses. This boy has elevated his strength through special means. He cannot maintain this for long. I shall momentarily seek a truce, and when he relaxes and his power wanes, I shall strike. The azure lizard python mused, for as a fourth-tier beast, its intelligence had evolved to a level not inferior to that of a human. Upon hearing that the Qinglin python had voluntarily yielded, the members of the Zhao family, positioned at a distance, were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that even the Qinglin python would harbor trepidation towards Yin Chongfeng and choose to seek a truce. A wave of relief washed over them, as they felt their lives were preserved. However, what surprised everyone, including the Qinglin python, was that Yin Chongfeng seemed utterly indifferent to the creature's capitulation. With a sardonic smile curling at the corner of his lips, he coldly remarked, "To think it would be so simple to cease hostilities?" His offensive showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified with ferocity. Would he truly be deemed a naive fool, oblivious to the machinations of others? He had long since discerned the opponent's intentions. Should he acquiesce at this moment, once his cultivation waned, the adversary would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike, plunging him into perilous circumstances. With his acumen, how could he be unaware of this? Nevertheless, the miner's Asura blood sacrificial technique could only be sustained for half an hour, and given his current level of cultivation, the Asura path would similarly endure for approximately the same duration. It was imperative to conclude the battle swiftly. Yin Chongfeng's blood-red gaze flickered as he focused intently on the fleshy crown atop the Qinglin python's head. "Kill!" he bellowed, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes that cascaded like resplendent, otherworldly beams of light, astonishing in their brilliance. Observing Yin Chongfeng's evasion of his stratagem, the Qinglin python felt a twinge of surprise, a glint of malice flashing in its eyes. The audacity of this youngling. Enraged, the Qinglin python exuded an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, its malevolent presence enveloping both itself and Yin Chongfeng in a shroud of darkness. Within the inky tempest, the figures of Yin Chongfeng and the Qinglin python became indistinguishable, save for the scintillating sword lights that flickered and the showers of sparks that erupted. What? Did even the demonic winds prove ineffective? Witnessing Yin Chongfeng maneuvering unimpeded amidst the chaotic winds, the Qinglin python felt a heaviness in its heart, its astonishment at Yin Chongfeng's prowess deepening. Just then, Yin Chongfeng's eyes brightened with fierce determination, an outpouring of sanguine energy surging through him as his true qi surged wildly. With an expression of unyielding resolve, he channeled nearly all his strength into this singular strike. A desperate gamble, the essence of speed, the Asura sword technique, instant blade style. Whoosh! In utter silence, a dim sword light flickered, its brilliance far eclipsed by previous displays, rendering it almost imperceptible. This was solely due to its extraordinary speed, so swift that the very light of the blade became nebulous. As this strike was unleashed, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within the Qinglin python, a flicker of dread flashing in its eyes. It instinctively sought to evade, yet before Yin Chongfeng's unparalleled strike, Its movements appeared excruciatingly sluggish, as if frozen in time. In the midst of its terror, a faint glow swiftly descended upon its fleshly crown. A howl erupted from the Qinglin python as it emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Its head-sized crimson crown fell to the ground, from which a softly glowing blue inner core rolled forth. The Qinglin python immediately extended its elongated tongue towards the inner core, but a blurred figure outpaced it. In the instant it stuck out its tongue, Yin Changfeng seized the ethereal blue inner core into his hand, subsequently tossing it into his storage bag without a moment's hesitation, severing the connection between the Qinglin python and himself. Panic flared in the eyes of the Qinglin python, its scales losing their luster. In the distance, the Zhao family members were astonished, exchanging glances, utterly surprised that the inner core of the Qinglin python was concealed within its fleshy crest. It became clear why Yin Changfeng persistently targeted that very spot atop its head. However, a sense of bewilderment arose among the crowd. How had Yin Changfeng discerned this detail? Standing firm with his sword, Yin Changfeng regarded the now weakened Qinglin python, a hint of cold amusement gracing his lips. "Spare me, esteemed brother, I am willing to submit." Upon witnessing the bloodlust still flickering in Yin Changfeng's eyes as he approached menacingly, fear instantly clouded the gaze of the Qinglin python, which lowered its head. Devoid of its inner core, the beast's power had plummeted, rendering it incapable of posing any threat to Yin Changfeng. At this juncture, should Yin Changfeng wish to slay it, it would require but a mere breath. Despite the formidable defenses of the Qinglin python's true form, it still harbored a fatal weakness. This vulnerability, while the inner core was intact, had been beyond Yin Changfeng's capacity to exploit. Now, however, it would present no challenge whatsoever. Submission? Yin Changfeng paused, a flicker of intrigue igniting in his eyes. Chapter 32, Farewell. A stirring within Yin Changfeng's heart ensued. Should he wield the Asura path and the lesser Asura blood sacrifice technique, it would not be long before his cultivation would regress significantly, accompanied by severe backlash, leaving him in a state of profound weakness. At such a time, within the treacherous expanse of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he would find himself in peril. If he could subdue the Qinglin python now, it would serve as a safeguard in the future. Noticing Yin Changfeng's contemplative demeanor, the Qinglin python felt a flicker of hope within. Although it was disgraceful to submit to a mere human warrior of the 5th layer of body refinement, when faced with the imminent threat to its life, it could not afford to be choosy. It promptly bowed its head before Yin Changfeng, proclaiming, "Qinglin pays homage to my lord." The distant Zhao family members exchanged incredulous glances. The Qingfeng's sword trembled slightly, as Yin Changfeng smirked coldly, stating, "Simply addressing me as my lord is hardly sufficient to spare your life." The Qinglin python felt an icy chill at Yin Changfeng's words and, opening its mouth, expelled a droplet of its essence blood, declaring, "I am willing to forge a soul contract with my lord." A drop of crimson essence blood soared towards Yin Changfeng. He regarded the Qinglin python momentarily, extending his hand to gently touch it, causing the droplet to swirl around his fingertip. The Qinglin python then imparted a fragment of its soul mark, infusing it into the blood that danced around Yin Changfeng's fingertip. In that instant, it felt as if the laws of the celestial realm descended, embedding themselves within the Qinglin's soul. Thus, the soul contract was established. Should the Qinglin ever entertain treacherous thoughts toward Yin Changfeng, this celestial law would obliterate its very essence. Simultaneously, a mere thought from Yin Changfeng could lead to its utter annihilation. "Qinglin pays homage to my lord." The Qinglin python bowed once more, its voice weakened by the loss of its inner core and the signing of the soul contract. Yin Changfeng glanced at it indifferently, flicking his fingertip gently, causing the droplet of essence blood to vanish into his brow, forging an unbreakable bond with the Qinglin python. "From now on, you shall accompany me," Yin Changfeng spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Qinglin felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that his life had been spared for the time being. However, at that moment, Yin Changfeng's expression suddenly shifted. The bloodlust in his eyes gradually faded, yet his complexion turned an alarming shade of crimson. With a sudden gasp, he began to weaken rapidly, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, Yin Changfeng's cultivation plummeted back to the late stage of the 5th layer of body refinement. His internal blood energy severely depleted, and his true qi nearly exhausted, rendering him exceedingly frail. Observing this, the Qinglin python inwardly lamented. Had it been able to endure just a little longer, it might have been Yin Changfeng who faced defeat. Nevertheless, it quickly quelled such thoughts. Even in his weakened state, Yin Changfeng posed a threat that it could not withstand. A mere thought from him could lead to its obliteration. Moreover, it was imperative that it protect Yin Changfeng with all its strength. Should he perish, it would suffer the backlash of the heavenly laws within its own body. In the distance, the Zhao family members were startled and rushed forward. "Young Master Yin, are you all right?" Zhao Yu exclaimed, producing a jade vial containing a single precious healing pill. Though it was merely a first-grade remedy, it was considered quite valuable within the Great Qian Kingdom. Yin Chongfeng accepted it without pretense. "You may take the jade serpent orchid. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." His body was still suffering from the backlash, and he was in dire need of a place to recuperate, wishing to part ways with them swiftly. "But young Master Yin, your injuries." Zhao Ye's expression was filled with concern, and she wished to say more, but Yin Chongfeng had already turned away. He collected the storage bags left behind by the Blood Sun hunting team, and then leaped onto the head of the Qinglin python, swiftly departing. The reason he had followed the group to this location was that the third main ingredient he sought, the dragon essence grass, was akin to the jade serpent orchid. A type of medicinal herb. He had hoped to find the dragon essence grass along the way. Now that the others had acquired the jade serpent orchid, they would undoubtedly return home immediately to treat the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Since he had yet to find the dragon essence grass, it was impossible for him to accompany them back. As he watched Yin Chongfeng's retreating figure, Zhao Yu stood in a daze, feeling a profound sense of loss. "Miss, we should hasten to retrieve the jade serpent orchid and return quickly," reminded Uncle Li. Zhao Yu snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing, and nodded. The group then made their way back to the cold pond where the Qinglin python had been. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Martial Academy, Wang Yu experienced a sudden sensation. In his mind, a drop of blood containing a fragment of Wang Yang's soul imprint trembled before dissipating. Wang Yu was taken aback, and then a vivid image of Wang Yang's final moments surfaced in his mind. The figure in white was forever etched in Wang Yang's consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yu, who was deep in cultivation, nearly spat out blood in fury, his entire aura becoming chaotic. "It's you again." Wang Yu was seething with rage, unable to fathom how. In such a brief span of time, the two elite Blood Guard squads he had painstakingly nurtured had been annihilated by Yin Chongfeng. These individuals were instrumental in his quest for familial dominance, a counterbalance to his numerous brothers. He had dispatched these two teams to procure the necessary cultivation resources for his imminent breakthrough, only to have them obliterated before they could return with the much-needed supplies. The thought of this left Wang Yu incandescent with fury. He had reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, eagerly awaiting the return of the 8th and 9th squads with the gathered resources for a final push, only for such a calamity to befall him. But wait, something was amiss. Judging by the youth's age, he appeared to be merely 16 or 17. How could he possess such formidable strength, even besting Wang Yang? Amidst his rage, a flicker of doubt crept into Wang Yu's mind. The earlier slaughter of the 9th squad, comprising the weakest of his Blood Guard, could be overlooked. Their captain barely reached the 9th level of body refinement. Yet, the 8th squad was far superior in strength, with Wang Yang at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, and still, they fell to this opponent. Who exactly was this white-clad youth? Such remarkable prowess at such a tender age? To obliterate my 8th squad, could he possibly be at the pulse-condensing realm? But how could that be? At his age? Such cultivation was inconceivable. Wang Yu's heart brimmed with confusion, intertwined with an unquenchable fury. Regardless of whether he was at the pulse-condensing realm, anyone daring to oppose me must perish. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Wang Yu's eyes as he reached out through the soul contract to connect with Wang Zhua, who had already ventured into the Myriad Beasts mountain range. Chapter 33. Fortuitous misfortune. Traveling from the Tianwu Academy to the Myriad Beasts mountain range would take 2 days. At this moment, Wang Zhua had just entered the mountains when he sensed Wang Yu's mental wave. What? The 8th squad has also been wiped out? Stunned by the news, Wang Zhua's expression turned serious upon receiving Wang Yu's thoughts. There is a possibility that the adversary is a master at the pulse-condensing realm. Exercise caution. If you encounter him, do not engage unless absolutely necessary. I shall send reinforcements when the time comes. Wang Yu conveyed again. A potential master at the pulse-condensing realm? Wang Zhua felt a jolt of surprise, his demeanor instantly growing grave. Meanwhile, on Yin Chongfeng's side, after parting ways with the Zhao family, he sought a mountain abundant with spiritual energy. Using the Qingfeng sword, he carved out a simple cave to recuperate from his injuries. He returned the inner core of the Qinglin python to it, instructing, "Guard me from outside." Upon seeing the azure inner core, the Qinglin python was filled with joy. With a flick of its long tongue, it consumed the azure inner core. Shortly after, its crown of flesh rejuvenated, returning to its former glory, while the azure inner core nestled back within its crown. "Thank you, my lord." The Qinglin python exclaimed in overwhelming delight, bowing deeply to Yin Chongfeng before slithering away. Disappearing into a lake in front of the cave, guarded by the formidable 4th-tier beast, the azure python, Yin Changfeng felt assured that he would not be disturbed. As ordinary beasts instinctively avoided this vicinity, he needed to recuperate swiftly. Sitting cross-legged, he consumed the first-grade healing elixir bestowed by Zhaoya, the seven-colored Dao Lotus World. Amplifying the elixir's efficacy fivefold, Yin Changfeng promptly activated his profound technique to absorb and refine the medicinal power. A luminous, pearlescent glow enveloped his body, ethereal and enchanting. As his internal injuries rapidly healed, a full day had passed, and the backlash he had endured was finally subdued, his injuries completely mended. Moreover, at that moment, he experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, ascending to the 6th level of the body refining realm. Although the reckless use of the Asura path and the minor Asura blood sacrifice technique carried significant risks and costs, it had fortuitously enabled him to successfully advance to the 6th level of body refining, transforming misfortune into blessing. A smile crept onto Yin Changfeng's face as he silently rejoiced, grateful that the backlash he faced was not excessively severe and did not damage his foundation. Otherwise, recovery would have been exceedingly troublesome. However, being at the 6th level of the body refining realm still felt inadequate. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He sensed that although he had just achieved this breakthrough, he still possessed latent energy. With ample training resources, he could push for another advancement. Currently, he was not lacking in training resources. The storage bag of the Blood Sun Hunting Group contained nearly double the training resources of the Blood Moon Hunting Group, totaling 320 body refining pills. Coupled with his own 400, he now had a grand total of 720 body refining pills. Additionally, he possessed several beast inner cores, which, when converted into body refining pills, represented a considerable resource. Extracting a portion of the body refining pills, Yin Changfeng began his cultivation anew. The quintuple efficacy coursed through his limbs, continuously refining his physique. His cultivation progressed swiftly. Meanwhile, a shadow darted through the myriad mountains, effortlessly traversing the terrain. Any beast that dared impede its path was dispatched with a single strike. It was Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo was a genuine master at the pulse condensation realm. Though only at the 1st level, having condensed 11 martial veins, his strength was leagues above that of the body refining realm, rendering 4th-tier beasts utterly incapable of posing any challenge. Guided by the information transmitted from Wang Yu, he swiftly located the site of the Blood Moon Hunting Group's demise. There, the blood had long since dried, and the remnants of corpses had been devoured by beasts, leaving behind dismembered limbs and scattered flesh, emanating a foul stench. Observing the disarray on the ground, Wang Zhuo furrowed his brow, noting the absence of any storage bags. After determining his next course, he departed hastily. He traveled tirelessly, even through the night, until he reached the territory of 3rd-tier beasts, where he finally slowed his pace, no longer daring to press on after dark. 3 days later, Wang Zhuo arrived at the place where Wang Yang and his companions had met their end. A glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. Here, he found only bloodied garments, with not a single corpse remaining. This was unmistakably the mark left by serpentine beasts. Wang Zilu conducted a careful investigation and soon discerned the trail left by the Qinglin python as it bore Yin Changfeng away. The immense body of the Qinglin python left behind unmistakable imprints in its wake. Could it be that Wang Yang and his companions met their demise here? Intertwined with this formidable serpent? Wang Zhuo pondered deeply. This location marked the final destination transmitted to him by Wang Yu. Resolute in his decision, he resolved to explore further. Observing the unmistakable traces of the Qinglin python, Wang Zhuo leapt into action, swiftly vanishing from sight. At that very moment, within a modest cave not far away, an aura of spiritual energy surged. Rich and vibrant essence from the heavens and earth flowed into the cavern, where ethereal light danced and an extraordinary ambience prevailed. At this juncture, a faint divine radiance enveloped Yin Changfeng's form, emanating an exquisite beauty akin to celestial jade. The influx of natural spiritual energy permeated his body, while numerous body refining pills transformed into pure, potent energy, which he absorbed and refined. A familiar crisp sound echoed. With a gentle tremor, Yin Changfeng felt yet another constraint within him shatter, followed by an exhilarating lightness as his body filled with an abundance of refined power. He had reached the 7th level of body refinement. With a flash of his eyes, akin to lightning, he obliterated a boulder the size of a human head. Finally, he had broken through. A smile graced Yin Changfeng's face. Although this breakthrough consumed nearly double the resources he had anticipated, the power coursing through him was notably more abundant and refined than that of others at the same level. This breakthrough had required a staggering 240 body refining pills. To put this into perspective, 240, when multiplied by 5 times the efficacy, equated to 1,200 body refining pills. He had merely ascended from the 6th to the 7th level of body refinement. Yet the number of pills consumed had reached such astronomical proportions, equivalent to 4 times that of an ordinary practitioner at the same stage. Yin Changfeng could not help but feel a sense of relief. Had it not been for the quintuple efficacy bestowed by the 7-colored Tao Lotus, he would have likely faced insurmountable financial ruin in pursuit of his cultivation. Though the cost of 240 body refining pills was substantial, it rendered his true energy more robust and refined compared to others at the same level, a trade-off he could ultimately accept. With a faint smile, Yin Changfeng suddenly felt a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Chapter 34. The Arrogance of Wang Zui. Yin Changfeng's gaze flickered as he sensed a formidable presence drawing near. The newcomer was none other than Wang Zui. Swift as the wind, Wang Zui had followed the traces left by the Qinglin python and soon arrived at the lakeside. A practitioner of the pulsing vessel realm, Yin Changfeng's eyes narrowed. His instincts suggested that this individual was likely connected to the Blood Sun hunting group he had previously decimated. It seemed the visitor had come with intentions directed squarely at him. However, now that he had achieved the 7th level of body refinement and had tamed a 4th-tier Qinglin python, he felt no trepidation despite knowing the opponent's cultivation level. As he contemplated ways to acquire further cultivation resources, he was surprised to find that an opportunity had presented itself. A faint, cold smile played at the corners of Yin Changfeng's lips as he rose to his full height and stepped out of the cave. It was him. The moment Yin Changfeng emerged from the cave's mouth, Wang's figure descended by the lakeside, and upon seeing Yin Changfeng, a slender silhouette dressed in flowing white attire, with hair gently swaying and a handsome face adorned with an enigmatic smile, he instantly recognized him as the very person he had been seeking. 7th level of the body refinement realm? Upon identifying Yin Changfeng, Wang's mind sharpened, for, according to the thoughts conveyed by Wang Yu, this white-clad youth was likely also a practitioner of the meridian condensation realm. Yet, in the next instant, his alertness dissipated as he focused intently, discerning the true extent of Yin Changfeng's cultivation. Initially taken aback, he soon felt a surge of delight. He disregarded the trace left by the serpent, convinced that with Yin Changfeng's 7th level of body refinement, the beast he had subdued could not possibly be of a higher rank than 3. As a practitioner of the meridian condensation realm, albeit at the 1st level, a 3rd-tier serpent was no match for him and could be easily vanquished. He truly believed himself to be a master of the meridian condensation realm, yet he was merely a body refinement insect. With his 7th level of body refinement, the only way he could have slain Wang Yang and the others was through some underhanded scheme. However, before me, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes are but paper tigers. A cold smile crept across Wang's face as a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. Gazing across the lake at Yin Changfeng standing before the cave, a sinister grin spread across Wang's features. A mere insect at the 7th level of body refinement dares to oppose our 3rd young master. They truly do not know the meaning of death. 3rd young master? Yin Changfeng's lips curled slightly, confirming his suspicions that the 2 groups he had previously annihilated were, in fact, part of the same organization. Who is the 3rd young master you speak of? Yin Changfeng inquired calmly, sensing the murderous intent in Wang's eyes, causing a chill to envelop his own gaze. The name of my 3rd young master is not something you can fathom, you country bumpkin. Wang's scoffed. Hearing this, Yin Changfeng raised an eyebrow. Moreover, what use is it for a dead man to know so much? At this point, infinite killing intent erupted in Wang's eyes as he slowly advanced, treating the lake before him as inconsequential, directly approaching Yin Changfeng. The surface of the lake rippled violently as Wang's walked upon it, as if it were solid ground. A faint cold smile gracing his face. If you wish to die with dignity, then surrender all the cultivation resources you possess and take your own life as an apology. I may allow you to keep your whole corpse. However, just as his words fell, a tremendous upheaval swept across the once calm lake. A massive whirlpool emerged, its powerful pull causing Wang's expression to shift dramatically. How dare a mere 3rd-tier serpent? Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly fell silent. A colossal serpent's head emerged from the swirling vortex, its icy blue scales glistening, 2 blood-red eyes gleaming like lanterns, and an overwhelming aura instantly enveloped Wang's. What? The azure scale python? Wang's was suddenly struck with astonishment, never expecting that the 4th-tier demon serpent, the Qinglin python, would venture into the territory of 3rd-tier beasts and conceal itself within this lake. In that instant, a realization dawned upon him. Yin Changfeng, despite possessing only the cultivation of the 7th level of body refinement, had managed to obliterate 2 formidable blood guard teams. It turned out he had such a powerful trump card at his disposal. However, how could someone of Yin Changfeng's cultivation level attract the allegiance of such a formidable fourth-tier beast? Could it be that this individual had an extraordinary background? Countless thoughts raced through Wang's mind in a fleeting moment. Kill him. Yin Changfeng cast a disdainful glance at Wang's, then commanded the Qinglin python. Obeying its master's order, the Qinglin python surged towards Wang's with astonishing speed. In the confines of the lake, it held absolute dominance. Wang's, filled with alarm, immediately summoned all his strength to resist. Fool, do you think your first level of pulse condensation is something remarkable? How dare you look down upon my master and provoke him? Today, I shall show you who is truly courting death. The Qinglin python spoke, its taunts unmasked, infuriating Wang's to the point where his face turned ashen. He endeavored to slay the Qinglin python, yet could barely penetrate its defenses. His sharp sword struck the python's scaled body, leaving only a faint mark. With such meager strength, you cannot even defeat me. Yet you dare to act arrogantly before my master? One sword strike could level you. After a brief exchange, Wang's found himself utterly suppressed by the Qinglin python. Although he possessed the first level of pulse condensation, beasts of the same tier often surpass human warriors due to inherent advantages, not to mention the Qinglin python, a respected entity among its peers. Furthermore, it was in the python's domain. The lake erupted with tumultuous waves, and an icy chill emanated from the Qinglin python, nearly freezing the water solid. Wang's was soaked to the skin, and the biting cold pierced his bones. Had he not been a master at the pulse condensation level, he would have likely been frozen into a human statue. Yet, even so, the frigid air slowed the circulation of his inner energy, drastically diminishing his strength. Meanwhile, the Qinglin python thrived in its own battlefield, and with the shift in dynamics, Wang's had no chance of victory. With a resounding crash, the python's massive tail struck, sending Wang's plummeting to the bottom of the lake. The Qinglin python then unleashed its long tongue like a blade, piercing Wang's body on the spot. His eyes widened in shock, filled with frustration and unwillingness. He had previously been so arrogant, dismissing Yin Changfeng. Yet in the end, he could not even contend with a beast by his side. At the same time, an overwhelming wave of regret surged within him. He cursed his own carelessness. Had he not stepped onto this lake, even if he were no match for the Qinglin python, he might have been able to retreat safely, preserving his life. But now, all his regrets were too late. Chapter 35. Dragon's Bloodgrass. After retrieving the storage bag from Wang's, Yin Changfeng entrusted the body to the Qinglin python for disposal. A practitioner of the pulse condensation realm must surely have accumulated considerable wealth. Upon opening Wang's storage bag, Yin Changfeng furrowed his brow, for the cultivation resources within were far less abundant than he had anticipated. There were only 23 body refinement pills, a revelation that took him by surprise. Logically, a warrior at the meridian condensation stage should possess considerable cultivation resources. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yu had temporarily borrowed some resources due to a shortage during his breakthrough. Although there were merely 23 body refinement pills, Yin Changfeng did not disdain them. He collected them all, knowing that small amounts could accumulate to a greater whole. After securing the pills, Yin Changfeng turned his gaze towards the Qinglin python, the shape and characteristics of the dragon marrow grass surfacing in his mind. Through their spiritual connection, he conveyed this image into the python's consciousness. Have you encountered this dragon marrow grass before? The Qinglin hesitated, deep in thought, before his eyes suddenly brightened. I remember now, my master. I have indeed seen this grass. There is a fourth-tier early-stage beast, the nether wolf, that occupies that area. After I advanced to the fourth tier, I ventured there while seeking territory and came across this spiritual herb. Upon hearing this, Yin Changfeng's heart leaped with joy. He had not held out much hope. Yet the Qinglin had indeed encountered the dragon marrow grass. It was truly a case of finding something with little effort after much searching. Quick, take me there, he urged. With a nod from the Qinglin, Yin Changfeng leapt onto its head, and the python swiftly sped towards the domain of the nether wolf. Meanwhile, at the Tianwu Academy, Wang Yu was in despair. Staring at the scene before him, he spat a mouthful of blood. The death of Wang's resonated within him, for he had a soul contract with all those under his command. Thus, upon their demise, he would immediately sense it. Initially, he believed that Wang's had once again fallen at the hands of Yin Changfeng, but the image that unfolded was of a fearsome serpent, a fourth-tier beast, the Qinglin python. In Wang's final moments, he had only seen the Qinglin python, failing to perceive Yin Changfeng, whose figure did not appear in the scene. This only deepened Wang Yu's frustration. I commanded you to pursue Yin Changfeng. Why did you provoke the fourth-tier beast, the Qinglin python? Wang Yu was utterly distraught. In recent days, his subordinates had encountered misfortune one after another, and he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, yet the resources he needed remained elusive. If this continued, his breakthrough would surely end in failure. Damn it, it is all because of that brat. Unless I crush him into dust, my heart's enmity will never be quelled. Wang Yu roared. A figure clad in black, hearing the commotion, rushed in and was alarmed to see blood at the corner of Wang Yu's mouth. Young master, what has happened? He inquired hastily. Wang Yu's expression was as dark as water, his eyes closing momentarily before he finally calmed himself, his voice becoming steady. Wang Zuo is dead. What? The black-clad figure was taken aback, disbelief flooding his mind, before a tide of murderous intent surged within him. Was it that brat? Wang Yu shook his head, his eyes filled with malice. Though he did not kill him directly, it was indirectly due to him that Wang Zuo met his end. The figure in black emanated an intense aura, surpassing even Wang Zuo in strength by several degrees. He was, astonishingly, at the pinnacle of the second level of the condensation pulse realm. I will kill him. The man's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. His name was Wang Yu, the elder brother of Wang Zuo. Wang Yu shook his head, stating, 2 days ago, I dispatched the 6th squad to the myriad demon mountains. To prevent Wang Zuo from failing to locate that boy, I instructed them to guard the exit of the myriad demon mountains. Once that boy appears, they are to subdue him immediately. Young master, I wish to personally avenge my brother. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with hatred and a fierce desire for vengeance. Wang Yu replied, I have other matters that require your attention. As for that boy, I have ordered the 6th squad to capture him alive for you to deal with. However, one thing must be clear. His life cannot be spared. A sinister expression crossed Wang Yu's face. Spare his life? I will dismember him and feed his remains to the dogs. Within the myriad demon mountains, a massive figure rampaged through the terrain, causing the surrounding beasts to retreat in fear. Yin Changfeng sat cross-legged atop the azure scale python, consolidating his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of the true identity of the so-called third young master mentioned by Wang Zuo. Nor did he know that he was a student of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Yet, even if he had known, it would not have mattered to him. As the azure scale python sped through the area, they drew ever closer to the territory of the 4th-tier demonic beast, the nether wolf. The temperature around them grew increasingly frigid. Howl! Soon, a chilling howl echoed through the air. The azure scale python slowed its pace, and Yin Changfeng slowly opened his eyes, only to see a nether wolf, radiating a ghostly blue aura, glaring fiercely at them. Azure scale, you have crossed the line. The nether wolf's voice was cold, its eyes gleaming with malice. The azure scale python halted 10 meters from the nether wolf and spoke. Fellow, my master requires a spirit herb that happens to grow in your domain. We have come to request it, and I hope you can oblige. Master? The nether wolf paused upon hearing this, then turned its gaze, finally noticing Yin Changfeng seated atop the azure scale python. 7th level of the body refinement realm? The nether wolf was taken aback by Yin Changfeng's cultivation, then scoffed. A mere 4th-tier early-stage beast deigning to serve a human ant of the 7th level of the body refinement realm? You truly have no fear of ridicule. Requesting a spirit herb from me? How audacious. This human ant seems quite delectable. I believe you have come to offer me a snack. The nether wolf sneered. Impudent. How dare you show disrespect to my master? The azure scale python's eyes flashed with ferocity upon hearing this. Yin Changfeng also raised an eyebrow, surprised by the beast's arrogance. Kill it, Yin Changfeng stated calmly. Upon receiving Yin Changfeng's command, the azure scale python did not hesitate, charging towards the nether wolf with a chilling intent to kill. Humph, a mere insect dares to act so arrogantly before me. Today, not only will I devour your master, but I shall also feast on snake soup. The nether wolf licked its lips, its eyes flickering with murderous intent as it crouched slightly before lunging forward with explosive power. It moved with remarkable speed, even surpassing the azure scale python. Yin Changfeng's gaze shifted, seemingly oblivious to the nether wolf. Rising from atop the azure scale python, he scanned his surroundings in search of the elusive dragon's essence herb. Indeed, there it was. Moments later, Yin Changfeng's eyes fell upon a spirit herb emanating a faint golden glow. Its roots twisted like a dragon, and its leaves shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, radiating a sense of vitality. Like the phoenix blood flower, the dragon's essence herb was a rare spiritual herb, yet its true value was known to but a few. Moreover, both of these herbs were inedible, which explained why the dragon's essence herb had thrived here for so long without being devoured by the nether wolf. Chapter 36. An unexpected joy upon discovering the dragon's essence herb. Yin Changfeng's heart swelled with joy. This expedition to the myriad demon mountains had finally borne fruit. The wind howled fiercely, and the demonic gusts were chilling. The massive form of the nether wolf lunged towards him, its fangs bared in a terrifying snarl. its eyes glowing ominously as it regarded the boy and the serpent before it with disdain. Having advanced beyond the azure scale python into the 4th tier, its strength surpassed that of the python, nearing the mid-stage of the 4th tier. As the netherwolf soared through the air, Yin Changfeng withdrew his gaze from the dragon's essence herb. His icy eyes glinted like blades. With a slight bend of his legs, he leaped into the air, matching the netherwolf's height. Clang! A flash of brilliant sword light flickered and vanished. Moments later, Yin Changfeng's figure landed once more atop the azure scale python, his Qingfeng sword already sheathed. In midair, the netherwolf's expression froze before rapidly dissipating. A small sword hole appeared at the center of its brow, from which crimson blood began to flow. How could this be possible? How could a mere human ant, at the 7th level of body refinement, have slain it with a single strike? The netherwolf, unable to close its eyes in death, could scarcely believe its fate. It was filled with confusion. The only weakness on its body was the small azure flame mark on its brow. How had this youth discovered it? Boom! The colossal form of the netherwolf crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the earth beneath. Yin Changfeng cast a casual glance at it before soaring towards the dragon's essence herb nearby. The azure scale python, taken aback, stared at the lifeless body of the netherwolf. Lost in thought, though it knew Yin Changfeng was formidable, it never imagined that in just a few days, his strength had risen to such heights. He had not even employed the secret techniques used against it previously, yet he had still dispatched the netherwolf with a single stroke. What a remarkable rate of advancement! The azure scale python felt a tingling sensation throughout its body, increasingly aware of its master's extraordinary prowess. Perhaps being in the company of such a prodigious talent was not a disgrace after all. Could it truly be a 500-year-old dragon's essence herb? Yin Changfeng's eyes sparkled upon beholding the herb before him, astonished to find it had aged 5 centuries. Generally, the older the spiritual herb, the more potent its effects. Without the slightest hesitation, he promptly began to collect the dragon's essence herb. He had now gathered all 3 principal herbs he had set out to find. As Yin Changfeng retracted the dragon's essence grass, a sudden shock coursed through his heart, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming joy. Was this the celestial Yin true water? In the small pit revealed after the grass was extracted, several droplets resembling mercury caught Yin Changfeng's gaze. Moreover, he distinctly felt a sharp drop in temperature surrounding him as the dragon's essence grass was pulled out. The dew on the nearby vegetation quickly froze, and even the circulation of true energy within Yin Changfeng's body slowed significantly, his meridians becoming rigid. No wonder dragon's essence grass thrived here for 500 years. Its existence was due to the celestial Yin true water. Yin Changfeng's heart suddenly comprehended this, and he was filled with immense delight. Originally, he sought only the dragon's essence grass, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the innate treasure of celestial Yin true water. What a serendipitous discovery! The celestial Yin true water was among the most profound treasures of the world, its rarity rivaling that of the lunar true water. Just a single drop could incite madness in anyone. Yet here, there were 3 ample droplets. Not far away, sensing this chilling aura, the azure scale python was startled, coiling its massive body to glide over. Upon seeing the 3 mysterious droplets in the pit, the python's heart raced, a sensation of thirst overwhelming it. Although it did not recognize the celestial Yin true water, its instincts alerted it to the extraordinary nature of this substance. Being a creature of the Yin attribute, the azure scale python knew that acquiring even a single drop of celestial Yin true water could significantly enhance its strength, possibly even leading to a mutation, an evolution. Regaining his composure, Yin Changfeng extended his hand toward the 3 droplets of celestial Yin true water, drawing them into the air, enveloped in his true energy. Casting a glance at the azure scale python, he gently flicked his finger, sending 1 droplet before it. Since you accompany me, you shall not be deprived of benefits. This droplet of celestial Yin true water is bestowed upon you, he stated calmly. The azure scale python was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Yin Changfeng would directly offer such a precious item to it. Thank you for your grace. It quickly responded, recovering from its surprise, and without pretense. It swallowed the droplet, intending to gradually refine it later. Yin Changfeng nodded, uttering no further words. The azure scale python had already entered into a soul contract with him, effectively becoming a part of his strength. The more powerful the python became, the greater its assistance would be to him. Thus he felt no regret in granting it a droplet of celestial Yin true water. He stored the remaining 2 droplets away and approached the body of the netherwolf. After a brief contemplation, Yin Changfeng placed the entire corpse into a separate storage pouch. A 4th-tier early-stage beast such as this held significant value. First, I shall refine the celestial Yin true water. He established a temporary abode nearby and entered a meditative state. preparing to refine the celestial true water he had just acquired. As he retrieved one droplet, an intense chill emanated from it, quickly enveloping the surroundings in a glistening layer of frost. Yin Changfeng immediately began to channel his profound energy, his palms pressed together at his dantian, where a droplet of profound true water floated between them. A thread of exceptionally fine, icy coldness gradually surged into Yin Changfeng's body. At that moment, the seven-colored Tao lotus spun in his mind, and the incoming cold energy remarkably received a five-fold enhancement akin to that of a medicinal pill. With the refinement speed accelerating several times over, a thick layer of ice crystals swiftly enveloped Yin Changfeng, nearly encasing him entirely. Yet it did not hinder his ongoing refinement of the droplet of profound true water. Indeed, the master was no ordinary person. Even his cultivation methods were extraordinarily mystical. Not far away, the Qinglin python gazed with its large, lantern-like eyes at Yin Changfeng's process of refining the profound true water, unable to suppress its admiration. Subsequently, it too began to refine the droplet of profound true water it had consumed. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Wanyao mountain range, near the exit, the members of the 6th Blood Guard under Wang Yu were increasingly restless. Damn it, is that brat ever coming out? It's been 5 days, he hasn't perished in there. Has he? Grumbled a burly man with thick brows. This kid has been gone for so long. I reckon he has long since been devoured by a beast. Captain, if he doesn't show up soon, are we to remain here indefinitely? Complained another. He's merely an ant. Is it really necessary for us to stay here in such numbers? This is truly making a mountain out of a molehill, the others echoed, unwilling to wait any longer. Silence. Wang Lu's cold snort silenced the grumbling, and the commotion ceased immediately, none daring to express further dissatisfaction. Do you wish to defy the young master's orders? Until the young master commands a retreat, regardless of whether that brat is truly dead in the Wanyao mountain range, we must remain here. Upon hearing Wang Lu's words, the subordinates' expressions changed, and they quickly declared their obedience. Yet, their resentment towards Yin Changfeng only intensified. Time slipped by without notice, and 3 days passed in a blink. The icy layer encasing Yin Changfeng thickened, completely shrouding him, rendering it nearly impossible to see his figure from the outside. Only the increasingly frigid aura emanating from him suggested his presence. The area within a 10-mile radius was entirely blanketed in solid ice, with the ground, flowers, trees, and lakes all adorned in crystalline frost. It had transformed into a world of ice and jade. Not far from Yin Changfeng, the colossal form of the Qinglin python was similarly encased in solid ice, the surroundings enveloped in an eerie silence. However, as noon approached, a sudden, crisp sound echoed from Yin Changfeng's cave of cultivation. The thick ice cracked open, fissures spreading like a spider's web before ultimately shattering explosively. Yin Changfeng's figure emerged from the remnants of ice. The droplet of profound true water had finally been completely refined. At this moment, an aura of extreme cold radiated from him, and frost glimmered in his eyes, astonishingly extraordinary. Gradually, this chilling energy retracted, ultimately returning to Yin Changfeng's body. Yet, despite this, an aura of chill still emanated from him. Simultaneously, after thoroughly refining a drop of the mysterious true water, his cultivation experienced a significant enhancement, reaching the pinnacle of the late 7th stage of body tempering. Although he had not directly ascended to the 8th stage, he was not far from it. For others, a single drop of mysterious true water could potentially enable them to leap 2 minor realms. Yet, to his surprise, he had not even broken through a single minor realm, indicating that this body harbored profound secrets indeed. Yin Changfeng's gaze flickered slightly as he shook his head. He did not proceed to refine a second drop of the mysterious true water. Refining just 1 drop sufficed. More would be superfluous and merely lead to waste. The mysterious true water resembled a seed. Having refined 1 drop, he would be able to cultivate and generate more mysterious true energy through practice. Refining additional drops would merely expedite the accumulation of this energy within him, which would be an excessive waste. Having been out for half a month, it was time to return and take a look. A smile crept across Yin Changfeng's face as he pondered what expression Su Menger would wear upon witnessing his current prowess. Stepping out of the cave, he cast a glance at the Qinglin python, now resembling an ice sculpture, and summoned it with his thoughts. With a crack, the crystalline ice shattered, scattering into a multitude of ice shards. My lord, have you completely refined the mysterious true water? The Qinglin python gazed at Yin Changfeng in astonishment. In 5 days, it had only refined a third of its own drop, yet Yin Changfeng had entirely completed the process. As expected of my lord, truly a prodigious talent. Noticing Yin Changfeng nod, The Qinglin python, astounded, quickly offered words of flattery. Enough with the pleasantries, Yin Changfeng replied coolly. Casting a glance at the Qinglin python, which promptly fell silent, daring not to utter another word, and swiftly carried him away. Seated atop the Qinglin python, Yin Changfeng consolidated his cultivation. The speed of the Qinglin python was remarkable. Being a fourth-tier beast, its strength had greatly increased due to the mysterious Intrue water. Should it refine the remaining drops completely, it could even ascend to a fifth-tier beast and possibly undergo evolutionary changes. Even at night, neither man nor serpent paused in their journey. Within just 2 days, Yin Changfeng found himself at the outskirts of the Wanyao mountain range. Encounters with other adventurers were frequent, and upon seeing the Qinglin python beneath him, they fled in panic, filled with dread. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yin Changfeng leapt down from atop the Qinglin python, allowing it to shrink in size, a talent inherent to fourth-tier beasts. Casting a glance at the now 3-foot-long, pitiful-looking little green snake at his feet, Yin Changfeng nodded in satisfaction before continuing to make his way toward the outer edges of the Wanyao mountain range. There were indeed many individuals active in this area. The closer he got to the exit, the more adventurers he encountered. "Captain, that kid has come out." At that moment, near the exit, a burly man with thick brows noticed Yin Changfeng approaching, and his heart surged with joy as he called out to Wang Lu. As these words fell, the members of the 6th Blood Guard instantly shed their previous lethargy, invigorated as if they had been injected with adrenaline. "At last, he has arrived. Damn it. How could I have been made to wait in this forsaken place for so long? You finally showed up. Just watch as I flay your skin and strip your tendons." Many shared this sentiment. Even Wang Lu couldn't help but feel a jolt of energy. All eyes were fixed on the approaching young man in white, their gazes sparkling with excitement, as everyone prepared to strike, awaiting the captain's command. True to their expectations, Wang Lu swiftly raised his hand and commanded, "Go." In an instant, figures darted forth, surrounding Yin Changfeng with remarkable speed. The surrounding adventurers gasped in astonishment. Who was this lad, that he could draw so many skilled fighters to lay in wait for days? Indeed, even 2 masters of the condensing veins realm had been mobilized. This young man. Wait, what? A mere cultivation level of the 7th stage of body refinement? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. One would expect that anyone capable of attracting the attention of a condensing veins master like Wang Lu would possess equal prowess. At the very least, a 9th stage of body refinement. Yet here was only a 7th stage. 2 masters of the condensing veins realm, one at the peak of the 1st stage and another in the mid-phase, along with a sizable group of 8th and 9th stage body refinement experts, had been lying in wait solely to intercept a 7th stage novice? The other adventurer teams exchanged bewildered glances. This seemed excessively disproportionate. Chapter 38. Arrogant Zhang Bao facing the seemingly malicious members of the 6th Blood Guard. Yin Changfeng maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of fear. "So, it turns out you're merely a 7th stage body refinement weakling, and we've been sent to intercept you. What an overreaction." The burly man with thick eyebrows stepped before Yin Changfeng, spitting phlegm onto the ground as he cursed. He was the vice-captain of this 6th team, possessing mid-level prowess in the condensing veins realm, and he felt quite disgruntled about being tasked with intercepting Yin Changfeng. Deeming it an excessive show of force after waiting here for so long, his patience long since worn thin. Wang Lu also approached, and, upon noting Yin Changfeng's cultivation, couldn't help but frown. He had anticipated the opponent to be a master of the condensing veins realm, only to find he was merely a 7th stage body refinement youth. "Do you know who we are? It would be wise for you to bind your own hands and come with us, lest we be forced to take action. If, by chance, you were to perish, it would be difficult to explain to the young master." The thick-browed man glared. Yin Changfeng slightly raised his eyelids, his right hand resting on the hilt of his Qingfeng sword, speaking in an even tone. "In a world filled with the dead, I have no need to know them all." Clang. The sword was drawn and sheathed. A chilling flash of sword light flickered, and, in that moment, the world seemed to pale. Without a glance at Wang Lu and the others, Yin Changfeng continued on his path. However, the once formidable 6th Blood Guard did not impede his passage. What is happening? Were they not approaching this young man just moments ago? They had drawn their swords and readied their crossbows, yet now they allow him to depart unchallenged? The adventurers observing from a distance were engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, as Yin Changfeng strode a short distance away, the members of the 6th squad collapsed almost simultaneously, their bodies severed in twain, blood staining the ground crimson. What? Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the onlookers turned ashen, their faces drained of color, their scalps prickling with dread. Some, confronted with this gruesome scene, could not suppress their retching. In an instant, the ground was strewn with lifeless corpses. Those who had encircled Yin Changfeng moments ago were all cleaved in half at the waist. How is this possible? The adventurers around him paled, trembling with terror. Gazing at Yin Changfeng's retreating figure, they felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Their hearts gripped by sheer fear. Only when Yin Changfeng's silhouette faded from view did they begin to regain their composure, their hearts still quaking with trepidation. How did he accomplish this? Such questions swelled within them. The flash of sword light had been so swift, it had seemed almost illusory. Many believed their eyes had deceived them, failing to register it as a blade's arc. A gentle breeze stirred, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The scene before them was simply too shocking. Two masters of the pulsation realm, along with 19 martial artists of the 8th and 9th refinement realms, had perished in the blink of an eye at the hands of a mere 7th refinement realm youth. A group of fools, daring to provoke their master, had truly courted death. At Yin Changfeng's feet, a small green snake glanced back at the corpses of Wang Yang and the others, muttering under its breath. Simultaneously, it regarded the surrounding adventurers, its eyes glinting with avarice, drool pooling at the corners of its mouth. Master, those individuals had also shown you disrespect. Perhaps we should let Qinglin deal with them too. Yin Changfeng cast a dispassionate glance at it, and the Qinglin python promptly fell silent, its words cut short. At the Tianwu Academy, Wang Yu trembled, his eyes bloodshot. He sensed the annihilation of the 6th Blood Guard. Almost simultaneously, the soul imprints of the two squad leaders, both masters of the pulsation realm, dissipated. Wang Yu's complexion turned pale, a storm of frustration brewing within him. In less than half a month, 3 of the 9 blood guards he had painstakingly nurtured in secrecy had been obliterated, all at the hands of the same individual. How could this be? How could this be? Wang Yu roared. The image of Yin Changfeng seared into his mind, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He had not anticipated that the 6th squad, boasting 2 masters of the pulsation realm, would all perish by Yin Changfeng's hand. At this moment, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This young man in white was undoubtedly of significant origin. No matter who you are, if you dare oppose me, I shall see you dead. Qingshan Town is the most prosperous settlement near the Wanyao mountain range. Though referred to as a town, it rivals many cities in grandeur. This is the gathering place for adventurers venturing into the Wanyao mountain range, as well as a temporary resting spot. Moreover, it serves as the largest marketplace for beast materials. Bao Yakshuan, the most prominent apothecary in Qingshan Town, while not overly opulent in appearance, certainly boasts unparalleled financial clout. The shop is bustling with activity, teeming with individuals, the majority of whom are martial artists clad in fitted attire. Yin Changfeng approached the counter, producing 2 storage bags. One bag contained various spiritual herbs and medicines, along with several beast cores. The other bag held the corpse of a 4th-grade beast, the nether wolf. Shopkeeper, I wish to sell beast materials, he announced. The proprietor of Bao Yakshuan, an elderly gentleman, despite his advanced years, exuded vitality and possessed a cultivation level of the 2nd layer of the condensation realm. Noticing Yin Changfeng's youth, he was somewhat taken aback but approached him with warmth. Let us take a look at what you have first, came a voice from beside Yin Changfeng. A middle-aged man in a black robe adorned with golden edges stepped forward. A scar, resembling a centipede, marred his forehead, giving him a fearsome appearance. He strode up, casting a disdainful glance at Yin Changfeng, and shouted at the shopkeeper, "Humph! What can a boy who hasn't even grown hair yet possibly offer in beast materials? This is a waste of time. You should see what I have. I've acquired a 3rd-grade beast core and a wealth of valuable materials from 3rd-grade beasts, including some from late-stage 3rd-grade beasts." What? He is merely at the 8th layer of the body refinement realm and has managed to obtain materials from late-stage 3rd-grade beasts? Many martial artists in Bao Yakshuan turned their envious gazes toward him, astonished that this middle-aged man could procure such valuable items. Zhang Bao seemed to revel in the attention, feeling elated at the thought of his impending fortune. I wonder which fool killed so many 3rd-grade beasts along the way, only taking their cores and leaving all the other materials behind, thus providing me with a windfall. Chapter 39. Astonishment all around. Zhang Bao, chest puffed out, handed over his storage bag, feeling emboldened by his significant find in the Wanyao mountain range. Here, shopkeeper, this is a lucrative deal, he boasted. Yin Changfeng remained composed, his left thumb nudging the Qingfeng sword to reveal a glimmering length of its white blade. At that moment, however, the shopkeeper of Bao Yakshuan politely apologized to Zhang Bao, smiling as he said, "There is a sequence to everything. Might I kindly ask you to wait a moment?" Zhang Bao was taken aback, surprised that the shopkeeper would prioritize a mere 16 or 17-year-old over him, a valued customer. His lips twitched slightly, feeling humiliated before the crowd. "Humph. I'm curious to see what worthless goods this boy can possibly offer," he scoffed. The shopkeeper of Baoyakshuan proceeded to pick up the bag containing the beast cores and spiritual herbs, preparing to open it. The other warriors in the shop turned their curious gazes towards the scene, eager to see what this youthful lad, merely 16 or 17 years of age, could possibly present. Zhang Bao wore a disdainful smile as he observed the shopkeeper slowly opening a storage bag, only to see the shopkeeper's expression suddenly shift, the smile vanishing from his face. Haha, I knew this kid wouldn't bring anything of worth. He scoffed as the shopkeeper glanced into the storage bag handed over by Yin Changfeng, his smile fading further. The other bag is likely to be just as worthless. Let us see what I have instead. With that, Zhang Bao disdainfully offered his own storage bag to the shopkeeper. However, the shopkeeper seemed oblivious, focusing intently on opening Yin Changfeng's second storage bag. Upon revealing the corpse of a fourth-tier demonic beast, the Wraith Wolf, the shopkeeper's countenance changed dramatically, his expression turning grave. Esteemed young master, may I dare to inquire where these items originated? The shopkeeper asked, his mind racing with suspicion. The young man before him possessed merely the cultivation of the 7th level of body refinement, making it inconceivable that he could have defeated a third-tier beast, let alone possess the complete corpse of a fourth-tier creature. As the shopkeeper examined both storage bags, his address towards Yin Changfeng shifted, stirring a wave of astonishment among the other warriors in the shop, who sensed something extraordinary was unfolding. Zhang Bao furrowed his brow, questioning, "Shopkeeper, what do you mean by that? Could it be that this lad truly has something worthwhile?" His disbelief evident, Zhang Bao seized the opportunity when the shopkeeper was distracted, abruptly snatching the 2 empty storage bags from the counter and appending them onto the ground. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in the shop shifted dramatically. 15 third-tier beast cores scattered across the floor, accompanied by dozens, if not hundreds, of spiritual herbs. Most astonishingly, the corpse of the 4th-tier Wraith Wolf tumbled out from the second storage bag, instantly regaining its original size and nearly filling the entire room. What? A 4th-tier Wraith Wolf? And so many 3rd-tier beast cores? The realization struck like lightning. 3rd-tier early, mid, and late-stage cores, as well as quasi-4th-tier cores? Heavens! Who is this young man? How could he possess such treasures? The warriors in the shop were collectively bewildered. Some, their eyes glimmering with opportunistic intent, discreetly began to gather the scattered beast cores and herbs, slipping them into their own storage bags. Zhang Bao stood there, stunned, clutching the now empty storage bags, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. Gazing at the precious materials strewn across the floor, a wave of anxiety washed over him. The aura emanating from the beast cores was hauntingly familiar. They were unmistakably the very cores he had extracted from the 3rd-tier beasts he encountered in the Myriad Beasts mountain range. Had this young man truly slain those beasts? His lips quivered in disbelief. This was utterly astonishing. How could this be possible? How could this lad, clearly only at the 7th level of body refinement, possibly achieve such a feat? Furthermore, this 4th-tier demon beast, the Netherwolf, could scarcely be slain even by a practitioner at the 1st or 2nd level of pulse condensation. Who could possibly be behind him? Zhang Bao pondered anxiously. Regardless of whether these beasts were vanquished by the youth before him or by someone lurking in the shadows, the distinction had become trivial. He was acutely aware that his reckless actions had led him into grave peril. Esteemed young master, I was thoughtless and have offended you. Allow me to collect these remains, Zhang Bao said, drenched in cold sweat, hastily gathering the carcass of the nether wolf into his storage pouch, while also attempting to retrieve the inner cores and spiritual herbs scattered on the ground. However, he quickly realized that more than half of the inner cores were missing. Panic surged within him as he deduced that someone had stealthily pilfered those valuable items while the massive body of the nether wolf obscured their view. Yet, within the shop, there were numerous martial artists, most of whom were his equals in cultivation, and some even at the 9th level of body refinement. He found himself at a loss as to how to reclaim those precious elixirs. Yin Changfeng, seemingly unfazed, stood quietly with an expression as serene as before. What I have in my storage pouch is nothing but refuse, cast aside as one would discard garbage. Now, let me behold what you so proudly deem treasures, he stated calmly. Upon witnessing the contents of Yin Changfeng's pouch, Zhang Bao dared not reveal his own meager collection. The moment he laid eyes on the inner cores of the demon beasts, he comprehended that the 3rd-tier beast corpses he had encountered were merely discarded refuse, unworthy of anyone's attention, while he had foolishly paraded them as treasures before others. In such a situation, how could he possibly present himself? Did you not hear what I said? Yin Changfeng's voice remained steady, devoid of inflection, yet the temperature around them plummeted sharply. A chilling aura enveloped the room, causing all present to shudder involuntarily. Zhang Bao trembled as well. placing Yin Changfeng's 2 storage pouches back on the counter before opening his own pouch and dumping its contents onto the ground. A considerable pile of materials emerged, yet their worth was scarcely a fraction of Yin Changfeng's. The aura of these materials is identical to that of the inner cores from the demon beasts earlier. A startled onlooker made this observation, suddenly enlightened, and regarded Zhang Bao with a look of disdain. Yin Changfeng cast a glance at the materials strewn about. Easily discerning their origin, they were unmistakably the spoils from the demon beasts he had previously slain. What? The materials I discarded from those demon beasts are the true treasures, while the inner cores you picked up are mere rubbish, Yin Changfeng remarked nonchalantly. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by this revelation. Could it be that these demon beasts had indeed been slaughtered by the very youth before them? The shopkeeper's expression shifted subtly. Zhang Bao's complexion turned ashen, and without a moment's hesitation, he fell to his knees before Yin Changfeng. Though Yin Changfeng had only reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the body-tempering realm, it was evident that the ferocious beasts he confronted were unlikely to have been vanquished solely by him, even if it was not he who dealt the fatal blow, but rather someone behind him. Zhang Bao understood he was in no position to provoke such an entity. Consider this. If he could slay even a 4th-tier initial stage beast like the Nether Wolf, what formidable strength must lie behind him? At the very least, it must be at the 3rd level of the pulse condensation realm, if not higher. Yin Changfeng cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Bao, and an intense chill emanated from him, enveloping Zhang Bao entirely. In an instant, a layer of solid ice crept over Zhang Bao's body, transforming him into a frozen statue. His face etched with terror, completely immobilized. Subsequently, fine cracks appeared across the icy facade, and before long, it shattered completely, leaving Zhang Bao's form fragmented into countless shards, glistening crimson with blood. A crystal orb rolled to the ground, encasing Zhang Bao's head, which retained its expression of horror. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd, who gazed at Yin Changfeng with a mix of astonishment and trepidation, without any discernible movement from him. The once formidable Zhang Bao had been reduced to an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. This display of power was profoundly unsettling, especially when one considered the beast cores and the remains of the 4th-tier nether wolf that accompanied him, sending ripples of fear through the onlookers. Yin Changfeng casually surveyed the martial artists within the shop and remarked, "Those who possess what they should not will find it burns in their grasp." His tone was calm, yet it carried an unsettling chill that sent shivers down their spines. The few martial artists who had surreptitiously stashed the beast cores and spiritual herbs quickly altered their expressions and voluntarily returned the stolen items. One individual, lingering near the entrance of the treasure pavilion, hesitated to relinquish the hidden beast core and attempted to slip away unnoticed. However, a shadow darted past Yin Changfeng, a small green serpent, measuring merely 3 feet in length. It swiftly approached the man, and despite its diminutive head, it suddenly opened its gaping maw and devoured him whole. Burping softly, the tiny serpent returned to Yin Changfeng's side, expelling a 3rd-tier late-stage beast core from its mouth. Witnessing this scene, everyone within the shop felt a rush of terror. To think that the seemingly innocuous 3-foot serpent accompanying Yin Changfeng possessed such ferocity, capable of swallowing a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist alive. A flicker of fear arose in the eyes of the onlookers, particularly those who had previously pilfered materials from Yin Changfeng. Although they had surrendered the items, their hearts were still gripped with apprehension. Yin Changfeng's gaze swept over the assembly before settling on the shopkeeper. "Exchange all materials for body-tempering pills," he commanded. The shopkeeper nodded in response. Despite possessing the strength of the 2nd level of the pulse condensation realm, he felt a twinge of wariness towards Yin Changfeng. He glanced at the green-scaled creature, his eyes twitching slightly as he seemed to recognize its true form. 15 3rd-tier beast cores, 1 near 4th-tier beast core, and over 100 spiritual herbs were exchanged for a total of 1,500 body-tempering pills. After collecting the body-tempering pills, Yin Changfeng suddenly noticed the beast materials brought by Zhang Bao on the ground. He turned to the shopkeeper and inquired, "What is the worth of these materials in body-tempering pills?" The shopkeeper glanced at him and replied, "Approximately 100 body-tempering pills." "Very well. Then please give me those 100 body-tempering pills," Yin Changfeng stated. The shopkeeper nodded without further comment and handed over 100 body-tempering pills to Yin Changfeng. Combined with his original cultivation resources, he now possessed a total of 2,100 body-tempering pills, a sum that would undoubtedly elicit envy from countless individuals. After exchanging all the materials on him for body-tempering pills, Yin Changfeng purchased additional herbs necessary for concocting the cleansing liquid before departing from the Baoyao Pavilion and making his way towards the Lin residence in Chaiyang City. Upon stepping out of the Baoyao Pavilion, The martial artists within the shop breathed a collective sigh of relief, their tension dissipating as they gazed at the shattered ice encasing Zhang Bao's remains, shuddering in fear. Meanwhile, as Yin Changfeng embarked on his journey home, Lin Hao and Lin Yan, who had vanished after brutally killing Yin Changfeng, returned to the Lin residence. What? That useless Yin Changfeng is still alive? Upon hearing the news of Yin Changfeng's survival, both Lin Hao and Lin Yan were taken aback. They exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief evident in their expressions. Brother Hao, could it be that the useless one was merely feigning death? Lin Yan speculated. How could that be? I personally confirmed his demise. There can be no mistake. Lin Hao replied, his eyes flickering as he dismissed Lin Yan's conjecture. Could it be that the lad possesses some other treasure besides that ring, which enabled him to defy death? Lin Hao mused quietly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Lin Yan's heart raced at the implication, his gaze igniting with fervor. What treasure could possibly allow someone to return from the dead? Lin Hao shook his head somberly, stating, whether that is the case remains uncertain. But if he truly is alive, I can think of no other plausible explanation. A treasure that can grant life after death? Does such a thing truly exist in this world? Lin Yan's eyes burned with desire, his heartbeat quickening. If that's the case, we should find that useless one to confirm. Lin Hao sneered. There is no time to waste. Let us go now. Having just returned to the Lin residence, without even reaching their respective quarters, the two engaged in a brief conversation upon hearing the news of Yin Changfeng's survival before heading directly to his dwelling. In their absence, both had significantly enhanced their cultivation levels. Lin Hao had ascended to the 6th level of the body tempering realm, while Lin Yan had broken through to the 5th level. Yin Changfeng moved swiftly, making his way towards Chaoyang City. Having been away for so many days, he wondered how Su Ming'er had been faring lately. A faint smile graced his lips as he thought of her. In the over half a month since their last meeting, he felt a tug of longing in his heart as he embarked on his journey home. After his rebirth, the world felt vast and empty, yet in Su Ming'er, he found a flicker of warmth. Chapter 41. A surge of malice when Yin Changfeng returned to the Lin residence. Dusk was approaching. Isn't that the useless Yin Changfeng? After disappearing for over half a month, he dares to return? Many of the Lin family members whispered among themselves, their gazes laced with disdain. What a coincidence! Lin Hao and Lin Yan had just returned that afternoon, and unexpectedly, this good-for-nothing followed suit. It seems there would be quite a spectacle to behold. Rumor had it that during Lin Hao and Lin Yan's absence, they had broken through 2 minor realms. Now, their cultivation had reached a level that distinguished them even among the direct descendants, leaving many envious of their fortunes. Yin Changfeng's expression remained calm, but upon hearing that Lin Hao had returned, his demeanor subtly shifted. So, they have finally come back, breaking through 2 minor realms? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Yin Changfeng's lips, and a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. However, he chose not to seek revenge on Lin Hao and Lin Yan just yet. His priority was to return to his quarters and prepare the cleansing liquid for Su Ming'er. Yet, upon arriving at his residence, the scene before him darkened his expression immeasurably. The courtyard was in disarray, tables were overturned, and the door had been violently smashed open. A wave of dread washed over Yin Changfeng as he shouted, Ming'er, where are you? His voice echoed, but Su Ming'er did not appear, nor was there any response. Moments later, he discovered a note in the room, and a torrent of rage surged within him, accompanied by an overwhelming intent to kill. Useless. Su Ming'er is in my hands. If you wish for her to live, bring the treasures on your person and come to the south courtyard. Lin Hao. A chilling fury surged in Yin Changfeng's eyes as he turned and strode out of the courtyard, heading straight for the south courtyard. What an astonishing killing intent. Many of the Lin family members sensed the malice emanating from Yin Changfeng and were taken aback. Isn't that the useless Yin Changfeng? What has happened to him? How could this good-for-nothing exude such a powerful aura? Where is he headed? The crowd was rife with speculation. Yin Changfeng. At that moment, a young man in the distance spotted Yin Changfeng and quickly approached, raising an eyebrow. Yin Changfeng appeared oblivious, hastening towards Lin Hao's residence. Yin Changfeng. Did you not hear me? Stop. Seeing that Yin Changfeng completely ignored him, the young man's expression darkened as he rushed forward to block his path. Yin Changfeng's eyes radiated a frosty glare. Feeling the pressure from Yin Changfeng, the young man's countenance tightened, and he inwardly mused, indeed, Yin Changfeng is unusual. I am Lin Song from the Law Enforcement Hall. There are matters requiring your cooperation for an investigation. Come with me. Get lost. Yin Changfeng cast a cold glance at him and replied icily, pushing Lin Song aside as he continued towards Lin Hao's courtyard. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, who regarded Yin Changfeng as if he were a fool. How dare one act so arrogantly in the presence of the esteemed figures of the Law Enforcement Hall? Is this not a pursuit of death? Lin Song's lips twitched slightly as he regarded Yin Changfeng with an expression of incredulity. His demeanor darkened. For since his entry into the family's law enforcement hall, no one had dared to display such audacity before him. If you refuse to cooperate, then I shall have no choice but to subdue you, Lin Song declared coldly, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. At this moment, Yin Changfeng was already on the brink of fury, frantic with worry for Su Minger's safety. With Lin Song's obstruction and the palpable threat in his gaze, the tempest of rage within Yin Changfeng erupted. Seeking death, a chill surged in his eyes as he partially drew his Qingfeng sword. A flash of dazzling sword light flickered instantaneously. Lin Song's body froze, his gaze filled with disbelief, yet tinged with a dawning realization. What swiftness in the sword! Lin Song gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. In that fleeting instant, he comprehended that the youth they all regarded as a mere waste was, in fact, the very perpetrator behind the series of incidents they had been investigating. You have indeed concealed your true strength. Lin Song's body slowly crumpled to the ground. The surrounding members of the Lin family, who had been murmuring amongst themselves, fell silent, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the scene before them. Yet, Yin Changfeng did not linger. After dispatching Lin Song, he swiftly made his way towards the southern courtyard. Once his figure vanished, the onlookers regained their senses. Their gazes fixed on Lin Song's lifeless body. A pallor washed over their faces, and they felt their hair stand on end, cold sweat trickling down their backs. How could this be? How could this so-called waste possess such formidable strength? Some stammered, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. Could it be that what Lin Yao and the others said was true? Did Lin Fong and Lin Fan truly fall victim to his single blow? The sword mark on Lin Song's neck bore an uncanny resemblance to the wounds on Lin Jun and Lin Shan, who were slain on the day of the alchemical chamber's theft. All it took was a single strike to seal their throats. The hearts of those present began to race. At this juncture, the truth was becoming painfully clear. Was all of this orchestrated by him? The assembly felt incredulous, yet they could not dismiss the reality. The so-called waste, the alleged coward, the feeble persona, was it all merely a facade? A chill gripped everyone. If this were indeed the case, then this individual was terrifyingly formidable. Especially when recalling how they had once dared to bully such a formidable being, they felt profoundly fortunate to have escaped with their lives. Quickly, report this matter. This person is far too fearsome. As they regained their composure, one among them spoke, casting a wary glance at Lin Song's corpse, still trembling with trepidation. In the southern courtyard, within Lin Hao's abode, a resounding slap echoed through the room. You wretched girl, it is a privilege for you that I, this young master, have taken an interest in you, and yet you dare to show such ingratitude. Lin Hao scoffed, regarding Su Minger with no trace of tenderness, as he raised his hand and struck her with a backhand. At that moment, Su Minger appeared utterly wretched. Her cheeks were swollen. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, her disheveled, withered hair hung limply, and her tattered clothing bore testament to her plight. Fear filled her eyes as she looked upon Lin Hao and Lin Yan. Brother Hao, perhaps we should reconsider. We cannot afford to have her killed, for we still hope to exchange her for that treasure in Yin Changfeng's possession. Lin Yan spoke up in the room. Reconsider? Humph. Today, I must unleash my fury. Lin Hao replied darkly, striding toward the trembling Su Minger hidden in the corner, his eyes ablaze with desire. Su Minger instantly turned pale, terror etched in her gaze. Chapter 42, Ruthlessness Bang. At that moment, the door burst open with a chilling aura of death that startled both Lin Hao and Lin Yan. You worthless fool. How dare you smash the door of your grandfather Lin? Upon seeing Yin Changfeng, Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, a cruel smile curling his lips. Lin Yan also turned his gaze toward Yin Changfeng, his heart filled with suspicion. The killing intent radiating from Yin Changfeng was astonishing. Entirely at odds with the cowardly image he had previously held, Yin Changfeng stormed in, and upon seeing the pitiful figure of Su Minger cowering against the wall, his heart ached. Minger! He rushed forward, and at the sound of his call, Su Minger trembled, tears welling up uncontrollably upon seeing him. Young master, Lin Hao, seeing that Yin Changfeng completely disregarded him, felt his expression darken further, quickly positioning himself in front of Yin Changfeng. Lin Yan also rushed to Su Minger's side, restraining her. Worthless fool, have you brought the item? Lin Hao inquired with a mocking smile. If you desire this girl's life, then exchange it for that treasure. Treasure? Upon witnessing Su Minger's dire state, Yin Changfeng's killing intent intensified. Is this what you refer to? He raised the Qingfeng sword slightly in his hand. Both Lin Hao and Lin Yan felt a stir in their hearts. Could there truly be a treasure? The very item that allowed this boy to be resurrected? Their gazes locked onto the Qingfeng sword in Yin Changfeng's possession. In the next moment, a blinding white light emanated from the sword. Ah! Both Lin Hao and Lin Yan shrieked as their left arms were severed, falling to the ground simultaneously. In an instant, a figure darted forward, swiftly enveloping Su Ming'er in his embrace. "Young master," she wept, her tear-stained face marred by distinct handprints, evoking deep sympathy. "It's all right, do not be afraid," Yin Changfeng whispered softly. Meanwhile, Lin Hao and Lin Yan stared at Yin Changfeng in sheer terror, their eyes filled with disbelief. What had occurred during their 20-day absence? How could this once tormented coward, whom they had bullied at will, have become so formidable? With their current cultivation levels, they hadn't even had time to react before one of them lost an arm to a single strike. Treasure. It must be due to that treasure. The same thoughts surged in their minds, their gazes growing fervent, fixated on the Qingfeng sword in Yin Changfeng's hand. Yin Changfeng smirked slightly. "What? Do you desire this sword?" Their eyes ablaze with longing, they instinctively nodded in agreement. Swish. Ah! The icy glint of the sword flashed, accompanied by the anguished cries of two individuals. As their other arms were severed and fell to the ground, their faces turned ashen, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. "What now?" Yin Changfeng spoke with a detached demeanor. "You worthless fools." The two, drenched in sweat from the agony, gazed at Yin Changfeng with a flicker of fear and resentment in their eyes. Standing tall, Yin Changfeng held the Qingfeng sword, unstained by blood yet shimmering with a chilling light, as if craving the taste of blood. The two stared in terror at Yin Changfeng, finally coming to terms with their dire situation. "Yin Changfeng, to harm one's own kin is a grave sin. You dare to cripple us? You are doomed." Lin Hao roared in fury, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "My life and death are not for you to dictate." Yin Changfeng replied calmly, advancing with his sword towards Lin Hao, his face a mask of frost, and a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Did you not just declare your intent to vent your frustrations? What do you intend? Stay back, do not approach." A foreboding feeling surged within Lin Hao, his complexion paling and fear evident in his gaze. "Young Master Yin, please, we are kin. Let us speak civilly," Lin Hao stammered, retreating as Yin Changfeng approached, an overwhelming pressure building in his heart. "Kin, you think you deserve such a title?" Yin Changfeng's eyes blazed like waterfalls as he raised his sword arm slightly. In an instant, the sword light flashed, and Lin Hao let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing from his lower body, his vision clouded. "Yin Changfeng, you are a devil. May you suffer a terrible fate." Lin Hao writhed on the ground in agony, his temples throbbing with pain. Nearby, Lin Yan, witnessing the scene, was paralyzed with cold sweat, his body bristling with fear. With a thud, Lin Yan collapsed to the ground, pleading loudly, "Young Master Yin, spare me, spare me." Yin Changfeng's gaze was icy as he spoke with a calm demeanor. "Where is the Lingwu ring?" Hearing the mention of the Lingwu ring, Lin Yan hesitated, tentatively replying, "Young Master Yin, if I tell you where it is, will you?" Yin Changfeng's cold eyes bore into Lin Yan, his expression devoid of mercy, instilling a profound sense of dread in Lin Yan. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yan quickly divulged, "The Lingwu ring has already been sent to Lin Xiang." "Lin Xiang?" A flicker of interest crossed Yin Changfeng's eyes as a graceful figure surfaced in his mind. This was a memory from his previous incarnation. Lin Xiang was the daughter of Lin Taishan, the current head of the Lin family. When Yin Yunlong brought the young Yin Changfeng to the Lin family to aid them in a time of crisis, he displayed remarkable strength to secure Yin Yunlong's allegiance. Lin Taishan not only forged a brotherhood with him, but also betrothed his daughter Lin Xiang to Yin Changfeng, solidifying their bond. Lin Xiang and Yin Changfeng had grown up together, their relationship blossoming in the days before Yin Yunlong departed from the Lin residence. However, after Yin Yunlong left 3 years ago, Lin Xiang began to distance herself from Yin Changfeng, and upon entering the Tianwu Academy, they nearly severed all ties. No wonder. No wonder you knew about the Lingwu ring. It turns out to be that wretched Lin Xiang. Yin Changfeng, ever astute, instantly grasped the situation upon learning that the Lingwu ring had ultimately fallen into Lin Xiang's hands. As Yin Yulong solemnly entrusted the Lingwu ring to Yin Changfeng, he emphatically cautioned him never to divulge its existence. Yet, the former Yin Changfeng, deeply infatuated with Lin Xiang, harbored no secrets from her and revealed the existence of the Lingwu ring. Consequently, Lin Hao and others sought to seize the ring under Lin Xiang's instigation. Moreover, the substantial cultivation resources that Yin Yulong had bequeathed him were also disseminated by her. To his astonishment, that wretched woman, having entered the Tianwu Academy, still yearned for the Lingwu ring. A chilling fury surged within Yin Changfeng, for it became evident that the root of his former misfortunes lay with Lin Xiang. "Master, there is something I have yet to disclose," murmured Su Ming'er, her lips pressed together upon hearing that Lin Hao and others were targeting her master under Lin Xiang's orders. Chapter 43. The enforcement hall mobilizes. Yin Changfeng turned his gaze towards Su Ming'er and inquired, "What is it?" After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Master, aside from the cultivation resources you are aware of, the Lord has also reserved for you even more precious resources." Before he departed, he entrusted hundreds of dragon vein pills to the clan head, instructing him to present them to you once you attain the 5th level of body refinement. Upon hearing the mention of dragon vein pills, Lin Hao and Lin Yan, who lay on the ground, exchanged troubled glances. "Oh, dragon vein pills." A flicker of interest sparked within Yin Changfeng. The dragon vein pill is a far more precious cultivation resource than the body refinement pill. Imbued with a potency that is not only more refined, but also possesses the ability to enhance one's innate qualities. Furthermore, for martial artists at the condensation vein stage, it aids in the swift development and fortification of their meridians. Yin Changfeng was taken aback. The existence of such a multitude of dragon vein pills was indeed astonishing. However, a thought crossed his mind. Su Ming'er revealing this information at such a moment suggested a change in circumstances. Indeed, her subsequent words ignited a greater ire within him. However, the day after the Lord's departure, I discovered that the clan head had entrusted these dragon vein pills to Miss Lin Xiang. That is why her cultivation progressed at such an astonishing rate, ultimately allowing her to enter the Tianwu Academy. Even after her admission, these dragon vein pills continued to be delivered to her for her cultivation. As she spoke, a flicker of indignation crossed Su Ming'er's face. She could hardly believe Lin Xiang's ruthlessness, enjoying the cultivation resources that rightfully belonged to her master while simultaneously plotting against him. No wonder Lin Xiang's advancement was so rapid. It was aided by the dragon vein pills. That old scoundrel, Lin Taishan. How could he give those dragon vein pills to his daughter Lin Xiang right after my father's passing? Yin Changfeng's voice turned frigid, and an icy glare intensified in his eyes. Since the Lin family displayed such ingratitude, there was no need for him to hold back any longer. "Master, I am truly sorry. I should not have concealed this from you for so long," Su Ming'er said, her head bowed and voice barely above a whisper. "This matter is not your fault." Yin Changfeng gently brushed Su Ming'er's hair, his expression devoid of reproach. Initially, he was nothing more than a complete coward. Even if Su Ming'er had informed Yin Changfeng of this matter, it would have been futile and could have invited unnecessary trouble. Thus, her silence was likely intended to protect him. However, what rightfully belongs to me shall not be easily taken. I will reclaim it 100-fold. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Yin Changfeng's lips. Casting a glance at Lin Hao, who lay on the ground, weakened from excessive blood loss, and at Lin Yan, who remained kneeling, Yin Changfeng showed no intention of mercy. As the Qingfeng's sword was drawn, it emitted a chilling, ominous gleam. Yin Changfeng's expression remained impassive, the blade flashing as it splattered a cascade of vivid crimson. "Young master, where shall we go now?" Su Ming'er inquired. Her eyes filled with concern as they exited Lin Hao's courtyard. The act of Yin Changfeng slaying a member of his own clan was a capital offense within the Lin family. "Let us return for now," he replied calmly, as if all of this were of no concern to him. Yet, Su Ming'er's urgency was palpable. "Young master, perhaps we should leave the Lin family." "With your current strength, leave the Lin family?" Yin Changfeng scoffed. "How can I depart so easily without reclaiming what is rightfully mine?" Though his tone was gentle, a frenzied, killing intent flickered in his eyes. Upon returning to his residence, Yin Changfeng immediately began to prepare a cleansing elixir for Su Ming'er. As he busied himself with the concoction, news of his execution of Lin Song from the enforcement hall rapidly spread throughout the Lin family, igniting an uproar. It was the first time in many years that someone dared to publicly slay a member of the enforcement hall. This was a direct affront to the authority of the enforcement hall and a challenge to the entire Lin family. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the one who had killed Lin Song was none other than Yin Changfeng, the very person they had always regarded as a submissive and easily bullied weakling. He had truly concealed his strength. Such a terrifying intellect, possessing such formidable power while enduring humiliation for so long without revealing a hint of it. This individual was indeed formidable. In the enforcement hall, Lin Tiange wore a grave expression, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. It seemed evident that the earlier theft of medicinal pills from the pharmacy must also have been orchestrated by this individual. And Lin Zhong, it was likely he too had fallen to Yin Changfeng's blade. He had deceived us all. Who would have thought that his swordsmanship could reach such heights? Though Lin Tiange was seething with rage and longed to apprehend Yin Changfeng immediately, he felt an overwhelming trepidation and refrained from acting recklessly. He was well aware of Lin Song's strength, a peak cultivation of the 7th level of body refinement. Yet he had been unable to withstand even a single strike from Yin Changfeng, who had slain him on the spot. Such power demanded caution. even from one possessing the 8th level of peak body refinement like himself. Boss, what shall we do now? One member of the enforcement hall asked solemnly. Perhaps we should report this matter to the old hall master. With the old hall master intervening, Yin Changfeng will surely be unable to stir up any further trouble, suggested another. It is not yet at that critical juncture. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to disturb the old hall master, for that would only expose our incompetence. Lin Tiange firmly asserted. Although Yin Changfeng is formidable, given his age, his strength should not surpass the 8th level of body refinement. Lin Tiange's gaze flickered. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely clenched his teeth and declared with a commanding voice, "Immediately assemble our forces. We shall proceed to the outer courtyard to apprehend the thief, Yin Changfeng." The law enforcement hall comprises 55 members, aside from the deceased Lin Zhong and Lin Song. There remain 53 individuals, including Lin Tiange. Among them, Lin Tiange possesses the highest cultivation, being at the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement, while the others are all at the 7th level, representing the elite of the Lin family's younger generation. At this moment, all 53 members were mobilized, clad in armor and armed, marching vigorously towards the outer courtyard to capture Yin Changfeng. News of this soon spread throughout the Lin family, reaching even its upper echelons. Yin Changfeng, a middle-aged man, furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he murmured, "Patriarch, that Yin Changfeng is the son of Yin Yunlong." A nearby elder quietly reminded him. This middle-aged man was none other than Lin Tianchen, the current patriarch of the Lin family and the sworn brother of Yin Yunlong. In the past, when Yin Yunlong presided over the Lin family, Lin Tianchen had shown great care and concern for Yin Changfeng. However, since Yin Yunlong's departure from the Lin family, Lin Tianchen had all but forgotten the boy's name. Chapter 44, The Cleansing Elixir Yin Yunlong? Upon hearing that name, Lin Tianchen's gaze sharpened, and he finally recalled Yin Changfeng. "So he is my dear nephew." Lin Tianchen chuckled softly, adding, "However, a tiger begets no dog. I remember my dear nephew as a complete talentless individual and of a weak disposition. How is it that such news has emerged now? He could even slay members of the law enforcement hall. Could this be his true strength?" Lin Tianchen's eyes glinted, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. "Moreover, he dares to steal resources from the alchemy chamber. My dear nephew has committed a grave offense." The elder beside him frowned slightly and said, "Patriarch, Yin Changfeng is the son of Yin Yunlong. Although he has been out of touch for a long time, his life or death remains uncertain. It may be unwise to pass judgment on the boy." Lin Tianchen pondered for a moment before responding with a casual smile. Yin Yunlong has been absent for so long. If he were alive, he would surely have returned to see his son. The absence of news over the years indicates he has likely perished at the hands of enemies. As for Yin Changfeng, there is no need for concern. Let the law enforcement hall deal with him. The direct descendants within the inner courtyard were also alerted by the news. What? That waste, Yin Changfeng, actually killed Lin Song from the law enforcement hall in public? Moreover, he was also responsible for the theft from the alchemy chamber? How could this be? How could that waste possess such audacity and strength? Many within the inner courtyard were astonished, feeling disbelief wash over them. They were well acquainted with Yin Changfeng, who was once a member of this inner courtyard. However, after Yin Yunlong's departure, Yin Changfeng's status wavered, prompting him to seek refuge in the outer courtyard. "Let us proceed to witness this," one exclaimed. "I refuse to believe that a mere waste could turn the tide." In an instant, numerous disciples from the inner courtyard surged towards the outer courtyard, igniting a fervor among its inhabitants. The law enforcement hall had finally arrived. Yin Changfeng's favorable days were at an end. Not only were the officials from the law enforcement hall present, but several esteemed scions from the inner courtyard had also come to the outer realm. This so-called waste had endured in silence for so many years, only to now reveal his brilliance. Alas, it was destined to be a fleeting moment, soon to be suppressed. Committing fratricide, pilfering from the alchemical repository, and daring to provoke the law enforcement hall. Each of these charges warranted the gravest of penalties. It was solely his own reckless audacity that led to such heinous crimes, rendering him irredeemably guilty. "Where does Yin Changfeng reside? Please take us there." The entourage of the law enforcement hall approached the outer courtyard with an air of arrogance, disdainful of the surrounding disciples who bowed before them. "Yin Changfeng resides in the eastern courtyard. We shall escort you there, esteemed officials." The outer courtyard disciples responded enthusiastically, eager to curry favor. "This way, esteemed sirs." Lin Tiange cast a fleeting glance at the speaker, nodding slightly, and the group proceeded with great momentum towards Yin Changfeng's abode. Observing from a distance, some outer courtyard disciples whispered, "The entire law enforcement hall has mobilized. They must be intent on apprehending Yin Changfeng." It was truly astonishing that such a pitiful figure could provoke the full might of the law enforcement hall. Clearly, this so-called waste had concealed his true capabilities to a remarkable degree. One wondered just how formidable he truly was, given his age. Even if he had hidden his prowess deeply, it could not be excessively high. Yet, to have slain the esteemed Lin Song of the law enforcement hall, he must possess at least the strength of the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Whether this was indeed the case would soon be revealed. At that very moment, Yin Changfeng had finally succeeded in concocting the cleansing elixir. 1 phoenix blood flower, 1 dragon marrow herb, for bones from quasi-4th-tier demonic beasts, along with over 100 types of herbs. All the essence had been compressed into a small porcelain vial. Within the vial, droplets of dark green liquid radiated a rich fragrance, while simultaneously exuding a potent essence of power. At last success, Yin Changfeng thought, a smile gracing his lips. He hurried to the door of Su Minger's room. Minger, you can commence your cultivation now. In his excitement, Yin Changfeng, forgetting to knock, pushed the door open abruptly. Upon entering, he found himself momentarily stunned. Su Minger was equally taken aback. At that moment, she sat in a bathing tub, and upon hearing Yin Changfeng's voice, she had not anticipated his immediate entry. Their gazes locked in mutual astonishment. As Su Minger regained her composure, she noticed Yin Changfeng still fixated upon her, causing her delicate face to flush crimson. She lightly chided. Young master, could you possibly turn around? Yin Changfeng snapped back to reality, clearing his throat awkwardly before hastily shutting the door. A sheepish smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Minger, your figure is truly splendid. Flustered, Su Minger felt warmth radiate from her cheeks, her voice barely above a whisper. Observing her bashful demeanor, Yin Changfeng found himself consumed by a whirlwind of emotions, his blood seemingly igniting with fervor. Alarmed, he swiftly steadied his thoughts. Ahem, Minger, I have prepared the cleansing elixir for you. Since you are bathing, it is the perfect opportunity to test its effects. With another cough, he approached the bathing tub, porcelain vial in hand. Su Minger's heart raced as she watched him draw near, her face resembling a ripe apple in hue, overwhelmed by shyness. Yin Changfeng composed himself and stood before the tub, uncorking the vial and pouring the cleansing liquid into the water. Instantly, the water transformed into a vibrant emerald hue. Its temperature shifting as pure, potent energy began to circulate and seep into Su Minger's body. An indescribable sensation surged through her, akin to an electric current coursing throughout her being. The sudden wave of comfort enveloped her, prompting an involuntary moan to escape her lips. Yin Changfeng, standing at the edge of the tub, nearly lost his composure. Realizing her reaction, Su Minger blushed deeply, mortified at having made such a sound in front of the young master. How could I let this happen? She thought, her ears burning with embarrassment. Yet, the proximity of Yin Changfeng ignited a peculiar feeling within her. In the serene ambience, one could almost hear the gentle flow of clear springs. Yin Changfeng, swallowing hard, uttered a hasty remark before making a swift exit. Chapter 45. A confrontation that silenced all as Yin Changfeng stepped out of Su Minger's room and closed the door. He noticed a throng of people approaching from a distance, their heads bobbing in unison. The law enforcement hall moved swiftly, he mused with a cold smile. Aware of their hostile intent, he glanced back at the room before striding out of the courtyard. There he is, that worthless Yin Changfeng. Someone exclaimed upon sighting him. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him. Yin Changfeng, tall and poised, with long hair cascading to his shoulders, donned a moon-white robe. He held a 3-foot-long sword in his left hand and stood before the crowd with an air of tranquility, unfazed even by the presence of Lin Tiange and the entire law enforcement hall. Witnessing his demeanor, many were moved. Those from the Lin family recognized him and exchanged glances, sensing a remarkable change in him. It appears the rumors hold truth. Yin Changfeng has indeed concealed his strength. Yet, a voice murmured, so what if he has? He has committed grave offenses, and the law enforcement hall is now mobilized. The brilliance he displays is but fleeting. The members of the law enforcement hall exchanged glances, their eyes flickering as they scrutinized Yin Changfeng. You are Yin Changfeng? Lin Tiange furrowed his brow, struggling to reconcile the extraordinary presence of the youth before him with the image of the former pitiable wretch. It was hard to fathom how such a remarkable transformation could occur in the same individual. Even if he had deliberately masked his true self, the disparity was astonishing. With no flaws to discern, Lin Tiange's expression tightened as he realized the formidable aura radiating from this young man. To his astonishment, Yin Changfeng had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of body refinement. Yin Changfeng had not taken pains to conceal his cultivation level, and many in the crowd were equally taken aback upon recognizing his prowess, eliciting gasps of disbelief. Who would have thought that at such a tender age, he had already ascended to the 7th layer of body refinement? Moreover, it was common knowledge that this youth had often had his cultivation resources plundered, making his achievement even more awe-inspiring. Given such talent, one could only speculate how formidable he might have become had he been afforded ample resources over the years. Suddenly, realization dawned upon the onlookers. No wonder even Lin Song was no match for him. It turned out that his cultivation was slightly superior to Lin Song's, coupled with his extraordinary swordsmanship, making it entirely plausible that he could have defeated Lin Song. Lin Tiange mused silently, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. With Yin Changfeng at the pinnacle of the 7th layer of body refinement, and himself possessing the 8th layer of body refinement, along with numerous mid-tier practitioners of the 7th layer at his disposal, capturing Yin Changfeng might not be as daunting as he had previously imagined. With this thought in mind, Lin Tiange's demeanor shifted dramatically as he directed a grave admonition at Yin Changfeng. Yin Changfeng, you have committed heinous crimes, and we have come to apprehend you. Surrender at once. Surrender? What a jest! Yin Changfeng scoffed, casting a casual glance over the members of the law enforcement hall behind Lin Tiange. Do you honestly believe I would yield to such a motley crew? What did you say? We are a motley crew? The enforcers glared at him, their eyes ablaze with fury. You stand at the brink of death and remain oblivious. How audacious of you! The atmosphere among the law enforcement hall members became charged with tension. Lin Tiange's tone grew icy, his gaze sharp as he retorted, Yin Changfeng, you must ponder carefully. You have committed egregious offenses, and should we be forced to act, even if we were to eliminate you on the spot, your family would not lessen your punishment. If you choose to surrender willingly, perhaps you might extend your life a little longer. With the awareness of Yin Changfeng's cultivation level, Lin Tiange felt his confidence bolster. The surrounding disciples of the Lin family regarded Yin Changfeng as if he were a fool, despite his remarkable talent and achievements at such a young age. He was but a single individual. How could one man possibly contend against the entirety of the law enforcement hall? Moreover, within the law enforcement hall, there exists a formidable expert at the peak of the 8th layer of body refinement, Lin Tiange. How utterly foolish this waste is. Merely at the 7th layer of body refinement, does he truly believe himself invincible? To dare to act arrogantly before the law enforcement hall is nothing short of courting death. Envious whispers filled the crowd, directed towards Yin Changfeng's exceptional talent, laced with sarcasm and disdain. Indeed, I believe this fool has lost his mind, daring to provoke the law enforcement hall without a care for his life, having committed such heinous crimes. To still challenge the law enforcement hall, surely even the mightiest of beings could not save him. His fate is sealed. Many in the crowd scoffed in agreement. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be uprooted by the wind. For years, Yin Changfeng had lacked sufficient cultivation resources, yet he had still surpassed them, which fueled the discontent of these self-proclaimed geniuses. Heinous crimes? Yin Changfeng chuckled softly, his gaze sharpening as he coldly declared, in this world, the weak are, in essence, the true criminals. The reason you dare to impose guilt upon me is merely because you perceive me as easy prey, incapable of resistance. If my strength were sufficiently formidable, would you still dare to utter the word crime before me? With a piercing glint in his eyes, Yin Changfeng's aura shifted dramatically, his robes billowing as if caught in an unseen gale. He calmly grasped the hilt of his sword, a palpable killing intent igniting in his gaze. Today, I shall let the Lin family run red with blood. I will slay until none dare to speak of guilt before me. As his words fell, a violent wind swept through the area, causing the garments of those present to flutter wildly. The crowd was struck by a tremor of shock at Yin Changfeng's proclamation. To slay until none dare utter a word of guilt before him? How audacious, how arrogant. At the same time, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Yin Changfeng, all present were deeply unsettled. How presumptuous. Who does he think he is? A condemned man dares to act so brazenly. Lin Tiange was the first to regain his senses, shouting loudly, startling those around him into awareness. The members of the law enforcement hall all wore grim expressions, locking their sights firmly upon Yin Changfeng. With his right hand gently resting on the hilt of the Qingfeng sword, Yin Changfeng's aura transformed once more, an invisible sharpness soaring into the sky, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy that swept forth like a tempest. The color drained from the faces of those present, the Lin family's disciples, who had previously mocked him in hushed tones, fell silent, their expressions shifting in alarm. This individual had conjured such a formidable presence without yet making a move. Surely, it must be mere bluster, an attempt to intimidate us into retreating, leaving him an opportunity to escape. Lin Tiange's thoughts raced, a glimmer of cold amusement surfacing in his eyes as he commanded, kill. Instantly, The members of the law enforcement hall surged toward Yin Changfeng like a tidal wave, an unmistakable killing intent radiating from them, their overwhelming presence instilling deep respect and fear in the Lin family disciples observing from a distance. They had not anticipated that the officers of the law enforcement hall would possess such strength. Nearly every one of them matched Yin Changfeng in prowess, sealing his fate in an inescapable demise. Chapter 46. Clean the slate. Gazing at the oncoming members of the law enforcement hall, Yin Changfeng exhibited not a trace of panic in his eyes. His right hand rested calmly on the hilt of the Qingfeng sword. Draw the sword. Sheath the sword. A flash of cold, piercing sword light vanished in an instant. The Asura sword technique, drawing the sword style. A chilling voice resonated, instantly igniting a profound sense of crisis in the hearts of all present at the law enforcement hall. Even Lin Tiange's expression transformed in shock, as a blinding light rapidly expanded within his pupils. In an instant, petals of blood erupted among the crowd, leaving everyone wide-eyed and frozen in disbelief. Subsequently, their bodies collapsed to the ground, lifeless. With a single sword strike, the entire law enforcement hall was annihilated. 53 individuals, including Lin Tiange, a peak 8th-layer expert in body refinement, fell without exception. A mere rabble dares to accuse me? A smirk played upon Yin Changfeng's lips. The onlooking members of the Lin family stood petrified, their eyes widening in terror as they beheld the scene before them, collectively gasping in horror. How could this be possible? One sword to slay 53? Furthermore, most of those slain were experts of comparable rank, including Lin Tiange, who possessed a higher cultivation level. How could he be so formidable? This must be a mirage. I must be dreaming. How terrifying. How utterly frightening. Was that truly a flash of sword light? It was astonishingly swift. The surrounding Lin family members were engulfed in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. This spectacle was simply too astounding to comprehend. Nevertheless, those who had previously mocked Yin Changfeng now fell silent, unable to utter another word. Yin Changfeng remained composed, casting a serene glance at the Lin family members. Is there anyone else who wishes to accuse me? As his gaze swept over them, the Lin family members turned pale, retreating several steps, utterly intimidated by the scene. Yin Changfeng's lips curled into a slight smirk. A bunch of worthless fools. Everyone regarded Yin Changfeng with complex emotions. The very person they had once deemed a useless wretch now exhibited such disdain, labeling them as worthless, and they dared not utter a single retort. Surrender all your cultivation resources to me. Yin Changfeng spoke. Although he already possessed 2,100 body refinement pills, he still craved more resources for his cultivation. However, upon hearing his words, the crowd's expressions shifted, and no one dared to act for a moment. What? Are you unwilling? Yin Changfeng's icy gaze swept over them, causing their faces to drain of color and their hairs to stand on end. Having witnessed his merciless slaughter, none dared to provoke him further. They all rushed forward, presenting their resources to Yin Changfeng. This individual's prowess was astonishing. None among us could contend with him. For now, appeasing him is paramount to preserving our lives. His annihilation of the law enforcement hall is a crime that will surely alarm the family as higher-ups. He is undoubtedly doomed. At this moment, safeguarding our own lives is the priority. As they pondered this, regret washed over them for having ventured into this fray. Subsequently, Yin Changfeng collected the storage bags from the fallen members of the law enforcement hall. Remove these bodies, and then you may leave. Yin Changfeng casually tossed out a remark before turning back to his residence. Upon entering his room, he roughly estimated the cultivation resources he had just acquired, discovering an astonishing 2,500 body refining pills. Of these, 1,200 were taken from the 53 members of the law enforcement hall. This time, he had nearly plundered the entire cultivation resources from both the direct and collateral descendants of the Lin family, with an accumulation of 2,500 body refining pills. Combined with the 2,100 he already possessed, he now had a total of 4,600 pills. Even when Ming'er embarked on her cultivation journey, this ample supply should suffice for him to reach the pinnacle of the 10th level of body refining. A smile graced Yin Changfeng's face, as he paid no heed to the potential consequences of his actions. Given his current strength, there were few in the Lin residence who could threaten him. Moreover, the Lin family, ungrateful as they were, would not dare to confront him. Once Su Ming'er successfully completed her marrow cleansing, he would personally deal with them. Seizing the moment while Su Ming'er was still engaged in her cleansing, Yin Changfeng settled into a meditative posture to cultivate. The 7-colored Dao lotus spun and floated, hastening his refinement and absorption of the body refining pills. Waves of pure energy surged toward his limbs and bones, enhancing his physique, which now gleamed brilliantly, radiating divine light. Having already reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refining, and drawing upon his past cultivation experiences, he faced no significant obstacles in his breakthrough. As the energy within him reached its critical point, everything flowed seamlessly, and with a gentle tremor of divine light, Yin Changfeng ascended to the 8th level of body refining. Instantly, the surrounding elemental energy surged forth, pouring into his body. Meanwhile, during Yin Changfeng's period of cultivation, turmoil erupted among the upper echelons of the Lin family's inner courtyard. What did you say? That Yin Changfeng annihilated the entire law enforcement hall with a single strike? In the grand hall of the Lin family, Lin Taishan was no longer as composed as before. Upon hearing the reports from numerous Lin family disciples, disbelief filled his eyes. He was not alone. Other elders in the hall were equally astonished. Indeed, Patriarch, that Yin Changfeng is utterly deranged. When the officials of the law enforcement hall attempted to apprehend him, he slaughtered them all with a single sword strike. Correct, Patriarch, we witnessed this ourselves. Furthermore, he looted all our cultivation resources. Moreover, he proclaimed that he would let the Lin family shed rivers of blood, instilling fear in anyone who dared to speak against him. Many Lin family disciples knelt in the grand hall, tears streaming down their faces, filled with grief and fury. How outrageous. Boom. Upon hearing this, Lin Taishan's fury erupted. He slammed his hand down, shattering the nearby tea table into splinters. I have long warned you that the Yin family, despite their name, are not of our clan. Those who are not of our blood will harbor ill intentions. Yin Changfeng has endured for years, and now that he has exploded forth, he surely harbors ulterior motives. One elder spoke up. Lin Taishan's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with rage. In the entire enforcement hall, dozens of Lin clan elites met their tragic demise. How could one not feel enraged? These individuals were distinct from the rest. They represented the pinnacle of the younger generation of the Lin family, embodying their future. Yet now, they have been ruthlessly annihilated. Chapter 47. The elders demand accountability. Lin Taishan was consumed with fury, but as the head of the Lin family, he quickly regained his composure. Esteemed elders, this matter may harbor some peculiarities, one elder pondered aloud. That Yin Changfeng is merely 17 or 18 years of age and has already reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage of body refinement. This alone could be attributed to his extraordinary talent. However, where did he acquire such astonishing swordsmanship? One person, with a single stroke, managed to eradicate everyone in the enforcement hall. Is there truly anyone in the entirety of the Tianchen kingdom capable of such a feat? The room filled with furrowed brows and exchanged glances. An elder spoke. In the Tianchen kingdom, when it comes to swordsmanship, the Shaoqing sword sect is unparalleled. Yet, we are thousands of miles away from them. It is inconceivable that Yin Changfeng could have any connection to the Shaoqing sword sect. Could it be that Yin Yunlong secretly imparted high-level sword techniques to him before his departure? Another speculated. Upon hearing this, many elders in the hall brightened with intrigue. High-level sword techniques. The mere mention of those 4 words carried immense weight. Sword techniques are indeed a form of martial skill. In the entire Chaoyang city, the most exceptional martial techniques are merely of the profound rank. To be deemed high-level, a martial technique must at least belong to the earth rank. Such techniques are exceedingly rare even within the vast expanse of the Tianchen kingdom, naturally inciting great envy. The emergence of any earth rank martial technique would surely incite a bloodbath throughout the realm. If Yin Changfeng truly possesses an earth rank martial technique, a glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the Lin family's upper echelons. If we could obtain and master an earth rank martial technique, the strength of the entire Lin family would ascend to new heights, establishing our dominance over Chaoyang City. Lin Taishan's gaze shifted, sweeping across the elders as he spoke in a deep voice. There is no need for further speculation, esteemed elders. We need only to capture this traitor and interrogate him to uncover the truth. Indeed, the head of the family speaks wisely. At that moment, a frail voice echoed from outside the hall, followed by the entrance of an elderly man clad in coarse robes. His countenance was grim, and his eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he coldly declared, I wish to see just what capabilities the one who destroyed my enforcement hall possesses. Head of the family, allow me to take matters into my own hands. A powerful aura emanated from him, revealing that he was at the mid-stage of the 2nd layer of pulse condensation. The oppressive energy made the Lin family disciples pale, their gazes towards the elderly man filled with reverence. It was Elder Xing. A mere junior ant should not necessitate Elder Xing's personal intervention. It would be an excessive use of talent. Lin Taishan's eyes shifted slightly, showing a degree of courtesy towards the elderly man. Humph, that brat has annihilated the enforcement hall I painstakingly established, and even my grandson, Tian Go, has perished at his hands. If I do not exact vengeance upon him, my heart shall be consumed by an insatiable hatred. Elder Xing's entire being radiated murderous intent, causing many within the hall to tremble with trepidation. This elder is none other than Xing Zue, the venerable master of the enforcement hall. Lin Taishan's eyes flickered with glimmers of thought as he chuckled. He is merely a lowly junior. Why must Elder personally take action? If Elder seeks to slay him to quell his wrath, it would be wiser to send someone else to apprehend him and deliver him to you for judgment. Elder Xing furrowed his brow. Having been rebuffed by the family head twice, he hesitated, for the saying goes, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence. But thrice is enemy action. He did not wish to provoke the family head further. Casting a deep glance at Lin Taishan, Elder Xing replied, if that is the case, I shall wait. However, when the time comes, that brat's life must be entrusted to my discretion. That is entirely agreeable, Lin Taishan responded with a smile. He too harbored doubts regarding Yin Chongfeng's mastery of advanced martial techniques, especially after the latter had slain Elder Xing's beloved grandson, Lin Tiange. If Elder Xing were to confront Yin Chongfeng in a fit of rage, he might very well slay him, rendering the so-called advanced martial techniques mere illusions. Thus, he could not allow Elder Xing to proceed. Family head, if that is the case, allow me to go. Elder Seven volunteered, his eyes shimmering with avarice. Lin Taishan pondered briefly before nodding. Very well, Elder Seven, you shall go. Remember, you must capture him alive. Elder Seven's face lit up with joy as he assured. Rest assured, family head. With that, he exited the grand hall and hastened towards Yin Chongfeng's residence. While his strength paled in comparison to that of Xing Zue, he was still a first-level condensation realm cultivator, while Yin Chongfeng had only recently reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Thus he did not regard him with much concern. On his way, Elder Seven passed by the site of the enforcement hall's destruction, where blood still stained the ground, exuding a pungent scent of iron. The bodies of Lin Tiange and the others had already been removed. What a ruthless young man, Elder Seven mused. His brow furrowed at the thought that over 50 members of the enforcement hall had been slaughtered without a soul spared. He did not linger, transforming into a wisp of wind as he made his way towards Yin Chongfeng's courtyard. Just then, Yin Chongfeng, having just broken through to the 8th level of the body refinement realm and consolidating his cultivation, sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. With a fleeting thought, he realized that the Lin family had dispatched someone once again to capture him. A faint smile danced upon his lips as he flashed out of his room and, in the blink of an eye, stood atop a nearby mound, standing tall in his flowing white robes. He gazed calmly ahead as a dark figure swiftly approached from the distance, emanating a formidable presence without any hint of restraint. Moments later, a figure landed before Yin Chongfeng. It was none other than Elder Seven. Observing Yin Chongfeng blocking his path, Elder Seven raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not expecting that Yin Chongfeng had already been waiting here, a sense of bewilderment filled him, as he had initially feared arriving too late would allow Yin Chongfeng to escape. But he never anticipated the audacity of his opponent. Yin Chongfeng, is it you who has committed the act? The 7th elder quickly regained his composure, a formidable aura emanating from him as he sought to intimidate Yin Chongfeng, simultaneously demanding an answer. Did you not already possess the answer? Yin Chongfeng replied with a serene smile, composed and unperturbed by the overwhelming presence of his opponent. The 7th elder, witnessing this, felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yin Chongfeng would remain so unfazed in the face of his powerful aura of the condensation realm. Realizing this, the 7th elder's heart swelled with fury. How could a master of the condensation realm be unable to instill fear in a mere ant at the peak of the 7th layer of body refinement? The nonchalance displayed by Yin Chongfeng was utterly infuriating. Hold! The 7th elder's voice thundered, cutting through the tension. Yin Chongfeng, the Lin family has treated you well. Why do you engage in such heinous acts? Oh! Yin Chongfeng's eyes narrowed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The Lin family has treated me well? Is that so? Indeed. The 7th elder retorted. Had it not been for the Lin family sheltering you and your father, you would have met your end long ago. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to commit such treachery. At this, Yin Chongfeng chuckled softly. Your Lin family shelters my father and me? I must say, the audacity of your family exceeds my expectations. He shook his head, recalling how Yin Yunlong had brought him to Chaiyang City during the Lin family's calamity. Had it not been for Yin Yunlong's intervention, the Lin family would have been consigned to oblivion. Yet, now they had the audacity to twist the narrative and obscure the truth. Stubborn and unrepentant, you dare to malign the Lin family after committing such a heinous crime? You will find no mercy. The 7th elder proclaimed with righteous indignation, a cold smile forming on his lips. Surrender and confess your crimes, or I shall take action and ensure you suffer for your insolence. Confess? Surrender to you? Do you truly believe you possess the right to judge me? Yin Changfeng retorted with a chilling laugh, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, soaring to the heavens. His gaze sharpened like a blade, and in an instant, he blurred into a shadow, resembling a phantom as he lunged towards the seventh elder. The seventh elder's eyes twitched. As a master of the first layer of the condensation realm, he had never been so openly disdained by a mere ant of the seventh layer of body refinement. Where was his dignity? Where was his authority? You ignorant wretch, do you truly believe yourself invincible at this level? The seventh elder scoffed, his anger transforming into a mocking laugh, his eyes gleaming with cold fury and a hint of greed. He stood firm like an ancient pine, observing Yin Changfeng's approach with an air of superiority, seemingly waiting to demonstrate the vast chasm of power between them, intending to extinguish Yin Changfeng's brilliance. However, in the next moment, the seventh elder's expression shifted dramatically. How fast? Panic surged within him as he witnessed Yin Changfeng, once a considerable distance away, now closing in with blinding speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, nearly upon him in an instant. The seventh elder's eyelids twitched violently. Such speed was beyond even his grasp. Following this, an overwhelming chill spread through the air, causing the seventh elder to feel a prickling sensation on his scalp. His hair standing on end, as a profound sense of danger surged within him. He quickly regained his composure, channeling his internal energy in a desperate attempt to subdue Yin Changfeng with a swift and decisive strike, yet his body could not keep pace with his thoughts. Before his attack could even manifest, a brilliant beam of sword light had already surged forth. My humble abilities may seem insignificant, yet they are more than sufficient to bring about your demise. A frigid voice suddenly resonated in the seventh elder's ears. The shimmering sword light glinted with an ethereal clarity, sharp and unyielding, as if it could cleave through anything. You. The seventh elder's expression shifted dramatically, the dazzling sword light magnified rapidly within his pupils, terror creeping into his gaze. Yin Changfeng's figure flashed past him, and in that instant, the seventh elder's head was sent soaring into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Thud, thud, thud. The seventh elder's head fell to the ground, rolling to rest at Yin Changfeng's feet. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief, and the look of horror on his face became permanently frozen. Yin Changfeng slowly rose, sheathing his Qingfeng sword. In the blink of an eye, the seventh elder had perished, his spirit extinguished, never even witnessing the sword being drawn. In the distance, two peripheral members of the Lin family chanced upon this scene, their faces paling in shock. Upon catching sight of Yin Changfeng, they nearly collapsed in terror. Once they had bullied and humiliated me, today they fear and dread me. Life is unpredictable. Strength is the only constant. A faint smirk played at the corners of Yin Changfeng's mouth. Clang. The Qingfeng sword was drawn again, causing the two individuals to instinctively kneel in fear, exclaiming, "Spare us, young Master Yin." Yet, unexpectedly, Yin Changfeng merely flicked the head of the seventh elder with his foot. It flew toward the two, landing before them, and nearly causing them to faint from fright. "Return and inform Lin Taishan that I shall be seeking him out." The chilling voice echoed in their ears, sending them into a state of icy dread, their bodies drenched in sweat that quickly crystallized into a thin layer of ice. Trembling uncontrollably under Yin Changfeng's gaze, as though they were being scrutinized by the specter of death, they remained frozen until he had long departed. Exchanging glances, the two hastily scrambled to their feet, pallid faces clutching the head of the seventh elder, racing toward the inner courtyard. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yin Changfeng happened upon Su Ming'er emerging from within, having successfully undergone her marrow cleansing. Su Ming'er's once dull hair had regained its luster, flowing like ink in a waterfall, naturally cascading down her shoulders. Her exquisite features resembled a lotus blooming from the water, exuding an enchanting blush, more vibrant and lively than ever before. Her slender waist, rounded hips, and long, graceful legs accentuated her ethereal beauty. Furthermore, the transformation brought by her successful marrow cleansing had imbued her with an alluring aura. Every smile and frown captivated the heart, leaving even Yin Changfeng momentarily awestruck. However, as he gazed upon Su Ming'er in that moment, a slight furrow formed in his brow. In her presence, he fleetingly perceived a familiar silhouette. It seemed to be an illusion, and by the time Yin Changfeng regained his composure, that peculiar sensation had vanished without a trace. He steadied his emotions, a thread of coldness rising in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "A millennium's time. Fleeting as a dream. With her cultivation talent, she must have already ascended to the pinnacle, I fear. Yet, even if you truly stand upon that altar, I, Yin Changfeng, shall cast you down." A flicker of hatred glimmered in Yin Changfeng's gaze. "Young master, what troubles you? Is it not a joyous occasion that Ming'er has successfully refined her marrow?" Sensing the murderous intent and animosity in Yin Chongfeng's eyes, Su Ming'er felt a wave of unease wash over her. Yin Chongfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, then opened them again, the hatred buried deep within. A gentle smile returned to his face as he embraced Su Ming'er's delicate waist, inhaling the fragrance of the young girl. Ming'er's success in marrow refinement naturally brings immense joy to me. Is that so? Su Ming'er replied, her expression laced with skepticism as she fixed her gaze on Yin Chongfeng. Observing the look on her face, Yin Chongfeng felt a surge of warmth. He had not anticipated that Su Ming'er would radiate such allure after her refinement. Each of her expressions was intoxicating, drawing one in irresistibly. Chapter 49. Delivering a head for an account. Ming'er, you have successfully refined your marrow. I shall now impart to you a profound technique. Remember well, and do not disclose it to anyone. Yin Chongfeng guided Su Ming'er back to his chamber, closing the door behind them. Young master, I already possess a cultivation technique. Su Ming'er replied, puzzled. Yin Chongfeng smiled gently and said, the technique I am about to bestow upon you is far more intricate than the one you currently understand. With that, he began to convey the technique to Su Ming'er. Gifted with remarkable intellect, Su Ming'er experienced a significant enhancement in her comprehension after her refinement. She memorized the technique flawlessly after just one recitation. The Nine Heavens mysterious made in scripture is a celestial grade technique, and until one's strength is formidable, it must not be disclosed to a third party, otherwise, endless troubles may ensue. Yin Chongfeng's seriousness was palpable as he imparted this warning. Ming'er will remember, she replied, slightly taken aback by Yin Chongfeng's solemn demeanor, before nodding earnestly. This was the first time she had witnessed such gravity in her young master's expression. Simultaneously, she was astonished to learn that the technique he had entrusted to her was, in fact, the legendary celestial grade scripture. Yin Chongfeng nodded in affirmation. His reluctance to allow Su Ming'er to share this knowledge stemmed not only from the technique's immense value, but also from a crucial reason. Its origins traced back to the ancient Tang family. In the past, the ancient Yin family and the Tang family were both esteemed clans, and Yin Chongfeng was betrothed to Tang Mingxi, the Tang family's prodigy. He had often visited the ancient Tang family's scripture repository to comprehend profound martial arts, and the Nine Heavens mysterious maiden scripture was the very technique practiced by Tang Mingxi. Although they were separated by countless miles from the ancient Tang family's domain in the Guiyang Empire, it was better to be cautious than to face unforeseen consequences. Celestial grade techniques are accompanied by corresponding martial skills and divine abilities. For instance, the Asura refining divine art that Yin Chongfeng practiced encompassed numerous martial techniques and divine powers, with the Asura sword technique being merely one method of attack. Thus, Yin Chongfeng refrained from imparting any additional martial skills to Su Ming'er, merely presenting her with a storage bag containing 600 body refinement pills. Ming'er, having just undergone marrow cleansing, the effects of the medicine still linger. Commencing your training now will yield remarkable results. This bag contains 600 body refinement pills, which should suffice for an extended period of your cultivation. 600 body refinement pills. Su Ming'er was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the sheer quantity. Reflecting on her past, where daily toil earned her but a single pill over years of effort, her eyes brimmed with tears. As Lin Feng and his companion carried the severed head of Elder Seven towards the inner courtyard, Lin Taishan, seated in the grand hall, sensed an unease within him. What could be the matter? Elder Seven, a formidable expert at the mid-stage of the pulse condensation realm, should have easily subdued a mere junior in the 7th stage of body refinement. Why then did a sense of foreboding wash over me? His eyelids twitched, and an ominous premonition stirred in his heart. Could it be that Elder Seven's mission would encounter unforeseen circumstances? Lin Taishan's mind was tumultuous. Why does the master appear so anxious? Is it due to Yin Chongfeng? Observing his distress, one of the elders in the hall remarked with surprise, Elders, I cannot shake this unease within me. I fear for Elder Seven's safety. Lin Taishan spoke solemnly. Elder Seven in peril? The other elders frowned at his words. One elder chuckled, Master, you seem overly concerned. Elder Seven is a mid-stage expert in the pulse condensation realm. He is merely tasked with capturing a 7th-stage body refinement ant. What danger could he possibly face? Indeed, the third elder is correct. While Yin Chongfeng has demonstrated remarkable prowess by annihilating the law enforcement hall with his peak 7th-stage cultivation, the disparity in strength between him and Elder Seven is insurmountable. With Elder Seven's capabilities, he could easily subdue Yin with a mere flick of his hand. And no unexpected incidents should arise, another elder interjected. The Grand Elder nodded with a slight smile. Master need not fret. Simply await Elder Seven's return with Yin Chongfeng. Lin Taishan, upon hearing this, nodded, feeling a slight lift in his spirits. You speak wisely, esteemed elders. Perhaps I have been overly cautious. With Elder 7's strength, a mere Yin Changfeng poses no threat, and it is high time Elder 7 returned. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the hall. Oh no! Oh no! Master! Something has happened to Elder 7. Before they could arrive, their voices had already reached the hall. Lin Feng and his companion, breathless, rushed in carrying Elder 7's severed head, their frantic cries echoing. As the words pierced through the hall, Lin Taishan, who had just begun to find solace, felt his heart lurch violently, rising abruptly from his seat. A shroud of darkness enveloped him, his gaze electrified as he turned to the approaching figures. The countenance of the gathered elders shifted, their expressions betraying concern. They had just reassured Lin Taishan that Elder 7 would undoubtedly return unscathed, dismissing his apprehensions as mere overthinking. However, no sooner had the words left his lips than rumors of the 7th elder's misfortune began to circulate outside. The first elder's countenance immediately darkened. He rose to his full height and hastened forward, bellowing, "Preposterous! What is the meaning of this uproar in the inner court's assembly hall? The 7th elder is a master of the condensed veins realm, with profound cultivation and formidable strength. How dare you utter such nonsense?" Yet, as he spoke, his words faltered abruptly upon noticing the head of the 7th elder cradled in Lin Feng's arms, rendering him momentarily speechless, as if struck by lightning. Old 7. Regaining his senses, the first elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in horror, rushing closer to behold the head of the 7th elder, his mind reeling as he murmured, "How could this be? How could this happen?" Old 7 was a master of the first level of the condensed veins realm, while Yin Changfeng, that wretched creature, had only just reached the 7th level of the body refinement realm. There was no way he could have bested Old 7. What had transpired? The first elder struggled to accept the notion that the 7th elder had fallen to Yin Changfeng. He seized Lin Feng and demanded in a fierce tone, "What on earth happened? Who is responsible for this? Speak the truth at once." His overwhelming aura surged forth, leaving both Lin Feng and his companion gasping for breath, their faces paling as they trembled. "Elder, it was Yin Changfeng." "What did you say? Yin Changfeng?" The first elder's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? How could Yin Changfeng possibly be a match for the 7th elder? Do you think me a fool? Meanwhile, those gathered in the rear hall sensed the commotion and hurried outside, only to be met with a scene of utter shock. Lin Taishan and the other elders emerged swiftly, and upon witnessing the 7th elder's head, they too were struck dumb, as if by a thunderclap. After a lengthy silence, the reality began to sink in. Old 7. Rage surged within them as they gazed upon the frozen visage of the 7th elder, contorted in a grimace. Lin Taishan's expression darkened like stormy waters, a chilling aura of murder permeating the air. He had dreaded this moment, and now it had come to pass. The 7th elder had truly met a tragic fate. What had transpired? Who had severed the head of the 7th elder? Lin Taishan, seething with fury, demanded answers, his voice echoing with authority, striking terror into Lin Feng and his companion, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. They dared not conceal anything and hastily recounted the events in detail. "Master, Yin Changfeng's cultivation has surpassed to the 8th level of the body refinement realm, with just one sword." Before they could finish, they sensed the temperature plummeting around them, an overwhelming killing intent emanating from Lin Taishan, even more intense than before. As they dared to meet his gaze, they saw his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, causing their breaths to hitch. With a resounding thud, they fell to their knees, too terrified to speak further. Yin Changfeng, Lin Taishan's expression was as dark as the storm clouds gathering overhead. In mere days, the insignificant ant he had dismissed had caused such an uproar. Not only had he stolen from the alchemy chamber and obliterated the law enforcement hall, but he had also brought death upon one of the Lin family's elders. Lin Taishan gazed at the two for a long moment, his voice low and laced with an undeniable aura of vengeance. Even if Yin Changfeng has advanced to the 8th level of the body refinement realm, how could he possibly be a match for Elder 7? Could it be that there are formidable allies backing him? Lin Taishan's thoughts raced as he inquired. The other elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, reporting to the family head. "Our cultivation is rather low, and during the brief encounter between Yin Changfeng and Elder 7, we were unable to discern his actions." Lin Feng and his companion admitted somewhat sheepishly. However, Lin Taishan and the others raised their brows. The Grand Elder's eyes were also filled with a murderous intent as he coldly remarked, "Even if Yin Changfeng has broken through to the 8th level of the body refinement realm, he cannot possibly overcome Elder 7. He must have employed some underhanded tactic." And Elder 7 unwittingly fell into his trap, thus leading to his demise at Yin Changfeng's blade. The other elders nodded in agreement. A mere ant at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, even if he did resort to some cunning scheme, would find it exceedingly difficult to slay Elder 7 with a single strike. It seems that this waste possesses some profound martial skill. One elder's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Upon hearing this, the other elder's gazes flickered, a fierce murderous intent mingled with a hint of greed igniting within them. Since Elder 7 failed to capture that little thief, it falls upon me to take action. Elder Shing stood up and stated nonchalantly. He did not share a deep bond with Elder 7. Thus he felt no sorrow over the latter's demise. When Elder Shing requested to take action once more, Lin Taishan's eyes narrowed, ready to speak. However, Elder Shing waved his hand, saying, Family head, I know you value the advanced martial skills in that little thief's possession. I assure you, my intention this time is merely to capture him alive. I will not take his life. Once you acquire the advanced martial skills from him, you can leave his execution to me. Lin Taishan's gaze flickered, but he ultimately nodded in agreement. I trust your judgment, Elder Shing. You may proceed to bring him back. But given that this little thief is quite cunning, it would be prudent for Elder San to accompany you. Elder Shing furrowed his brow slightly. He held absolute confidence in his abilities. As a mid-stage cultivator of the second layer of the meridian condensation realm, he was a remarkable expert even within the entire Chaiyang city. Now, to apprehend a mere junior ant at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, Lin Taishan still felt uneasy and insisted on sending Elder San along. This feeling of being underestimated was quite displeasing to him. However, given that Lin Taishan was currently in a fit of anger, he refrained from further provoking him. In that case, family head, please wait a moment. We shall swiftly capture that little thief. Elder Shing clasped his hands and, together with Elder San, sped away. Daring to destroy my law enforcement hall. I shall ensure he suffers today. Upon exiting the main hall, a boundless killing intent appeared on Elder Shing's face. Beside him, Elder San frowned and said in a deep voice, Elder Shing, do not forget, until we acquire the martial skills in Yin Chongfeng's possession, he must not be killed. We must apprehend him and present him to the family head. Elder Shing scoffed. I am well aware of this matter. This thief has destroyed my law enforcement hall. How could I allow him to die so easily? This time, I will first cripple his cultivation and sever his path. If he is adept with the sword, then I severed his limbs with my sword, leaving him alive to be delivered to the clan leader. At this moment, Elder Shing had already regarded Yin Chongfeng as a mere fish on the chopping block, planning in his heart how to dispose of him even before laying eyes on him. The sun hung high in the sky, marking the noon hour. At this juncture, Su Ming'er was drenched in fragrant sweat, diligently cultivating the 9 heavens Xian Nu Sutra under Yin Chongfeng's guidance. The celestial tier techniques were profoundly intricate and notoriously elusive, bordering on legendary divine arts, despite their immense power. Mastering them was no simple task. Initially, Yin Chongfeng anticipated that Su Ming'er would face considerable challenges as she embarked on this celestial tier cultivation. However, to his astonishment, within merely half an hour, she had comprehended the entirety of the cultivation method. In such a brief period, she was already capable of guiding her internal true energy according to the sutra, circulating it throughout her body. Furthermore, Su Ming'er exhibited an extraordinary affinity with this technique, allowing her to progress seamlessly, even accelerating her refinement of body-enhancing elixirs to over 3 times the speed of an ordinary genius. Such a pace of cultivation was hardly inferior to that of Yin Chongfeng, who possessed the 7-colored Dao seed. In just half an hour, Su Ming'er had shattered 2 minor realms, advancing to the 3rd stage of body refinement. Although this was significantly influenced by her previous cultivation foundation and the recent success of her marrow cleansing, which reignited the effects of her prior elixirs, the speed of her progress still exceeded Yin Chongfeng's expectations. He never imagined that Ming'er would resonate so profoundly with the 9 heavens Xian Nu Sutra, as if it were tailor-made for her. As he sensed the increasingly potent aura emanating from Su Ming'er, Yin Chongfeng could not help but marvel. The 9 heavens Xian Nu Sutra was deeply rooted in the concept of affinity. A millennium ago, only Tang Mingxi from the Tang clan had successfully mastered it. Yet here, 1,000 years later, Ming'er's speed of comprehension surpassed even that of Tang Mingxi in her prime. The 9 heavens Xian Nu Sutra was indeed an extraordinary technique, ranking among the finest celestial tier methods, rivaling his own cultivation of the Shura refinement technique. Chapter 51. The Slaying of the Elder. Yin Chongfeng reflected, recalling that he had initially shared the 9 heavens Xian Nu Sutra with Su Ming'er out of a sense of trial. If Ming'er failed to gain recognition from the technique and could not master it, he could always teach her another method later. However, he never anticipated that she would genuinely gain the sutra's acknowledgement. Just then, Yin Chongfeng sensed 2 powerful auras approaching swiftly. With Ming'er's cultivation now firmly on track, It was time for him to settle old scores with the Lin clan. He silently departed from the room, casting a glance at the Qinglin python nestled in the corner of the courtyard, which immediately understood and followed suit. Master, the Qinglin python lowered its head, paying its respects. A chilling aura surged within its body, transforming its pupils into a stark white, imbued with an intense coldness. Moreover, scales adorned the crown atop the Qinglin python's head, gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen. Its most significant weakness was now well protected. At this moment, even Yin Changfeng may not be able to defeat him in a direct confrontation. It seems that the drop of Xian Yin true water has brought you considerable gains. Yin Changfeng was also somewhat astonished. Thanks to his master's great fortune, after refining the bestowed Xian Yin true water, Qinglin has successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the late 4th stage, merely a step away from the 5th stage. Qinglin promptly responded, his tone laced with gratitude, coupled with a hint of pride and satisfaction. 5th-tier demonic beasts are equivalent to human martial artists at the 4th level of the meridian condensation realm, possessing immense strength capable of sweeping through even a slightly weaker city. Yin Changfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Your attribute aligns with Yin, making the Xian Yin true water naturally compatible with you. After refining it, few demonic beasts of the same level can threaten you. And as for human martial artists of the same realm, they are no match for you. He felt a sense of delight regarding the transformation of the Qinglin python. Since the Qinglin python had already submitted to him as a follower, its newfound strength would only bring him benefits, never drawbacks. The Qinglin python clan possesses a dragon bloodline. If awakened, your future accomplishments would be limitless. This current achievement is merely a trifle once you reach the 5th stage. I shall impart to you the method of awakening your bloodline. Upon hearing this, the Qinglin python felt a surge of astonishment. Realizing that Yin Changfeng was aware of its hidden dragon bloodline and understood the method of awakening it, the Qinglin vowed to follow his master to the death. Unwavering in loyalty, the Qinglin python was filled with excitement and hastily spoke. Yin Changfeng, unfazed, proceeded to meet the approaching Elder Xing and 3rd Elder. Although his pace was slow, each step covered several meters. Ahead, Elder Xing and 3rd Elder, who were galloping, had already spotted Yin Changfeng's figure, their expressions sharpening. Who is this? What astonishing speed! Both were taken aback, gazing at the gradually clarifying silhouette ahead in astonishment. As the figure became clearer, Yin Changfeng's presence emerged before their eyes, prompting an exchanged glance between the two. Yin Changfeng, they thought, surprised by his remarkable speed. It seems this little rogue possesses not only high-level martial skills, but also advanced movement techniques. However, all of these will belong to us. Elder Xing sneered, his eyes ablaze with fervor. 3rd Elder was equally astounded, yet he remained composed. As he observed Yin Changfeng swiftly approaching, soon standing before them, 3rd Elder's gaze sharpened. The youth before him exuded an extraordinary aura. Gazing at Yin Changfeng was akin to beholding an unparalleled sword, radiating sharpness that pierced the eyes. He resembled a drawn blade, emanating a fierce energy, and his seemingly tranquil gaze imparted an irresistible sharpness. This young man is indeed formidable. It appears that the fall of the 7th brother was no mere accident. The 3rd Elder's expression was grave. The cultivation method he practiced significantly enhanced his spiritual awareness, rendering it more robust and keen than that of his peers. Thus, he perceived Yin Changfeng's extraordinary nature, standing atop a mound of earth. Yin Changfeng's white garments billowed in the wind, his presence ethereal, accompanied by the azure-scaled python at his side. 2 esteemed elders have graced us with their presence. I am here to extend my welcome, Yin Changfeng remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, Elder Xing responded with a cold scoff, stating, You little thief. You have committed an unforgivable crime, one that cannot be atoned for even with your death. Do you think that by flattering me, you can escape your punishment? Today, I shall make you experience true agony. His voice suddenly intensified, and a blood-red long sword materialized soundlessly in his hand. Are you not adept at wielding a sword? Today, I shall use this blade to flay your skin and draw your tendons, severing your limbs, leaving you in a state where you cannot live or die. His words were laced with an intense malice. Yin Changfeng smiled indifferently. Is that so? Then allow me to witness your esteemed skills. Though his tone remained calm, his eyes glinted with a chilling light. Truly arrogant. Do you believe that by employing cunning schemes and luck to slay the 7th Elder, you are invincible? With a cold snort, Elder Xing's eyes flashed while Elder Xing executed the Red Lotus sword technique with astonishing speed, his blade angled in a remarkably cunning manner. However, Yin Changfeng surpassed him in swiftness. A glimmer of cold light flashed by, swift as lightning, the sword left no trace, and in the blink of an eye, he decapitated Elder Xing. You, You actually killed Elder Xing? The third elder was both enraged and astonished, yet his reaction was swift. Upon witnessing Yin Chongfeng's formidable prowess, he dared not harbor any contempt. Instantly, he turned his palm and struck towards Yin Chongfeng with unrestrained force. At that moment, he could no longer heed Lin Taishan's command to capture Yin Chongfeng alive. The overwhelming threat posed by Yin Chongfeng instilled in him a profound sense of danger. He could not afford to underestimate his opponent any further, treating Yin Chongfeng as his foremost adversary, and thus he unleashed his full power. Like Elder Xing, he too was at the second level of the Meridian realm. A powerful aura emanated from him as he unleashed a devastating palm strike, akin to a thunderous onslaught. This was another of the Lin family's low-grade mysterious martial arts, the Heavenly Destruction Palm. As the third elder's thunderous palm descended upon him, Yin Chongfeng remained composed, his figure flickering slightly as he evaded the strike. Boom! The air quaked violently under the tremendous force, producing a deafening hum that seemed capable of piercing eardrums. Clang! A shard of cold light shot forth, leaving a crimson mark upon the third elder's brow. His eyes were filled with disbelief as his body slowly collapsed to the ground, devoid of life, in an instant. Yin Chongfeng cast a dispassionate glance at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, devoid of any trace of compassion. The Lin family should have perished 13 years ago. A glint of cold light flickered in Yin Chongfeng's eyes as he sheathed his sword and strode towards the inner courtyard. When Yin Yunlong brought him to Chaoyang City, the Lin family was on the brink of annihilation. Yin Yunlong intervened, assisting the Lin family in vanquishing their formidable foes and rescuing them from the brink of destruction. While Yin Yunlong was present, the Lin family treated him and his son as esteemed guests, yet once he departed, their attitude shifted dramatically. A harsh reality that chilled the heart. Within the grand hall of the inner courtyard, the elders wore grim expressions. The death of the seventh elder casting a pall over the atmosphere. At that moment, a commanding voice suddenly rang out from outside the hall. "Where's Lin Taishan?" The voice was infused with a surge of true energy, resonating far and wide, echoing throughout the entire inner courtyard. As the words fell, silence enveloped the surroundings, quickly followed by a wave of tumult. Who dared to openly call out the name of the family head? Many members of the Lin family turned pale, exchanging glances before hastening towards the source of the voice. The elders within the hall also clearly heard the booming call from outside, their expressions shifting as anger surged within them. Lin Taishan, already troubled, felt a surge of murderous intent flash through his eyes upon hearing the menacing shout from outside. It's you." As the crowd exited the hall, they beheld Yin Chongfeng in the distance, clad in white, approaching with deliberate grace. His steps were slow yet deceptively swift, each stride covering several meters as if the distance were but an illusion. Upon seeing Yin Chongfeng, everyone in the hall felt as though struck by lightning, their hearts sinking simultaneously. Yin Chongfeng has appeared here. Where are the two elders sent to capture him? Have they missed him, or have they already met their demise? It is indeed you, Yin Chongfeng. The elders all took a deep breath, their expressions shifting. Yin Chongfeng remained composed, stating calmly, "What? Are you surprised to see me?" Yin Chongfeng, you have committed heinous crimes, yet still dare to show your face here. I must admit, you possess a certain audacity, the Grand Elder scoffed. Yin Chongfeng cast a fleeting glance at him, then turned to the sullen Lin Taishan, asking indifferently, "Where is the dragon vein pill entrusted to you by my father?" At the mention of the dragon vein pill, Lin Taishan's expression changed slightly, followed by a cold laugh. "You have already committed a capital offense, with death looming over you. The dragon vein pill would be of no use to you. Do not harbor any foolish hopes." Facing death, yet still daring to ask for the dragon vein pill. You truly are oblivious to your situation. I will grant you a chance. Hand over the advanced martial arts your father left you, and we may allow you to die in one piece. The fifth elder sneered. "Is that so? You grant me a chance?" Yin Chongfeng replied with a faint smile, the chill in his gaze intensifying, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him. "It appears that the Lin family truly has no further need to exist in this world." His voice was calm, yet it carried an icy menace. It is Yin Chongfeng. In the distance, many Lin family members rushed over upon hearing the news, their expressions changing upon seeing Yin Chongfeng. The atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive, swords drawn and crossbows ready. A mere 8th level body refinement, and dares to proclaim the extermination of my Lin family? Let me see if you possess such capability. The fifth elder snorted, his figure darting forward. Heavenly Desolation Palm. A gigantic handprint shrouded in black mist materialized in the air, exuding an astonishing might as it struck towards Yin Chongfeng. It is a low-grade Xian-tier martial technique, the Heavenly Desolation Palm. Someone among the arriving Lin family members exclaimed. The heavenly desolation palm is immensely powerful, and it is said to be exceedingly difficult to comprehend and master. I cannot believe the fifth elder has wielded it with such finesse, even from this distance. I feel an overwhelming pressure. Yin Changfeng dares to provoke an elder. He is truly courting death. Is this the might of a low-grade, Xian-tier martial technique? Indeed. It is incredibly formidable, far surpassing yellow-tier techniques. Now, with the fifth elder, a second-level condensation realm practitioner, unleashing it, Yin Changfeng is undoubtedly doomed. Many people were abuzz with discussion. Clang. In the face of the fifth elder's ferocious strike, Yin Changfeng exhibited no sign of panic. He unsheathed the Qingfeng sword, its brilliance coalescing into a point, piercing directly through the black handprint. What? The fifth elder's heavenly desolation palm was so easily shattered by him. How is that possible? With a single strike, he has dispelled the heavenly desolation palm. Is he truly at the body refinement stage? The Lin family members observing from afar gasped in astonishment. Their eyes filled with disbelief as they regarded Yin Changfeng. Not only them, but the fifth elder and the rest of the Lin family elite were equally astonished, their eyes reflecting the same incredulity. Without employing any underhanded tactics, with merely a single sword strike, he shattered the fifth elder's heavenly desolation palm. Chapter 53. A frightening onslaught. The high-ranking members of the Lin family were engulfed in profound shock. Initially, they had presumed that Yin Changfeng's slaying of the seventh elder was a result of some cunning scheme, yet now they were acutely aware of his terrifying prowess. The fifth elder, equally astonished, had only exchanged blows with Yin Changfeng for a brief moment, but the disparity was unmistakable. Despite his own formidable cultivation in the mid-stage of the pulse condensation realm and unleashing his most powerful techniques, he was effortlessly thwarted by a mere stroke of Yin Changfeng's sword. The ease with which his strongest methods were dismantled left him feeling utterly humiliated. It was unfathomable to accept that what he had deemed an insignificant ant could possess such formidable strength. Was this truly the extent of power available to him in the mid-stage of the pulse condensation realm? Yin Changfeng shook his head, the chill radiating from his Qingfeng sword shimmering ominously. Too weak. His aura surged, sharp and fierce, soaring towards the heavens. Not good. The fifth elder is in peril. The gathered members of the Lin family snapped back to reality, their expressions shifting dramatically as they rushed forward in unison, shouting, "Stop right there, thief." Yin Changfeng regarded the encroaching figures with a hint of derision in his gaze. "If you wish for me to cease, then let us see if you possess the capability to compel me." With a swift arc of his Qingfeng sword, a ghastly white beam of light flashed before the fifth elder's eyes, disappearing in an instant amidst his astonished expression. In the next moment, the fifth elder's countenance froze, his head soaring into the air, blood gushing forth, a scene both bloody and shocking, reverberating through all present. Gasp! The Lin family disciples, rushing from afar, collectively inhaled sharply, their faces paling. As members of the Lin family, they held high status in Chaoyang City. Although they were martial artists, they had lived in relative luxury and had never witnessed such brutality, leaving them utterly stunned. The high-ranking members of the Lin family, however, were all transformed in their expressions, fury igniting in their eyes, a palpable intent to kill. "Ah, you dare to commit such treachery, slaying an elder? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Today, we shall rend your body to pieces," the elder exclaimed, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Lin Taishan's expression darkened as well. He had never anticipated that Yin Changfeng would be so resolute, dispatching the fifth elder without a trace of hesitation. A chill crept into his heart as he observed this astonishing youth, so young, yet wielding such power. His unwavering resolve instilled a sense of fear. His decisiveness in killing was ruthlessly cold. Amidst his anger, a sense of regret surfaced within him. Such a prodigious talent. Had they nurtured him from the beginning and truly regarded him as a member of the Lin family, they would not find themselves in the current predicament. The Lin family could have gained another pillar of support. "Seize him," Lin Taishan commanded, quickly suppressing the turmoil within him, his expression darkening as he issued the order. In truth, before Lin Taishan could even finish, the elders had already encircled Yin Changfeng, unleashing their formidable techniques to strike him down. A youth so ruthless and unyielding must not be allowed to live. The elder's eyes glinted with cold light, his voice frosty, an unrelenting intent to kill emanating from him. He raised his hand, striking towards Yin Changfeng with an indomitable aura, his own version of the heavenly destruction palm, even more potent than that of the fifth elder. Embrace death. The remaining elders joined forces, no longer daring to exhibit even the slightest hint of carelessness. They disregarded their esteemed identities, intent only on subduing Yin Changfeng with overwhelming force. A mere grain of rice can emit brilliance, You wish to take my life? You believe yourselves worthy? Today, I shall settle the score for both old grievances and new. A glint of cold light flickered in Yin Chongfeng's eyes. He exhibited no mercy, striking with ruthless precision as the sword light surged forth in an instant. In the horrified gaze of all present, as the chilling white sword light sliced through the air, heads began to soar skyward, blood gushing forth and transforming the ground into a river of crimson. With each resounding thud, severed heads rolled, and the faces of onlookers were painted with sheer terror and disbelief, frozen in shock. In the blink of an eye, of the 9 elders who had encircled him, only the Grand Elder remained standing. Possessing the 3rd level of the pulse condensation realm, he narrowly evaded a fatal blow amidst the flickering sword light. Yet one of his arms was cleaved off. His eyes brimmed with astonishment as he beheld the sea of corpses surrounding the sword-wielding Yin Chongfeng. Fear etched deep within his gaze. So swift, the fleeting sword light, akin to the scythe of death, had severed the heads of all the attacking elders in mere moments. Even with his own early-stage 3rd level of the pulse condensation realm, he was unable to withstand the onslaught, losing an arm in the process. How could this be? How could you possess such strength? Even if you wielded advanced martial techniques, it could not possibly reach this level. How could it? The Grand Elder's eyes were filled with dread as he clutched his severed arm, retreating in disbelief, his complexion pale. Many members of the Lin family, who observed from a distance, were overcome with an unsettling chill, their souls shaken, with some even unable to suppress their nausea at the sight of the carnage. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air, instilling a profound sense of oppression among the onlookers. Lin Taishan's complexion shifted as he struggled to accept the scene before him. In an instant, nearly all the elders of the Lin family had been annihilated. This is impossible. This is impossible. He was merely at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. How could he be this powerful? Gazing at the heap of corpses, Lin Taishan felt as though he had aged several years. These were the pillars of the Lin family. How could they all be obliterated in such a manner? How could the Lin family hope to stand their ground in Chaiyang City, to contend with the other 2 families? Simultaneously, feeling the unrelenting killing intent emanating from Yin Chongfeng, Lin Taishan was gripped by an overwhelming fear. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the essence of terror. The youth before him, whom they had all regarded as a worthless failure, now revealed his unparalleled strength in the eyes of all. This was no mere waste. He was, without a doubt, a prodigious talent. They had once mistaken a resplendent night pearl for a mere glass marble. They had deemed a genius as a failure. You think you can kill me? Today, I shall eradicate the Lin family from existence. A cold smile played upon Yin Chongfeng's lips, his intense murderous aura enveloping the surroundings, casting a chilling atmosphere that made all present feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, as if their very lives were now held in Yin Chongfeng's grasp. Upon hearing that Yin Chongfeng intended to expunge the entire Lin family, Lin Taishan felt a jolt in his heart. Yin Chongfeng, do not act recklessly. I am your uncle. Your father and I are brothers. You are a young master of the Lin family, a scion of our clan. Do you truly wish to obliterate your own lineage? Lin Taishan implored, his tone softening. Despite the boundless animosity he harbored towards Yin Chongfeng, he felt compelled to adopt a conciliatory stance. For even with his peak cultivation at the 3rd level of the condensation realm, he lacked the assurance to confront Yin Chongfeng. Chapter 54. Visitors from Tianwu Academy. Yin Chongfeng, however, regarded him with a glimmer of mockery, scoffing, my uncle? You think you are worthy of that title? With a derisive laugh, he brandished his Qingfeng sword, pointing it menacingly at the throat of the Grand Elder. A single stroke would seal his fate. You. Lin Taishan was both astonished and enraged, unable to fathom the ruthlessness of Yin Chongfeng's actions, which were devoid of compassion and aimed at taking a life. What do you mean by you? If it were not for my father, the Lin family would have long since become a relic of history. The moment my father departed, your attitudes shifted abruptly. You oppressed me and seized all the resources and treasures my father left behind. Such ingratitude and treachery. What use is there in preserving a family like this? The Lin family should have perished long ago. Yin Chongfeng sneered, wielding the Qingfeng sword like a harbinger of death, advancing step by step towards Lin Taishan. Lin Taishan's pupils contracted. Although he was at the pinnacle of the condensation realm, he felt no trace of combativeness in the presence of Yin Chongfeng. As Yin Chongfeng approached, a cloud of dread enveloped Lin Taishan, the immense pressure radiating from the youth overwhelming him. The murderous intent and imposing aura left him in shock. It was unfathomable how a mere boy of 16 or 17 could exude such a fierce and formidable presence. His gaze was so penetrating that it instilled a sense of intimidation, rendering Lin Taishan incapable of resistance. Quickly summoned the Grand Elder, Lin Taishan exclaimed in a panic. His authority as the family head diminished, shouting towards the distant Lin family disciples who were pale with fear. The moment they heard his command, they snapped to attention, and several direct descendants hurried towards the Forbidden Mountain. Yin Changfeng cast a casual glance at them, making no effort to impede their departure. Very well, let them all come. It will be a clean and swift execution. He coldly chuckled, exuding an air of invulnerability, completely unconcerned. You are arrogant, Lin Taishan protested, aghast that Yin Changfeng would dismiss even the Grand Elder with such contempt, claiming he would eliminate everyone. At that moment, a young maiden descended upon Chaoyang City on a flying beast, clad in a delicate yellow gauze dress and appearing to be around 17 or 18. She bore the cultivation of the first level of the condensation realm, unmistakably a person of exceptional talent. Is this where Sister Lin was nurtured? It seems rather unremarkable. She mused, her delicate nose slightly wrinkled as she inquired about the location of the Lin residence, making her way directly to the Lin family. Before the imposing red gates, where the characters Lin Fu were emblazoned with vigor and grace, two guards obstructed her path. The maiden's brows furrowed slightly, and she exclaimed, impudent. How dare you? Two mere lackeys obstruct the path of this young lady. I am a member of the Tianwu Academy, and I am here on behalf of your esteemed Miss Lin Xiang. With a disdainful glance at the two guards, I proceeded directly towards the Lin residence. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them spoke. Since the young lady is a fellow disciple of the eldest miss, and has come on her behalf, we would not dare to obstruct you. However, we must seek permission from the family head. What a joke. In this mere border town, from such a modest family. Does this young lady truly need to announce her presence to your family head? How pretentious. Step aside. Li Wei's delicate face grew cold as she, hailing from a prestigious family, was accustomed to acting with arrogance, showing no regard even for Lin Xiang's kin. With a release of her early-stage qi condensation realm aura, the two guards turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fear was evident in their eyes. A warrior of the qi condensation realm was beyond their capacity to impede. Consider yourselves fortunate this time, as I am sparing your lives for the sake of Senior Sister Lin. Should there be a next time? Even in the presence of Senior Sister Lin, I shall take your lives. Lead me to your family head. Li Wei's voice was frigid, her demeanor exceedingly haughty. The two guards, not daring to disobey, promptly escorted Li Wei into the inner courtyard. What a potent stench of blood. Shortly after stepping outside, passing the area where the law enforcement hall had been annihilated, ignoring the lifeless body on the ground, she proactively declared her identity. I am a member of Tianwu Academy. During this recruitment drive, Senior Sister Lin Xiang secured 2 assessment slots for your Lin family. Where's the head of the Lin family? Upon hearing this, the surrounding Lin family members involuntarily quickened their breaths, their eyes gleaming with fervent excitement. This news was indeed monumental for the Lin family. Had they received it a few days earlier, Lin Taishan would have surely celebrated with his entire clan. However, now, upon hearing this news that should have been exhilarating, Lin Taishan found it impossible to feel any joy. The Lin family was currently facing an unprecedented crisis. With most of the elders and high-ranking members either dead or injured, even his own life was in peril. At this moment, he could only hope that the Supreme Elder would arrive swiftly, as that might save his life and vanquish Yin Changfeng. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and introduced himself to Li Wei. So you are the prodigy from Tianwu Academy. I am Lin Taishan, the head of the Lin family. Chapter 55. A sword that cuts through the air. Li Wei nodded, her expression reflecting understanding. With a graceful flick of her fair arm, she produced 2 tokens resembling jade of sheep's fat, and said, these 2 tokens are the assessment passes for entering Tianwu Academy, entrusted to me by Senior Sister Lin Xiang. As for who receives them, that is for you to decide. Furthermore, there is another matter. Senior Sister Lin Xiang is currently attempting to break through and requires more dragon vein pills. You must send someone to deliver them immediately. Upon hearing the term dragon vein pill, Lin Taishan's eyelids twitched, and the forced smile on his face froze. He cast a discreet glance at Yin Changfeng, who was looking at him with a smirk, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Lin family head, is there an issue? Li Wei observed his demeanor with a slight frown, noticing that this prominent head of the Lin family seemed to be quite wary of the young man before him, who was merely at the 8th level of body refinement. Of course, there is no issue. Before Lin Taishan could speak, Yin Changfeng chuckled lightly and walked toward him, sword in hand. Since Miss Lin wishes to break through, a mere dragon vein pill is trivial. Once I annihilate the Lin family, I shall personally deliver the dragon vein pills to Tianwu Academy. Yin Changfeng's voice was calm, yet it was laced with an intense killing intent. Annihilate the Lin family? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained her composure and couldn't help but scoff. Do you truly believe you can achieve this with your mere 8th level of body refinement? However, before she could finish her sentence, she was astonished to see Lin Taishan retreating as Yin Chongfeng advanced, which filled her with suspicion. Yin Chongfeng, what do you intend to do? I am your uncle. Your father and I are sworn brothers, as close as kin. How dare you attempt to kill me? That would be the utmost treachery. Lin Taishan's expression shifted, and he shouted loudly, You can save your empty words for the king of hell. Yin Chongfeng sneered, his sword intent surging forth. And the Qingfeng's sword let out a sharp cry, resonating with a clear sound. What? Is that sword intent? Li Wei was taken aback. Being a member of a prominent family, she was well versed in such matters and immediately recognized that Yin Chongfeng had comprehended sword intent. Her eyes sparkled with astonishment as she realized that the seemingly younger boy before her had grasped the essence of sword intent. In this remote town of Chaoyang, a rare genius of swordsmanship had emerged. Li Wei felt a surge of shock within her, and her gaze towards Yin Chongfeng shifted dramatically. The comprehension of sword intent is not something ordinary individuals can achieve. Those who can grasp it possess immense potential, unparalleled and sought after by numerous powerful factions. As she sensed a trace of sword intent radiating from Yin Chongfeng, her thoughts began to stir. Meanwhile, Lin Taishan was equally shaken, his eyes revealing a look of horror. No wonder this little rogue's sword techniques were so sharp. He had indeed comprehended the rare sword intent. At this moment, Lin Taishan felt an even greater sense of dread towards Yin Chongfeng. You shall meet your demise. For all that my Lin family has lost to you over the years, I shall reclaim it tenfold. You owe me, and I demand 100-fold repayment. Yin Chongfeng's gaze sharpened, his sword gleaming with a chilling light. The misty blade appearing as clear as water, slicing towards Lin Taishan. You dare. At that instant, a booming voice echoed from a distance. Following closely, 3 formidable auras rapidly approached, each one surpassing Lin Taishan's cultivation level. Stop. Another voice commanded sternly, a figure darting towards them like lightning. The elder had arrived. The surrounding Lin family members felt an immense sense of relief, their excitement palpable. The 3 elders were unparalleled masters, and in the entire Chaoyang city, there were scarcely a handful who could rival them. Yin Chongfeng was surely doomed. Indeed, this Yin Chongfeng, heartless and ungrateful, sought to annihilate my Lin family after we graciously took him and his father in. No punishment could ever atone for such a crime. Welcome, esteemed elders. Please, take action and capture this rogue. The Lin family members were invigorated, their spirits soaring. Lin Taishan too felt a weight lift from his heart. Huh, little thief. Your time has come. Why not surrender? Upon seeing the elders arrive, Lin Taishan regained his confidence, the earlier panic vanishing completely. Surrender? You think too highly of yourself. Today, since I have declared the destruction of your Lin family, you shall not see tomorrow. Yin Chongfeng scoffed, his gaze icy and resolute. The frigid energy within him surged, freezing the air around, causing the blood on the ground to rapidly congeal, as if the land itself was encased in ice. Kill! Yin Chongfeng's eyes suddenly narrowed, and with a swift movement, he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. A flash of cold light emerged from the void. Lin Taishan was instantly struck with alarm. The joy on his face faded swiftly. A profound sense of crisis surged within him, his heart racing violently. He desperately channeled his internal energy, but alas, the extreme cold derived from Yin Chongfeng's comprehension of the profound Yin water had frozen his meridians, constricting the flow of his vital energy. Nevertheless, his formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of the 3rd realm of the condensing meridians still erupted in full force, remaining immensely powerful despite the obstruction. He reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly evading the critical strike, while simultaneously executing a defensive martial technique. A resounding clash echoed as the highly compressed beam of sword light erupted into a dazzling spectacle, blinding those present with its brilliance. The sword energy surged forth, creating a tempest that carved deep gashes into the ground. With a thunderous impact, Lin Taishan's defensive technique was shattered. Although the sword light dispersed, its force penetrated Lin Taishan's defenses in that fleeting moment, striking him directly. He let out a muffled groan, his body propelled backward, a gaping wound appearing on his chest, blood gushing forth. Yet, he had managed to avoid a fatal blow. What a terrifying swordsmanship. Who is this individual? Not only has he comprehended the essence of the sword, but his mastery of sword techniques has reached this astonishing level. The precision with which he compressed his power, without the slightest leakage, is a feat that even the most gifted sword cultivators in the Tianwu Academy could scarcely achieve. Li Wei was utterly astonished, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never imagined that at such a young age, Yin Chongfeng's prowess in swordsmanship had reached such an alarming pinnacle. Even more shocking to her was the fact that Lin Taishan, The head of the Lin family at the peak of the third level of the condensation realm had been defeated. With a single stroke, he had sent Lin Tianchen flying. Her heart trembled. This scene was overwhelmingly shocking, shattering her perceptions. To think that a martial artist at the 8th level of the body refinement realm could send a peak expert of the 3rd level of the condensation realm flying. How terrifying is that? Even within the Tianwu Academy, there were likely very few capable of such a feat. Chapter 56. The death of Lin Tianchen in a mere border town. Such an extraordinary talent emerged. Li Wei was astounded. The surrounding crowd shared her astonishment. They had not anticipated that Yin Changfeng could defeat Lin Tianchen with a single sword strike. Lin Tianchen gasped for breath, stabilizing himself at a distance. His gaze towards Yin Changfeng filled with lingering fear. Although he acknowledged Yin Changfeng's strength, he had never expected it to reach such heights. As a peak expert of the 3rd level of the condensation realm, he was among the elite in the entire Chaoyang city. Yet he had been bested by a single sword strike. You wretched fool! How dare you lay hands on the family head? Such an act of treachery deserves the most severe punishment. The 3 grand elders, soaring in from a distance, exclaimed in shock, their movements swift as the wind, encircling Yin Changfeng in an instant. Among them, 2 possessed mid-level cultivation of the 4th level of the condensation realm, while the 3rd was at the late stage of the same realm. A formidable aura radiated from them, converging upon Yin Changfeng. Ha ha ha, Yin Changfeng. If you wish to kill me, I fear you may not find the opportunity. Lin Tianchen sneered, his gaze filled with malice as the 3 grand elders arrived. Is that so? Let us see about that. Yin Changfeng's aura intensified, becoming sharper and more fervent, the invisible sword energy surging forth, stirring the very winds and clouds. In that moment, the expressions of all shifted. To their eyes, Yin Changfeng's figure seemed to vanish, transforming into a celestial sword. As his body swayed, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly breaking free from the encirclement, a sharp aura surging forth directly towards Lin Tianchen. What? Lin Tianchen was instantly paralyzed with fear, astonished that Yin Changfeng still possessed such formidable strength. The speed he displayed now was astonishingly swift, allowing him to escape the encirclement of the 3 venerable elders, seeking death. The 3 venerable elders were equally taken aback and promptly took action, their movements equally rapid as they aimed to intercept Yin Changfeng. Yin Changfeng's expression shifted slightly. He was still merely at the 8th level of the body refinement stage. Even disregarding the perfect 10th level of the body refinement stage, he was still at least 5 minor realms below the 3 venerable elders. Their simultaneous assault pressed heavily upon him. Just then, a green shadow shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at one of the venerable elders. It was the azure scale python, having long been poised for action. The azure scale python surged forth upon receiving Yin Changfeng's mental command, charging towards one of the mid-stage 4th level of the pulse condensation realm venerable elders. It had refined a drop of mysterious Yin water, significantly enhancing its strength, nearly stepping into the ranks of a half-step 5th-tier beast. Although it had yet to break through to the 5th tier, its innate superiority over human martial artists of the same level, combined with the refined mysterious Yin water, allowed it to contend and even triumph over early-stage 5th-tier beasts. A 4th-level pulse condensation martial artist posed little threat to it. At this moment, taking advantage of the element of surprise, the mid-stage 4th-level venerable elder barely caught a glimpse of the fleeting green shadow before he was met with a gaping maw descending upon him. Just as he intended to evade, the azure scale python's long tongue shot forth, piercing him like a sword, and then it swiftly coiled around him, drawing him into its mouth. In the blink of an eye, a mid-stage 4th-level expert, the Lin family's hope, had perished. Lin Feng. The expressions of the 2 remaining venerable elders changed dramatically. The azure scale python. Damn it! How could there be an azure scale python here? And a peak 4th-tier one at that? They seethed with anger. Indeed, a 4th-level pulse condensation warrior was delectable. The azure scale python rapidly expanded to its true size, its body writhing as it measured over 10 meters in length, speaking in human tongue. The surrounding Lin family disciples fell into a hushed silence. Their cheers extinguished as they turned pale with fright. They were bewildered. How could such a peak 4th-tier beast exist within the Lin estate? The wretched creature seeks its end. Lin Shan and Lin Hua, the other 2 venerable elders, fumed with rage, cursing loudly as they prepared to strike down the azure scale python in vengeance for Lin Feng. Just then, they heard Lin Taishan's anguished cries from a distance. Elders, save me. The 2 elders snapped back to reality. This is bad. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked up to see Lin Taishan in a pitiful state, grievous wounds marring his body, blood and flesh in disarray. Immediately, one of them broke away to charge at Yin Changfeng. Little thief, meet your end. Lin Hua roared, his hand crashing down, sending waves of scorching heat through the air. Yin Chongfeng's gaze turned icy, the Qingfeng sword trembling in response. No one can save you today. His voice was frigid, brimming with murderous intent. The Asura sword technique. The slaughtering sword style. In an instant, he moved with a flash, a gleaming sword light cutting through the air, shimmering with cold brilliance. As Lin Taishan's terrified gaze witnessed the spectacle, at this moment, he was gravely injured, his blood loss rendering him sluggish, making it nearly impossible to evade. With a soft thud, the sword light suddenly sliced across his neck, and blood gushed forth as a severed head soared into the air. The expression on Lin Taishan's face one of utter disbelief. Master! Behind him, Lin Hua's eyes blazed with rage as he charged at Yin Chongfeng with a frenzied assault. Yin Chongfeng's expression shifted. Lin Hua was the most formidable among the three esteemed elders, possessing a cultivation level in the late stage of the fourth realm of vein condensation. Given Yin Chongfeng's current cultivation, he felt considerable pressure in their confrontation. He flickered about, employing his unparalleled body technique to evade. His gaze sharp as he sought a flaw in his opponent's defenses. Clang! In that moment, sword lights flared, slashing from all directions, their razor-sharp energy piercing the heavens. The two engaged in an intense battle. Meanwhile, the surrounding Lin family disciples stood as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the corpse of Lin Taishan sprawled on the ground. The current head of the Lin family had been decapitated by another. In an instant, the entire Lin family was thrown into chaos, with numerous elders dead or injured, and now even the patriarch fallen. What foundation did the Lin family have to stand in Chaiyang City? Kill Yin Chongfeng. Avenge our patriarch. Some, their eyes burning with fury, charged at Yin Chongfeng. Yet before they could approach the battlefield between him and Lin Hua, they were mercilessly cleaved in two by the flying sword light. Come at me. Today, the Lin family was destined to be drenched in blood. With your blood, I shall offer a tribute to my Asura path. A potent scent of blood permeated the air, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloping the entire Lin residence. A glimmer of bloodlust began to surface in Yin Chongfeng's eyes, resembling a bloodthirsty beast, exuding a fierce killing intent. This aura was soul-chilling, affecting the minds of those present. To the path of blood sacrifice. Yin Chongfeng sneered coldly, his eyes glinting with merciless bloodlust. The realm of Asura. His gaze turned a deep crimson, akin to transforming into an Asura, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens. His aura rapidly ascended, soon reaching the 9th level of body refinement, a powerful presence that caused tremors in the hearts of all present. Chapter 57, Slaying the Elder. Yin Chongfeng's rising momentum caused the countenances of all present to change dramatically. Even Lin Hua, at the late stage of the 4th realm of vein condensation, felt a tightening in his pupils, sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Yin Chongfeng. This filled him with unease and astonishment. It was important to note that he was a master in the 4th realm of vein condensation, yet this mere youth before him, with only the cultivation of body refinement, evoked a sense of peril. What kind of prodigy was this young man? The surrounding Lin family disciples turned pale, their eyes filled with a hint of panic. If even the esteemed elder could not suppress Yin Chongfeng, the consequences would be unthinkable. Hiss! Nearby, the onlooker Li Wei couldn't help but gasp in shock. She had been here for only a brief moment, yet was continuously astounded. Kill! The chilling command echoed as if from the depths of the underworld, sending a tremor through the hearts of all present. Yin Chongfeng's figure flickered, his speed and strength significantly enhanced as he charged towards Lin Hua. A blood-red light flickered in his eyes, devoid of emotion, resembling an unparalleled god of death. The crimson sword light surged forth, enveloped in an aura of extreme cold. Wherever it passed, the air crystallized into frost, and the ground was coated in a thin layer of ice. Lin Hua immediately felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, an intense sense of danger flooding his heart. His eyelids twitched, and his hair stood on end as the overwhelming chill nearly froze his meridians, suppressing his formidable cultivation by 3 layers in that instant. However, being a late-stage expert of the 4th layer of the pulsing veins realm, he quickly regained his composure, calming his mind and channeling his inner energy to confront the oncoming threat. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, you overestimate your capabilities. Prepare to meet your end. Lin Hua bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, exuding an imposing aura. Yet, his attempt to disrupt Yin Chongfeng's focus proved futile. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted, with scorching waves of heat and sharp crimson sword light sweeping in all directions. Even Li Wei was taken aback by their combat. Yin Chongfeng executed the Asura sword technique to perfection, each move fluid and unimpeded, as if flowing like water, seamlessly transitioning with intent. Damn it! How can this youth possess such profound swordsmanship at this age? Lin Hua cursed inwardly, feeling an immense pressure that only continued to intensify. The more they clashed, the more he sensed Yin Changfeng's terrifying prowess. Every strike was precise and rapid, exploiting his vulnerabilities. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted as Lin Hua's left shoulder was pierced, causing him to momentarily falter. In that fleeting instant of hesitation, a dazzling blood light burst forth, and the crimson sword-light sword. Sword of slaughter. Yin Changfeng seized the opportunity, darting past Lin Hua with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Behind him, Lin Hua's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced down at his waist, where blood gushed forth, splattering violently, revealing a long, narrow sword wound. In the next moment, Lin Hua's body was cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and the onlooking members of the Lin family stood frozen, as if their souls had departed. Among the three esteemed elders, the most powerful Lin Hua had proven no match for Yin Changfeng. Meeting his demise in such a brutal manner, who else in this gathering could hope to rival such terrifying strength? Li Wei, too, was rendered speechless, her mouth agape as she regarded Yin Changfeng, her beautiful eyes shimmering. In that moment, his formidable prowess, unparalleled talent, and terrifying potential captivated her. Her heart raced wildly, and a blush crept across her cheeks as she gazed at him, her breath quickening. On the other side, Lin Shan, who was locked in battle with the Qinglin Python, caught sight of Lin Hua being cleaved in two by Yin Changfeng. Rage surged within him, his eyes turning crimson as he recklessly charged towards Yin Changfeng. "You wretched scoundrel! I will slay you!" Lin Shan screamed, his fervor bordering on madness as he advanced. In Yin Changfeng's eyes, a bloodthirsty glint persisted, cold and merciless. With a clang, the Qingfeng sword was drawn. A fleeting flash of mesmerizing blood light momentarily dazzled, causing Lin Shan's body to freeze in place. The crimson glow in his gaze receded, replaced by an expression of utter unwillingness, before he toppled to the ground, blood gushing from his throat. Escape! The three venerable elders fell to their doom, leaving the surrounding Lin family disciples in a state of panic. As they caught sight of Yin Changfeng, many were gripped by terror, fleeing in disarray. Yet, some valiant souls charged recklessly towards him, intent on confronting Yin Changfeng in a desperate struggle. Yin Changfeng, I shall kill you." Numerous Lin family disciples, their eyes bloodshot, surged forward, driven by vengeance. "What was sown in the past shall bear fruit today. You once humiliated and wronged me. Now is the time for you to repay your debts." Yin Changfeng's gaze was devoid of compassion. He had been tormented to death by this heartless clan, and he harbored no pity for such a cruel family. He transformed into a harbinger of death, weaving through the carnage. Sword lights soared through the air. Thud, thud, thud. The charging Lin disciples were no match for him, and with each arc of the sword, lives were extinguished. The onslaught was relentless. Surrounding him were countless sword shadows, each sharp and radiant, surging forth to cleave through the masses. In that moment, the scene morphed into a hellish battlefield, filled with anguished cries, bodies piled high, and rivers of blood flowing freely. Li Wei watched this horrific sight, her delicate frame trembling with an overwhelming chill. Her complexion paled. Although she was typically imperious and had taken many lives, she had never witnessed such a massacre. The ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing like a torrent, while the perpetrator displayed not a flicker of remorse. His heart was as unyielding as stone, embodying a chilling ruthlessness. Even the Qinglin Python felt a tremor of fear in the face of this inferno. "Produce the talisman you hold," Yin Changfeng commanded, his bloodlust receding as he returned to the 8th level of the body refinement stage. He turned to Li Wei, speaking with an unsettling calm. At his words, Li Wei snapped back to reality, as if ensnared by a spell in his gaze. She involuntarily presented the admission talisman to the Tianwu Academy. "You intend to attend Tianwu Academy?" Li Wei's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. Yin Changfeng glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "Is there a reason I should not?" Li Wei faltered, "You have annihilated the Lin family. Should you attend Tianwu Academy, senior sister Lin Xiang will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. She is currently breaking through and about to ascend to the 5th level of the meridian condensation stage." A hint of astonishment crossed Yin Changfeng's expression. "You are Lin Xiang's peer, dispatched here at her behest. I have eradicated the Lin family and made an enemy of Lin Xiang. Why do you not assist her in avenging herself, but instead express concern for my safety?" Li Wei's cheeks flushed crimson at his words, revealing a shy demeanor that starkly contrasted her earlier arrogance. Chapter 58. Breaking into the Alchemy Academy. Casting a thoughtful glance at Li Wei, Yin Changfeng pondered. "Master." The Qinglin Python approached, bowing respectfully. "Master?" Li Wei gasped in astonishment, her gaze darting between the Qinglin python and Yin Changfeng. You have actually tamed a peak late-stage 4th-tier Qinglin python? She could hardly contain her astonishment. The Azure Scale Python at the pinnacle of the 4th tier could easily overpower martial artists at the 5th level of the Meridian Condensation realm. Yet, Yin Changfeng, merely at the 8th level of the Body Refinement realm, managed to subdue it, a feat remarkable enough to cause a stir. Upon hearing her exclamation, the Azure Scale Python cast a displeased glance in her direction, its chilling gaze causing her to shudder involuntarily. With her cultivation at the 1st level of the Meridian Condensation realm, standing before the formidable 4th-tier Azure Scale Python, she felt a weight of oppression pressing down upon her. Yin Changfeng gave her a fleeting glance, but said nothing further. After stowing away the talisman, he collected the storage bags of Lin Taishan and the others before heading directly towards the Alchemy Institute. The Azure Scale Python shrank back to a smaller size. Trailing behind him, the Alchemy Institute was situated at a considerable distance from the council hall, and the fierce battle that had transpired earlier had not yet reached this place. It remained tranquil, with 2 guards stationed at the entrance standing solemnly, while patrols roamed the grounds. Following the recent incident of theft at the pill repository, security had been tightened significantly. Halt! This is a restricted area of the Alchemy Institute. Weapons are not permitted within. The 2 guards barred Yin Changfeng's path. Their strength surpassed that of Lin Jun and his companion, yet they posed no obstacle to Yin Changfeng now. With the Lin family having been eradicated, what was there left to fear regarding the restrictions of the Alchemy Institute? A wave of extreme cold emanated from him, encasing the 2 guards in a thick layer of ice, transforming them into perfect ice sculptures. Yin Changfeng cast a nonchalant glance at the pair before stepping into the Alchemy Institute. He made no effort to conceal his actions, and his presence was fortuitously spotted by the patrol team, whose expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed forward. Bold, Yin Changfeng, do you dare to storm the Alchemy Institute? You seek death, shouted the patrol team leader, astonished. He recognized the 2 guards outside. Both were at the 6th level of the Body Refinement realm. Yet they had failed to stop Yin Changfeng. The Lin family's rules state that anyone who forcibly enters the Alchemy Institute shall be executed without mercy. He barked, raising his hand to command. 9 team members surged forward, surrounding Yin Changfeng. Executed without mercy? Yin Changfeng murmured, a glacial aura swirling in his eyes as a flash of pale, sword light erupted. The crowd froze in place, disbelief etched on their faces, only to collapse in unison. From a distance, other patrol teams witnessed the scene, their expressions shifting dramatically as they immediately sounded the alarm. Boom, boom. Someone has breached the Alchemy Institute. Someone has breached the Alchemy Institute. The resounding echoes reverberated throughout the institute, prompting countless martial artists to pour forth, with teams of patrollers converging to encircle Yin Changfeng. Additionally, powerful figures emerged from the shadows, numbering over 10, all possessing cultivation in the Meridian Condensation realm, with the strongest among them reaching the 3rd level of that realm. The combined strength present here was nearly equivalent to half of the Lin family's former foundation. Although Yin Changfeng had anticipated the presence of numerous protectors within the Alchemy Institute, he had not expected such a formidable assembly, including experts at the 3rd level of the Meridian Condensation realm. Who dares to intrude upon the Alchemy Institute? From a distance, a thunderous shout echoed, and the elite guardians of the courtyard arrived in an instant, their presence formidable. Upon sensing Yin Changfeng's cultivation at the 8th level of the Body Refinement realm, a wave of astonishment washed over them. At such a young age, reaching the 8th level of Body Refinement in Chaoyang City is undoubtedly a mark of extraordinary talent. However, upon seeing the lifeless bodies strewn on the ground, the expressions of the 12 guardians darkened, revealing a glint of murderous intent. Do you dare to intrude upon the Alchemy Institute and slay its members? If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation today, regardless of your astonishing talents, you shall meet your demise here, exclaimed an elder at the 3rd level of the Meridian Condensation realm, a flicker of reluctance towards losing such talent stirring within him. Yin Changfeng's lips curled slightly as he calmly replied, there is no need for explanations. I have come for the Dan Pavilion. His tone was serene, unyielding, and candid. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was this young man out of his mind, daring to covet the Dan Pavilion while speaking so confidently? Indeed, it was tantamount to courting death. Many members of the patrol team whispered among themselves, regarding Yin Changfeng as if he were a fool. The 12 guardians exchanged glances, shocked by his audacity and lack of respect towards them. A cold glimmer flashed in the eyes of the elder at the 3rd level of the Meridian Condensation realm, his earlier reluctance fading. How bold! I have guarded the Alchemy Institute for many years, and never has anyone dared to target the Dan Pavilion. A mere 8th level of body refinement dares to proclaim such intentions before us, truly unaware of the consequences. Eliminate him on the spot. Another elder from the Alchemy Institute wore a grim expression, letting out a cold snort. The members of the patrol team swiftly surrounded Yin Changfeng, charging toward him with lethal intent. Each member was formidable, possessing strengths comparable to his own. In the eyes of the 12 guardians, subduing Yin Changfeng would be a trivial matter. Yet in the next moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. As they attacked, a chilling light sparkled in Yin Changfeng's eyes. His gaze was frigid as he unsheathed the Qingfeng's sword, executing a swift draw, and a multitude of patrol members fell to the ground in droves. With a single stroke, dozens perished. Insignificant creatures, how dare you obstruct me? Yin Changfeng's voice was devoid of warmth, transforming him into an embodiment of slaughter. The cold sword light flickered, causing more members of the patrol team to fall. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of those who had surrounded him lay lifeless. The remaining members, struck by terror, retreating in disarray. The 12 guardians, feeling the weight of Yin Changfeng's power, were visibly shaken. Audacious, one elder bellowed, unable to restrain himself, and he struck at Yin Changfeng with a palm. Even a grain of rice can shine brightly. Yin Changfeng remained composed, dismissing the elder's second-level cultivation in the meridian condensation realm as inconsequential. He swung his sword in response. With a sickening sound, the elder was sent flying. A grievous sword mark carved across his chest, blood gushing forth. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief, and ultimately, his life force extinguished, leaving him breathless. As the relentless slaughter by Yin Changfeng unfolded, wisps of blood essence surged into his mind, ultimately coalescing into a blood pill the size of a grain of rice. This blood pill signified that Yin Changfeng's path of the Asura had finally found its rightful course in this lifetime. With this blood pill in hand, he would no longer suffer backlash while wielding the Asura path in the future. Chapter 59. Entering the path through slaughter. What? The remaining 11 guardians' expressions transformed in shock. Their eyes filled with terror as they beheld Yin Changfeng. A mere junior at the 8th level of body refinement had effortlessly slain a guardian expert with a single sword strike, clean and decisive, devoid of hesitation. This child is uncanny. Let us strike together and eliminate him. An elder at the 3rd level of pulse refinement spoke. And barely had he finished his words when he launched an attack, claws like hooks aimed at Yin Changfeng. Ghost Shadow Claw. The other guardians followed suit, unleashing a torrent of formidable power. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Yin Changfeng's voice was cold as ice, his Qingfeng sword gleaming with a chilling brilliance, sharp beyond compare. As if nothing could withstand its edge, in a flash, accompanied by a scream, the elder's grasping hand was severed by a single stroke of the sword. Sword sweep. Yin Changfeng struck mercilessly, his Qingfeng sword slicing upwards, the blade gliding across the elder's throat, sealing his fate. How could this be possible? The elder's eyes bulged in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a mere 8th level body refinement practitioner could overpower him, a master at the 3rd level of pulse refinement. How could this happen? The remaining guardians froze in place, their expressions filled with incredulity, astonished that a master of the 3rd level of pulse refinement had fallen to this youth in just a single encounter. However, they quickly regained their composure from the shock. This child is a monster. We must attack together and subdue him swiftly. Someone shouted, and in an instant, various martial techniques rained down upon Yin Changfeng. The air around them became tumultuous, and the spiritual energies grew chaotic. Yin Changfeng moved gracefully, evading the violent forces that failed to harm him in the slightest. Brilliant sword light erupted amidst the crowd, and within moments, silence enveloped the area, the surroundings gradually returning to tranquility. With a splatter of blood, over a dozen guardian experts found themselves momentarily frozen, deep gashes adorning their necks, their eyes filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Bang, bang, bang. The crowd's gazes grew vacant, unable to fathom how an ant of body refinement could possess such overwhelming strength. The remaining members of the patrol team were left trembling, their faces pale in shock, grappling with the unbelievable scene before them. Do you still wish to obstruct me? Yin Changfeng's calm voice resonated, sending chills through the hearts of the patrol members, who instinctively retreated, their eyes brimming with fear. If 12 elite guardians could not withstand him, what hope did they have to stop him? Yin Changfeng cast an indifferent glance at them and proceeded directly toward the pill pavilion. Inside the pill pavilion lay a vast array of cultivation resources, with no fewer than 100,000 body refinement pills alone. In addition to the body refining pills, the pill pavilion is replete with various spiritual herbs, which, if converted into herbs, could yield approximately 10,000 body refining pills. Beyond these training resources, there are also numerous healing elixirs. Yin Changfeng, exhibiting no restraint. Collected all of them into his storage bag before exiting the pill pavilion. Upon leaving, he encountered a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn across the ground, causing the alchemists from the 9 major alchemy chambers, particularly those from the Lin family, to change countenance dramatically. Halt! As Yin Changfeng emerged from the pill pavilion, the 9 alchemists swiftly approached, blocking his path. Each of these alchemists possessed formidable strength, all at the condensation realm, a prerequisite for alchemy, as insufficient vital energy during the process could lead to failure. Who are you, and why have you emerged from the pill pavilion? What transpired here? Speak the truth. The 9 alchemists had been engrossed in their alchemical work and were unaware of the chaos that had unfolded outside. Having spent long periods within the Pill Academy, they were unfamiliar with Yin Changfeng. With a slight lift of his gaze, Yin Changfeng regarded the obstructing figures, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Step aside, he spoke calmly. An invisible pressure emanated from him, a faint hint of murderous intent pervading the air, causing the 9 elders to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, instinctively parting to allow him passage. Only after he had walked past did they regain their senses, their eyes filled with astonishment. Upon departing the Pill Academy, Yin Changfeng returned directly to his residence. To his surprise, Li Wei was still within the Lin estate, having not left. Do you truly intend to attend the Tianwu Academy? Li Wei inquired, pursing her lips. Yin Changfeng cast her a brief glance, responding, my affairs do not require your concern. Her irritation flared at his words. She was accustomed to being pampered and had rarely encountered anyone who dared to speak to her thus, even at the Tianwu Academy. Well, go if you wish. But do not blame me for not warning you when you find yourself in peril. With a huff, she turned to leave, but not before adding, I must inform you. Senior Sister Lin Xiang is on the verge of advancing to the 5th level of the condensation realm, and she is regarded as a goddess by many at the Tianwu Academy. Countless geniuses are enamored by her, should you truly attend. A mere word from her could seal your fate. With that, Li Wei departed from the Lin estate, leaving Yin Changfeng in contemplation. It seems I must elevate my cultivation to the next level before heading to the Tianwu Academy, he murmured, glancing at her retreating figure before returning to his chamber to examine the spoils of his recent endeavors. To his astonishment, he discovered the presence of dragon vein pills. His eyes gleamed as he unearthed 13 dragon vein pills from Lin Taishan's storage bag. The dragon vein pill, more precious than the body refining pill, would greatly assist in overcoming challenges. It was no surprise that Lin Xiang had achieved her current level of cultivation, given that Lin Taishan had been sending her dragon vein pills each month for several years. Yin Changfeng murmured softly as he secured the 13 dragon vein pills, subsequently gathering nearly 6,000 body refinement pills from the storage bags of Lin Taishan and others. He had always believed that there could never be an excess of cultivation resources, so he collected all of them into his own possession. Alongside the body refinement pills he had previously acquired, he now possessed an impressive total of 110,000 such pills, in addition to a significant quantity of spiritual herbs valued at 10,000 body refinement pills. This indeed constituted a substantial wealth of cultivation resources. After meticulously counting these resources, Yin Changfeng commenced his training. In his mind, the blood pill gleamed with an alluring brilliance, though it was merely the size of a grain of rice. It pulsated with strands of formidable power. Seated in a meditative posture, he activated the Asura refining spirit technique, causing the minuscule blood pill to release an abundant flow of blood essence. This essence, gathered from his past slaughters, naturally coalesced within the blood pill, and when he channeled the Asura refining spirit technique, it would be unleashed to aid in his cultivation and enhance his prowess. This was the path of Asura, a journey forged through bloodshed. The essence of power surged forth from the blood pill as the Asura refining spirit technique operated, akin to rivers flowing into the sea, converging into his dantian and transforming into an extraordinarily pure vital energy that circulated throughout his meridians, rapidly elevating Yin Changfeng's cultivation level. Simultaneously, he ingested body refinement pills, employing a dual approach that caused torrents of overwhelming power to rage within him. Such immense energy would be virtually unmanageable for an ordinary warrior, potentially leading to damage to their meridians or even madness. However, Yin Changfeng had refined a drop of Xian Yin true water and comprehended the essence of extreme cold, which fortified his meridians and rendered them smoother, thereby reducing the resistance during the circulation of vital energy and significantly lowering the risk of injury. As time passed, Yin Changfeng's cultivation advanced rapidly. 3 days later, the blood essence within the blood pill ceased to flow, coinciding with a gentle sound emanating from within him as he successfully ascended to the 9th layer of body refinement. The 9th layer brought him one step closer to the perfect 10th layer of body refinement. Yin Chongfeng's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With ample cultivation resources and the experience from his past life, it was merely a matter of time before he would break through to the 10th layer. Next, it was time for him to pay a visit to Tianwu Academy to reclaim his spirit martial ring. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yin Chongfeng's eyes as he rose to his feet, pushed open the door, and made his way to Su Menger's chamber. Throughout these days, Su Menger had also been immersed in her cultivation. From her, ethereal rays of celestial light ascended, vibrant and exquisite, illuminating her like a fairy untouched by the mortal world. 7th layer of body refinement. Upon sensing Su Menger's current cultivation level, Yin Chongfeng was taken aback. His heart stirred with astonishment. In just a few short days, Su Menger had broken into the 7th layer of body refinement, nearly catching up to him. Yin Chongfeng's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he pondered. While he had provided her with high-quality marrow-cleansing liquid to enhance her aptitude, it seemed improbable that it could elevate her capabilities to such a terrifying extent. In just a span of 5 days, one ascended from the 1st to the 7th level of the body refinement realm, an astonishing feat that left even Yin Chongfeng utterly astounded. Could it be attributed to the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden scripture? Yin Chongfeng pondered silently. As he was lost in thought, Su Menger seemed to sense his arrival. Awakening from her meditation, upon seeing him, a faint blush crept across her face as memories of their prior encounter during her bath resurfaced. Yin Chongfeng chuckled, Menger. It appears that the 9 heavens' mysterious maiden scripture suits you even better than I anticipated. Upon hearing this, Su Menger lowered her head to sense her cultivation, and her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Confusion enveloped her thoughts. How did I break through to the 7th level of the body refinement realm? Observing the bewildered expression on her face, Yin Chongfeng couldn't help but twitch his lips, rendered speechless. The Tianwu Academy stood as the singular institution of its kind in the Great Qian Kingdom, renowned far and wide for its formidable strength and exceptional faculty. Admission requirements to Tianwu Academy were exceedingly stringent. Anyone who gained entry was undoubtedly a prodigy. Throughout the ages, nearly all who graduated from Tianwu Academy became objects of desire for countless factions. These individuals possessed immense potential in the martial arts realm, and if not met with misfortune, most would rise to become formidable powerhouses. Thus, Tianwu Academy earned the moniker of the Cradle of the Strong. Each recruitment cycle at Tianwu Academy attracted myriad talents from across the Great Qian Kingdom, including the royal family and the scions of its most prestigious clans. Located thousands of miles from Chaiyang City, an azure-scaled serpent swiftly traversed the wilderness, with Yin Chongfeng and Su Menger seated cross-legged atop its massive head. Along the journey, as Su Menger diligently trained, she felt her internal cultivation once again stirring, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Ultimately, she managed to stabilize herself at the peak of the 7th level, intending to solidify her foundation. 5 days later, they approached the imperial capital, the site of Tianwu Academy's recruitment. Standing tall upon the azure serpent's head, Yin Chongfeng gazed into the distance, where the colossal city loomed like a slumbering dragon nestled among the mountains and rivers, exuding a majestic aura that spanned thousands of miles. Su Menger also opened her beautiful eyes, her gaze filled with curiosity as she beheld the magnificent structure. Having grown up in Chaiyang City, she had never encountered such a grand city, and she couldn't help but marvel, her heart resonating with an indescribable sensation. The two dismounted from the serpent's head and made their way into the city. To avoid drawing attention, the azure serpent shrank its form and nestled within Yin Chongfeng's sleeve. After submitting 20 body refinement pills, they entered the city without hindrance. The imperial capital was prosperous and abundant, surrounded by fertile lands, teeming with talent, and bustling with activity. Especially at this moment, warriors poured into the city in an unending stream, any one of whom could potentially be the heir of a prominent family. Tianwu Academy recruited once every 3 years, thus drawing talented individuals from all corners, each hoping to seize an opportunity to become a student of the academy, which would elevate their status and standing immensely. Many took great pride in the prospect of becoming a Tianwu Academy student. Is this truly the imperial capital? Su Menger constantly gazed around, her bright, expressive eyes brimming with curiosity. Where did this bumpkin come from? Are you here to participate in the enrollment of the Heavenly Martial Academy? What a disgrace. As she strolled, a derisive chuckle echoed from behind. A young man, his face adorned with disdain, sauntered past her and her companion, flanked by several elderly servants. Evidently a young master from a prominent family. Do you possess a sense of superiority? Yin Chongfeng's voice resonated. The young man ahead abruptly halted, turning around with a smirk of mockery in his eyes. What is this? Are you unsatisfied, bumpkin? A chilling aura permeated the air. The elderly servants accompanying the young man shifted uneasily, their expressions altering. Young master, your primary objective is to gain admission to the Heavenly Martial Academy. Tomorrow marks the enrollment day. It is inappropriate to stir up trouble now, one of the servants whispered cautiously. Humph. This brat dares to show animosity towards me. Once I pass the Heavenly Martial Academy's assessment, I shall deal with him. The young man scoffed lightly, sensing the coldness emanating from Yin Changfeng. A glint of menace flickering in his gaze. Is that so? You intend to wait until you pass the assessment before confronting me? But I wish to eliminate you now. A flash of cold light danced in Yin Changfeng's eyes, utterly disregarding the fact that they were in the imperial capital, as a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his hand. Not good. The elderly servant's expressions transformed dramatically, taken aback by Yin Changfeng's overwhelming aggressiveness and his readiness to strike. Chapter 61. On swordsmanship, the elderly servants turned pale, and the young man felt a profound sense of danger rise within him, his pupils dilating as a streak of sword light swiftly magnified in his vision. In the next moment, the expressions of the entire group, including the elderly servants, dulled, their movements frozen. The Qingfeng sword remained sheathed, seemingly never having been drawn. Let us go. Yin Changfeng led Su Ming'er forward, weaving through the crowd until they gradually vanished into the throng of people. The young man and his elderly servants were jostled aside by passers-by, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. A murder. A warrior who collided with the group of fallen individuals was momentarily stunned, then his face paled in terror. Instantly, chaos erupted around them, unperturbed by the turmoil behind him. Yin Changfeng searched the city for quite some time with Su Ming'er, only to discover that nearly every inn was fully booked. Ultimately, they settled in a manor. The cost of lodging in this estate was exorbitant. For 2 rooms, they had to part with a staggering 100 body refining pills for a single night. The manor was divided into 4 courtyards, east, south, west, and north, each housing 10 guest rooms. Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er were accommodated in the eastern courtyard, securing the last 2 available rooms. In the courtyard, someone practiced swordsmanship, the blade slicing through the air with a crisp, humming resonance, and sword energy swirling about. Solitary peak sword technique. Yin Changfeng halted, his expression shifting. The solitary peak sword technique was a superior grade sword art renowned for its agility and finesse. In his previous life, Yin Changfeng had diligently honed his swordsmanship, assimilating the strengths of various schools, having comprehended and practiced countless sword techniques from both the ancient Yin and Tang families. Irrespective of their rank, the solitary peak sword technique was among them. In the courtyard, a graceful young woman in her 20s practiced her swordsmanship, her demeanor exuding an air of aloofness, while her technique conveyed an icy elegance. As she demonstrated the solitary peak sword technique, Yin Changfeng couldn't help but reminisce about his own early days of gathering the strengths of various schools and studying diverse sword styles. During those formative moments, a charming figure would often observe him from a distance. I enjoy watching you practice, the lovely figure had once said with a smile. Tangmingshi. Yin Changfeng inhaled deeply, collecting his thoughts. The enchanting figure was none other than his childhood companion and fiancé, Tangmingshi. Just then, a sharp, menacing force suddenly shot forth. Yin Changfeng's gaze flickered as he deftly pushed the hilt of his Qingfeng sword with his left thumb, revealing half an inch of its glistening blade. Clang! The sword energy collided with the blade, only to be effortlessly severed by the Qingfeng sword, dispersing into 2 streams of gentle wind that tousled Yin Changfeng's hair. The graceful woman practicing in the courtyard narrowed her eyes in surprise, astonished that Yin Changfeng had so easily shattered her released sword energy. Fixing her gaze upon the Qingfeng sword in his hand, she spoke with a frosty tone. You are also a swordsman? Yin Changfeng cast a nonchalant glance at her. One could say so. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when he sensed a surge of intense battle intent emanating from the elegant woman before him. Since you are also a swordsman, do you not know that observing another's practice is considered a taboo? She remarked coldly, raising an eyebrow. Yin Changfeng thought to himself that the courtyard was rather small. To reach his chamber, he had to pass through this area. If she was practicing here, it was only natural for him to see her. The solitary peak sword technique is divided into 9 forms. The movements are nimble and graceful. Yet the sword's intent is perilously profound, embodying the essence of distant solitary mountains. In battle, it can influence one's perception, creating an illusion of distance that is difficult to gauge, rendering it enigmatic and challenging to decipher. Yet, it seems you have only mastered the first 6 forms of the technique and have yet to grasp its deeper meaning, leaving you far from achieving mastery over the sword art. Yin Changfeng spoke confidently, clarifying that he did not intend to steal her techniques. Upon hearing his words, the graceful woman's expression shifted, and she abruptly raised her gaze to Yin Changfeng. You actually understand this sword art? In the Great Qin Kingdom, aside from the Shaoqing sword sect and the royal family, no one else is aware of it. Who are you? Yin Changfeng raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover her royal lineage. The Shaoqing sword sect is one of the top 10 sects in the Great Qin Kingdom, its status slightly surpassing that of the Tianwu Academy. Thus, it was improbable for a disciple of the Shaoqing sword sect to participate in the Academy's enrollment test in the imperial capital. Consequently, her identity could only be that of a member of the royal family. Since you are also a swordsman and understand the solitary peak sword technique, let us spar for a while. Before Yin Changfeng could respond, the woman exuded a palpable battle intent. I have no obligation to instruct you, Yin Changfeng frowned, fully aware that she intended to use him as a sharpening stone to hone her skills. With a fleeting glance at the other party, Yin Changfeng led Su Ming'er towards the two side rooms at the far end of the courtyard. Are you offering guidance? The graceful young woman was taken aback by the words, and a wave of indignation surged within her. How could a boy younger than herself dare to speak so arrogantly? She had devoted herself to the art of the sword for many years, and to be belittled by such a youthful upstart was infuriating. With a haughty snort, she brandished her long sword, blocking Yin Changfeng's path, and declared, as a swordsman, one must rise to the challenge when confronted by another. Are you afraid to fight? Yin Changfeng paused momentarily, slowly raising his gaze to meet the striking young woman's eyes. Do you wish to duel with me? The aura surrounding Yin Changfeng shifted, emanating a sharp, formidable energy, as if he were an unsheathed sword, radiating brilliance. In the Tianchen Continent, there existed an unwritten rule among swordsmen. When challenged, one must not refuse if their cultivation levels are comparable. There are no formal repercussions for declining, yet it pertains to a swordsman's honor. For a swordsman, honor often surpasses life itself, as it directly influences their future accomplishments. A swordsman, with their piercing edge, must forge ahead unflinchingly. To shy away from battle would tarnish their spirit and severely limit their potential. Thus, it is rare for a swordsman to decline a challenge from another. Feeling the sudden intensity of Yin Changfeng's imposing presence, the graceful young woman felt a jolt within her, her eyes filled with astonishment. In her eyes, Yin Changfeng seemed to have transformed, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. The gaze emanating from his eyes was sharper than any blade. In that single glance, she realized that his mastery of the sword far surpassed her own. Chapter 62. Distant shadows of the solitary mountain. With a keen gaze and an aura of sword energy swirling around him, Yin Changfeng stood resolute, as the courtyard was inexplicably swept by a fierce wind. Yet, sensing Yin Changfeng's formidable swordsmanship, the fighting spirit in the graceful young woman's eyes only intensified. A swordsman's edge is relentless. Her determination was unwavering and pure, making her a promising candidate for swordsmanship. Yin Changfeng silently acknowledged this, his demeanor growing serious. Very well. Let us begin, he proclaimed, standing tall. Upon hearing this, the young woman's fighting spirit erupted entirely, her presence surging as waves of chilling sword energy radiated from her. Please, enlighten me, she called, as if transformed, her focus solely on the sword. Like a startled swan, she advanced toward Yin Changfeng, wielding her 3-foot-long sword with a fierce and cold demeanor, her strikes flowing seamlessly like water, sharp and unstoppable. Yin Changfeng remained composed, surrounded by a tempest of wind, his hair and garments billowing. With his right hand behind his back and his left hand holding the Qingfeng sword horizontally before him, he stood ready. Clash! The sword energy collided with the scabbard of the Qingfeng sword, producing a crisp metallic ring and scattering sparks. What? Wang Xian's gaze suddenly sharpened, astonished that Yin Changfeng effortlessly neutralized her offensive. A surge of shock coursed through her, intensifying her fighting spirit and propelling her assault to new heights. Waves of sword energy sliced through the air, seemingly capable of shattering the void itself, while the courtyard reverberated with the explosive sound of air bursting. Her speed was unparalleled, agile and ethereal. With a subtle flick of her wrist, her long sword vibrated violently, unleashing brilliant, smoke-like flashes of sword light that enveloped the space ahead. The torrent of sword shadows surged forth, an impenetrable barrage of points that seemed utterly unstoppable. Such exquisite swordsmanship. At that moment, residents from several other rooms in the eastern courtyard, drawn by the sounds of the duel, emerged to observe from their doorways. Upon witnessing Wang Xian's mastery of the sword, gasps of admiration filled the air. What an extraordinary martial technique. This strike is utterly cunning, impossible to defend against. That young man is bound to suffer greatly. An elder could not help but display a look of astonishment. Beside him stood a youth clad in brocade, intently watching Wang Xiyan, his eyes glinting with intelligence. Yet, one must not be too hasty. Thus far, the young man had not even drawn his sword, and his prowess in swordsmanship remained inscrutable. Wang Xiyan's eyes gleamed with a cold sharpness as she noted that Yin Changfeng had not even bothered to draw his sword in their confrontation, which irked her and spurred her assault to become even more ferocious. Your solitary peak sword technique is commendable, yet it is far from perfected. Take this starpoint move. For instance, it is riddled with flaws, Yin Changfeng remarked. To others, Wang Xiyan's strike appeared unavoidable, a formidable defense, yet to Yin Changfeng, it was ostentatious and fraught with vulnerabilities. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xiyan frowned. The onlookers shared her sentiment, their brows furrowing in response. What an arrogant youth! The ninth princess's strike was cunning and swift, sealing off all avenues of escape for him, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. However, this move clearly had subsequent actions. Should he take a step back, he would find himself retreating further, falling into a more perilous situation. This boy, merely at the ninth level of body refinement, could not possibly counter her strength. Thus, defeat was inevitable. This boy had clearly lost, yet continued to speak such arrogant words, oblivious to his fate. The spectators murmured amongst themselves, their gazes toward Yin Changfeng tinged with disdain. Defeat is not fearsome. What is truly daunting is the inability to recognize one's own failure, to shy away from confronting it. Do you not believe it? Noticing Wang Xiyan's slight frown, Yin Changfeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. He raised his left hand, and the Qingfeng sword's sheath began to strike out repeatedly, its speed surpassing even Wang Xiyan's starpoint technique. Each thrust landed precisely on the tip of her sword, sending sparks flying. It was as though he had anticipated the trajectory of her blade, preparing in advance. Before Wang Xiyan's sword could even reach its mark, Yin Changfeng's Qingfeng sword was already poised to intercept. The fierce and frenzied onslaught of the starpoint move was instantaneously quelled, failing to push Yin Changfeng back even an inch. What? How could this be? How could this boy's speed be so astonishingly swift? Moreover, he appeared to possess an uncanny ability to predict the trajectory of his opponent's attacks, preparing himself in advance for any eventuality. This was nothing short of astonishing. The extent of his perception was truly terrifying. He had yet to unsheath his sword, and yet, astonishingly, he effortlessly thwarted all incoming assaults despite being merely at the ninth level of body refinement. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, who were utterly taken aback. Previously, they had regarded Yin Changfeng as arrogant, but witnessing him effortlessly dismantle what they perceived to be an impeccable starpoint sword technique left them in sheer disbelief. Wang Xiyan's expression shifted, her beautiful eyes shimmering with incredulity, yet she did not waver in her offensive. She pressed on relentlessly. Your swordsmanship, though executed with remarkable finesse, lacks vitality and spirit. Take this starpoint technique, for instance. It is executed almost entirely by rote, without any deviation. You focus too much on the forms and lack adaptability. Even the most formidable sword techniques will falter in your hands, failing to unleash their true potential. Moreover, the starpoint technique requires a harmonious coordination between body and sword, demanding exceptional speed. Your pace is simply too sluggish, marking your second flaw. The third flaw lies in your shallow comprehension of sword momentum. While your attacks appear fierce and fluid, they are, in truth, rigid and mechanical. The swordplay you display not only suffers significant limitations in power, but also exhausts your physical strength considerably. Yin Changfeng spoke with confidence, articulating Wang Xiyan's shortcomings in her solitary peak sword technique with remarkable precision, leaving the spectators exchanging glances of astonishment. However, upon hearing his words, Wang Xiyan's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, as if a new door had been opened in her mind. Let this be the end. I shall show you what true solitary peak swordsmanship entails. Yin Changfeng's gaze sharpened. Clang. The clear wind sword was unsheathed, its sword energy slicing through the air for 30,000 miles, a single stroke illuminating 19 states. In that moment, astonishment washed over everyone in the courtyard. Yin Changfeng's aura transformed once more, revealing an air of aloofness, as if he stood atop the highest peak, surveying the diminutive mountains below. An artistic conception? Someone gasped from afar, their eyes filled with astonishment as they beheld Yin Changfeng. Opposite him, Wang Xiyan too exhibited a look of shock. Although she had previously heard Yin Changfeng mention the artistic conception embedded within the solitary peak swordsmanship, she had not anticipated that he had genuinely grasped it. At that moment, a peculiar sensation arose within her. Yin Changfeng stood before her, yet he seemed to occupy a distant solitary peak, presenting an elusive distance that was both near and far, shifting unpredictably. Chapter 63. The heavenly martial examination. Wang Xian's pupils constricted. She could not gauge the distance between herself and Yin Changfeng. Faced with his onslaught, she found herself at a loss, unsure whether to advance or retreat, struggling to make a sound judgment. Solitary peak, sword technique. Yin Changfeng's gaze crackled like lightning, piercing through the void. He leapt into the air suddenly, as if launching a ferocious strike from a towering peak, his sword momentum fierce and unyielding. Every casual stroke of his sword was enveloped in sword intent, creating an illusion of speed that was neither fast nor slow. The 9 sword techniques flowed like water, each seamlessly following the other, and in the blink of an eye, Yin Changfeng's sword had pressed against Wang Xian's vital points 9 times. Wang Xian's complexion turned pale as she retreated repeatedly, utterly overwhelmed by Yin Changfeng's fierce onslaught, unable to muster even a flicker of resistance or discern how to retaliate. Starpoint technique. With a flick of the Qingfeng sword in his hand, Yin Changfeng unleashed a dazzling display of starlight, akin to a sky full of twinkling stars, enveloping Wang Xian entirely within its brilliance. The coverage of this starlight was more extensive and swifter than when Wang Xian had previously invoked it. The ultimate speed rendered the sword's trajectory nearly invisible to the naked eye, as the tip of the blade vanished from view. Her face grew even paler, lips pressed tightly together as she fixed her gaze on Yin Changfeng, unable to fathom how this youthful boy, seemingly younger than herself, could possess such terrifying swordsmanship. The artistry of his swordplay was nearly flawless, devoid of any vulnerabilities, leaving her completely at a loss as to how to respond. Let this be the end. Sheathing his sword, Yin Changfeng cast a glance at Wang Xian and spoke calmly. He then turned his attention to Su Ming'er, who had been waiting nearby, and approached her, only to find her staring at him in awe, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration and her cheeks flushed. "Young master, you were incredible just now," Su Ming'er exclaimed softly, her voice brimming with excitement. Yin Changfeng smiled faintly and replied, "Let us return to our quarters. Tomorrow marks the enrollment day for Tianwu Academy. We should rest well today." "Wait." At that moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out from behind. Yin Changfeng furrowed his brow and turned to inquire, but before he could speak, Wang Xian hastily stepped forward and unexpectedly knelt before him. "I am Wang Xian. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled. Please accept me as your disciple and teach me the art of the sword." Her eyes were resolute, her demeanor respectful, and her words astonishing. The onlookers around her were taken aback. The 9th princess, who had been infatuated with the sword since childhood, was indeed living up to her reputation. The crowd marveled at the sight of a princess of a powerful nation, now seeking to take a younger boy as her master. If this were to spread, it would surely leave many in disbelief. The 9th princess, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and ethereal grace, was considered a goddess among countless young nobles. If they were to learn that their idol was now seeking to apprentice herself to a boy, it would likely drive them to madness. Observing the kneeling Wang Xian, Yin Changfeng felt a sense of surprise. He had not anticipated such a request. However, he had no intention of taking on a disciple and gently declined her offer before returning to his room. The following morning, Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er departed the manor and headed toward the enrollment location of Tianwu Academy, which was situated at the martial arts square in the imperial capital. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The vast square, capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 people, was now a thronging sea of humanity, completely filled to the brim, with scarcely a place to stand. In the center of the square, a formation skillfully crafted by the masters of Tianwu Academy was already in place, filled to the brim with people. The vast array shimmered with a soft glow under the blazing sun. At that moment, a distant, chilling voice echoed through the air. "Zhang Xiaoyu, 18 years old. Mid-stage of the body refinement realm 6th layer, disqualified." As the words resonated, Yin Changfeng witnessed a frail young man emerge, his spirit visibly shattered. Surrounded by a throng of anxious onlookers, their expressions fraught with tension, apprehensive of their own potential failure. At 18, possessing the mid-stage of the body refinement realm 6th layer, such talent was considered exceptional, even among the esteemed families within the imperial capital, a rarity indeed, destined for focused cultivation by their clans. Yet, this remarkable aptitude had been cast aside. The threshold set by Tianwu Academy seemed insurmountably high. Indeed, gaining admission appeared to be an arduous challenge. Each time Tianwu Academy held its admissions, prodigies from all corners flocked in droves. Thousands would come to test their mettle, yet only a handful would ultimately gain entry. Regrettably, even the young master from my family, boasting the initial stage of the body refinement realm 7th layer, had met with failure. A chorus of lamentations arose from the crowd. Many faces clouded with despair. Countless hopeful talents had arrived, only to witness their aspirations ruthlessly shattered in this moment. They arrived filled with ambition, but left the testing grounds dejected, their countenances marked by disappointment and despondency. Zhao Xiaoshan, 19 years old, early stage of the body refinement realm 7th layer, disqualified. The cold voice from the center of the formation pronounced the fate of another youth. One by one, the young men and women turned pale, their backs slick with sweat. Dazed, unsure of how they had descended from the platform. The scenes unfolding at the testing stage rendered the other hopeful candidates ashen-faced, their limbs icy and drenched in perspiration. Was the bar set by Tianwu Academy truly this high? A 19-year-old in the early stage of the body refinement realm 7th layer could not pass the test? In the midst of the crowd, Yin Chongfeng's eyes flickered with surprise, reflecting upon how Lin Xiang had managed to seamlessly enter Tianwu Academy. Indeed, quite an accomplishment. As dozens took to the stage for their assessments, none had thus far succeeded in passing. Beside him, Su Ming'er, too, appeared pale, her lips pressed tightly together, her palms clammy with sweat. At 20, her cultivation was merely at the peak of the body refinement realm 7th layer, leaving her uncertain about her own prospects for admission to Tianwu Academy. Sensing Su Ming'er's anxiety, Yin Chongfeng grasped her delicate hand, offering reassurance. It's all right. Do not be nervous. Su Ming'er nodded, yet her heart remained tumultuous. Her own admission to Tianwu Academy was of little concern. Her primary desire was to remain by Yin Chongfeng's side, fearful that he might gain entry while she was left at the threshold. How absurd! A disdainful voice interjected. Those seeking admission, who among them is not a rare gem? Two inexperienced fools presume they can stumble into fortune here. How laughable! Do they truly think they can enter Tianwu Academy? How utterly deluded! Chapter 64. Exceptional talent. Yin Chongfeng glanced back and beheld a proud youth, seemingly 17 or 18 years of age, clad in resplendent garments, gazing disdainfully at the two individuals. His attire shimmered with silks and satins, exuding an air of arrogance that unmistakably marked him as the scion of a prominent family. Accompanying him were two elder men in gray, their forms gaunt and frail. Yet the faint aura emanating from them hinted at cultivation levels surpassing the 4th realm of the condensation pulse stage. How does our admission to the Tianwu Academy concern you? Yin Chongfeng remarked, casting a casual glance at the young noble. At this, the young man's eyes widened in surprise. Sensing a tinge of contempt in Yin Chongfeng's indifferent gaze, his expression darkening immediately. What are you? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Are you courting death? The young noble's demeanor shifted to one of icy hostility, revealing his accustomed arrogance. My young master, this is the venue for the Tianwu Academy's recruitment. Please do not leave a negative impression before the esteemed officials of the academy, one of the gray-clad elders quietly cautioned. He then approached with a forced smile. Addressing Yin Chongfeng, my lord, please forgive my young master. He is merely straightforward. Do not take his words to heart. Humph. Were it not for the presence of the Tianwu Academy's officials today, I would surely teach you a lesson. The young noble huffed disdainfully. A flicker of cold light flashed in Yin Chongfeng's eyes, yet he refrained from acting. The two elders by the young noble's side possessed formidable strength, and given the throng of spectators and the setting of the Academy's recruitment, any rash action could be misconstrued as a provocation towards the Tianwu Academy. At that moment, a monotonous yet slightly fluctuating voice emanated from the testing platform ahead. Zhou Tailai, 19 years old, mid-stage of the body refining realm, qualified, advancing to the 2nd round of assessments. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a fervor, a clamor of excitement filling the air. Heavens! Someone has finally passed the test and entered the 2nd round, exclaimed one voice, laced with envy. Haha, that's my young master. He has made it to the 2nd round. Cheered an elder below, tears of joy in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. So, it is the prodigy of the Zhou family who has succeeded in the 1st round of testing. Congratulations. Young Tailai truly brings honor to the Zhou family, inciting envy among many. Elders from other families offered their felicitations, their words brimming with admiration. A mere country bumpkin, just passing the 1st round. And yet they celebrate so excessively. They should be aware that the 2nd round is the true benchmark for entering the Tianwu Academy, scoffed the young noble from a distance, his expression filled with disdain. Yin Chongfeng pondered, discerning that the 1st round of testing seemed merely an appetizer, while the 2nd round was the main course. The recruitment standards of Tianwu Academy are evidently stringent and rigorous. One wonders how many among the nearly 10,000 present will ultimately gain admission. In front of the formation, numerous individuals queued, with Yin Chongfeng and Su Ming'er positioned in the middle. From their vantage point, at least 200 to 300 candidates remained ahead in line. Most of them have yet to reach the 7th level of the body refinement realm. despite being fully aware of the difficulty in passing the test. They cling to a glimmer of hope, wishing to catch the eye of a formidable tester. Believing that this might afford them a chance of being admitted to the Tianwu Academy as exceptions, the examinations continue relentlessly, and one by one, candidates are eliminated. Since Yin Changfeng's arrival, nearly 500 individuals have been tested, yet only one, Zhou Tai-Lai, has successfully passed. Zhang Hu, 17 years old, mid-stage body refinement 6th level, disqualified. Zhao Meng, 16 years old, early stage body refinement 5th level, disqualified. Qian Xiaokong, 18 years old, early stage body refinement 6th level, disqualified. A succession of candidates left the stage dejectedly, and the testing personnel of Tianwu Academy visibly grew impatient. So many candidates had been assessed, yet only a solitary individual had advanced beyond the first round. The quality of this generation's youth is rather disappointing, the testers lamented, shaking their heads. Next, the tester called out in a deep voice, laced with evident annoyance. A striking young woman in her 20s stepped forward upon hearing the summons. Clad in a light blue gown, with an alluring countenance, she gracefully wielded a 3-foot-long sword, instantly captivating the crowd. It's her, Yin Changfeng thought, somewhat astonished. This enchanting maiden was none other than Wang Xiyan. As she approached, she drew countless gazes, her presence evoking a sense of rapture among onlookers. It is the 9th princess. Though only 20 years of age, the 9th princess had already reached the meridian condensation realm, and it was rumored that her swordsmanship was exceptional, her strength formidable. Surely, she would secure a place in Tianwu Academy. Excited murmurs rippled through the crowd. Wang Xiyan stepped into the testing array, and a radiant glow suddenly enveloped her, merging into her being. The tester's demeanor shifted. A flicker of a smile broke through his previously stiff expression. Wang Xiyan, 20 years old, late-stage meridian condensation 1st level, possesses superior aptitude. As the proclamation echoed, astonishment swept through the crowd. Heavens! Such superior talent. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Wang Xiyan, you are quite remarkable. I hope you continue to excel and successfully pass the 2nd round of assessments. Tianwu Academy eagerly awaits your arrival. The tester spoke with a gentle smile. The arena fell silent, eyes filled with envy as they regarded Wang Xiyan. She nodded coolly and moved to stand aside. Following her, several other young men and women approached the testing array. These individuals hailed from affluent families, many being prodigies from the 7 great families of the imperial capital, and remarkably, more than a dozen succeeded in the tests. A smile finally graced the tester's previously icy face, softening his demeanor. Young master, it is your turn. I, your humble servant, wish you swift success. As it was the turn of a young man in splendid attire, he stood not in the same line as Yin Changfeng, but rather in a neighboring one. When his moment arrived, an elderly man garbed in gray bowed respectfully. This is merely the 1st round of the examination. It is but a trivial matter. The young man in splendid attire exuded an air of arrogance as he confidently stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of the formation. Instantly, a beam of silent brilliance cascaded down, enveloping him and causing a series of characters to materialize on the token held by the examiner. Zhao Yi, 18 years old. Initial stage of the 9th level of body refinement, possessing superior lower-tier aptitude. The young man's brows knitted slightly. Although he had attained a rare superior lower-tier aptitude, it paled in comparison to Wang Xiyan's superior upper-tier talent. Chapter 65. Meng Er's aptitude. Despite receiving an evaluation of a rare superior lower-tier aptitude, the young man frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. Yet, he soon lifted his head, a hint of pride gracing his features as his gaze swept over the other youths, radiating a sense of superiority. Country bumpkin. Zhao Yi's gaze landed on Yin Changfeng, a flicker of disdain evident, laced with a note of provocation. Yin Changfeng merely cast a casual glance at Zhao Yi, disregarding him entirely. Moments later, it was finally Su Meng Er's turn to undergo testing. Don't be nervous. Go ahead, Yin Changfeng reassured her. Su Meng bit her lip, nodded, and stepped out from the line, approaching the testing platform. With graceful movements, she donned a pristine white robe, complemented by a simple azure gauze skirt that trailed elegantly behind her, exuding an ethereal charm. Her light steps, fair skin, long legs, slender waist, pearly teeth, bright eyes, and crimson lips made her resemble a celestial being from a painting, rivaling even Wang Xiyan's beauty. Who is this enchanting figure? The crowd erupted in astonishment. All eyes fixated on Su Meng. After the cleansing of her marrow, her demeanor had transformed into one of otherworldly elegance. Every movement she made was captivating. In a flurry of gasps, many spectators were visibly entranced. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Su Meng grew increasingly anxious, her palms slick with perspiration. She stepped into the formation, mechanically handing the token given by Yin Changfeng to the examiner, her mind a blank slate. Suddenly, a brilliant seven-colored radiance erupted from the platform, soaring skyward, as 9 phoenixes soared above, emitting melodious cries. The seven-colored light then spiraled back, merging with Su Meng's being, a manifestation of heavenly phenomena. The entire venue fell into a hushed silence, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Everyone was left in awe, while the examiner, standing beside the formation, felt a tempest of emotions surge within him, his face etched with shock, his breath growing labored. 9 phoenixes soaring, a cosmic anomaly. Was this the mark of extraordinary aptitude? The examiner took a deep breath, swiftly beckoning Su Meng closer. My dear, welcome to Tianwu Academy. You shall be admitted as a formal student without needing to undergo the second round of assessments. The esteemed principal will personally take you under their wing. The examiner's breath was uneven, his heart racing with exhilaration as he spoke, barely coherent. He had not anticipated that this young lady, not only breathtakingly beautiful, would possess such terrifyingly formidable cultivation potential. The testing array had unveiled the celestial phenomena residing within her. Only those endowed with exceptional talent can harbor the extraordinary phenomena of the universe within them. Among the countless warriors of the vast Dacian kingdom, fewer than 5 possess such phenomena. Upon hearing the test administrator's enthusiastic remarks, Su Meng felt a wave of confusion wash over her, meekly inquiring, "Did I pass the first round of testing?" Overwhelmed by nervousness, she was momentarily oblivious to the commotion her appearance had stirred. If even you, young lady, cannot pass this test, then surely no one in the world can. The test administrator exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he endeavored to compose himself. With the gentlest of tones, he continued, "Please wait here while I complete the assessments of the remaining candidates, after which I shall escort you back to the Tianwu Academy." He then summoned several senior students from the academy who were assisting with the testing, instructing them, "Bring this young lady a seat. Furthermore, one of you must return to the academy immediately to report this matter to the esteemed principal. Please, young lady, wait here for a moment," he added with a warm smile. A hushed astonishment enveloped the crowd below. No one had anticipated that this enchanting and graceful young woman possessed the legendary exceptional talent. Even the testing officials from Tianwu Academy treated her with the utmost respect, fearing she might forsake her opportunity to enter the academy. The elegantly dressed young man, Zhao Yi, stared intently at Su Meng as she was respectfully guided to a seat by the senior students. His fingers whitened from the pressure of his grip. How can this be? Just an ordinary girl, yet she possesses exceptional talent? How is this possible? His expression darkened as he recalled his earlier mockery of Yin Changfeng and Su Meng, deeming them mere simpletons attending the test for the sake of embarrassment. But now, he was confronted with the reality that she was indeed exceptionally gifted, a rarity among millions. In comparison, he felt like a mere firefly on the ground, overshadowed by the brilliance of the moon above. His mood soured considerably. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward Yin Changfeng. "Humph, I refuse to believe that you can pass this test as well." Zhao Yi seethed inwardly. Yin Changfeng's expression also shifted as he realized that Su Meng possessed an extraordinary phenomenon, something even he had failed to discern. Simultaneously, observing the array on the testing platform, he was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that this testing mechanism could reveal the hidden phenomena within a warrior's body. He too bore an extraordinary phenomenon, albeit one cultivated through postnatal training rather than innate ability. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, this was his manifestation, a remnant of his previous life's arduous cultivation, now intertwined with his soul. At that moment, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Should his Asura phenomenon be exposed, it could potentially attract unwanted attention from the ancient Tang family, leading to endless troubles. In this world, the Asura was singular and unparalleled. This was an unspoken ironclad rule. As long as Yin Changfeng existed, no one else could cultivate the Asura phenomenon. If revealed, it would very likely draw the scrutiny of the ancient Tang family. Although this place is far removed from the ancient Tang family, it undeniably harbors immense risks. At this moment, he lacks the sufficient strength to confront the ancient Tang family. Next, just then, after arranging for Su Meng, the tester returned to the platform, a smile lingering on his face, excitement bubbling within him that he could scarcely contain. "Humph, I refuse to believe that you, a rustic bumpkin, can pass the test." In the crowd, Zhao Yi fixed his gaze upon Yin Changfeng's retreating figure, sneering coldly. Upon hearing the tester's words, Yin Changfeng's eyes flickered as he stepped forward, handing over another recommendation token to the tester before moving to the center of the formation. Taking a deep breath, he employed a secret method, striving to suppress the Asura manifestation hidden deep within his soul. Whoosh! However, at that moment, streams of sword light erupted from his body, densely encircling him, while terrifying beams of sword energy seemed capable of splitting the heavens and shattering the void. Soaring into the sky, in the heavens above, the sound of swords echoed, a resounding chorus of clashing blades. Yin Chongfeng's long hair billowed, his white attire fluttering. As he unexpectedly soared into the air, buoyed by a mysterious force, his entire being radiating brilliance, the sword energy surging as if he were a legendary sword deity. Boom! The atmosphere erupted, creating a tumultuous wave. In everyone's eyes, disbelief was palpable. How could this be? He too possesses a manifestation of heaven and earth? Such extraordinary talent? How could this happen? Zhao Yi, adorned in fine garments, gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the figure of Yin Chongfeng, akin to a sword god. As he spat a mouthful of blood. Chapter 66. The sword moves to the 9 heavens. Manifestations of heaven and earth, extraordinary talent. 1 in a million, yet now, 2 have emerged consecutively, both possessing extraordinary gifts and manifestations of heaven and earth. Furthermore, these 2 individuals, who embody such celestial phenomena, are the very bumpkins he scorned. His heart was filled with frustration, and his eyes were brimming with disbelief as he beheld Yin Chongfeng. The surrounding crowd was equally astounded, their gazes reflecting their incredulity. Manifestations of heaven and earth, the sword moves to the 9 heavens? Am I dreaming? 2 individuals with extraordinary talent at once? Before the platform, the tester stood in a daze, staring blankly at Yin Chongfeng, feeling his own aura becoming chaotic. The emergence of 2 extraordinary talents was simply astounding, utterly shocking. He could never have imagined that during this recruitment, he would encounter 2 super geniuses with extraordinary gifts. This was undoubtedly a monumental achievement. Upon returning to the academy, he would surely receive immense accolades and endless benefits. Clang! As the myriad swords circled, the sword energy surged, and after a brief moment, the manifestation receded, gradually coiling back into Yin Chongfeng's body, who then descended once more to the center of the formation. At this moment, he too was taken aback. He had not expected that in suppressing the Asura manifestation, he also harbored the manifestation of the sword moving to the 9 heavens. Yin Chongfeng was left dumbfounded, realizing that he possessed 2 grand manifestations of heaven and earth. No wonder the strength required for my breakthroughs is far greater than that of others at the same level. So that is the reason. If my conjecture holds true, this body is likely the legendary innate sword body. Yin Chongfeng speculated quietly. Welcome to Tianwu Academy, Yin Chongfeng. You shall become a formal student alongside Miss Su Ming'er. A voice called out, bring forth a seat. The tester, regaining his composure, felt his heart race with excitement, yearning to immediately escort Yin Chongfeng and Su Ming'er back to Tianwu Academy. Having the opportunity to recruit students myself has indeed bestowed upon me an extraordinary fortune. To have discovered 2 prodigious talents of exceptional quality and 1 remarkable genius. Humph! Upon returning to the academy, I shall relish the sight of those old fellows who dared to look down upon me. The tester reveled in his own satisfaction. Yin Chongfeng cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Yi amidst the crowd, only to find Zhao Yi's countenance darkened, his body trembling with rage. Who is this youth? That he possesses the extraordinary phenomenon of the sword moving through the heavens? This lad is truly remarkable. Possessing such a phenomenon marks him as a natural swordsmanship prodigy. If the Shaoqing sword sect learns that among the newly admitted students of Tianwu Academy is one endowed with such an anomaly, they will undoubtedly vie for him. Indeed, exceptional talent is rare throughout the vast Tianchen kingdom, and to think that 2 have surfaced on this very day. The crowd buzzed with discussions, their gazes towards Yin Chongfeng and Su Ming'er brimming with envy. It is he, Wang Xian, who had tested with upper-grade talent, also regarded Yin Chongfeng with distinct interest, her eyes reflecting both determination and persistence, seemingly recalling her wish to take him as her master. Yin Chongfeng withdrew his gaze from Zhao Yi and approached the seat beside Su Ming'er. In the crowd, the elegantly dressed Zhao Yi fixed his eyes fiercely on Yin Chongfeng's figure, his lips biting down until they bled. Consumed by jealousy over Yin Chongfeng's extraordinary talent and the special treatment bestowed upon him by Tianwu Academy, he could scarcely accept that. As a direct heir of the Zhao family, one of the 7 great families of the imperial capital, he was overshadowed by these 2 country bumpkins. It's impossible. It must be a deception. I refuse to believe such a coincidence exists. They obviously arrived together. How could both possess exceptional talent? They must have cheated. Zhao Yi trembled, his nails digging into his flesh without relent. Suddenly, he rushed forward, pointing at Yin Chongfeng and Su Ming'er, exclaiming to the tester, "Teacher, I wish to report. They are cheating." Cheating? As Zhao Yi's words fell, The crowd erupted in uproar, staring at him as if he were a fool. Is this person mad? The phenomenon of heaven and earth, exceptional talent. How could it be faked? Indeed, the testing formation of Tianwu Academy has never erred. It is remarkably precise. One of the rarest formations for assessing talent in the world, and no one can deceive it. Isn't he the young master of the Zhao family? I recall he just tested as an upper-grade inferior talent. I've long heard of a direct heir named Zhao Yi from the Zhao family, known for his arrogance, disregard for others, and overwhelming jealousy, particularly against those who surpass him. Now that I see him in person, his reputation certainly precedes him. Many in the crowd exchanged whispers. The murmurs surrounding Zhao Yi seeped into his ears, causing his complexion to shift from pale to flushed with anger as he glared at Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er with increasing fury. Teacher, exceptional talent. 1 in a million. It's already an astonishing feat to produce one. How could there possibly be two at once? Moreover, these two are connected. They must be cheating. I implore you to see the truth. Zhao Yi, seething with rage, was oblivious to the teacher's expression darkening. Zhao Yi was it. I recall your recent assessment revealing your aptitude as merely mediocre, the instructor replied with a low voice. While such talent is commendable, your jealousy has led you to maliciously harm others. Given your character, I must seriously question whether you deserve to pass this assessment. The examiner was elated to discover two extraordinary geniuses, as their presence would yield substantial rewards for him within the academy, enhancing both his status and influence. In such circumstances, he was naturally disinclined to entertain the notion of Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er resorting to deceit. Upon hearing the examiner's words, Zhao Ye's fury intensified. The Zhao family, one of the 7 prominent families of the imperial capital, wielded immense power. As a direct descendant of the Zhao lineage, Zhao Yi enjoyed a high standing within the family due to his exceptional talent, which rendered him arrogant and unaccustomed to such humiliation. He suddenly darted forward, confronting Yin Changfeng, his neck reddening with rage as he shouted, Yin Changfeng, I refuse to accept this. You, a mere bumpkin, a nouveau riche, how could you possibly possess exceptional talent? Tell me, did you cheat? Yin Changfeng cast a disdainful glance at him, furrowing his brow as he replied, Are you unwell? At this, a murderous glint ignited in Zhao Ye's eyes, and he launched a palm strike directly at Yin Changfeng. Impudence, the instructor bellowed, unleashing a tremendous force that sent Zhao Yi hurtling backward. Young master. 2 elderly attendants in gray rushed forward, their faces contorted with alarm as they caught Zhao Yi. Chapter 67, Murder in Public. As Zhao Yi was helped to his feet by the 2 elderly servants, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with a vicious red as they bore into Yin Changfeng with a venomous glare. If you dare to persist in this nonsense, do not expect me to show mercy. The examiner coldly fixed Zhao Yi with a stare, his voice laced with icy disdain. Feeling the hostility radiating from Zhao Yi, Yin Changfeng's own murderous intent was stirred, his gaze sharpening with a chilling glint. Buzzing, the Qingfeng sword in his hand trembled, emitting a resonant hum as a chilling aura enveloped Yin Changfeng. What would happen if I were to kill him? Yin Changfeng spoke slowly, turning his gaze toward the examiner. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Yin Changfeng, the examiner was taken aback, glancing at Zhao Yi before replying thoughtfully. Zhao Yi is a direct descendant of the Zhao family, one of the 7 great families in the capital. If you were to kill him, the Zhao family would undoubtedly pursue retribution. Endure this moment for a future of tranquility. A step back can lead to a broader horizon. In life, one must understand the art of discretion and timing, the examiner advised softly. The art of discretion? Yin Changfeng, with a mere shift of his gaze, directed his attention towards the testing personnel and proclaimed, The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. One must forge ahead. Undeterred by obstacles, how can there be retreat? You are shackled by too many constraints, constantly looking back, which has stifled your mindset. This is why you have remained stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the condensation realm for years, unable to transcend into the transcendence realm. Do you not comprehend this? Upon hearing Yin Changfeng's words, the testing personnel trembled violently, abruptly lifting his head to meet Yan's gaze, his eyes brimming with astonishment. How could you possibly know that I have been trapped at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the condensation realm for so long? As he pondered Yin Changfeng's statement, his heart began to race, and an epiphany flickered in his mind. So that is it. No wonder I have been ensnared at this peak for years, struggling to break through to the transcendence realm. Transcendence, shedding the mortal body and heart. My cultivation has already reached the threshold of transcendence, yet my mindset remains obstructed. This is the fundamental reason that hinders my entry into the transcendence realm. The testing personnel's expression morphed into one of shock. deeply shaken by the realization that this mere youth of 16 or 17 had effortlessly pierced through to the core of his predicament and articulated the truth with such clarity. He inhaled deeply, a flicker of gratitude emerging in his gaze as he regarded Yin Changfeng. Understanding the reason behind his inability to transcend provided him with direction. The path to breakthrough seemed considerably easier now. This was an immense favor. Meanwhile, the crowd below erupted in a tumult of murmurs upon hearing Yin Changfeng audaciously declare his intention to kill Zhao Yi, the young master of the Zhao family. Did I hear that correctly? He intends to slay Zhao Yi? I've heard that Zhao Yi holds significant status within the Zhao family, being the apple of the family head's eye. If he truly goes through with this, even with his exceptional talent, the Zhao family will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Indeed, it was said that among the 7 great families, the Zhao family was particularly protective, though Yin Changfeng possessed extraordinary potential and limitless prospects for the future. It would be unwise to provoke the Zhao family while he had yet to fully mature. Even if he took refuge in the Tianwu Academy, there would be no guarantee of safety. Moreover, it was rumored that Zhao Yi had several older brothers who were seasoned students at the Tianwu Academy. Additionally, an elder from the Zhao family served as a teacher at the academy. If Yin Changfeng were to kill Zhao Yi, he would find no sanctuary, neither within the academy nor outside of it. The crowd buzzed with speculation. However, they seemed to overlook a crucial detail. What detail? Someone asked. While Yin Changfeng possesses exceptional talent and is blessed with a unique manifestation, he currently shares the same cultivation level as Zhao Yi. Being at the initial stage of the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, he cannot independently invoke the manifestation and thus lacks its enhancement. Furthermore, Zhao Yi is guarded by 2 masters of the condensation realm. It seems that Yin Changfeng's desire to kill Zhao Yi is but a naive fantasy. The crowd fell into a momentary silence, followed by a collective rueful smile. They had indeed overlooked such a significant fact. Indeed, upon reflection, it seems we have overestimated the situation. Yin Changfeng's boastful threat to kill Zhao Yi seems merely a display of bravado, leveraging the prestige of his position as an instructor at the Tianwu Academy to mock Zhao Yi. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Yi heard the taunt and was instantly consumed by rage. Although he had been struck back by the instructor, he sustained minimal injury, as the instructor had shown restraint out of respect for Zhao Yi's noble lineage. Moreover, hailing from a prestigious family endowed with ample resources, he swiftly regained his vigor after consuming a high-grade healing elixir. A sinister smile crept across his face. Ha, Zhou Datong, this time it is not I, Zhao Yi, who instigates trouble, but this fool who courts his own demise. With a derisive glance at the instructor, Zhao Yi's gaze returned to Yin Changfeng, his eyes igniting with a cruel glint as a tempestuous aura erupted from him. You, a mere bumpkin, dare to threaten my life? How audacious! Today, I shall demonstrate that even within the same realm, there exists a hierarchy of strength. As he spoke, Zhao Yi's expression sharpened, fueled by jealousy and fury, and he lunged toward Yin Changfeng. His fingers curled into claws, emanating an icy chill reminiscent of steel talons. The energy at his fingertips coalesced into lethal claws, razor-sharp and poised to strike at Yin Changfeng. The chilling light of his claws sliced through the air, causing it to resonate ominously. This was a low-grade, Xian-level martial technique, the Ghost Shadow Claw. Indeed, Zhao Yi's status within the Zhao family was extraordinary, having mastered such a formidable technique. What an impressive display of the Ghost Shadow Claw. With its claws now radiating a menacing glow, Zhao Yi's innate talent was undeniably remarkable, which explained why the Zhao family held him in such high regard. The manifestation of claw light indicated that Zhao Yi had refined the technique to an exceptional degree, suggesting that Yin Changfeng was in grave peril. Undoubtedly, Yin Changfeng now regretted his earlier words, having underestimated Zhao Yi's ferocity and defiance, believing that the instructor's prior display had subdued him. Instead, he had unwittingly set the stage for his own downfall, facing the wrath of the Ghost Shadow Claw. Despite possessing exceptional talent, his petty schemes could very well hinder his future achievements, squandering the potential that lay within him. Many in the crowd shook their heads in disapproval. Even the instructor, Zhou Datong, frowned slightly. However, upon observing Yin Changfeng's calm demeanor and recalling the guidance he had previously offered, his furrowed brow relaxed. Chapter 68. Shockwaves across the arena. Yin Changfeng maintained his composure, facing the oncoming Zhao Yi with neither fear nor trepidation, standing firm like an unyielding mountain. What was happening? Had Yin Changfeng been rendered speechless by fear? He stood still, refusing to flinch or evade the onslaught of Zhao Yi's Ghost Shadow Claw. This technique, fierce and relentless, had been honed to perfection by Zhao Yi. Even a late-stage body refinement warrior might struggle to withstand it. What was Yin Changfeng's intent? Many in the crowd were perplexed. Die. Zhao Yi approached, a cruel smile playing upon his lips, as his icy, claw-like hands lunged menacingly towards Yin Chongfeng's neck, exuding a palpable aura of death. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yin Chongfeng remained motionless, seemingly courting his own demise. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in disbelief. Some silently lamented the potential loss of a prodigy blessed with extraordinary talents, destined to perish at this moment. Just as the tension reached its peak, Yin Chongfeng finally stirred. His gaze lifted slightly, and a chilling voice escaped his lips. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted. Swift as lightning, so rapid that many failed to perceive its fleeting brilliance. The frigid blade sliced silently past Zhao Ye's throat. In an instant, the ferocity that had engulfed Zhao Yi faltered, dissipating swiftly. His body froze, the glimmer of his claws vanishing, halted a mere inch from Yin Chongfeng's neck. Unable to advance any further, his eyes widened in disbelief as a thin, crimson line emerged upon his neck, blood beginning to seep forth. How could this be? Zhao Yi rasped, blood spilling from his lips, his gaze filled with bitterness. He attempted to reach for Yin Chongfeng's neck, yet that single inch felt like an insurmountable chasm. Then, to the shock of all present, the once dominant Zhao Yi began to topple to the ground. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their eyes glued to Zhao Yi's lifeless body, filled with incredulity and confusion. Except for a few, most had not even caught a glimpse of the sword light. They only registered that Zhao Yi had abruptly halted mid-attack, collapsing moments later with an inexplicable wound upon his neck, blood oozing from it. Zhou Datong, the testing instructor, was equally taken aback. As a master at the threshold of transcending the mundane, he had witnessed the preceding events clearly. Yet, the very sight left him in a state of greater shock. Such astonishing speed, such terrifying swordsmanship. Zhou Datong's mouth opened in awe, his throat dry, his heart racing as if it might leap into his throat. He had never anticipated encountering such a formidable genius during this recruitment. Not only did this individual possess extraordinary innate talents, but his mastery of the sword was sufficient to warrant focused cultivation within the academy. Moreover, he was endowed with celestial anomalies. At that moment, Zhou Datong's mind surged with tumultuous waves, increasingly recognizing the exceptional nature of the youth before him. Young master. Nearby, two elderly figures clad in gray, jolted from their stupor, swiftly rushing to Zhao Yi's lifeless form, only to confirm his demise. They unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. Their faces darkened, eyes glinting with a murderous intent that could nearly draw blood. As Zhao Yi's guardians, they had witnessed their young master slain before their very eyes. His throat severed by a single stroke. Their failure to protect him would have dire consequences upon returning to their family. At this moment, the only course of action was to apprehend the assailant and bring him back to the Zhao family for the head of the household to deal with, thus alleviating the transgression. How dare you take the life of my family's young master? Prepare to pay with your own. Old Mo and Old Shan surged forward like a tempest towards Yin Chongfeng, their gazes sharp as blades, imbued with an icy chill. Remarkably, both possessed the formidable prowess of mid-stage fourth realm cultivators. On the testing platform, Zhou Datong's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to intervene, only to witness Yin Chongfeng proactively advancing towards his foes. No one shall take my life. Yin Chongfeng's voice resonated, exuding a terrifying aura. A flicker of crimson light flashed in his eyes as the lifeless body of Zhao Yi lay on the ground, its vitality quietly dissipating and merging into Yin Chongfeng's being, coalescing within the blood elixir of his mind. Like a wraith, he moved with astonishing speed, his right hand gently grasping the hilt of the Qingfeng sword before abruptly drawing it. A chilling sword light flickered, causing Old Mo and Old Shan to change countenance, a profound sense of danger rising within them. It was too swift. Even they felt an immense pressure, struggling to comprehend how a mere youth, with a cultivation level of only the 9th stage of body refining, could possess such terrifying strength. With two chilling cries echoing, deep gashes appeared at their waists. Had they not managed to react in time and hastily defend themselves, they would have been cleaved in two. However, even so, their injuries were grievous, each sustaining a 2-inch-long wound, blood gushing forth. Both were left aghast, their eyes filled with shock as they regarded Yin Chongfeng. With just a single move, he had defeated them, nearly severing them in half. An overwhelming chill enveloped their hearts. This seemingly young lad possessed boundless strength and talent, his intellect and methods equally ruthless. He struck with no mercy, employing lethal techniques. Although the blood vitality of the two fourth realm warriors was not abundant, it was not negligible either. Every drop counted, and should not be wasted. Yin Chongfeng murmured to himself. Having already forged enmity with the Zhao family, he harbored no further hesitations. Take the young master and flee. Old Mo and Old Shan reached a swift decision. Through their recent encounter, they acutely sensed Yin Chongfeng's terror. The two of them were simply no match for him, and thoughts of retreat began to blossom in their minds. Should you wish to escape, my sword shall not allow it. Yin Chongfeng's voice was frigid, his eyes shimmering with cold light as he surged towards them. Sword of slaughter. He resembled a deity of death, wielding his blade, emanating a fierce aura of slaughter. With each swing, the heavens trembled. With each subsequent strike, even the ghosts would tremble in fear. Brilliant sword light flashed, resembling the scythe of the Grim Reaper, ready to reap the lives of the two men. In a heartbeat, Yin Chongfeng's figure darted past them, splattering crimson droplets in his wake. The two warriors froze in shock, the terror etched on their faces solidifying before they collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, two skilled Fourth Realm cultivators had perished at the hands of Yin Chongfeng. Chapter 69. Journey to the Academy before the astonished gazes of the crowd. The bodies of two elderly men clad in gray slowly collapsed to the ground, slain by Yin Chongfeng on the spot. As he sheathed his Qingfeng sword and rose, a momentary silence enveloped the scene, many with wide eyes filled with shock. A martial artist at the initial stage of the 9th layer of body refinement had actually slain two experts at the 4th layer of pulse condensation. This was truly unfathomable. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, who would dare to believe it? Such terrifying strength, such exquisite swordsmanship, such ruthless methods. Among the crowd, some gasped in awe, their eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation as they looked at Yin Chongfeng. This youth was undeniably fearsome, a veritable harbinger of danger. Not only was his strength formidable, but his potential was astounding, as was his unwavering resolve and decisiveness. The scion of the Zhao family, one of the 7 great families of the imperial capital, had killed without hesitation or remorse. Was this what it meant to possess unparalleled talent? Without even manifesting his own unique celestial phenomenon, he had already reached such heights. How powerful would he become once he entered the pulse condensation realm and cultivated his celestial manifestation? Some inhaled deeply, finding it nearly unimaginable. Truly astounding. An expert at the 4th layer of pulse condensation had been unable to withstand even a single move. However, knowing Zhao Yi was a direct descendant of the Zhao family, Yin Chongfeng still dared to openly kill him, which was tantamount to challenging the Zhao family. They would undoubtedly not let this transgression go unpunished. Indeed, the Zhao family had always been protective of their own. It was likely they would seek retribution, and trouble was brewing for Yin Chongfeng. Unperturbed by the surrounding discussions, Yin Chongfeng remained indifferent, the faint glimmer of bloodlust in his eyes fading into obscurity. Invisible strands of blood essence flowed from the bodies of Old Mo and Old Shan, surging into the blood pill within Yin Chongfeng's mind. He turned and returned to sit beside Su Ming'er with a calm demeanor, observing the 3 corpses on the ground. Zhou Datong furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing further, summoning the stunned older students behind him to move the bodies aside before resuming the assessments. Although the Zhao family of the imperial capital was one of the 7 great families with considerable strength, they paled in comparison to the Heavenly Martial Academy. Once the first round of assessments concluded, Zhou Datong eagerly led Yin Chongfeng and Su Ming'er back to the Heavenly Martial Academy, leaving the second round of evaluations to other personnel. A glimmer of light flashed across his hand as a talisman materialized, and with a surge of true energy, he activated it, summoning a flying mount from the talisman. "Come aboard," Zhou Datong said with a smile, leaping onto the back of the Sky Wolf Eagle, his expression betraying his delight as he warmly addressed Yin Chongfeng and Su Ming'er. The Sky Wolf Eagle was enormous, its wingspan comparable to that of a house, allowing ample space for the 3 of them without any sense of crowding. Below, many gazed at Yin Chongfeng and Su Ming'er with fervent eyes, filled with envy. The first round of testing has concluded, with fewer than 300 individuals successfully passing. However, only Yin Chongfeng and Su Ming'er were granted special privileges, exempting them from the second round of assessments and being personally escorted back to the academy by the testing instructor. Once the two had steadied themselves, the Tianchen Eagle flapped its wings in unison, instantly conjuring a tempest that sent those nearby swaying unsteadily. Subsequently, the eagle's legs slightly bent before it propelled itself skyward, unleashing a powerful gust that swept past Yin Chongfeng and Su Ming'er. Almost immediately, beams of ethereal light ascended from the Tianchen Eagle, forming a luminous barrier that enveloped them entirely, effectively stifling the turbulent air, rendering the sound of wind non-existent. "How beautiful!" Su Ming'er exclaimed in sheer exhilaration, resembling a joyful sprite as she gazed down at the scenery, her face awash with delight. Yin Chongfeng smiled serenely and remarked, "When you cultivate to the transformation realm, You shall traverse the heavens without the aid of a flying mount. Transformation realm? What is that level? Su Monger asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. In simple terms, the transformation realm signifies a metamorphosis from a mere mortal towards the status of an immortal. It involves uncovering the treasures within the human body, evolving oneself, and becoming a true cultivator. Nearby, Zhou Datong, upon hearing about the transformation realm, could not suppress his yearning gaze. Reaching the transformation realm would also precipitate a transformation of vital energy into an even more formidable force, known as magical power, allowing one to soar through the skies and roam freely across the cosmos. Legends speak of those with transcendent cultivation, possessing boundless magical prowess, capable of turning the world upside down with a mere gesture, commanding mountains and rivers with the flick of a wrist, truly transcending the mundane and soaring across the universe. Is it truly that formidable? Su Monger blinked her bright, animated eyes, a glimmer of anticipation sparking within them. In truth, the abilities of true masters extend far beyond mere prowess, Yin Changfeng replied with a smile. At that moment, as the group returned to Tianwu Academy aboard the Tianlang Eagle, a furious roar echoed from within the Zhao residence in the southern part of the imperial city. Yin Changfeng, I shall grind him to dust, ensuring he finds no place for burial. A middle-aged man bellowed, his eyes ablaze with rage, as he stood before the lifeless body of Zhao Yi. Where are Mou and Shan Kuan? What are they doing? Bring them to me at once. I shall flay those two incompetent fools alive. Head of the family, both Elder Mo and Elder Shan have perished. It is said they too fell at the hands of that Yin Changfeng. A cautious warrior from the Zhao clan spoke. What? Zhao Yu's expression shifted in shock upon hearing this. Mou and Shan Kuan were both mid-level cultivators of the pulse condensation realm. How could they have been slain by Yin Changfeng? What cultivation level does he possess? It is rumored he is merely at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. The warrior replied softly. 9th level of the body refinement realm? Zhao Yu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. How could a 9th level body refinement cultivator possibly match them? Zhao Yu took a deep breath, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Who was responsible for overseeing the first round of testing at Tianwu Academy? Reporting to the head of the family. It was Lord Zhou Datong. The warrior trembled, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Zhao Yu's palpable bloodlust. Zhou Datong. It must be he who operates in the shadows. Otherwise, a mere 9th level cultivator like Yin Changfeng would never stand a chance against both Mou and Shan Kuan. Yet, Zhou Datong is willing to take action against the Zhao family for Yin Changfeng, indicating that the latter must possess extraordinary abilities. Master, Yin Changfeng has been detected as having a celestial manifestation, showcasing exceptional talent. He has already returned to the Tianwu Academy with Zhou Datong. Exceptional talent? Zhao Yu's gaze sharpened, and a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. No wonder Zhou Datong is willing to oppose my Zhao family for this young man. However, regardless of his exceptional talent, he is destined to die. Contact the third elder. Instruct him to spare no expense. He must eliminate Yin Changfeng to avenge Yi. And Zhou Datong must not be spared either. Chapter 70. Lin Xiang emerges. Tianwu Academy lies 1,000 miles beyond the imperial capital, nestled amidst towering mountains and deep ravines. Rich in spiritual energy, with multiple veins of celestial essence flowing below. It is indeed a rare sanctuary for cultivation. Mists swirl between the valleys, enveloping the academy. As 9 earth veins converge, encircling Tianwu Academy. It is a grand spectacle, like 9 dragons guarding a precious gem, drawing forth the essence of all directions. Akin to rivers merging into the sea at Tianwu Academy. Such an impressive feat. On the back of the sky wolf eagle, Yin Changfeng gazed down at the terrain ahead, his eyes filled with astonishment. In the modest Daqian Kingdom, a remote land, such formidable power exists. Employing celestial methods to harness the Earth's dragon veins and establish this wondrous sanctuary? Yin Changfeng's eyes flickered with curiosity, pondering the enigma. The Daqian Kingdom is merely a desolate area on the eastern outskirts, with relatively scarce spiritual energy. Logically, it should not harbor such phenomenal powers or invest so heavily in creating such a terrain in this secluded place. Is this truly the work of an unparalleled master? Or is it a natural formation? Yin Changfeng speculated quietly. If it is a natural occurrence, then so be it. However, if it is indeed the handiwork of a great power, this place must be extraordinary. It seems that Tianwu Academy is far more complex than I initially imagined. Regardless of how this terrain came to be, now that I have discovered it, it is my fortune. The 9 dragons guarding the pearl may be the key to my success. A glimmer of brilliance passed through Yin Changfeng's eyes. Originally, he had come to Tianwu Academy primarily to seek vengeance on Lin Xiang and reclaim the spirit martial ring. Little did he expect to encounter such fortuitous circumstances. With this, attaining the perfect 10th level of body refinement will pose no challenge, and I am now confident that the unique qualities of my current body will awaken and activate fully. A broader smile spread across Yin Chongfeng's face. Here, he would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources. The Earth's essence and the dragon energy from the 9 veins beneath Tianwu Academy are the finest resources for cultivation. We have arrived. Ahead lies Tianwu Academy, Zhou Datong announced. Is this truly Tianwu Academy? Such grandeur! Su Ming'er exclaimed, her lively eyes sparkling as she gazed down upon the vast land, her expression awash with awe. This expanse of land is indeed safeguarded by the 9 dragon veins, with Tianwu Academy situated within. Majestic palaces and pavilions stand tall, and as far as the eye can see, there are thousands of such structures. Let us descend, Zhou Datong gently spoke, and the Tianlang eagle immediately swooped down with the 3 individuals. In midair, a layer of defensive light shield illuminated. Zhou Datong retrieved an identity jade token from his bosom, which emitted a beam of light, allowing the Tianlang eagle to descend smoothly to the ground. Whoosh! As the 3 landed, several figures simultaneously appeared before them. Clad in battle armor and wielding golden long spears, they bowed upon seeing Zhou Datong, addressing him as Lord Zhou. Where are the 2 deans? Zhou Datong inquired, surveying his surroundings with a furrowed brow. Earlier, having detected Su Ming'er's exceptional 9 phoenix soaring phenomenon, he promptly dispatched an elder student to report back. Logically, the appearance of such extraordinary talent would stir the 2 deans into a fervor, compelling them to personally come forth to welcome the news. Yet now, upon returning to the academy, he found neither dean present to greet him. They are currently at the trial tower, one of the armored figures replied. What? At the trial tower? Zhou Datong was momentarily taken aback. How could it be that the 2 deans were unaware of the emergence of exceptional talent? Just then, the elder student he had sent earlier rushed over from a distance. Teacher Zhou, senior sister Lin Xiang has successfully breached the trial and awakened her hidden constitution, the wind manipulation body. She is currently challenging the trial tower, and both deans have been alerted, attending to ensure order there. Leaving them with no time to listen to my report, the elder student explained. What? Lin Xiang succeeded in her challenge and awakened a hidden special constitution, the wind manipulation body. Zhou Datong gasped in astonishment, his breath catching in his throat. The wind manipulation body. Another instance of exceptional talent. Zhou Datong felt overwhelmed. Was it truly becoming commonplace to encounter such extraordinary abilities? He had just welcomed 2 exceptional talents, only to return to the academy and hear news of Lin Xiang's awakening. 1 in 10,000 warriors might exhibit a special constitution, and among those, only 1 in 10,000 special constitution bearers would successfully awaken. The existence of a special constitution remains undetected until one breaks through to the condensation vein realm, at which point the body becomes purified, revealing any hidden special constitution. Those who can awaken a special constitution possess extraordinary talent, classified similarly to exceptional talent, which is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Within the Tianwu Academy, many possess special constitutions, yet those who successfully awaken them are exceedingly rare. Among the current younger generation, prior to Lin Xiang, there was but 1 individual who had successfully awakened a hidden constitution. Lin Xiang? Upon hearing the elder student's words, Yin Chongfeng's gaze sharpened. Equally astonished to learn that Lin Xiang possessed a special constitution and had successfully awakened it. The wind manipulation body, you say? Yin Chongfeng murmured. In essence, all constitutions hold no intrinsic superiority. Their strength is determined by the individual's capacity to excavate and comprehend the potential inherent within the body of wind. I recall that the wind god, Yun Feiyong, possessed this very physique. At that time, he had nearly unlocked the full potential of this extraordinary ability, grasping the path of wind and mastering the art of transforming all things through wind to an unparalleled degree. Many formidable beings at the Jiang realm had fallen at his hands. Yin Chongfeng's lips curled slightly in a smirk. The wind god, Yun Feiyong, a prodigious talent from a millennium ago, had an understanding of the wind that nearly approached its very essence. Back then, many proclaimed that Yun Feiyong would emerge as the leader of the younger generation. Yet, such an astonishing genius ultimately met his demise at the hands of Yin Chongfeng, thus solidifying Yin Chongfeng's reputation as the preeminent talent of the Tianchen Continent. Zhou Datong regained his composure, gesturing to the several soldiers and the elderly scholar before him. You may leave. I shall seek out the 2 deans myself. Yes, the soldiers replied with a bow, casting a glance at Yin Chongfeng and Su Ming'er before departing. Come, let us also visit the trial tower. Zhou Datong turned to Yin Chongfeng and Su Ming'er. Yin Chongfeng retracted his thoughts, nodded, and remained silent, though a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Lin Xiang's successful awakening of the hidden physique indeed took Yin Chongfeng by surprise. However, even if she had truly awakened the body of wind, he felt no trepidation. Chapter 71. The Trial Tower. The Trial Tower serves as a crucible within Tianwu Academy, where true warriors hone their skills through countless battles. The tower comprises 100 levels, with increasing difficulty as one ascends. The challenges within the Trial Tower are tailored to each individual's cultivation realm, maintaining a delicate balance. Generally, for newly admitted students, passing the 5th level is considered an exceptional feat. As Zhou Datong introduced the tower, he swiftly led the two towards its direction, eager to see how far Lin Xiang, with her newly awakened body of wind, could advance. Hearing Zhou Datong's description, Yin Chongfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity about the Trial Tower. 100 levels. Indeed, how many levels had the current top contender cleared? Yin Chongfeng inquired with intrigue. The current number 1 is Huang Xiaofeng, who has reached the 49th level, setting the highest record in the past 500 years. Thus far, no one has surpassed him. At the mention of Huang Xiaofeng, Zhou Datong couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration, his eyes reflecting a hint of respect. It is remarkable for a teacher of the academy to hold such regard for a student, highlighting Huang Xiaofeng's exceptional nature. Oh, 49 levels? Yin Chongfeng expressed mild astonishment. The Trial Tower consists of 100 levels, and the top-ranked student in Tianwu Academy has only reached 49, which is the highest record in nearly 5 centuries. As you have now become part of Tianwu Academy, once you meet the 2 deans, you will inevitably venture into the Trial Tower as well. At that time, you shall discover that the Trial Tower is far more formidable than you might imagine. The 49th level is nearly a miracle in itself. Aside from Huang Xiaofeng, the second-ranked individual has only reached the 29th level. There is a clear gap between the 30th and 49th levels. Zhou Datong seemed to perceive Yin Chongfeng's thoughts and smiled as he spoke. Is the Trial Tower truly this formidable? Yin Chongfeng was taken aback. It was astonishing that the second-ranked contender had only managed to reach the 29th level. It is well known that every student entering the Heavenly Martial Academy is a prodigy, selected from the best of the best. Yet, among so many talents, only one has surpassed the 29th level in this Trial Tower. This clearly indicates that Huang Xiaofeng is indeed extraordinary. Yin Chongfeng nodded in agreement. Zhou Datong glanced at Yin Chongfeng with a knowing smile and remarked, "You need not envy. You possess a rare talent manifested in the phenomena of heaven and earth. If you were to break through to the meridian realm and awaken these celestial phenomena, you too could surpass the 29th level." The 29th level? Yin Chongfeng's lips curled into a smile at the thought. A millennium ago, he was the most dazzling genius of the Tianchen Continent, the foremost among the younger generation. How could he now settle for being behind others? It seems that coming to the Heavenly Martial Academy was indeed a fortuitous choice. Not only did he encounter the opportunity of the 9 dragons guarding a pearl, but this Trial Tower also appears to be extraordinary. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yin Chongfeng's eyes. Zhou Datong observed him thoughtfully, but chose not to elaborate further. At last, they arrived in front of the towering Trial Tower. Zhou Datong led Yin Chongfeng to a magnificent, silvery white giant tower that soared into the clouds, its pinnacle obscured from view by swirling mists. Additionally, a series of mysterious waves of power surged around the Trial Tower, exuding an inexplicable pressure. Yin Chongfeng felt a sudden stillness within. In his previous life, as the young master of the ancient Yin family and a formidable being of the highest realm, he was accustomed to such phenomena. Upon arriving here, he immediately sensed the vast force of the Great Dao circulating around the tower, binding the void. This force grew more intense as one ascended. Anyone daring enough to touch it would be instantly obliterated. However, the interior of the Trial Tower remained unaffected. It was evident that this Trial Tower was indeed exceptional. It presumably did not belong to the Heavenly Martial Academy, but had originally stood here. Yin Chongfeng's gaze flickered with intrigue. Such dense dragon energy. He then sensed, as if guided by fate, waves of vibrant dragon energy surging from the earth beneath him, converging into the Trial Tower. The 9 dragons guarding a pearl could not have formed by mere chance. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of an unparalleled powerhouse. Realizing that the vast dragon energy below was flowing towards the Trial Tower confirmed Yin Chongfeng's suspicions. Yet, he pondered who this person might be and whether they still existed in the world today. A multitude of questions arose within Yin Chongfeng's mind. What a towering edifice! Su Meng'er was equally astonished, gazing at the giant tower in sheer shock. Zhou Datong secretly chuckled. Every new student entering the Heavenly Martial Academy experiences a similar awe upon witnessing this Trial Tower. It is simply too immense. Hee hee. Although this trial tower claims to have 100 levels, the actual number remains uncertain, as no one has yet glimpsed the pinnacle of this tower. We do not know what lies at its summit. The 100 levels are merely an estimation by the first-generation dean. Zhou Datong elaborated, then added, "Let us proceed to meet with the two deans." At this moment, a throng of countless figures surrounded the trial tower, among which the most conspicuous were an elder clad in black robes and a Taoist in white. Clearly, these two were the deans of the Tianwu Academy. However, all eyes were drawn to a towering stone tablet on the left side of the trial tower. Upon the grand monument, a gentle golden radiance shimmered, revealing several golden characters. Lin Xiang, level 29. Heavens, level 29. I wonder if senior sister Lin can surpass this. Many students of Tianwu Academy gasped in astonishment, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Even the two deans exhibited expressions of exhilaration. Having just awakened the wind body, Lin Xiang had already reached the 29th level. She truly lived up to the elder's expectations. The elder in black stroked his beard, grinning as he cast a proud glance at the white-robed Taoist beside him. Well, it seems you have indeed taught a remarkable disciple. Who would have thought she could awaken the wind body? Her future is boundless. The white-robed Taoist could not help but smile broadly in agreement. At that moment, a sudden exclamation erupted from the distance. She has done it. Goodness. Senior sister Lin has surpassed the 29th level and reached the 30th. The students erupted into a frenzy, their astonished voices echoing as they fixated on the stone tablet to the left of the trial tower. Now, the tablet displayed the gleaming golden characters, level 30. Chapter 72. The astonished two deans. At this moment, the atmosphere around the trial tower was utterly electrified, as all gazes were captivated by the astonishing number inscribed on the grand stone tablet. Level 30 of the trial tower. These students, having previously ventured through the tower themselves, were acutely aware of its daunting nature. Previously, Yi Qianxiu, ranked second in the trial tower, had only managed to reach the 29th level, halting at the 30th, with no one surpassing him since. Yet now, Lin Xiang had also conquered the 29th level and ascended to the 30th. Heavens! Senior sister Lin has only been at Tianwu Academy for 3 years, and she has already attained level 29. She is truly extraordinary, a peerless prodigy. The crowd erupted, with many male students gazing at her with admiration. Such talent is destined to soar like a phoenix in the 9 heavens. For many, Lin Xiang was a goddess, and countless individuals yearned to bask in her brilliance. Yet, witnessing her current achievements, many felt a deep sense of inadequacy. In their eyes, Lin Xiang was unparalleled, destined to be a phoenix in the skies, while they felt they were unworthy of her. Do you think senior sister Lin can surpass the 30th level? A student murmured, taking a deep breath. It is difficult to say. Senior sister Lin Xiang originally ranked at the 20th level. This time, having successfully navigated the challenges, she awakened her hidden potential, surging to the 30th level, which is already quite remarkable. However, the possibility of surpassing this 30th level seems rather slim. Indeed, aside from that individual, no one has yet breached the 30th level. If senior sister Lin Xiang were to further explore and cultivate her special abilities, she might have a chance at overcoming the 30th level. Nevertheless, the crowd is abuzz with discussion. The two deans gaze expectantly at the towering stone tablet, particularly the elder clad in black, whose demeanor is tinged with a hint of anxiety. At that moment, Zhou Datong, accompanied by Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er, weaves through the throngs to stand before the two deans. Greetings to the two deans, Zhou Datong humbly addresses them. Even a formidable figure like Zhou Datong, who is on the cusp of transcending the mundane realm, bows respectfully upon encountering the two elders. Their attention, however, remains fixed on the imposing stone tablet, seemingly oblivious to his greeting. Zhou Datong, still bowing, feels the weight of their indifference and tentatively calls out, "Deans?" The elder in black responds with a faint acknowledgement, casting a fleeting glance at Zhou Datong before returning his focus to the stone tablet. Observing this, Zhou Datong breaks into a cold sweat, his heart racing. The elder in white finally speaks. "Zhou Datong, what is it you wish to convey?" "Dean Bai, during my recent expedition to recruit students, I have indeed discovered two exceptionally gifted individuals." Zhou Datong replies with a bow. "Ah, recruiting students, you say? What of it?" Dean Bai responds casually, but suddenly, he seems to grasp the significance of Zhou Datong's words. He retracts his gaze from the stone tablet, fixing his eyes on Zhou Datong with a sudden intensity. "What did you just say? You have recruited two individuals of exceptional talent?" Beside him, the elder in black also shifts his focus, his expression changing dramatically, his gaze now burning with fervor. Under the scrutiny of their intense stares, Zhou Datong feels an overwhelming pressure and breaks into a sweat, yet his heart races with exhilaration. The more fervently the two deans react, the more it signifies their regard for such extraordinary talent, suggesting that the rewards he might receive could be substantial. He strives to steady his nerves and humbly states, "Esteemed deans, I would not dare to speak lightly. I truly have recruited 2 students of exceptional quality, as verified by the testing array, which detected the extraordinary manifestations of the world within them." What? Extraordinary manifestations? Both deans are taken aback, their attentions swiftly shifting away from Lin Xiang's trials. Why did you not inform us of such an important matter beforehand? If these gifted individuals are snatched away by other major factions, your life would not suffice to atone for it. The elder in black's expression darkens as he questions Zhou Datong sternly. Esteemed deans, I had indeed dispatched someone to report earlier, but you were engrossed in watching Lin Xiang's challenges and could not attend to other matters, Zhou Datong responds, feeling a sense of grievance. Is that so? The elder in black hesitates, then waves his hand dismissively. Enough with the pleasantries. Where are those 2 individuals now? Lead us to them at once. A muffled laugh escapes from Su Meng'er as she observes the elder's awkward demeanor. Upon hearing Su Meng'er's laughter, the elderly man in black could not help but puff out his beard and glare, demanding to know who dared mock him, threatening to expel her from the Tianwu Academy with a mere flick of his finger, surprised that her light chuckle could be heard amidst the surrounding clamor. Su Meng'er was momentarily taken aback. However, the man in white observed her intently, and as he took in the aura of this spirited young girl, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a hint of a smile. Meanwhile, Zhou Datong, upon hearing the black-clad headmaster's words, broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly explained, Director Imo, she is the exceptionally gifted student I have brought back this time. What? You mean she is the student with extraordinary talent that you retrieved? The black-clad elder was momentarily stunned, only to be engulfed by embarrassment. With a sudden glare, he raised his hand and sent Zhou Datong flying, exclaiming, You little rascal, can't you finish your sentence in one go? Must you make me look foolish? Director Imo tugged at his beard, his expression one of displeasure. Nonetheless, despite having sent Zhou Datong flying, he had not harmed him. He merely used a gentle force to push him away. However, to the uninformed observers, the scene appeared quite different. As Zhou Datong was effortlessly flung aside, Su Meng'er turned pale with fright, instinctively leaning closer to Yin Changfeng. In truth, it was not only Su Meng'er who was startled. Even Yin Changfeng was taken aback by the headmaster's sudden display of power, his lips twitching involuntarily. The headmaster of Tianwu Academy was indeed rather unreliable. Yet, feeling the formidable strength demonstrated in that instant, Yin Changfeng could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. The cultivation level revealed at that moment certainly surpassed the transcendence realm. After casting Zhou Datong aside, Director Imo immediately donned a warm smile, his gaze settling on Su Meng'er as he spoke in an exceedingly gentle tone. Little girl, I am the headmaster of Tianwu Academy. Oh, why do you seem so frightened of me? Fear not, I am quite amiable and gentle. Beside him, the man in white could not help but twitch his lips. Stepping forward to address Su Meng'er softly, My dear, you must be the student that Zhou Datong mentioned. The one detected by the test array as possessing a unique celestial phenomenon. Am I correct? At that moment, Zhou Datong, still looking quite aggrieved, pushed through the crowd from behind. Noticing that both headmasters appeared to entirely overlook Yin Changfeng, he cautiously reminded them, Esteemed directors, there is also this young man. He possesses exceptional talent as well. He was anxious that his warning might come too late, and that he would again be sent flying by the black-clad headmaster. Upon hearing Zhou Datong's reminder, the 2 headmasters finally turned their attention to Yin Changfeng, their hearts momentarily startled. There stood Yin Changfeng, tall and dignified, clad in a moon-white robe, exuding an air of grace and composure. Even when faced with the slightly intimidating gazes of the 2, he displayed no signs of discomfort, maintaining an air of calm dignity. What a composed young man. The black-clad headmaster's gaze sharpened, and he mused internally. With such fortitude, he would surely become a remarkable figure in the future. The 2 deans exchanged a glance, a hint of mirth flickering in their eyes. Although Dean Zhou Datong stated that the testing array had detected extraordinary talents within them, categorizing them as possessing supreme qualifications, an exceedingly rare occurrence, he emphasized the need for further verification, urging them not to take offense. Dean Bai's smile was gentle and polite. It is only proper. Yin Changfeng nodded in agreement. The 2 deans shared another glance before stepping forward to stand before Yin Changfeng and Su Ming. There is no need for anxiety, Dean Bai assured, approaching with a flourish. His right index finger glowed with golden radiance, which he then inscribed upon his left palm, forming a miniature testing array. Observing Dean Bai's skills, Yin Changfeng felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that this dean was indeed a master of array techniques. In his past life, He had delved into the art of formations as well, achieving considerable mastery, his understanding of this discipline rivaling even that of swordsmanship. However, amidst the myriad paths of cultivation, he had always favored the sword, seldom revealing his expertise in array techniques before others. The act of inscribing array patterns upon oneself and subsequently manifesting their powers indicated the cultivation of an internal array gate, allowing the release of source energy, Yin Changfeng mused. Array masters, too, belong to the realm of cultivators, traversing the myriad paths of existence. In truth, the path of arrays was even more arduous than that of martial arts. To ascend within this discipline and become a true array master, one must first open the latent array gate within, then cultivate it to unleash its potential, transforming it into a source of power and refining source energy. Only upon mastering source energy could one rightfully claim the title of an array master, wielding the ability to manipulate array forces freely for both offense and defense. Yin Changfeng was astounded to encounter a practitioner of such caliber as Dean Bai in this remote land. A glance towards Dean Mo revealed that he, too, was employing similar techniques. This is the path of arrays. At our Tianwu Academy, we possess a vast library, encompassing knowledge of both alchemy and array techniques. Should you harbor an interest in this discipline, upon reaching the transcendence realm and refining your magical power, you may delve into its study, Dean Bai offered. Noticing the intrigue in Yin Changfeng's expression, as the testing array was successfully constructed, Dean Bai's left hand shimmered with golden light, revealing a miniature array that flickered in and out of visibility. He then gently placed his left palm on Yin Changfeng's left shoulder. Closing his eyes slightly to observe with his mind, Yin Changfeng strove to suppress the Asura manifestation within his mind, allowing only the image of the sword moving through the heavens to emerge. In an instant, a surge of golden brilliance erupted from Dean Bai's fingertips, and his consciousness detected a torrent of sword light radiating in all directions, sweeping across the heavens with a sharpness that nearly severed his awareness. Witnessing this overwhelming spectacle, Dean Bai's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his eyes wide with shock. The sword moving through the heavens truly is a manifestation of celestial phenomena, he exclaimed, as the invisible sword energy ravaged the space, effectively severing his consciousness. Dean Bai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze revealing a brilliant light, and he had already confirmed in his heart that Yin Changfeng possessed extraordinary talent. Excellent, 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 Dean Bai repeatedly exclaimed in delight, his expression growing increasingly benevolent as he looked at Yin Changfeng, filled with excitement and joy. Beside him, Zhou Datong also breathed a sigh of relief, and the crowd's attention shifted towards Elder Mo. Elder Mo had his eyes slightly closed, yet his expression betrayed his astonishment, which he did not attempt to conceal. Gradually, he opened his eyes, his face flushed with emotion. He turned to Dean Bai, who nodded slightly. Upon seeing this affirmation, Elder Mo's heart skipped a beat. Could it truly be that both possessed extraordinary talent? At that moment, both deans were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. To have admitted two individuals with such remarkable gifts simultaneously was almost beyond belief. Ha ha ha, the heavens truly favor our Tianwu Academy. Wonderful, both of you are exceptional. From this day forth, you shall be students of Tianwu Academy. Ah, you are Su Menger, correct? Come, be my disciple. With my guidance, you shall undoubtedly conquer the world and traverse all corners. Elder Mo proclaimed, his hand sweeping grandly as he stroked his beard, exuding an air of pride. Ah, Su Menger, still haunted by the earlier incident where Elder Mo had struck Zhou Datong, turned pale at the prospect of being taken as his disciple. You are unwilling? Elder Mo was momentarily taken aback, then his lips twitched as he said, little girl, you must understand that countless individuals within Tianwu Academy have implored me to take them as disciples, yet I have declined them all. Now, I am making an exception for you, offering you the position of my chief disciple. How can you refuse? I assure you, whether you like it or not, you shall become my disciple. Otherwise, my legacy will be lost. Elder Mo glowered, his voice stern. Just then, a shout echoed from a distance. Master, the Orchid Sutra you entrusted to me has been fully comprehended. At this, Yin Changfeng and Su Menger saw a burly man with a round face pushing through the crowd, his massive physique clearing a path. With an expression of excitement, he rushed directly to Elder Mo and respectfully bowed, saying, Master, after 49 days of effort, I have finally succeeded in comprehending the Orchid Sutra. Please, Master, assess my understanding. The Orchid Sutra? Yin Changfeng's lips twitched in disbelief at Elder Mo's unreliability. Su Menger, too, was momentarily stunned, glancing at Elder Mo before instinctively stepping back a couple of paces. Elder Mo, upon hearing the shout from the hefty man, inwardly lamented his misfortune. Seeing Su Menger retreat further only exacerbated his irritation, and his expression darkened as he regarded the newcomer with hostility. Just moments ago, he had declared that he had not yet taken any disciples, and that Su Ming'er would be his chief disciple, only for this rotund figure to appear and disrupt his plans. With an annoyed glare at the hefty man, he snapped, "Who are you? Whom do you call master?" The profound comprehension of the Orchid scripture is truly remarkable. However, I do not know you. Chapter 74. Mistaken identity. The rotund figure, brimming with joy, arrived with the expectation of receiving praise and accolades from his master for his understanding of the Orchid scripture. To his astonishment, he was met with a torrent of scolding that left him utterly bewildered. He scratched his head in confusion, gazing at the furious Dean Mo. This reaction from his master was unexpected. After unleashing his tirade, Dean Mo swiftly donned a benevolent smile, bending slightly as he approached Su Ming'er with an air of sincerity. "Ming'er," he said, "you must believe that choosing me as your master is undoubtedly the best decision you could make. Do you see that Lin Xiang, who has awakened the hidden wind control physique within her? She is currently navigating the trial tower. She merely received a few words of guidance from me and effortlessly awakened her unique hidden talent. Imagine if I had taken her as my disciple. Her achievements would have soared tenfold. Come now, do not hesitate or linger. Hasten to become my disciple." Dean Mo proclaimed cheerfully, wearing an innocuous demeanor. "What is happening?" The chubby figure stood dumbfounded, realizing that his master was once again seeking disciples. Moreover, how could Lin Xiang have merely received a few words of advice without being accepted as a disciple? "Master, have you lost your mind? Isn't senior sister Lin Xiang your second disciple?" he whispered in reminder. Dean Mo inhaled deeply, lamenting internally about the unfortunate fate that had led him to such a troublesome apprentice. Was this young man brought in merely to undermine his own position? With a swift motion, he gestured, and the chubby fellow's eyes widened in shock before he let out a cry, soaring into the sky. "Now, Elder Mo, the acceptance of disciples hinges on fate. Since this young lady is unwilling to accept you as her master, it is simply a matter of destiny. One cannot force it, lest it disrupt the path of the heart," Elder Bai interjected. Dean Mo, taken aback, retorted, "Elder Bai, do you intend to monopolize both of them?" Elder Bai shot him a scornful glance. "You have already taken Lin Xiang under your wing, and with Huang Xiaofeng at your side, you possess two of the Academy's greatest prodigies. Must you deprive me of two disciples to pass on my legacy?" Upon hearing Huang Xiaofeng's name, Dean Mo's gaze flickered uneasily. Huang Xiaofeng had been a hard-won acquisition from Elder Bai, and now, hearing his name invoked, he felt a pang of guilt. However, glancing at Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er, he noted their extraordinary potential and exceptional qualities, which stirred his competitive spirit. "I cannot relinquish both. Since this young lady is unwilling to follow me, so be it. You must allow me to have this young man," Dean Mo muttered. Elder Bai's eyes twitched. He had witnessed Yin Changfeng's extraordinary manifestation of the sword soaring through the heavens, an awe-inspiring phenomenon ranking among the most remarkable. Moreover, he had discerned that Yin Changfeng possessed an extraordinary physique. Such a genius could hardly be expected to relinquish his talents. Seeing the apparent closeness between Su Ming'er and Yin Changfeng, Dean Bai could not help but feel a stirring in his heart. He turned to Dean Mo and said, "Old Mo, you know me well. I have always refrained from worldly disputes, valuing destiny above all. Ultimately, it is up to them to choose their own master. Is it not?" Upon hearing this, Dean Mo nodded in agreement, adopting an air of wisdom as he thought to himself, "This is precisely how I managed to recruit that Huang Xiaofeng fellow. If even he could not escape my grasp, how could this young lad?" However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed Yin Changfeng bowing respectfully to Dean Bai, proclaiming, "Disciple Yin Changfeng pays respects to the master." Dean Mo was momentarily taken aback, his mouth twitching in surprise. Reluctantly, he glanced at Su Ming'er, who, upon noticing his gaze, was startled and hurriedly imitated Yin Changfeng, saying, "Disciple Su Ming'er pays respects to the master." Dean Mo was infuriated, nearly exploding with rage. "Am I truly that formidable? I am clearly quite amiable." In an effort to appear sufficiently genial, his aged face was contorted into a forced smile. "This is driving me mad." Taking a deep breath, he averted his gaze from Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er. In stark contrast to Dean Mo's frustration, Dean Bai was filled with joy, hastily stepping forward to assist his two new disciples. Overwhelmed by happiness, he impulsively presented them with two precious artifacts, declaring, "These are two treasures to serve as your initiation gifts." The two artifacts included the radiant celestial skirt and the spirit gathering pearl, which were bestowed upon Su Ming'er and Yin Changfeng, respectively. Spiritual treasures? Yin Changfeng's eyes gleamed as he accepted the spirit gathering pearl from Dean Bai, his heart racing with astonishment. Indeed, it was a genuine spiritual treasure. Distinct from mundane objects, spiritual treasures belong to the realm of magical artifacts, and each one is exceedingly rare and invaluable. In Yin Changfeng's past life, such treasures were commonplace. However, in this life, in this remote nation, it was his first encounter with a spiritual treasure. The spirit-gathering pearl can absorb ambient spiritual energy, aiding in cultivation, and its efficacy amplifies in areas rich in natural spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the radiant celestial skirt in Su Ming'er's hands served as a protective spiritual treasure, capable of safeguarding her well-being to a significant extent. This defensive artifact is impervious to any assault from cultivators below the transcendence realm, marking it as a true gem. This implies that if Su Ming'er were to don the radiant celestial skirt, no practitioner below the transcendence realm could inflict even the slightest harm upon her. Moreover, even a typical practitioner of the transcendence realm would need to exert considerable effort to breach the defenses of the radiant celestial skirt. Should Su Ming'er cultivate to the transcendence realm, activating the skirt's powers would render its protective capabilities utterly formidable. It must be said that this is undoubtedly a grand gift. In this remote nation, spiritual treasures are precious, with defensive artifacts being even rarer. Holding the radiant celestial skirt, Su Ming'er's cheeks flushed with joy, her delight unmistakable. Disciple thanks the master for your generous gift. Both disciples expressed their gratitude. Dinbai was in high spirits, nodding repeatedly, momentarily lost in his excitement. However, Dinamo, witnessing Dinbai bestow two spiritual treasures upon Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er, was taken aback, his brows shooting up in surprise. Goodness, Bai, you truly are generous. Bestowing two spiritual treasures without a hint of hesitation. Hearing Dinmo's words, Dinbai finally regained his composure and glanced disdainfully at the spirit-gathering pearl in Yin Changfeng's hand and the radiant celestial skirt held by Su Ming'er. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "What is the big deal about two spiritual treasures?" Suddenly, he was startled, his eyelids twitching as he focused intently on the items in their possession. Upon probing into their storage artifacts, he discovered a high-grade common sword and a high-grade common red lotus. Dinbai's expression shifted abruptly. He had made a mistake. Chapter 75. The fiancé realizing his blunder, Dinbai was left dumbfounded, gazing longingly at Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er, wishing to confess his error and reclaim the two spiritual treasures, yet the words stuck in his throat, causing him great inner turmoil. Just then, the crowd erupted with fervent excitement, gasping in awe. Heavens, she did it. Senior Sister Lin Xiang has conquered the 30th level. As expected of Senior Sister Lin Xiang, she has ascended to the 31st level. What incredible potential. No one has ventured to the 31st level aside from that person. The students of Tianwu Academy were in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The uproar drew the attention of Yin Changfeng and the others, directing their gaze to the towering stone tablet on the left side of the trial tower. At that moment, the tablet glimmered with golden characters, 31st level. This signified that Lin Xiang had successfully passed the 30th level and reached the 31st. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lin Xiang has indeed exceeded my expectations by conquering the 30th level. Ha ha. My disciple, Mo, truly stands out among the best. Beside them, Dinamo was equally elated, his face alight with joy as he cast a condescending glance at Dinbai and Yin Changfeng, brimming with pride. You two need not be envious with your talents. Perhaps after another 10 or 8 years of cultivation, you might reach this 30th level. For now, don't aim too high, Dinamo remarked dismissively, still nursing his grievance over Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er not wishing to study under him. Yin Changfeng cast a faint glance at Dinamo and asked, "Is the 30th level truly that difficult?" Dinmo's expression twitched, scoffing, "What an arrogant lad. With such a disposition, even if you wish to become my disciple, I would not accept you." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light swept through the surroundings. A beam of gold burst forth from the trial tower, scattering its radiance. Within the light, a young woman of about 18 or 19 gracefully descended. Her beauty was ethereal, her figure slender, with a delicate waist and long, straight legs. Dressed in a flowing light blue gown, she exuded an aura of otherworldly elegance. The previously raucous crowd surrounding the trial tower fell silent, all eyes captivated by the enchanting figure that floated down. The youthful and enchanting maiden, akin to a celestial being, is untainted by the mundane world, possessing an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a pristine lotus adorned with dewdrops, or a refreshing snow lotus perched upon a snow-capped peak, evoking a sense of the extraordinary. While the world abounds with exquisite women, finding one imbued with such transcendent grace is a rarity, as if she has transcended the ordinary realm and melded with the purity of nature itself. This captivating girl exudes tranquility, gracefully descending from a beam of light. captivating the souls of countless onlookers. Lin Xiang pays homage to her master and the esteemed Dean Bai. Her melodious voice resonates like a symphony of celestial music, intoxicating all who hear it. Senior sister Lin Xiang has emerged, conquering the 30th level, and stands second in the ranking of the trial tower. A voice breaks the spell, stirring the crowd from their reverie. Subsequently, a throng gathers, surrounding her like stars orbiting the moon, escorting her toward the two deans. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lin Xiang, you have performed remarkably well, truly worthy of being my disciple, far surpassing some arrogant individuals devoid of genuine talent. Dean Imo chuckles heartily, his joy evident as he casts a pointed glance at Yin Changfeng. It is all thanks to my master's exceptional guidance that I stand here today. Lin Xiang replies with a radiant smile, captivating all with her beauty. She then follows Dean Mo's gaze to the two figures standing beside Dean Bai. Yin Changfeng, Su Ming'er, what brings you here? Upon seeing the composed figures of Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er beside Dean Bai, Lin Xiang is momentarily taken aback, her voice laced with astonishment. Do you know them? Dean Mo inquires, a hint of surprise in his tone. Dean Bai, equally astonished, contemplates the improbability of these three exceptional talents being acquainted. His gaze shifts to Yin Changfeng, who regards Lin Xiang with a smirk, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. What is happening here? Dean Mo inquires, casting a nonchalant glance at Yin Changfeng before turning his attention back to Lin Xiang. He once stayed at my family's home. We are not well acquainted, Lin Xiang responds with a calm demeanor. Not well acquainted? Yin Changfeng retorts with a sly grin. But you are my betrothed. A stone cast into a still pond creates ripples. As his words echo, Lin Xiang's tranquil expression falters, her complexion shifting subtly. The surrounding crowd falls into stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. Betrothed? Cough, cough. Elder Mo is momentarily taken aback, nearly choking on his own breath. He gazes incredulously at Yin Changfeng and then shifts his gaze to Lin Xiang, his lips trembling in shock. Goodness gracious! If this is true, it is nothing short of astonishing. Two individuals, both of exceptional talent. One awakened with a unique constitution, the other identified as possessing extraordinary potential. The revelation that these two are betrothed is indeed remarkable. Dean Bai, equally astounded, shares in the shock. Realizing the rarity of such prodigious talent, 1 in a million, yet here stand three, with two bound by a marriage contract. The coincidence is almost too surreal. However, should two individuals of exceptional talent truly unite as partners, it would indeed be a tale worth recounting. Dean Bai stroked his beard contemplatively, nodding slightly as he pondered this notion. Around him, the previously quiet crowd erupted in astonishment, their expressions revealing incredulity. Who is this young man? Surely he cannot be a disciple of our Tianwu Academy? How did he gain entry here? Furthermore, Sister Lin Xiang has made an engagement with this young man? Surely, I must have misheard. It cannot be. I must have been mistaken. Sister Lin Xiang possesses unparalleled talent, destined to soar like a phoenix in the heavens. And only a true dragon could be worthy of her. What is this young man, that he dares to claim Sister Lin Xiang as his fiancée? Indeed, TSK. With merely the cultivation of the 9th level of body refinement, he is nothing but a waste, daring to aspire to the unattainable. Indeed, only at the 9th level of body refinement, and at this age, reaching such a level is barely commendable. Yet, in comparison to Sister Lin Xiang, he is but a being of the earth, while she soars in the skies. Many from Tianwu Academy scoffed derisively. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Yin Changfeng merely smiled faintly, remarking, "It seems you have quite a few admirers." Lin Xiang fixed her gaze upon Yin Changfeng, her brows knitting together slightly, her eyes flashing with an unusual light. She realized that the figure before her now bore little resemblance to the pitiful impression she once held in her memory. He had transformed significantly. Chapter 76. Drawing sword and ready to strike, Lin Xiang furrowed her brow, recognizing that Yin Changfeng's demeanor had changed remarkably. "I never expected you would pursue me here," she said, shaking her head slightly, a hint of disdain flickering in her gaze. "Do you still not understand? You and I inhabit entirely different worlds. There is no possibility for us. The so-called engagement is merely your unreciprocated sentiment. Go back. Tianwu Academy is not a place for you," Lin Xiang spoke coolly. "Huh. You are correct. We are indeed from two disparate worlds. A sparrow will always remain a sparrow. How could it truly ascend to become a phoenix? To aspire to be my woman, you are still unworthy," Yin Changfeng replied with a tranquil smile. "What did you say?" Lin Xiang's eyes glinted with a frosty glare upon hearing his words. Many students of Tianwu Academy cast him hostile looks, their expressions darkening with intent. Unfazed, Yin Changfeng remained composed, stating, "I did not come to Tianwu Academy for our engagement." At this juncture, Yin Changfeng raised his gaze, a cold smile gracing his lips. Lin Hao and Lin Yen have revealed everything to me. Thus, I trust you are already aware of my true purpose in coming here. Swish. Lin Xiang's eyes momentarily flashed with a glint of coldness as she regarded Yin Changfeng. Buzz. The Qingfeng sword in Yin Changfeng's hand hummed ominously, his aura surging as he exerted his presence. With a slight push of his thumb against the hilt, the blade revealed half an inch of its shimmering, icy edge. Drawing sword and preparing to strike, Yin Changfeng's white garments billowed, his hair dancing in the wind. In that moment, his gaze sharpened, reflecting a chilling glint. The atmosphere grew suddenly heavy with tension. The students of the Tianwu Academy and the two deans were taken aback, astonished that Yin Changfeng, despite being merely at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, would dare to display murderous intent before Lin Xiang, who possessed the 5th level of the meridian condensation realm. It seemed he was indeed inclined to strike. The two deans quickly realized that their relationship was far from what they had imagined, even contrary to their expectations. Having just met and exchanged only a few words, they were already exuding a palpable hostility. Halt! Both deans shouted in unison. What are you attempting to do? Do you think this old man is insignificant? Elder Mo glared at Yin Changfeng, his tone laced with warning. Yin Changfeng cast a casual glance at Dean Mo, and his Qingfeng sword slowly retracted into its sheath. He understood that with the two deans present, any attempt to eliminate Lin Xiang and reclaim the spirit martial ring was utterly futile. Everything that belongs to me will ultimately return to my possession. You cannot keep it from me. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Yin Changfeng's eyes. Such shameless arrogance. Lin Xiang's lips curled into a slight sneer. What can a waste like you possibly achieve? Though she maintained a facade of calm, her heart was in turmoil. She had not anticipated that Yin Changfeng, lacking sufficient cultivation resources, could reach the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Simultaneously, she was puzzled, unable to comprehend how Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er had ended up in this place. Even if they had passed the Tianwu Academy's admission test, they were still required to undergo the 2nd round of assessments tomorrow. Only by succeeding in that could they become official students of the academy and be allowed to enter. Enough with the chatter. Dean Bai interjected sternly, then intentionally shifted the subject, turning to Su Ming'er. Ming'er, as you have just entered the Tianwu Academy, it is only fitting that you attempt to navigate the trial tower. Do not be anxious, simply do your best. If you find it insurmountable, do not hesitate to concede, and the trial tower will automatically transport you out. Remember, do not push yourself. Su Ming'er, who harbored a similar animosity towards Lin Xiang, nodded in response to Dean Bai's words and stepped into the trial tower. The cultivation technique she practiced was the 9 Heavens Xian Nu scripture, imparted to her by Yin Changfeng, along with its accompanying martial skills, which were filled with profound mysteries. With her current peak cultivation at the 7th level of the body refinement realm, she might even be able to contend against someone at the 9th level, as the celestial grade techniques and martial skills were not to be trifled with. What she lacked was merely combat experience. What a beautiful woman. At the peak of the 7th level of the body refinement realm, the onlookers finally noticed Su Ming'er, who had been silently standing beside Dean Bai. Her exquisite features and flawless figure rivaled Lin Xiang's. However, when the crowd took note of her cultivation level, astonishment washed over their faces. Though the difficulty of the trial tower would adjust according to each individual's cultivation realm, one could not help but feel that the 7th level of the body refinement realm was rather low. Indeed, I am somewhat curious. How many stages can she surpass? At the pinnacle of the 7th level of the body refinement realm, I recall that among the students who entered the academy with us last time, there were a few whose cultivation levels were comparable to hers. At that moment, it seemed the highest any of them had reached was merely the 3rd level, right? The 3rd level? The crowd shook their heads, expressing skepticism. I thought it highly improbable that she could surpass the 3rd trial. Merely passing the 2nd would already be a remarkable achievement. However, as soon as I finished speaking, the words inscribed on the towering stone tablet flickered. What? She has already passed the 1st level so swiftly? Look, she is at the 2nd level now. What? She has also passed the 2nd level? Now she is at the 3rd level? The individuals who had just been discussing this were left utterly dumbfounded, gazing at the characters displayed on the grand stone tablet, their eyes brimming with disbelief. In a matter of mere moments, this seemingly frail young lady had traversed 2 levels? Ahead, Dean Bai was equally astonished. Although he was aware that Su Ming'er possessed exceptional talent, the celestial phenomena within her body had yet to be cultivated and unleashed. To surpass the first 2 trials so rapidly was indeed astonishing. Beside him, Lin Xiang's gaze flickered. She had anticipated that the maid who once followed Yin Changfeng would undergo such a remarkable transformation, advancing through 2 trials with such speed. Only Yin Changfeng remained composed, exuding an air of calm, a subtle smile gracing his features. At that moment, gasps of astonishment echoed once more. What? She has also passed the 3rd level. Who is this remarkable girl, possessing merely the cultivation of the 7th level of the body refinement realm, yet capable of breezing through the 3rd trial? However, as soon as he uttered those words, the characters on the towering stone tablet shimmered again, swiftly transforming into another set of inscriptions under the astonished gazes of all present. The 4th level has also been surpassed. Moreover, it was accomplished in mere seconds. In that instant, everyone lost their composure. Initially, most believed that the 3rd trial would be Su Meng'er's limit. They never anticipated she would not only continue beyond the 3rd, but do so in an instant. Chapter 77. Meng'er conquers the trials. All were left in shock, staring at the grand stone tablet in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Meng'er, navigating the trial tower, remained unaware of the commotion she had sparked. In fact, even she felt somewhat bewildered, faced with the assault of the illusory beasts conjured within the trial tower. She instinctively unleashed techniques from the 9 heavens, Xian Nu cannon. Each strike was flawlessly executed, precise beyond measure, amidst a misty haze and swirling chaos. As if preceding the creation of the world, a colossal tiger-like demon beast materialized, roaring and shaking the heavens as it lunged towards Su Meng'er. Su Meng'er's face went pale with fright, and she instinctively struck out with her palm. Bang! The force of her palm landed squarely on the beast's vital spot, causing the ferocious giant tiger to roar in fury before exploding into a cascade of dazzling light, vanishing from sight. Regaining her senses, Su Meng'er, still in a daze, noticed the beast's disappearance and hurriedly rushed towards the entrance of the next level. Meanwhile, the spectators outside were left utterly astounded, their faces reflecting sheer shock. How could this be? She has also passed the 6th level, and once again, in mere seconds? Am I dreaming? How could she, with only the cultivation of the 7th level of the body refinement realm, possibly conquer the 6th level? And at such an astonishing speed? Everyone was engulfed in astonishment, a tempest of emotions rising within them. At that moment, even Lin Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. When she first entered the Tianwu Academy, she had only managed to conquer the 6th level of the trial tower. Yet now, a mere servant accompanying a so-called waste had ascended to the 6th level, and with greater speed and ease than she had ever achieved. This was inconceivable. How could a lowly maid possess such capability? Lin Xiang could hardly believe it, muttering in disbelief. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, the inscriptions on the towering stone tablet shifted once more. Goodness! The 7th level has been surpassed. A gasp echoed through the crowd, which erupted in fervor once more. Historically, it was already remarkable for new entrants to conquer the 5th level, with those breaching the 6th being exceedingly rare, and even fewer reaching the 7th. Yet none had done so with such swiftness. Who could this individual be? How could she have advanced to the 7th level so rapidly? A collective intake of breath reverberated through the assembly. To achieve the 7th level on the very first attempt, and at such a brisk pace with hardly a pause, was indeed hard to fathom. And it continued, the 8th level. All eyes were fixated on the towering stone tablet. The 8th level gasped. It had been passed as well. Now, she approached the 9th level. However, before the astonished exclamations could subside, the inscriptions flickered once again, and she had effortlessly traversed the 9th level in the blink of an eye. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their astonishment waning into a numbness. Yan Changfeng wore a faint smile, while beside him, Dean Bai and Dean Mo stood utterly speechless, overwhelmed by disbelief. Particularly Dean Bai, whose excitement rendered his body tremulous. He could scarcely comprehend that the seemingly delicate girl he had just taken under his wing possessed such formidable prowess and immense potential. Meanwhile, Dean Mo's lips twitched in anguish, his heart bleeding at the thought of having missed this exceptional talent, unable to claim her as his disciple. Nearby, Lin Xiang's gaze remained fixated on the towering stone tablet, her heart tumultuous with disbelief. This was impossible. How could a mere servant possess such vast potential? At that moment, Su Meng'er had already advanced to the 19th level. As time passed, Su Meng'er's pace gradually slowed, yet even then, it remained astonishingly swift compared to that of others. 19th level, 20th level, 21st level. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Meng'er continued her meteoric rise, ultimately reaching the 29th level. The 29th level. Good heavens! Could she truly be at the 7th stage of body refining? Even though the trial tower adjusted the difficulty based on the cultivator's prowess, the relative difficulty remained consistent for all. How could she, on her very first attempt, reach the 29th level? The crowd erupted once more. Lin Xiang trembled. Her eyes locked onto the towering stone tablet, now bloodshot with disbelief. After years of arduous training, having obtained the dragon vein pill that rightfully belonged to Yin Changfeng to aid her cultivation. She has now successfully breached the barriers and ascended to the 5th level of the pulse consolidation realm, awakening her hidden potential. Yet, she has only managed to surpass the 30th floor. Now, the maid who once stood beside that worthless individual she held in disdain has remarkably caught up with her. Reaching the 29th floor. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Xiang's eyes turned crimson, and her complexion paled as she faced an overwhelming blow to her pride. At that moment, a thunderous cheer erupted, resounding through the air. The 31st floor. While Lin Xiang was momentarily stunned, Su Ming'er broke through 2 more barriers in a single breath. Advancing past the 30th floor and arriving at the 31st floor, the very rank where Lin Xiang currently stood, Lin Xiang's face drained of color. As if all strength had been sapped from her, disbelief flooding her gaze. Within the trial tower, Su Ming'er found herself surrounded by over 50 blood-clad warriors of equal rank. These beings, conjured from the energies within the tower, were alarmingly real, even more fearsome than true warriors, for they were devoid of fear and pain. Their ferocity in battle unparalleled. Kill. The expressionless blood-clad warriors, their eyes burning crimson, shouted in unison, their murderous intent palpable. Those with wavering resolve would find their spirits shattered by the sheer force of their roar. Yet, in this moment, Su Ming'er transformed. Her previous timidity gave way to an unwavering determination. Having fought through countless battles to reach the 31st floor, she was no longer afraid and had grown accustomed to her instinctual reactions to combat. Faced with the onslaught of 50 blood-clad warriors, Su Ming'er exhibited not a shred of fear, her expression resolute. This was the 31st floor, where Lin Xiang faltered. I must surpass her, I will surpass her. A fierce spirit ignited within Su Ming'er. Lin Xiang's treachery against Yin Changfeng was something she could never forgive. It was because of her that the young master had endured the taunts of the Lin family's scions over the years, nearly losing his life on multiple occasions. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Su Ming'er's gentle eyes. An overwhelming surge of killing intent erupted from her being. The young master was her heart's forbidden desire. Boom. At that moment, her delicate frame trembled violently, breaking through to the 8th level of the body refinement realm. However, as she ascended, the aura of the 50 blood-clad warriors intensified in tandem. The trial tower adjusted its challenges according to her newfound cultivation level. At this moment, Su Ming'er radiated formidable energy, her gaze icy as she faced the approaching blood-clad warriors, a stark contrast to her former self. In this instance, she revealed a spine-chilling side of her character. Falling blossom palm, she cried out, her arms outstretched, divine light swirling around her as shimmering petals cascaded down. Boom. The next instant, an explosive force erupted, sweeping through the surroundings, sending all 50 of the attacking blood-clad warriors flying. She appeared as if possessed by a celestial being. Her strikes precise and her control of force nearly flawless. With a graceful motion, her figure blurred, leaving behind an ethereal shadow. A hazy light enveloped the entire trial tower, obscuring her silhouette. The sound of repeated strikes resonated, and shadows of figures were sent flying, dissipating into nothingness. The 31st level was conquered. A glimmer of joy graced Su Ming'er's face as she hurried towards the next level. Outside the trial tower, a fervent excitement erupted. Disbelief flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. She had indeed surpassed the 31st level, eclipsing senior sister Lin Xiang. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Meanwhile, Lin Xiang stood as if soulless, her gaze filled with incredulity. Soon, a hint of resentment stirred within her. Today was meant to be her day, successfully entering the 5th level of the condensation realm, awakening the wind's sovereign body, and reaching the 31st level of the trial tower. All the brilliance was to be hers alone, yet now, this radiance was unjustly shared with a maid whom she had always regarded with disdain. This was impossible. It could not be real. How could someone conquer the tower on their first attempt to such heights, and in such a brief span of time? Lin Xiang fixed her gaze on the towering stone tablet, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before her. Beside her, the 2 deans stood speechless, equally astonished. They too had not anticipated that this young girl, who had just entered the academy, would possess such remarkable prowess. On her first attempt, she had ascended to the 31st level, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous within the Tianwu Academy. Historically, no one had achieved such a thing. Even the current top-ranked Huang Xiaofeng, who had reached the 49th level, had only managed to ascend to the 15th level on his initial attempt. However, the astonishment of the crowd did not cease, as the inscriptions on the towering stone tablet flickered once more. A collective gasp surged through the crowd, and silence fell as they watched the changing numbers on the tablet. 32nd level, 33rd level, 34th level. All eyes widened in disbelief, breaths quickened. Could it be that she would surge past the 49th level, surpassing Huang Xiaofeng? Someone swallowed hard, their heart racing. Yet, this speculation did not materialize. The numbers on the towering stone tablet settled at the 36th level. Su Ming'er had successfully surpassed the 35th level, becoming the second-ranked individual in the trial tower. A radiant light burst forth from the trial tower, and Su Ming'er bathed in the holy glow, gracefully descending. The scene fell into a brief silence. All gazes were drawn to the figure resembling a celestial maiden, many eyes ablaze with admiration, even overlooking the presence of the enchanting Lin Xiang. She had emerged, truly a peerless beauty, akin to a painting. Having just entered the academy, she had surpassed the 35th level, shattering Huang Xiaofeng's previous record of the 15th level. Indeed, it is astonishing to discover that such a prodigious talent, an enchanting maiden of unparalleled beauty, possesses such extraordinary grace and allure. Perhaps she has the potential to shatter the highest record of the trial tower, surpassing Huang Xiaofeng and ascending to the 50th level. The crowd erupted in fervor, their gasps of admiration echoing incessantly. Even the two deans could not help but personally approach her. Ah, Ming'er, splendid, truly splendid. Who would have thought that during your inaugural challenge, you would establish such an insurmountable new record? This Yinyang primordial pill shall serve as a reward from your master. Dean Bai exclaimed with immense joy, revealing a delicate brocade box from his palm, within which lay a jade-green pill, roughly the size of a fist, emanating ethereal light. At the sight of the pill, the surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes brimming with envy. It was the Yinyang primordial pill, worth its weight in gold. One such pill was equivalent to 1,000 top-grade body refinement pills. All gazes became fervent. Su Ming'er glanced at Yin Changfeng, who smiled and nodded gently. Only then did Su Ming'er accept the Yinyang primordial pill. Witnessing Su Ming'er being enveloped by throngs of admirers, Lin Xiang was consumed by jealousy, a hint of madness flickering in her eyes. She could scarcely believe that the girl before her was once a mere servant in her Lin residence, or rather, the maid of that wasteful young master. How could a servant possess such remarkable talent and immense potential? You cannot be Su Ming'er. It simply cannot be. Who are you? Who exactly are you? How could you possibly conquer the 35th level of the trial tower? Lin Xiang could no longer maintain her usual composure and charged forward, pointing an accusing finger at Su Ming'er, unable to bear the weight of her humiliation. She had always regarded herself as a paragon of grace, but now, being surpassed by a mere servant, how could she come to terms with such a reality? In that moment, all eyes brightened, curiosity etched upon their faces, as they too sought to discover the identity of this ethereal maiden who had cleared the 35th level on her first attempt. However, upon hearing Lin Xiang's incredulous inquiry, Su Ming'er merely smiled radiantly, stepping forth from the crowd to stand beside Yin Changfeng. With a soft, melodic voice, she uttered words that left all present in utter shock. Who am I? I am merely the maid by the young master's side, Lin Xiang. Do you not remember Ming'er? Su Ming'er spoke with a playful smile, seemingly unconcerned by the astonished gazes directed her way. The crowd stood frozen, as if turned to stone, their collective gaze shifting to Yin Changfeng. A maid? To have reached the 35th level on her first attempt, yet she was merely his maid? Good heavens, could it be true? Who was this young man? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Even Dean Bai and Dean Mo were momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Lin Xiang, upon hearing Su Ming'er's revelation, trembled violently, stumbling back 2 steps, a crimson stain of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. She was proud and arrogant, looking down upon Yin Changfeng. Just moments ago, in front of everyone present, she declared that he was unworthy of her, that they belonged to entirely different worlds. Yet now, a maidservant beside him possessed both superior talent and potential. Chapter 79. Yin Changfeng's challenge. The onlookers seemed to recall the earlier scene, their gazes flitting between Lin Xiang and Yin Changfeng. Dean Mo noticed Lin Xiang's unusual demeanor, and his expression shifted abruptly as he admonished, Lin Xiang, talent does not encompass everything. You have already reached the 5th level of the meridian condensation realm, having successfully awakened the wind mastery physique. Your future achievements are boundless. You must steadfastly uphold your resolve. Though Su Ming'er displayed extraordinary potential at this moment, she was still merely at the 9th level of the body refinement realm and might not be able to catch up to you in the future. His voice penetrated Lin Xiang's heart, awakening her from a near trance, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Just moments ago, she had nearly succumbed to a mental affliction, threatened by inner demons. Had it not been for Dean Mo's timely intervention, she might have fallen into madness, risking the loss of her cultivation or even her very life. A flicker of fear crossed her eyes, but soon, She cast a venomous glance at Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er. Oof, wretched maid. What does it matter how strong her talent is? With her 8th level of body refinement, I could crush her with a mere finger. I must find an opportunity to eliminate her swiftly. As for Yin Changfeng, the waste. I refuse to believe you can achieve fortune like that wretched maid, with talent so defiant of the heavens. Lin Xiang thought maliciously. A cold smile crept upon her lips as she addressed Yin Changfeng. Yin Changfeng, your maid Su Ming'er has already ascended to the 36th level. I am curious. How far can you, as her master, ascend? Do not be too disheartened if you cannot even reach the 3rd level. As her words fell, all eyes turned to Yin Changfeng. Indeed, as Lin Xiang had said, if even his maid was so formidable, he could hardly afford to be inferior. However, Su Ming'er's remarkable achievement at the 36th level had set an unassailable record. Even if he, as the master, could not match this level, he should not fall too far behind. What do you think? How many levels can this fellow reach? With a 9th level of body refinement, he was considered to have decent talent among the new entrants to the Tianwu Academy. He should at least reach the 4th level, right? The 4th level? Ha. With his maid reaching the 36th level, if he only reaches the 4th, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. I fear he might die of shame. The 4th level was already a generous assessment. After all, not everyone was as monstrous as Su Ming'er. Among the new students, reaching the 4th level was already commendable. Many students were engaged in animated discussions. Hearing the chatter around her, a cold smirk emerged on Lin Xiang's face. Even Dean Bai couldn't help but show a hint of concern, fearing that Yin Changfeng's spirit might be crushed by the impending disappointment, adversely affecting his future cultivation. The long winds whisper that the rankings of the trial tower do not truly signify anything of consequence. What truly matters is the journey through the trials. The refinement it imparts upon you and the assistance it provides. That is the essence of the experience. The esteemed director Bai preemptively cautioned, rest assured, master. The young master's prowess far surpasses that of Ming'er. In stark contrast to the reactions of others, Su Ming'er remained composed, harboring unwavering confidence in Yin Changfeng. Young master, the trial tower is not as daunting as they claim. It is quite manageable. Had I not been limited by my brief training period and my unfamiliarity with martial techniques, I would have surely ascended even higher. A slight furrow appeared on Su Ming'er's delicate nose, tinged with regret. Yet, her words elicited involuntary grimaces from all present. Not difficult, quite manageable. A collective daze enveloped the crowd, many of whom had toiled for years without even breaching the 10th level. Now, to hear such claims of simplicity was bewildering. Were they truly so lacking in talent? Yet, each of them was a rare genius, having been selected as official students of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Hearing Su Ming'er's remarks, Yin Changfeng offered a faint smile, bowed respectfully to Director Bai, and proceeded towards the trial tower. Though I do not fathom how such a worthless individual gained entry into the Heavenly Martial Academy, I am indeed curious to see how far you can ascend. Lin Xiang remarked with a cold scoff as Yin Changfeng passed by her. Worthless? Watch closely as this so-called worthless one, tramples upon you. The so-called favored daughter of heaven, Yin Changfeng responded coolly. Humph. A worthless being remains worthless, daring to surpass me. What arrogance. Lin Xiang's expression darkened as she coldly scoffed at his retreating figure. Inside the 1st level of the trial tower, a dense mist enveloped the surroundings. Chaos swirling as though returning to the dawn of creation. A fierce phantom beast materialized, lunging ferociously at Yin Changfeng. Seeking death, his eyes glinted with cold light. And sword energy coalesced within his gaze before erupting forth. Whoosh! The phantom beast was instantly obliterated by the blade of energy, its form dissipating into nothingness. The 1st level was cleared in an instant. Upon reaching the 2nd level, 2 phantom beasts emerged, mirroring those of the 1st. For Yin Changfeng, as long as their individual strength was inferior to his, even a multitude posed little threat, unless they were experts skilled in coordinated attacks, uniting their strengths. However, the phantom beasts before him were clearly oblivious to such tactics. A flash of pale, swordlight swept through. The 2nd level was also cleared in a heartbeat. Outside, merely moments had passed since Yin Changfeng entered the trial tower. Yet the inscription on the towering stone tablet reflected that he had already surpassed 2 levels. Now reaching the 3rd level, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. This astonishing speed of advancement was reminiscent of Su Ming'er's earlier feats, and perhaps even surpassed her. Could it truly be? Is he possibly more formidable than Su Ming'er? Someone swallowed hard, witnessing the terrifying speed at which Yin Changfeng was advancing through the trials. This, juxtaposed with Su Ming'er's earlier performance, caused a ripple of anxiety among the onlookers, leaving them parched and uneasy. Lin Xiang's gaze shifted momentarily. but a cold smirk soon returned to her face. Humph, no matter how swift the progress, what does it matter if he lacks endurance? How far can he truly go? However, her expression soon froze, her eyes fixated on the towering stone tablet. Not only her, but the hearts of everyone present trembled, their eyes wide with horror at the sight of the tablet, where the inscriptions began to flicker intensely. The brilliance of the flashing words surpassed anything previously witnessed. Their rapid transformation relentless. Third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer, sixth layer. The words changed so swiftly that they left the spectators bewildered and breathless, staring at the stone tablet in stunned silence. Could there be a malfunction with the trial tower? Moments later, someone could no longer contain their astonishment, their eyelids twitching. Even the two deans lost their composure, their faces betraying shock. The speed was astounding, almost devoid of any pause. The text on the tablet flickered madly, incessantly transforming. Chapter 80. The frenzy of trials. The text upon the towering stone tablet glimmered with a dazzling radiance that bewildered the eyes and overwhelmed the senses. The 20th layer. One person stammered, pointing at the stone tablet, their voice trembling with disbelief. In a matter of mere breaths, Yin Changfeng had surged from the first to the 20th layer without a hint of hesitation, seemingly unfazed by the beasts conjured within the trial tower. At that moment, Lin Xiang's demeanor finally shifted, her previous confidence evaporated, replaced by incredulity. This is impossible. How can this waste move so swiftly through the trials? Her complexion paled in disbelief. It simply could not be true. He must be cheating. Beside her, Dinamo shook his head slightly. The mystery and might of the trial tower are widely known. Cheating is utterly impossible. Not even I possess the means to deceive it, let alone him. It seems I have misjudged this time. Dinamo sighed softly. He had initially considered Yin Changfeng to be arrogant, but it now appeared that the young man indeed had the merit to be so. Well, it seems today I have truly acquired two remarkable disciples, Dinbai exclaimed, filled with excitement. Master, Ming'er has long asserted that the young master's prowess far surpasses my own. Su Ming'er chimed in, her face aglow with pride. Within the trial tower, an ethereal voice echoed, and the brilliance of sword light flickered as dozens of phantasmal beasts, equal in realm to Yin Changfeng, were swept away by the radiant strikes, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Although these phantasmal beasts were conjured by the trial tower, their abilities mirrored those of true beasts. Consequently, phantasmal creatures of the same realm often proved superior to human warriors. For others, navigating this trial tower would naturally present formidable challenges. However, Yin Changfeng is inherently a swordsman of exceptional skill in swordsmanship, adept at identifying weaknesses. Coupled with his profound understanding of the vulnerabilities inherent in various beasts, these phantom creatures pose no threat to him whatsoever. With each successive level, the difficulty indeed escalates. Yet thus far, the only increase has been in the number of phantom beasts, with no enhancement in their power or realm, which presents no obstacle to me. As the last of the phantom beasts is obliterated by the sword light, Yin Changfeng has already surged toward the entrance of the next level, the 21st level, the 22nd level. Up until the 29th level, Yin Changfeng feels no impediment, nor does his speed wane. Upon reaching the 29th level, he encounters not phantom beasts but blood-clad warriors. 25 blood-clad warriors, each possessing cultivation at the mid-stage of the 9th layer of body refinement, surpassing Yin Changfeng in strength. With a calm gaze, Yin Changfeng observes the encroaching blood-clad warriors, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. A ring of cold light then radiates forth, and the 25 blood-clad warriors are entirely annihilated. The sword-drawing technique. Yin Changfeng furrows his brow. If this trial tower presents only this level of difficulty, it would indeed be rather tedious and monotonous. He shakes his head and looks toward the entrance of the next higher level. However, I sense that this trial tower is anything but simple. The 9 dragons encircling a pearl place this trial tower at the center, and I previously sensed an endless aura of dragon energy surging from the ground, ascending along the tower. The pinnacle of this trial tower must conceal a grand secret. The formidable power that established this formation of 9 dragons encircling a pearl was likely due to this very tower. Perhaps, if this is indeed the case, it could represent a monumental opportunity. As Yin Changfeng ponders these thoughts, his figure plunges into the 30th level. The onlookers outside have become utterly numb, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the towering stone tablet, their hearts racing. Having successfully navigated the 29th level without reducing speed, could he possibly be another Huang Xiaofeng? To reach such heights on his first attempt far surpasses the prowess of Huang Xiaofeng during his initial trial. This individual's talent is indeed approaching the realm of the extraordinary, a veritable prodigy. Indeed, upon reflection, although Yin Changfeng currently possesses only the 9th layer of body refinement. His innate talent and potential far exceed those of senior sister Linxiang. If the two were to truly unite in a romantic bond, it would undoubtedly be a tale worth telling. Now, senior sister Linxiang must be regretting her previous remarks. As whispers surround her, Linxiang trembles, her gaze fixed on the ever-changing numbers on the towering stone tablet, her nails digging into her flesh. The numbers on the stone tablet continue to fluctuate. 30th level, 31st level, 32nd level. The breath of everyone quickens. The numbers on the stone tablet approach the highest record of the trial tower, the 49th level. Gasp! My heavens! The 48th level. On his first attempt, he has reached the 48th level. Once again, the crowd, previously rendered numb, cannot help but erupt in astonishment, igniting a fervor. Amidst the echoes of astonished gasps, the digits on the towering stone monument transformed into the 49th level. Subsequently, the 49th level was surpassed in an instant. Could it be that the trial tower had encountered some anomaly? Such doubts surged within some hearts. Observing Yin Changfeng navigating the challenges with remarkable ease, having advanced without a single pause, each level completed in mere seconds, prompted one seasoned participant to venture into the first level of the trial tower, eager to ascertain whether any issues truly existed. However, upon entry, he immediately sensed that the difficulty remained unchanged. At the 10th level, he faltered and was swiftly teleported out. The trial tower was, indeed, functioning as intended. This revelation sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Yet, just as he was testing the integrity of the trial tower, Yin Changfeng surged onward, reaching the 55th level. Could he possibly conquer it all in one breath? Was he some kind of prodigy? How could he possess such prowess? Everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly incredulous. Meanwhile, the two deans were equally agitated, their gazes fixated on the monumental stone. Could he truly ascend to the highest level of the trial tower and unravel its mysteries? Both deans were breathless with anticipation. Within the trial tower, Yin Changfeng was enveloped in a whirlwind of sword energy. His journey thus far could no longer be as carefree as before. Before him stood a cadre of warriors clad in golden armor, each far surpassing him by 3 minor realms, numbering over 20. With each level he conquered, the number of golden warriors would swell by 5 to 10, reaching as many as 50, while the strength of the warriors in subsequent challenges would progressively elevate. To Yin Changfeng, as long as their individual power did not exceed his own, even a multitude attacking him posed no threat. This was why he had navigated the earlier levels with such grace. Now, facing 25 warriors at the 3rd stage of the condensation realm, although they slightly hindered his progress, they still failed to pose a real danger. It was only upon reaching the 60th level that Yin Changfeng's demeanor began to grow serious. The warriors now confronting him were formidable experts at the 4th stage of the condensation realm. With a glint of crimson light flashing in his eyes, Yin Changfeng, determined to ascend to the pinnacle of the trial tower and uncover its secrets, unleashed the path of Asura and plunged into the fray. The blood-colored sword light danced as his combat prowess surged, annihilating 10 warriors of the 4th stage in an instant. However, this time, the vanquished warriors transformed into a cascade of luminous rain that did not dissipate. Instead, it surged towards Yin Changfeng, merging into his very being. Chapter 81. Breaking the Record. In this instance, the warriors from the trial tower, upon their obliteration, transformed into brilliant streams of light that flowed into Yin Changfeng, coalescing into pure power that coursed through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in his dantian, enhancing his cultivation. Was this the essence of dragon energy? Yin Changfeng was astounded. The warriors emerging from this level were, in fact, manifestations of dragon energy. Furthermore, this dragon energy, for reasons unknown, could be directly absorbed by the warriors. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yin Changfeng's eyes. This trial tower was indeed a grand opportunity, a treasure of immense value. The dragon energy surpassed the essence of heaven and earth, and the true energy cultivated from it would be even more refined and powerful. He pondered whether the subsequent levels of the tower would yield the same. Like a bolt of lightning, Yin Changfeng swiftly advanced into the 61st level. Moments later, 20 cultivators at the 4th level of the pulse condensation realm were obliterated, transforming into a cascade of light that surged into Yin Changfeng's body, enhancing his cultivation. Just from these 2 levels alone, he had reaped remarkable benefits, his cultivation soaring from the early 9th stage of the body refinement realm to the late 9th stage. He was now one step closer to the ultimate perfection of the 10th stage of the body refinement realm. Laughing heartily, Yin Changfeng felt invigorated by the prospects of this trial tower and hastily dashed into the next level. As he continued his challenges within the tower, upon reaching the 65th level, he was confronted by formidable opponents at the 5th level of the pulse condensation realm. 5 such experts surrounded him, launching an aggressive assault. This time, Yin Changfeng sensed the challenge was formidable. A fierce battle erupted within the trial tower, with flashes of swords and blades slicing through the air. After a protracted struggle, Yin Changfeng managed to overcome this level, albeit sustaining injuries in the process. Indeed, the higher he ascended, the more formidable the adversaries became, and their numbers steadily increased. Engaged in combat with 5 5th-level pulse condensation warriors, Yin Changfeng exerted tremendous effort, but fortunately, each time he entered the next level, an inexplicable force would surge forth from the trial tower, restoring the challenger's wounds and strength. Yet, despite this, he found himself halted at the 66th level. At this juncture, his cultivation had remarkably reached the pinnacle of the late 9th stage of the body refinement realm, standing at the threshold of a breakthrough. Just a final step remained to ascend to the 10th stage, achieving the ultimate perfection of his physical form. He cast a glance at the entrance to the next level, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes, accompanied by a surge of fierce battle intent. This trial tower was undeniably a colossal treasure for him. From the 66th level onward, dragon energy began to intermingle with the air. The higher tower levels would surely contain even purer and denser dragon energy. He wondered what magnificent sights awaited at the tower's summit. A faint smile graced Yin Changfeng's face as a beam of light enveloped him, propelling him outside the trial tower. Bathed in golden divine light, his white garments billowed, and his hair danced lightly, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. He had emerged from the 66th level. A chorus of gasps erupted from those outside the tower, all eyes fixated on Yin Changfeng within the beam of light, their expressions filled with astonishment. To achieve such a feat on his first attempt, reaching the 66th level, was nothing short of extraordinary, a testament to his unparalleled talent and extraordinary potential. It appears that this recruitment of students has only just begun, with today marking the first round of tests, while a second round is scheduled for tomorrow. Yin Changfeng and Su Meng'er are evidently newcomers, yet they have managed to reach this stage today, displaying such extraordinary talents. Could it be that they possess not merely exceptional qualities, but rather extraordinary ones? Given their formidable talents and potential, it seems they surpass the realm of mere excellence, bordering on the sublime. It is worth noting that even senior sister Lin Xiang, who awakened the wind manipulation body, could only advance to the 30th level, and after awakening, she was already deemed to possess exceptional qualities. Many students were abuzz with discussion, and Lin Xiang, standing nearby, turned pale, trembling in disbelief. How could this be possible? It is absolutely inconceivable. He was merely a waste. After just a few years of absence, how could he have become so formidable? He even shattered Huang Xiaofeng's highest record at the 49th level? Lin Xiang found it impossible to accept, her gaze fixated on the gracefully descending Yin Changfeng. Filled with a wild madness, both Dean Bai and Dean Mo were equally astonished, their eyes glued to the towering stone tablet where the final inscription revealed the 66th level, leaving them utterly shocked. The 66th level has established the highest record in the history of the Tianwu Academy. As the surrounding commotion resonated, the two deans finally regained their composure, turning their attention toward Yin Changfeng. "Ha! Our Tianwu Academy is destined for great prosperity," Dean Bai exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he hurried towards Yin Changfeng. Meanwhile, Dean Mo, observing Yin Changfeng's descent bathed in light, felt an intricate mix of emotions, filled with regret. Had he known this young man was so formidable, he would have clung to him fiercely to take him as a disciple, and now Dean Bai had reaped the benefits. Dean Mo's heart was heavy with indignation. Both of these extraordinary talents had been claimed by Dean Bai, leaving him with nothing. "Haha, Changfeng, splendid performance. Honestly, I was worried you might not even pass the 10th level, yet you have given me such an astounding surprise, surmounting 65 levels. How did you achieve this?" Dean Bai's face was alight with joy, his earlier demeanor of serene detachment entirely cast aside. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered by this display that contradicted their previous impressions of the composed Dean Bai. Yin Changfeng offered a faint smile and replied nonchalantly, "I was merely fortunate." Fortunate? The crowd collectively winced. Each level of the trial tower was exceedingly difficult, and how could one rely on luck alone to reach the 66th level? However, Dean Bai did not linger on this point, waving his hand grandly as he addressed Yin Changfeng with exuberance. "Changfeng, Meng'er has advanced to the 35th level, and I shall reward her with the Yin-Yang primordial pill. You, having conquered the 65th level, certainly deserve a reward as well. This time, I shall allow you to choose. Speak, what do you desire?" Yet, Yin Changfeng merely smiled and shook his head, saying, I am grateful for your kind intentions, Master. But the things I seek may be beyond what you and Dinamo are willing to part with. As he spoke, a slight smirk graced his lips as he glanced at Lin Xiang beside Dinamo. Everyone was taken aback, following Yin Chongfeng's gaze to see Lin Xiang beside Dinamo. Their eyes inevitably flitted between Yin Chongfeng and Lin Xiang. Chapter 82. The astonished crowd, all present, including the two deans, were astonished to find Yin Chongfeng's attention resting upon Lin Xiang. This led to a wave of speculation regarding the previously mentioned engagement between the two. Could it be that this young man harbored feelings for Lin Xiang? The two deans exchanged glances, a flicker of intrigue passing between them. Notably, Dean Mo felt a surge of delight. He had long regretted not being able to take Yin Chongfeng as his disciple, but now, if Yin Chongfeng were to truly unite with his disciple Lin Xiang, would he not become a half-disciple in a sense? Moreover, both Yin Chongfeng and Lin Xiang possessed exceptional talents, one bearing the heavens manifestations and the other awakened with the wind control body. Should they become partners, their tale would undoubtedly be celebrated. The students of Tianwu Academy shared similar thoughts. Could it be that Yin Chongfeng still harbored thoughts of that engagement? Did he wish to marry senior sister Lin Xiang? Even Lin Xiang herself, upon feeling the intensity of Yin Chongfeng's gaze, experienced a shift within her heart. Her eyes flickered. Since the moment Yin Chongfeng ascended the 65th level of the trial tower, a twinge of regret had begun to blossom within her. Amidst the hushed whispers surrounding her, Lin Xiang found herself unable to discern whether Yin Chongfeng's intentions were for the spirit martial ring or for her. However, a smile soon graced her lips. As the pride of Tianwu Academy, she was revered as a goddess among countless students, exuding immense confidence in her beauty and charm. Coupled with the fact that Yin Chongfeng had harbored feelings for her since childhood, evidenced by his willingness to share the spirit martial ring and the invaluable cultivation resources left by Yin Yunlong, she mused. He must have come to Tianwu Academy for me. It must be so. He still loves me. At that moment, Yin Chongfeng transformed in her eyes from a mere waste to a superlative genius brimming with potential. Thus, meeting Yin Chongfeng's gaze, Lin Xiang's previously pallid complexion gradually returned to normal, and she bestowed upon him a radiant smile, enchanting and captivating. The surrounding students inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with fervor. The two deans also exchanged glances, smiles breaking upon their faces. Dean Bai stroked his beard and said cheerfully, Chongfeng, whatever you desire, I shall grant. Yin Chongfeng, taken aback by Lin Xiang's sudden smile, once filled with resentment, was even more bewildered by Dean Bai's words. Turning to Dean Bai, he noticed the latter's beaming expression, causing him to furrow his brow. Could it be that this old man has long harbored ill feelings toward Lin Xiang and wishes to eliminate her? He then glanced at Dean Mo, hesitatingly asking, Dean Mo, do you concur? Dean Mo chuckled, secretly reveling in the joy of the moment. How could he possibly disagree? What a tremendous piece of news this is. If Lin Xiang can indeed bind you, my dear boy, how could you possibly escape from the grasp of the old man? I shall first suppress you, compelling you to bow to me as your master. However, Director Mo, despite his words, expressed his agreement. This is indeed a momentous occasion. What reason do I have to refuse? Upon hearing this, Yin Chongfeng's lips twitched in surprise as he turned to Lin Xiang. Pondering what grievous act she must have committed to incite such feelings even in her own master. He looked once more at Lin Xiang, only to find a faint blush adorning her face, prompting him to frown and inquire, You agree to this? With a slight reddening of her cheeks, Lin Xiang nodded gently, saying, I agree. Excellent. With Lin Xiang's affirmation, Yin Chongfeng dismissed any thoughts of her having lost her senses and proclaimed with clarity, Since both directors are in accord and you do not oppose, then in half a month's time, you and I shall meet here to settle our fates. The moment these words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Everyone's expressions turned to shock, frozen in disbelief. What? A duel to the death? Wasn't this supposed to be a union as partners? All eyes were fixed on Yin Chongfeng. Lin Xiang was equally taken aback. What did you just say? Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. Yin Chongfeng smirked. What? Did you not hear me? In half a month, I shall engage you here in a battle to the death. Instantly, the surroundings erupted in chaos. Surely I did not mishear? Yin Chongfeng was not seeking to court Sister Lin Xiang, but rather to duel her? Good heavens, how utterly insane. Yin Chongfeng had merely reached the 9th level of body refinement, although he had passed the 65th layer of the trial tower. That did not signify his superiority over Sister Lin Xiang. Their realms were separated by 5 minor levels, an insurmountable chasm. Did he dare to challenge her? Was he courting death? Indeed, his current cultivation seemed to have reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. Perhaps in half a month's time, he might advance to the 1st level of meridian condensation. Even so, the disparity in cultivation was far too vast. They were no longer in the same realm of strength. How could he audaciously challenge her? Had he lost his mind? Utterly oblivious to the peril he faced. Just because he had reached the 65th layer, he had become so inflated with arrogance. The atmosphere buzzed with discussions and speculations. The two directors were equally astonished, having initially believed Yin Changfeng harbored feelings for Lin Xiang, only to be confronted with such shocking declarations. Director Mo's expression darkened, his gaze towards Yin Changfeng now filled with malice. Just as he began to reconsider his impression of Yin, the young man performed yet another unexpected act. Director Bai was equally shaken, incredulously asking, Changfeng, are you truly saying you wish to duel with Lin Xiang? Were you not to become partners? Partners? At this, Yin Changfeng was taken aback, a cold smile creeping into his eyes. How could she be worthy? What I seek is her life. At that moment, an intense aura of killing intent radiated from him, causing many present to shudder, gripped by an icy dread. Lin Xiang felt a violent tremor in her body, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Yin Changfeng. Her complexion turned pale once more, and a trace of ferocity flickered in her eyes. Yin Changfeng. Lin Xiang dug her nails into her flesh. Her gaze filled with resentment as boundless malice arose within her. How dare he humiliate her in front of so many people? However, she had not anticipated that she had misjudged the situation, overestimating her own allure. You, with merely the cultivation of the 9th level of body refinement, dare to challenge me? I have now attained the 5th level of pulse condensation. Do you truly believe that in just half a month, you could catch up to me? Such arrogance. Nevertheless, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. In half a month, I will meet you here to determine our fates. A frigid expression adorned Lin Xiang's face, her eyes brimming with killing intent. Chapter 83. 10 years is too long. Let us seize the day. The reason Yin Changfeng chose to set the date for their duel in half a month, rather than immediately, was that during his trial in the tower, he had reaped tremendous benefits, absorbing a significant amount of dragon energy, bringing his cultivation to the brink of a breakthrough. The 10th level of body refinement is not to be trifled with. He needed to prepare for this advancement. Thus he set the duel for half a month later. Changfeng, are you not being a tad impulsive? Lin Xiang, after all, possesses the cultivation of the 5th level of pulse condensation. Perhaps you should reconsider this challenge. Let the previous exchange be dismissed as mere jest, remarked Dean Bai. No. Before Yin Changfeng could respond, Lin Xiang coldly laughed and said, how dare Yin Changfeng humiliate me in such a manner? Though I am but a frail woman, I will not allow myself to be bullied. Words can bring calamity. Since he has dared to challenge me in front of so many, I shall accept. Let us await the outcome in half a month. Lin Xiang's resolve was unwavering, her murderous intent fierce. Initially, she had contemplated mending her relationship with Yin Changfeng, recognizing his unparalleled talent and boundless potential. However, now that the matter had escalated, she could only resolve to eliminate him swiftly. Words can bring calamity, Yin Changfeng. I shall ensure you pay for your words today. I will await you here in half a month, and I hope you are not merely posturing. Do not fail to show on the day of our duel. With a cold laugh, Lin Xiang, feeling the aura of Yin Changfeng's 9th level of body refinement, displayed a hint of disdain in her eyes. With a flourish of her sleeve, she departed. Though Yin Changfeng had made a notable impression on her and showcased immense potential before he had truly matured, he remained but an insignificant insect, easily crushed. Watching Lin Xiang turn to leave, a cold smile also crept onto Yin Changfeng's lips. He then addressed Dean Bai, stating, the animosity between Lin Xiang and me is one of life and death, with no possibility for reconciliation. This duel is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Master need not persuade me further. Indeed, it is a matter of life and death. He has wiped out the entire Lin family. Such enmity, should Lin Xiang become aware, could never be resolved. Do not think that a modicum of talent renders you invincible. Across the world, warriors are as numerous as the stars in the sky and the dust beneath our feet. Thus, we are never lacking in geniuses. Yet, how many true geniuses truly reach their potential? Some may falter along the way, while others, lacking steadfastness, fade into the crowd. Thus, innate talent does not equate to everything. Only strength stands as the ultimate truth. Prior to acquiring sufficient power, excessive arrogance will only lead to one's own demise. Heed this warning. Dean Mo let out a cold snort, casting a glance at Yin Changfeng before transforming into a divine rainbow, soaring into the sky and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Alas, Changfeng, you have acted impulsively this time. You must understand that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Even if you harbor an irreconcilable grudge against Lin Xiang's disciple, it would be wise to devote yourself to cultivation, waiting until you possess the strength to confront him. Dean Bai sighed deeply, his expression filled with concern. 10 years is a long time. One must seize the day, for the future is unpredictable, and the present is all that is real. Life is fleeting, akin to a mayfly's dream. In the path of cultivation, one must be resolute and advance courageously, cutting through thorns and forging ahead. To dwell on grievances for years pales in comparison to the exhilaration of a swift battle that clears the heart and mind. Master, your state of mind has become obstructed and clouded, shackled by too many burdens. Should you achieve clarity, you may yet advance further. Yin Changfeng spoke, his aura blazing fiercely, his words resonating profoundly, piercing the hearts of those who listened, akin to the celestial sound of the Great Dao, leaving Dean Bai utterly astounded. As if a profound truth had been revealed to him, Yin Changfeng's words reverberated in his mind, causing his very soul to tremble. As though a surge of electricity coursed through him. In his mind, a sudden enlightenment dawned, akin to a once closed door now flung wide open. An extraordinary sensation arose from within, and his heart became clear. Around him, the scenery shifted. A tranquil lake appeared beneath his feet, its surface smooth and undisturbed, devoid of any ripples. Willow trees leaned gracefully at the water's edge, adorned with glistening raindrops. Suddenly, a droplet fell before him, sending concentric ripples across the serene lake. Spreading outward, Dean Bai's eyes grew increasingly bright as he sat cross-legged on the lake's surface, closing his eyes as if merging with the surrounding universe. In that moment, all fell silent before the trial tower, and the onlookers regarded the suddenly seated Dean Bai with astonishment. A sensation of illusion arose within them. As if Dean Bai had become one with the cosmos, he appeared to sit there peacefully, yet exuded an ethereal presence, as if he were merely a phantom. He had attained enlightenment. Enlightenment is the coveted state of cultivation that every martial artist or practitioner yearns for. Awakening from such a state brings immense benefits and greatly aids in one's training. However, this state is serendipitous, a tremendous opportunity that cannot be sought after. Observing the enlightened Dean Bai, a smile graced Yin Changfeng's face. Generally speaking, the state of enlightenment is difficult to disrupt, unless someone intentionally attacks the enlightened individual. However, as the head of the Tianwu Academy, no one within the academy dared to harm him to intentionally break his state of enlightenment. Thus, Yin Changfeng chose not to linger further and, under Zhou Datong's guidance, proceeded to his residence. It was a refined courtyard known as Jianzhu Yuan. At the rear of the courtyard lies an expansive bamboo grove, while the Lingxi River flows gracefully in front, enveloped in a veil of mist, creating an exquisite ambience. After escorting Yin Changfeng and Su Ming'er to this serene locale, Zhou Datong took his leave. Young master, are you truly prepared to confront Lin Xiang in a life-and-death struggle after 2 weeks? Ming'er inquired, her face tinged with concern. Although she was aware of Yin Changfeng's formidable prowess, having witnessed the annihilation of the entire Lin family at his hands, she understood that within the Lin manor, the highest cultivation level reached merely the late stage of the 4th realm of condensation, whereas Lin Xiang had ascended to the 5th realm and possessed a unique awakened physique. Yin Changfeng responded with a calm smile, gently teasing Ming'er's nose with his fingers. Do not worry, a mere Lin Xiang is hardly worthy of my regard. This trial tower experience has greatly benefited me, and I shall return to my chamber to fully assimilate it. Wait, Su Ming'er called out, revealing a mirror case from her palm, which contained the yin-yang primordial pill that Dean Bai had previously bestowed upon her. Young master, I offer you this yin-yang primordial pill, hoping it may aid you in furthering your cultivation and provide a greater advantage in your impending duel with Lin Xiang. Yin Changfeng glanced at the pill she presented before enveloping Su Ming'er in his embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Keep this yin-yang primordial pill for yourself. I possess ample confidence even without it. Upon returning to his chamber, Yin Changfeng promptly sat cross-legged, activating the Shura refining divine technique. His inner energy surged with remarkable speed, converging in his dantian, where it underwent continuous compression and refinement. His physique shimmered, radiating a luminous aura, and his presence grew increasingly potent. He did not hasten to break through, but rather focused on meticulous preparation, adjusting his state. Achieving the perfect 10th realm of body refinement and cultivating an impeccable physique is a significant endeavor, one that demands utmost precision. Any misstep could not only squander past efforts, but potentially lead to the ruin of his corporeal form, a high-risk venture indeed. However, should he succeed in ascending to the 10th realm, the benefits would be profound. In the path of cultivation, the body serves as a vessel for strength. Only with a robust and solid foundation can one harness greater power and embody deeper principles and laws. Meanwhile, As Yin Changfeng diligently refined his inner energy and adjusted his state, the Tianwu Academy was abuzz with considerable excitement. News broke that Yin Changfeng had ascended the 65th level of the Trial Tower, challenging Lin Xiang, who had successfully advanced to the 5th realm and awakened the wind control physique. This revelation sparked a wave of astonishment. Many students and teachers who had not been present at the Trial Tower expressed disbelief. What? Someone has ascended the 65th level of the Trial Tower? How is that possible? What sort of place is the Trial Tower that it could be so easily conquered? Even prodigies like Huang Xiaofeng faltered at the 49th level. Who is this Yin Changfeng? Capable of surpassing Huang Xiaofeng? It is said that he is a newly admitted student at the academy, possessing only the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Allegedly, he not only ascended to the 65th level, but also surpassed nearly every level before the 60th in mere moments. The 9th level of body refinement, surpassing the levels in an instant? Such grandiloquence. Even Huang Xiaofeng took a full 3 days to reach the 49th level. How could he possibly achieve such feats? You may doubt it, but many witnesses can attest to this. Moreover, this young man seems to harbor considerable animosity towards senior sister Lin Xiang, challenging her to a duel to the death before both deans, with the duel set to take place in half a month. Indeed, I can vouch for this, as I was present at the scene. That Yin Changfeng is truly exceptional, with unparalleled talent and boundless potential. I have never seen anyone so effortlessly reach the 65th level of the Trial Tower. It is a pity, however, that this youth is both arrogant and ignorant. Despite his remarkable talents, he is utterly foolish. With his mere 9th level of body refinement, he dares to challenge senior sister Lin Xiang. He clearly knows not the depths of his own folly. What did you say? He bears a grudge against senior sister Lin and dares to challenge her? At this moment, a youth who had previously expressed skepticism suddenly shifted his gaze. Indeed, I am not privy to the specifics of their grievances, but it appears that there may be an engagement between them. It is unclear what transpired. Both are extraordinary talents. Handsome and beautiful, seemingly a perfect match, yet their relationship has devolved into hostility. The student sighed, only to be struck by a sudden chill. The youth's expression darkened, his face a mask of murderous intent. A perfect match? With him, the 9th level of body refinement. Merely an insignificant insect. How could he be worthy of senior sister Lin Xiang? Even if his talents are as you claim, what of it? I could crush him with a mere finger. The youth's eyes glinted with malice, especially upon hearing that Yin Changfeng seemed to have an engagement with Lin Xiang. His murderous intent intensified. Since he harbors a grudge against senior sister Lin, there is no need for him to exist in this world. A cold glimmer passed through the youth's eyes as he waved his hand. Wang Yu, go capture this Yin Changfeng. I wish to see just how much weight this fool carries to dare challenge senior sister Lin. This youth is none other than Wang Yu, the very mastermind behind the Blood Sun and Blood Moon hunting factions that Yin Changfeng had annihilated in the Wanyao mountain range. During his own trials, he had dispatched his secretly cultivated forces to gather resources for him in the Wanyao mountain range due to a lack of resources, only to have them completely obliterated by Yin Changfeng. Even his trusted aides, Wang Zhua, suffered defeat at his hands. Consequently, this led to his ultimate failure in the trials, leaving his cultivation stunted at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the pulse condensation realm, unable to break through to the 5th. If he were to discover that this audacious challenger of his beloved Lin Xiang is none other than the white-clad swordsman who fills him with unbridled rage, he would likely explode with fury. Where is Yin Changfeng now? Wang Yu, upon receiving the command, turned to the student and inquired. I am not entirely clear about this matter. I recall that it was teacher Zhou who personally accompanied him in search of accommodation, though the specific location eludes my knowledge. The student replied. The Tianwu Academy spans an extensive area, adorned with countless spiritual peaks, while its courtyards and palatial structures are vast in number. The students' residences are not fixed, allowing for the freedom to choose a location rich in spiritual energy. Within a lavish palace of the Tianwu Academy, a middle-aged man with a somber expression gazed at the note in his hand. Yin Changfeng, a mere insect of the body refinement realm, dares to provoke my Zhao family, killing my nephew. What audacity! This middle-aged man was none other than Zhao Kaiyun, the 3rd elder of the Zhao family in the imperial capital. Boom! With a resounding crack, flames erupted from his hand, instantly reducing the note to ashes. However, a cultivator at the 9th level of the body refinement realm daring to challenge Lin Xiang seems hardly worthy of my intervention. On the following morning, as the dawn light streamed into his chamber, Yin Changfeng slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of golden light within. At this moment, Yin Changfeng had adjusted himself to his optimal state, both physically and mentally. The resources required for his breakthrough had been meticulously prepared. 110,000 body refinement pills, which, in any case, should suffice. Nevertheless, to enhance the likelihood of success, I still need to utilize the spiritual ley lines and dragon energy of the Tianwu Academy to purify my entire being. The Tianwu Academy boasts 108 spiritual peaks, gathering spiritual essence from all directions and accumulating subterranean vitality. Each peak is equipped with numerous stone chambers for cultivation. The closer one approaches the summit, the more concentrated the heavenly essence and dragon energy become. However, the dragon energy here differs from that which manifests as warriors within the trial tower. It cannot be absorbed directly and requires a special method for refinement. Fortunately, in his previous life, Yan Changfeng mastered numerous secret techniques, including methods for absorbing and refining dragon energy. Emerging from the Jianzhui Wan, Yan Changfeng made his way directly to the site of the 108 spiritual peaks. Truly, this is a treasure guarded by 9 dragons. The vitality of heaven and earth here is astonishingly rich. The 108 peaks are arranged in order, precisely situated upon 108 ley-lined spiritual eyes, forming a grand formation that seals the heavenly secrets while simultaneously locking the local spiritual essence, preventing its dissipation. It appears this is also the handiwork of that extraordinary being. Upon arriving here and witnessing the scene before him, Yan Changfeng felt a profound stirring within his heart. Chapter 85. Secluded cultivation. The Tongtian Peak is one of the 108 peaks. This spiritual peak stands as the tallest among them, resembling a celestial sword piercing the clouds. Surrounding the peak is a swirling mist, ethereal like a realm of immortals. Each spiritual peak is equipped with 81 stone chambers for cultivation, divided into 9 levels, with 9 chambers per level, and Tongtian Peak is no exception. Yan Changfeng sought a stone chamber near a sheer cliff, the closest location to the summit, while the few chambers at the very peak had already been claimed by others. Although he could not secure the highest cultivation chamber, Yan Changfeng remained unconcerned. The ambient vitality of the heavens and earth, along with the intensity of the dragon energy, was more than sufficient for him to cleanse his physical form. Moreover, he possessed a spiritual treasure, the spirit-gathering pearl, previously bestowed upon him by Dean Bai, capable of absorbing the spiritual essences from all directions for his own use. With ample preparation made, he was ready to commence his breakthrough. Yan Changfeng settled into a meditative position upon the stone bed at the center of the chamber, activating the spirit-gathering pearl with his true energy. Instantly, the celestial vitality and dragon energy surged forth, the already rich essence within the stone chamber becoming even more potent. The entire chamber transformed into a vast expanse, with only the faint silhouette of Yan Changfeng discernible amidst the swirling energies. He swiftly began to practice his profound techniques, the energies of the heavens and earth coalescing around him, forming a pale vortex that continuously drew the celestial vitality and dragon energy into his being. Employing secret arts, he absorbed and refined the dragon energy, merging it with the abundant celestial vitality to forge pure power that coursed throughout his body, cleansing his physical form. Due to the unique properties of the dragon energy, his body began to radiate a crystalline brilliance at a visibly accelerated pace, emanating a divine light akin to that of a celestial being. A myriad of celestial vitality and dragon energy enveloped him, even drawing in the energies from beyond the stone chamber, directed by the spirit-gathering pearl, flooding into his sanctuary. He meticulously channeled these forces, finally honing and refining himself. Time flowed gently, and Yan Changfeng's physical form became increasingly translucent, gradually approaching perfection. After 7 days, his aura surged with vitality as he breathed. A milky white luminescence flickered, reminiscent of celestial light. His skin glimmered like mutton fat jade, radiant and exquisite, exuding an indescribable allure. Fine cracks appeared upon his skin, resembling the surface of mutton fat jade, which then shed to reveal an even more pristine and flawless layer beneath. Immaculate and untainted, devoid of any impurities or dust. Simultaneously, as his body quivered slightly, a brilliant glow erupted, illuminating the entire chamber, with pure energy surging forth from his crystalline form, rushing towards his mind. The mind, the final shackle of the human body, the most crucial restraint. In that moment, his physical form was on the brink of perfection. If he could break through this last barrier, he would truly ascend to the 10th stage of body refinement, achieving a perfect corporeal existence. At that very instant, 2 voices of laughter emerged from outside the chamber, drawing closer. This stone chamber was particularly unique, though not one of the most prestigious. The vitality of the heavens and earth within was even more concentrated than that of the pinnacle chambers. It seemed that the energies from all directions were continuously converging here. leading them to discover a remarkable location. A young man, arm in arm with a captivating woman, approached the meditation chamber of Yin Changfeng, their banter revealing glimmers of lustful intent in their gazes fixed upon the alluring figure beside him. "Sierra, what do you think of this place as our cultivation ground?" The young man gazed hungrily at the enchanting woman, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "I sense your intentions lie not with cultivation," retorted the alluring girl in crimson. Her voluptuous figure accentuated as she rolled her eyes at him, a bewitching allure evident in her gaze. "Haha, you are mistaken. The path of cultivation is merely the continuous excavation of the body's treasures, awakening the potential within. Exploring life together, understanding the wonders of the body, is indeed a study of the cultivation path, beneficial for our practice," the young man shamelessly declared, his eyes aflame as they lingered on the captivating woman. The enchanting woman chuckled lightly, not rejecting his advances, her eyes glimmering with springtime allure. However, as the two eagerly approached the stone chamber, they were suddenly taken aback. For within the chamber, the rich essence of heaven and earth was so thick it felt almost palpable, enveloping the entire space in a misty haze. In that moment, they failed to notice the presence of Yin Changfeng. What a dense essence of heaven and earth! To cultivate here for a day would surely equate to 10 days in a peak stone chamber, the enchanting woman exclaimed, astonished by the intensity of the energy surrounding them. "Is someone here?" The two turned their gaze towards the stone bed, where they discerned a shimmering light, forming a hazy silhouette. Alarmed, they exchanged glances, realizing that they had unwittingly performed an act of indiscretion before another. Qin He's expression darkened immediately as he adjusted his attire, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The enchanting woman hurriedly composed herself and approached the figure seated cross-legged on the bed. Upon seeing Yin Changfeng, her eyes widened with surprise, inwardly exclaiming, "What a handsome youth!" Her lingering allure only deepened, for at that moment, Yin Changfeng had nearly perfected his physical form, exuding an aura of mystery and charisma that captivated her. Body refinement realm? Humph! When did mere ants of the body refinement realm dare to ascend to the 8th tier of the spirit peak? Qin He scoffed, his gaze icy. Who was he? The direct heir of the Qin family, one of the 8 great families of the imperial city. His status was extraordinarily esteemed. To have acted so shamelessly before an outsider would tarnish his reputation, rendering him the subject of ridicule. Thus, upon discovering the presence of others in the stone chamber, his heart brimmed with murderous intent. In that moment, Yin Changfeng, with his eyes tightly shut, was on the verge of achieving a flawless physique, poised to break through to the 10th level of the body refinement realm. Within him, torrents of pure, formidable energy surged under his meticulous control, targeting the final barrier in his mind. At this critical juncture, there was no time to spare for Qin He and his companion. "Is he still cultivating? Perhaps we should relocate," Luo Shi suggested hesitantly. "What audacity! This person dares to sit idly by while I deal with the two of us. It is only to blame his feeble strength. Once I have slain him and cast him out of this stone chamber, we shall resume our unfinished business." A cruel smile flickered in Qin He's eyes, revealing his ruthless nature. Even at this moment, he did not forget to indulge in such frivolous pursuits. The enchanting woman seemed to harbor her own reservations, choosing silence as she tacitly acquiesced to Qin He's intentions. This secluded stone chamber, with its rich ambient energy, indeed served as an ideal locale for pleasure. Qin He stepped forward, fixating on Yin Changfeng's body, and sneered, "Kid, stop pretending. You must have awakened by now. Humph. Daring to watch my performance, you shall not escape my merciless wrath." With that, he let out a sinister laugh and reached out to strike Yin Changfeng. Breakthrough! Breakthrough! Yin Changfeng's eyes remained tightly shut. He was acutely aware of the circumstances outside, yet at this critical juncture of his endeavor, retreat was not an option. To do so would not only thwart his ascension to the 10th level of the body refinement realm, but could also result in devastating backlash, potentially ruining his physical form. At this moment, his heart seethed with anger, filled with murderous intent. During cultivation, interruptions are most unwelcome, especially at the final stretch of a breakthrough. In a moment of desperation, he summoned every ounce of power from his dantian, launching a fierce assault against the shackles in his mind. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted within his consciousness, akin to a tightly shut door being flung open, illuminating his surroundings. Concurrently, the ambient energy and dragon aura swirling around him transformed into sharp, fierce winds that unexpectedly repelled Qin He. A torrent of immense power surged into Yin Changfeng's body, like divine nectar enlightening his spirit. His aura soared rapidly, his entire being radiating brilliance. The pale spiritual mist within the stone chamber surged like a raging river, flooding into Yin Changfeng, gradually clarifying the scene around him. At last, he broke through to the 10th level of the body refinement realm. In that moment, atop Tianchen Peak, amidst the heavens, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Divine light spanned 90,000 miles, chaos reigned in the spiritual realm, and winds howled as clouds surged, shaking the very heavens. A vague blood-red silhouette manifested in the skies, behind which lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with 100,000 fallen. The air thickened with an overwhelming scent of blood, exuding an earth-shattering murderous aura that sent chills through the hearts of many at the Tianwu Academy. At this instant, countless gazes turned towards Tianchen Peak, their eyes filled with terror as they beheld the horrifying celestial phenomenon above. Dynamo surged forth from a grand palace. Soaring through the air, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed in the direction of Tianchen Peak. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Asura descending upon the world, blood light illuminating 90,000 miles. Who could have incited such a cosmic spectacle? Dynamo was filled with dread and promptly raced toward Tianchen Peak. Within the stone chamber, although he stood closest to Yin Changfeng, he was oblivious to the celestial events unfolding outside. Having been repelled by the fierce winds surrounding Yin Changfeng, he regained his footing, his eyes now brimming with astonishment as he regarded Yin Changfeng. He could sense that Yin Changfeng's cultivation aura at this moment was extraordinary, resembling both the condensation pulse and body-tempering realms, imparting an exceedingly enigmatic sensation. Humph, you have indeed awakened. Since that is the case, I can no longer allow you to remain. With a cold sneer, he lunged fiercely at Yin Changfeng once more. Possessing the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the condensation pulse realm, he had merely tested Yin Changfeng's strength with his earlier strike, not using his full power. To his astonishment, he was repelled by the fierce winds surrounding Yin Changfeng. Now, filled with murderous intent, he summoned all his strength to attack. Yin Changfeng slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant crimson divine light burst forth, encapsulating the essence of the power he had gathered during his recent cultivation. Suddenly erupting like a bolt of crimson lightning. With a piercing sound, the divine light pierced through He's forehead and struck the stone wall behind him. The wall trembled violently, revealing a deep hole in the solid rock, from which wisps of white smoke emerged. He's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Yin Changfeng. His gaze filled with incredulity and intense resentment as he gradually collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, a mesmerizing woman could not contain her scream. Staring in horror at He's lifeless body before turning her gaze toward Yin Changfeng, her complexion paling. You actually killed He? Do you realize who he was? He is the young master of the Qin family, one of the 7 great families of the imperial capital. You have slain him, you truly have. The enchanting woman was terrified, unable to fathom that this seemingly young and less powerful youth could annihilate He, a pinnacle master of the condensation pulse realm. With just a glance. Silence. Yin Changfeng cast a cold glance at the enchanting woman, casually swinging his hand, not even employing the Qingfeng sword. Yet the sword energy still sliced through the air. The woman, possessing a 2nd level of the condensation pulse realm, was utterly paralyzed by the earlier scene. Forgetting to resist entirely, the sword energy swept past her neck, and a chilling silence followed her abrupt scream as her body slowly crumpled to the ground. Her eyes wide open, filled with terror. Humph, the 108 peaks serve as a place of cultivation. Yet you two dared to treat it as a den of debauchery, nearly thwarting my important affairs. Ending your lives is a mercy. Yin Changfeng scoffed, his eyes glimmering with cold light. The previous encounter had been perilously close, almost resulting in his failure due to these 2 individuals. Moreover, it was they who had intruded upon his cultivation chamber to engage in their disgraceful acts, yet they dared to shift the blame onto him and sought to kill him. Just as Yin Changfeng had opened his eyes, the celestial phenomena in the heavens above abruptly vanished without a trace. Many high-ranking officials from the Tianwu Academy, who had just been roused, expressed their bewilderment. Why has it disappeared? In midair, Dynamo furrowed his brow, revealing a look of astonishment. His expression turned grave as he recalled the celestial phenomena he had just witnessed. It was undeniably extraordinary, albeit a mere vague manifestation, yet still breathtakingly remarkable. The intense scent of blood, almost tangible in its murderous intent, and the endless crimson radiance filled him with a profound sense of trepidation, stirring an instinctive fear from the depths of his soul. Chapter 87. Enduring humiliation at the 10th level of the body refinement realm, he truly embodied the flawless physique. Not only was his body more resilient, but his strength had also experienced a significant elevation. Even the flow of his true energy became remarkably smoother and unimpeded. Yin Changfeng scrutinized his current form. His bones had grown more robust, and his flesh appeared more translucent. Even his meridians were broader and smoother than before, greatly accelerating the circulation of his true energy and thereby enhancing his overall prowess. With 8 days remaining until his duel with Lin Xiang, he seized this opportunity to further solidify his foundation. Casting a glance at the corpses of Qin He and Luo Shi within the stone chamber, he let out a cold snort, sweeping his sleeve to unleash a powerful force that sent their bodies hurtling from the chamber, plunging over the cliff. Subsequently, Yin Changfeng resumed his cultivation. The luminous aura of the spirit-gathering pearl wafted gently, and the ambient elemental energy and dragon aura within the stone chamber thickened once more, intertwining and penetrating into his being. Suddenly, in the distance, a radiant streak shot towards the heavenly peak. Noticing the unusual activity within Yin Changfeng's stone chamber, a look of concentration crossed his face, prompting him to hastily approach. It was none other than Director Imo. "Is it you?" He flashed into the chamber, and upon seeing Yin Changfeng, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Having just entered a state of meditation, Yin Changfeng opened his eyes again, surprised to find Director Mo's presence. He wondered what brought him here. Noticing the peculiar aura emanating from Yin Changfeng, Director Mo's expression shifted slightly. How strange, he mused. In just a few days, this young man's strength has indeed escalated. While he has yet to reach the Meridian realm, this aura is certainly not inferior to that of a martial artist at that level. Could it be that the blood-red phenomenon was a manifestation of his own power? Intrigued, Director Imo was aware of Yin Changfeng's unique potential, which had led Elder Bai to take him as a disciple, yet he remained oblivious to the specifics of this potential. Looking intently at Yin Changfeng, his demeanor returned to neutrality as he inquired, "Was that celestial phenomenon outside triggered by you?" "The celestial phenomenon?" Yin Changfeng replied, his gaze flickering with surprise. "I was deeply engrossed in my cultivation and did not witness any such phenomenon." "Is that so?" Director Imo scrutinized him closely. "Even so, I must ascertain what manifestation lies within you." With a flick of his fingers, he inscribed a small testing array in his palm and pressed it against Yin Changfeng. "You would do well not to resist. I am not Elder Bai, and if I inadvertently unleash my power and harm you, do not blame me," he warned coldly. Harboring lingering resentment over Yin Changfeng's refusal to acknowledge him as a mentor, especially in light of his audacious challenge to Lin Xiang. Upon hearing these words, a fierce killing intent surged within Yin Changfeng's eyes. He hastily suppressed the Asura manifestation with all his might, allowing only the extraordinary vision of the sword moving across the heavens to emerge. A warm force flowed from Dean Mo's palm into Yin Changfeng's body, instantly illuminating his vision. What a pristine and exquisite physique. Gazing upon Yin Changfeng's flesh and bones, Dean Mo could not help but marvel in awe. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded before him. As his consciousness entered a realm of chaos, he beheld a myriad of sword lights crisscrossing the heavens, sharp sword energies soaring into the sky, as if they could cleave the very fabric of the universe. As soon as his thoughts ventured into this chaotic realm, he felt a piercing sensation, the surrounding sharp sword energies nearly severing his consciousness. Sword moving across the heavens. Dean Mo's expression shifted dramatically. He had not expected that the manifestation within Yin Changfeng was not that of the blood-red vision. This revelation implied that there were indeed others within the academy who possessed such extraordinary manifestations. Just as his mind was reeling, a sword light flashed before him, striking with unparalleled sharpness, cleaving through the chaos and severing his consciousness. Dean Mo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze towards Yin Changfeng filled with astonishment. With his level of cultivation, the intent he had released was unexpectedly severed by the sword light unconsciously wielded within Yin Changfeng, a testament to the formidable nature of the manifestation within him. Simultaneously, a sense of elation welled up within him. It seemed that the terrifying blood-red manifestation had not originated from Yin Changfeng, but rather from another individual. Upon realizing that the manifestation within Yin Changfeng was sword moving across the heavens, a hint of joy appeared on Dean Mo's face. This indicated that the Tianwu Academy harbored yet another super genius. He was determined to find this individual. Such a formidable manifestation, merely a shadow of its true power, had already instilled a sense of dread within him. This phenomenon was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yin Changfeng's sword moving across the heavens could not be compared to Su Menger's 9 phoenixes soaring. Casting a cold glance at the spirit-gathering pearl hovering in midair before Yin Changfeng, he understood the reason for the exceptionally rich aura of the heavens and earth within this stone chamber. Subsequently, Dean Mo departed from the stone chamber where Yin Changfeng resided, commencing a meticulous inspection of each stone chamber atop the celestial peak, hoping to uncover the individual who had activated the Asura manifestation. Watching Dean Mo vanish, a chilling glimmer flickered in Yin Changfeng's eyes. You had better not resist. I am no benevolent elder. Should I inadvertently lose control of my power and take your life, do not blame me. Recalling the earlier threat, the killing intent in Yin Chongfeng's gaze intensified. Power. I must elevate my strength swiftly. The 10th layer of body refinement is still far from sufficient. Inwardly roaring with indignation, Yin Chongfeng could only endure this feeling of having his life outside his control once. Mobai, do you think that just because you stand at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, I cannot slay you? There are myriad methods to take a life. Yin Chongfeng's gaze deepened with resolve, a fierce aura emanating from him. He took a deep breath, swiftly calming his mind, and then immediately immersed himself in cultivation, seeking vengeance and releasing his grievances. Within the stone chamber, the primordial energies of heaven and earth, along with the dragon aura, surged into Yin Chongfeng's body like a vast sea of smoke. His cultivation quickly solidified at the initial stage of the 10th layer of body refinement, and he was rapidly ascending further. Meanwhile, before the trial tower, Dabai finally emerged from his epiphany, which had lasted a full 7 days and nights. Upon awakening, the atmosphere surrounding the trial tower shifted dramatically, resonating with a potent aura. The space around him rippled, and a divine light erupted from his body, ascending towards the heavens. With a slight tremor, his internal energy surged, shattering the constraints that bound him, and he directly broke through the ordinary transformation realm, stepping into the primordial strength realm. The primordial strength realm represents a significant advancement after the ordinary transformation realm, wherein one's magical energy undergoes a qualitative transformation, solidifying into primordial strength. The hallmark of this realm can be encapsulated in a single word: shock. With a single punch, one can shatter mountains. With another, one can fracture the void. Such claims are far from hyperbolic. At this stage, one's internal magical energy becomes incredibly formidable, capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth with a mere fist and fracturing the cosmos with a palm. Furthermore, in this realm, one's magical energy can coalesce into a protective shield of primordial strength, rendering it nearly impervious to harm. Instead, assailants may find themselves injured by their own force. Hence, this realm is remarkable in both offense and defense, a stark contrast to the ordinary transformation realm. Attaining this level signifies a true entry into the ranks of the masters. As Chapter 88 unfolds, many students around the trial tower notice the unusual phenomenon, feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Dabai, which left them all in awe. The primordial strength realm. After 30 years, I never imagined I would witness a day of breakthrough into this realm. Filled with astonishment and joy upon realizing his current level of cultivation, Dabai could hardly contain his excitement. Simultaneously, he was profoundly shocked to discover that a single conversation with Yin Chongfeng had allowed him to overcome the mental barriers that had held him back, propelling him into a state of enlightenment and facilitating his ascent into the primordial strength realm. On the path of cultivation, one must be courageous and diligent, cutting through obstacles with unwavering resolve, seeking clarity of heart and mind. Chongfeng, you have bestowed upon me an immense fortune. Dabai silently marveled. Time flew swiftly, and only 2 days remained until the anticipated duel between Yin Chongfeng and Lin Xiang. In the stone chamber of Tianchen Peak, Yin Chongfeng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with brilliance before gradually settling into tranquility. After several days of practice, his cultivation had firmly established itself at the 10th layer of body refinement. Now progressing into the later stage of this realm, he stored the gathering spirit pearl, and the pale spiritual mist within the chamber gradually dissipated, merging into Yin Chongfeng's body and transforming into the purest true energy. Having trained for so long, it was time to stretch his limbs and see how far his strength had come. He decided to visit the trial tower to gauge the extent of his current prowess. As he rose to his feet, his aura radiated an otherworldly elegance, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, exuding an imposing charisma. His physique shimmered, as resilient as divine iron, and his body was clear and flawless, emanating an indescribable allure. Outside the cliff, the sea of clouds surged, rising thousands of feet high. And looking down, the ground was completely obscured. Thick clouds and dense fog enveloped the surroundings. Yin Chongfeng, wielding the Qingfeng sword and clad in a flowing white robe, descended from the towering Tianchen Peak, making his way toward the trial tower. In just 2 days, the fateful duel with Lin Xiang, his junior sister, would commence. Have you yet to capture Yin Chongfeng as I instructed? On a neighboring peak, Wang Yu, adorned in a resplendent purple robe, was accompanied closely by Wang Yu. Reporting to you, young master, since that boy ascended the 65th level of the trial tower, he has seemingly vanished into thin air. I sought out teacher Zhou Datong to inquire about his whereabouts and hurried to the location, but found only that maid named Su Ming'er, Wang Yu relayed. Oh. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, displaying signs of dissatisfaction. Search again at that place. If he is still absent, remain there until he reappears. When he does, bring him to me. I wish to present him to Lin Xiang. Surely, she will be delighted. Understood, young master, Wang Yu replied with a nod. Wang Yu then shifted his gaze, suddenly catching sight of Yin Changfeng approaching leisurely from a distance. His steps faltered, and he trembled in disbelief as he fixated on Yin Changfeng. Wang Yu also looked up, following Wang Yu's gaze, and instantly stiffened. An overwhelming fury ignited in their eyes, and a fierce murderous intent blossomed forth. It's you. Wang Yu's eyes burned crimson as he glared at the advancing Yin Changfeng, his voice dripping with venom. The white-clothed swordsman. You were the one who annihilated my 3 blood guards in the Wan Yao mountain range, leading to my ultimate failure due to a lack of resources. The white-clothed swordsman. That figure has haunted my thoughts time and again, each appearance coinciding with the demise of one of my loyal subordinates. Perceiving the intense hatred emanating from the two ahead and their unabashed murderous intent, Yin Changfeng paused momentarily. Haha, what a fortuitous twist of fate. Despite my efforts to locate you, you have been hiding right under my nose at the Tianwu Academy. Wang Yu's eyes glinted with a cruel light, his murderous aura palpable. Looking for me? Do we know each other? Yin Changfeng replied, lifting his eyelids calmly. Humph. You may not recognize me, but I remember you well. You dared to harm my people, causing my failure due to resource scarcity. Such a profound debt. How could I forget? I was worried I would never find you. Yet here you are, walking right into my grasp. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with lethal intent. Is that so? The chill in Yin Changfeng's gaze intensified. Although he was still unclear about his adversary's identity and the source of such hatred, it mattered little to him. As long as he recognized the other as an enemy, that was sufficient. Little thief, prepare to pay with your life. Wang Yu, eyes ablaze with vengeance, struck fiercely and mercilessly, unfazed by the murderous advance of Wang Yu. Yin Changfeng exhibited no signs of panic. With a subtle push of his left thumb, he readied the Qingfeng sword. The half-inch blade shimmered with a chilling radiance, and terrifying sword aura surged forth from the sheath of the Qingfeng sword, cleaving through the void. With a series of piercing sounds, the rampant sword energy cut Wang Yu into 3 segments, leaving him sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with terror and resentment. A trickle of vital blood essence flowed into the Asura blood pill within Yin Changfeng's mind. Though I know not who you are, if you seek to take my life, I shall send you on your way. A sudden glint of icy resolve flashed in Yin Changfeng's eyes, an ominous killing intent that sent shivers down spines. Nearby, numerous students from other academies gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that such brazen acts of murder could transpire within the Tianwu Academy. Such decisiveness and ruthlessness. How can you be so powerful? You clearly possess the cultivation of the body refining realm. While Wang Yu has long since ascended to the 3rd stage of the meridian condensation realm, how can you possibly be his match? Feeling the sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from Yin Changfeng, Wang Yu felt a chill enveloping him. The gruesome sight of Wang Yu being cleaved apart jolted him back to reality, and disbelief filled his gaze as he looked upon Yin Changfeng. To discover that, you may as well inquire with the King of Hell. Yin Changfeng's expression remained indifferent. What an astonishing killing intent. Who is this individual? His aura is peculiar, resembling both the body refining realm and the meridian condensation realm. Students nearby exchanged perplexed glances. That person seems somewhat unfamiliar. He must be among the new recruits, one speculated. Suddenly, another student scrutinized closely, and as enlightenment dawned, he inhaled sharply and exclaimed, "It's him. He is Yin Changfeng, the one who conquered the 65th level of the trial tower, setting the highest record, and challenged senior sister Lin Xiang." Chapter 89. You are Yin Changfeng? What? You are that Yin Changfeng? Upon hearing the gasps of those around him, Wang Yu's heart sank in shock, quickly replaced by a frostbitten countenance and a chilling aura. Then I shall kill you all the more. Wang Yu emanated a powerful presence, and a 3-foot-long sword materialized in his grasp. Though the recent demise of Wang Yu had left him shaken, he remained absolutely confident in his own prowess. No matter how formidable Yin Changfeng may be, he is merely at the body refining realm. Even though he caught Wang Yu off guard and killed him, that does not imply he could contend with me, Wang Yu. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 4th stage of the meridian condensation realm, or rather, he is a formidable opponent on the verge of the 5th stage. Had it not been for his recent failure in the trial, he would have already stepped into the 5th stage. Humph, new grudges and old grievances shall be settled today. Prepare to meet your end. Wang Yu's aura surged, sharp energies piercing through him and soaring into the heavens. His sword rang out, enveloped by swirling sword energy. while the ground beneath him stirred with dust and gravel, exuding an immense presence. Oh, a swordsman? Yin Changfeng raised his gaze slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes. Not expecting his opponent to also be a swordsman. Humph. Wang Yu snorted coldly, his expression radiating a lofty arrogance, with concealed malice blossoming alongside his sword techniques. Kill. Wang Yu's gaze was frigid, and the long sword in his hand shimmered with a cold, ethereal light as it surged towards Yin Changfeng. The solitary peak sword technique? A flicker of surprise crossed Yin Changfeng's eyes. According to Wang Xiyan, this technique was known only to the Shaoqing sword sect, one of the top 10 sects in the Great Qian Kingdom and the royal family. Since disciples of the Shaoqing sword sect could not enroll in the Tianwu Academy, the identity of his opponent became glaringly evident. The onlooking students, witnessing the unfolding scene, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was the Xian rank martial skill, the solitary peak sword technique. This technique was rumored to possess an uncanny power, particularly the starpoint strike, which was nearly impossible to defend against. With Wang Yu's peak cultivation at the 4th level of the condensation realm, Yin Changfeng was undoubtedly in peril. However, given that Yin Changfeng was the direct disciple of the esteemed headmaster Bai, if Wang Yu were to kill him, it would surely lead to considerable trouble. In the distance, several disciples began to murmur among themselves, their gazes toward Yin Changfeng tinged with pity. What a shame. Yin Changfeng was exceptionally gifted, brimming with potential. Yet his arrogance was destined to lead him to this calamity. It seemed he would not escape this trial. Indeed, possessing such talent, yet being overly reckless and lacking the wisdom to endure and retreat, even if Wang Yu did not intervene. His impending duel with Lin Xiang in 2 days would likely spell his doom. What a waste of such talent. Were I in his position, I would diligently cultivate before seeking vengeance. The saying a gentleman's revenge is never late encapsulates this truth. Listening to the discussions around him, Yin Changfeng merely smiled dismissively. They were a bunch of mediocrities, incapable of grasping the significance of a steadfast heart, destined to be lost in the vast world of cultivation. A pale, shimmering sword light flickered, imbued with an icy aura, piercing towards Yin Changfeng's throat. Yin Changfeng merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. Simultaneously, an enigmatic aura emanated from him, embodying the essence of the solitary peak sword technique, the distant shadow of a solitary mountain. Before Wang Yu's gaze, Yin Changfeng's figure suddenly appeared ethereal, hazy, and illusory, seeming neither near nor far, making it impossible to ascertain the true distance between them. What? How could this be? At that moment, Wang Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment. No matter how he swung his sword, he could not land a blow on Yin Changfeng. Unable to ascertain his precise location, with each successive thrust, Yin Changfeng remained almost motionless, while Wang Yu's attacks seemed to falter midway, retracting abruptly. The spectators exchanged glances, their earlier chatter silenced, eyes wide as they regarded Wang Yu with a mix of disbelief and derision. What was he doing? To the onlookers, Wang Yu appeared foolish, wildly swinging his long sword, while opposite him, Yin Changfeng stood composed, not having moved an inch. In the arena, beads of cold sweat began to form on Wang Yu's forehead, his eyes betraying a look of terror. Despite his relentless onslaught against Yin Changfeng, he had yet to even graze the hem of his opponent's robes. This was the distant shadow of a solitary mountain, the essence of the solitary peak sword technique. How could you possibly comprehend its intricacies? This was impossible. The solitary peak sword technique belonged solely to the Shaoqing sword sect and the royal family. How could you understand its essence? Wang Yu was drenched in cold sweat, halting in his tracks, his gaze fixed on Yin Changfeng, filled with disbelief. Your cultivation is indeed superior to Wang Xiyan's. However, when it comes to the mastery of the solitary peak sword technique, you still have a long way to go. Yin Changfeng spoke calmly, his expression unruffled. Jiumei? You know Jiumei? Did she pass this sword technique on to you? Upon hearing Yin Changfeng mention Wang Xiyan, Wang Yu's heart jolted, and he exclaimed. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. After witnessing the earlier scene, he had profoundly sensed the terror of the swordsman before him clad in white. Even with his peak cultivation at the 4th level of the pulse consolidation realm, he was utterly no match for his opponent. He realized he could not inflict even the slightest harm, while Yin Changfeng had effortlessly slain Wang Yu, who was at the peak of the 3rd level of the pulse consolidation realm, indicating that his opponent, although at a lower level, possessed formidable strength. The sword remained sheathed, yet the mere aura emanating from it was sufficient to obliterate Wang Yu in an instant. How terrifying was that? His expression shifted, and he then revealed a semblance of cordiality towards Yin Changfeng. It turns out we are on the same side. Since Jiumei has imparted the solitary peak sword technique to you, Your bond must be quite significant. Haha, Jiumei has practiced swordsmanship since childhood, and her comprehension of the sword path far surpasses mine. When it comes to swordplay, I cannot compete with her. His demeanor changed rapidly. Moments ago, he was filled with murderous intent, unwilling to relent against Yin Changfeng. But now, seeing the futility of his efforts, he immediately altered his approach, becoming exceedingly warm. To be frank, Brother Changfeng, I have been close to Jiumei since childhood. Her friends are my friends, as the saying goes. One does not know a person until they have fought. From now on, we are family brothers, Wang Yu proclaimed with grandiosity, feigning sincerity. Seemingly oblivious to the lifeless body of Wang Yu he had just overlooked, genuinely treating Yin Changfeng as a confidant. In truth, he was filled with trepidation, harboring deep-seated wariness towards Yin Changfeng. At present, Yin Changfeng was merely at the body refinement realm, yet even as a peak fourth level of the pulse consolidation realm, Wang Yu found himself utterly powerless against him. Should Yin Changfeng advance to the pulse consolidation realm, Wang Yu would undoubtedly be even less of a match. Furthermore, the aura emanating from Yin Changfeng placed immense pressure on him, causing his heart to race. Thus, he felt compelled to feign this demeanor, hoping to temporarily ease relations with Yin Changfeng and evade disaster. Chapter 90. Kill the Prince. Not far away, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that Wang Yu, who had just moments ago displayed a fierce resolve against Yin Changfeng, had so swiftly altered his stance. This was perhaps the very definition of a changeable nature. You repeatedly mention Wang Xiyan. Are you attempting to beg for your life? Yin Changfeng could only shake his head in disbelief at the audacity of his opponent. Speaking with unrestrained candor, Wang Yu's breath caught in his throat upon hearing this, his anger flaring within. He had not anticipated Yin Changfeng's words to be so blunt and unguarded. Yet, he could not afford to confront him at this moment, and was left with no choice but to force a smile. Brother Yin is jesting. We are indeed family. The earlier incident was merely a misunderstanding. How could Brother Yin ever harm me? Wang Yu replied with a smile. Yet, deep within his gaze, darkness loomed ominously. Humph. The reckless youth, let you revel in your arrogance for another 2 days. When the time comes, my junior sister Lin Xiang will surely bring you to your end. Wang Yu mused inwardly. If you believe so, you are gravely mistaken. Not only am I not well acquainted with Wang Xiyan, but even if I were, my intent to kill you remains unwavering. Yin Changfeng spoke coldly, his resolve to kill steadfast and unyielding. Anyone who harbored animosity or murderous intent towards him, if they could be eliminated, would be dealt with on the spot. If not, there would be another opportunity to strike. This was Yin Changfeng's unchanging principle. Wang Yu felt a tremor within, as a chilling wave enveloped him, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. He had not anticipated the depth of Yin Changfeng's murderous intent, which surpassed even his own. Yin Changfeng, I am a scion of the Tianchen royal family. Do you dare to kill me, unafraid of the annihilation of your clan? Wang Yu's voice was fierce yet trembling, resonating like thunder, causing many onlookers to shudder in shock. What does the royal family matter? Power is the only truth. Those who dare obstruct me shall face my wrath. You sought to take my life, and now, faced with the inevitable, wish to retreat unscathed? Such a notion is far too simplistic. Yin Changfeng's tone was calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of chilling menace. Every word dripped with boundless arrogance. How dare you speak such treasonous words, to upend the royal family, you rebel? Wang Yu was filled with fury, his eyes no longer concealing the murderous intent that blazed within. Yet, despite the overwhelming desire to kill, he did not dare to confront Yin Changfeng directly. Yin Changfeng's gaze remained indifferent as he slowly unsheathed the Qingfeng sword, unleashing a torrent of fierce sword energy. His long robe billowed, hair danced in the wind, and the sharp sword aura carved fearsome gashes into the ground. In an instant, his aura transformed, an unstoppable sharpness emanating from him, with shadows of swords densely packed in his gaze, as if capable of piercing through anything. A profound sense of impending doom surged within Wang Yu, causing his countenance to drastically change. Nevertheless, he was ultimately a master at the pinnacle of the fourth level of the condensing veins realm. Although previously ensnared in Yin Changfeng's illusion of the lonely mountain's distant shadow, he could swiftly mount a defense against Yin Changfeng's onslaught. With a flourish of his long sword, he conjured a yellow-hued shield to protect himself. Clang! The invisible sword energy flew forth in an instant, striking the shield and igniting a shower of sparks. A smirk curled at the corners of Yin Changfeng's lips as he effortlessly executed the lonely mountain's distant shadow, moving with an ease that allowed him to close the distance or retreat at will. With a single step, he appeared before Wang Yu in the blink of an eye. The Qingfeng sword trembled in his hand, its ringing echoing like a multitude of stars, all converging towards Wang Yu in a relentless assault. This was the Lonely Peak sword technique, the Starpoint form. How could this be? Isn't this sword technique exclusive to the Daiqian royal family and the Shaoqing sword sect? How could Yan Changfeng possibly master the Lonely Peak sword technique? My heavens, he has even grasped its essence. This Starpoint form has increased in power exponentially. Terrifying. I never imagined Yan Changfeng's strength to reach such heights. His innate talent in the sword arts is utterly fearsome. The Starpoint form he unleashed effortlessly surpassed by leagues the version Wang Yu had just executed. The two were no longer on the same plane. The transformation of techniques was fluid and effortless, as if executed with a mere flick of the wrist. Even the esteemed disciples of the Shaoqing sword sect would likely pale in comparison. Nearby, numerous onlookers gasped, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Faced with the tempestuous onslaught of Yan Changfeng, Wang Yu's countenance shifted dramatically, a chill creeping over him, his heart racing with trepidation. He was drenched in cold sweat. The more he engaged with Yan Changfeng, the more he felt a spine-chilling terror. The youth before him wielded the solitary peak sword technique, which he had diligently practiced since childhood, with an unparalleled perfection that left no room for critique. The Starpoint technique was simply flawless. Had it not been for his own profound cultivation, he would have already succumbed to hundreds of sword strikes and met his demise. Nevertheless, he bore numerous injuries. A prolonged defense would inevitably lead to failure. Blood oozed from multiple wounds on his body, creating a macabre tapestry of crimson, with a cacophony of clashing blades. A torrential wave of sword shadows descended upon him, assaulting his protective shield. The brilliance of the shield dimmed, and with a resounding crack, Wang Yu's longsword could no longer withstand the relentless pressure and shattered on the spot. In an instant, a flurry of sword shadows, akin to venomous serpents, surged forth. The sound of piercing flesh echoed as blood erupted. At the pinnacle of the fourth level of the pulse condensation realm, Wang Yu was unexpectedly defeated by Yan Changfeng. Falling at his hands, a collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. No wonder Yan Changfeng dared to challenge senior sister Lin Xiang. It was astonishing to witness such formidable prowess in this individual. Wang Yu was undoubtedly among the elite within the academy, consistently ranking within the top 50 in the year-end assessments. It was utterly surprising that he would succumb to Yan Changfeng. Furthermore, Yan Changfeng's strength was astonishingly monstrous. Despite not yet reaching the pulse condensation realm, his power was alarmingly formidable. As for the impending duel between him and senior sister Lin Xiang in 2 days, who would emerge victorious? It goes without saying, it would surely be senior sister Lin Xiang. While Yan Changfeng displayed commendable skill, it paled in comparison to the prowess of senior sister Lin Xiang. It is essential to note that she had recently advanced to the 5th level of the pulse condensation realm and awakened the wind manipulation body, making her a prodigious talent of unparalleled caliber. No matter how exceptional Yan Changfeng may be, he remained merely at the body refinement stage and could never contend with senior sister Lin Xiang. Indeed, it seemed that in 2 days, a brilliant star would inevitably fall. A pity for his extraordinary potential. Unperturbed by the discussions around him, Yan Changfeng sheathed his sword, casting a casual glance at Wang Yu's lifeless body before making his way toward the trial tower. Shortly after his departure, beneath the heavenly peak, the bodies of Qin He and Luo Shi were discovered. Having plummeted from the endless heights, they would have been reduced to mere pulp if they were ordinary individuals. However, both were warriors of the pulse condensation realm, their bodies tempered, and although they could not compare to the flawless physique of Yan Changfeng, they remained resilient enough to still exhibit faint outlines. Once this news spread, the other members of the Qin family within the Heavenly Martial Academy were filled with fury. It was undoubtedly the doing of Yan Changfeng. Witnesses had seen him descend from the heavenly peak, and only a select few possessed the capability to defeat Qin He. They all understood that Qin He belonged to their Qin family, and thus dared not act recklessly. Yet, Yan Changfeng, known for his arrogance and daring to challenge even senior sister Lin Xiang, was not surprising in committing such an act. Indeed, it was rumored that he had just slain the third prince upon descending from the heavenly peak. Even the third prince fell to his blade, showcasing his audacious nature. Amidst the discussions among numerous academy students, Yan Changfeng had already arrived at the trial tower. Pausing, he noticed a throng gathered before the tower. Golden characters shimmered on the towering stone tablet, indicating that someone was undertaking the challenge. Yan Changfeng was mildly astonished. Among the crowd of dozens, most were new students he had encountered during their entrance tests at the imperial capital. Additionally, some senior students and faculty members were present to maintain order. Typically, upon entering the academy, new students would attempt the challenges of the trial tower. Yet these individuals were progressing at a pace significantly slower than that of Yan Changfeng and Su Ming'er during their own trials. Remarkably, even after 10 days since their admission. They had not yet completed all assessments. A gasp arose from the crowd surrounding the trial tower, the 11th level. Wang Xiyan truly embodies exceptional talent. On her inaugural attempt, she remarkably ascended to the 11th level, an astounding feat. Many were left in awe. Among this group of newly admitted students, aside from Wang Xiyan, the highest achievement recorded was merely the 5th level, with the majority stalling at the 3rd or 4th. Now, witnessing Wang Xiyan's unprecedented leap past the 10th level to the 11th was nothing short of astonishing. Even the instructors stationed there were taken aback. Achieving the 10th level on one's first attempt is a rarity, even among the seasoned students of the Tianwu Academy. Ultimately, Wang Xiyan found herself halted at the 12th level and emerged from the trial tower. To reach the 12th level on your first endeavor is commendable. Continue to strive, for your future is boundless, remarked one teacher with a smile as she exited. Wang Xiyan maintained her composed demeanor, yet within her heart, there was little surprise. A figure surfaced in her mind. The reason she managed to reach the 12th level so effortlessly was largely due to Yin Chongfeng's guidance on that day, which deepened her understanding of the solitary peak sword technique and significantly elevated her swordsmanship. The crowd buzzed with chatter, many gazing at Wang Xiyan with eyes full of envy and admiration. Surpassing them all at the 12th level, she had left them far behind. Suddenly, someone noticed Yin Chongfeng approaching from the back, a hint of familiarity sparking surprise. Isn't that the one who tested alongside us and was identified as possessing top-tier talent? Top-tier talent. As the words fell, the attention of those around shifted towards Yin Chongfeng. Indeed, it was he. I recall his name is Yin Chongfeng. He once clashed with Zhao Yi, the direct descendant of the Zhao family, and defeated him with a single sword strike. Subsequently, he was taken directly to the Tianwu Academy. They wondered if he had come to tackle the trial tower as well and speculated on how far he might progress. Being of top-tier talent, surely he could surpass the 5th level, they whispered among themselves. Wang Xiyan's gaze also fell upon Yin Chongfeng, and she nodded in acknowledgement, her cold eyes betraying a glimmer of delight. She too was curious about how far he could advance, given his swordsmanship and top-tier talent. The 5th level? A few senior students exchanged glances, a hint of wry amusement gracing their features. They had witnessed Yin Chongfeng shatter Huang Xiaofeng's record by surpassing 65 levels. Among these seniors, a young man clad in a purple robe regarded Yin Chongfeng with a malevolent glint in his eye, a chilling aura emanating from him. He was Zhao Yuan, a direct descendant of one of the 7 great families of the imperial capital, the Zhao family. You are here to attempt the challenge? An instructor inquired, astonished by Yin Chongfeng's presence. The tale of Yin Chongfeng conquering the 65th level had circulated widely within the Tianwu Academy, and he had anticipated his swift return for another trial. Yin Chongfeng nodded affirmatively. You have arrived at the perfect moment. These individuals have just completed their trials, and you may now enter to face the challenges ahead. The teacher regarded Yin Chongfeng with keen interest and politely remarked, at the time of your trials, I was elsewhere and regrettably did not witness your miraculous feat of conquering the 65th level of the trial tower. However, today, it seems that Zhang shall have the pleasure of witnessing it firsthand. What? The 65th level? As the teacher's words echoed, the surrounding new students widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. The achievement of reaching the 65th level of the trial tower loomed over them like a colossal mountain, oppressive and daunting. To them, such an accomplishment seemed utterly impossible. The 65th level is simply outrageous, is it not? Even if he possesses exceptional talent, this is still terrifying. I, too, have only managed to reach the 5th level, struggling with every step, while he has effortlessly ascended to the 65th. All the newly admitted students felt a profound sense of shock, grappling with the staggering disparity between themselves and Yin Chongfeng, who entered the academy alongside them. Even Wang Xiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Though she had anticipated that Yin Chongfeng's prowess would surpass her own, she had not expected him to be so extraordinary as to conquer the 65th level in one breath. It was simply astounding. Disregarding the astonished crowd, Yin Chongfeng nodded slightly to the teacher and proceeded directly into the trial tower. Almost immediately, the towering stone tablet beside the trial tower began to flicker with resplendent golden light, pulsating rapidly, leaving onlookers in awe. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chongfeng traversed through several levels of the trial tower. Gasp! A collective intake of breath reverberated through the crowd as they beheld the flashing inscriptions on the grand stone tablet, their expressions suffused with incredulity. Even the teacher felt his heart race, and his eyelids twitched. Although he had previously heard rumors of a prodigy named Yin Chongfeng at Tianwu Academy, who had supposedly conquered the 65th level, it had merely been hearsay. Witnessing it firsthand was far more shocking than he could have anticipated. Yin Chongfeng is once again challenging the trial tower. Could it be that he possesses the confidence to tackle the 66th level? We must go and see. In the distance, some individuals noticed the unusual spectacle emanating from the trial tower, the golden radiance illuminating the sky, and they were taken aback, hastily making their way over. At present, within Tianwu Academy, only Yin Chongfeng could elicit such rapid flickering of the golden inscriptions on the towering stone tablet. Consequently, the crowd quickly connected the dots. Yin Chongfeng. Let us hurry over and discover just who this Yin Chongfeng truly is, and whether he can indeed surpass the challenges of the 65th level of the trial tower. Numerous senior students, who had not witnessed Yin Chongfeng's earlier trials, were stirred by the news and rushed to the scene without hesitation. With less than 2 days remaining until the fateful encounter, it is utterly perplexing that one would squander precious time in frivolous pursuits instead of diligently honing their skills. Yin Chongfeng, in his folly, has grown overconfident due to a modicum of talent. Such a one poses no real threat. My junior brother need not concern himself with him. The imminent clash shall herald his demise, Lin Xiang remarked with an air of calm, her gaze concealing a latent ferocity and her tone imbued with an authoritative presence. A gentle breeze swirled around her, at times sharp as a blade, at others soft as water. Indeed, as my second sister articulated, before my senior sister, Yin Chongfeng is not but a mere jester, inconsequential. What significance does traversing the 65th level of the trial tower hold? In the face of absolute strength, even the most exceptional talent and potential are rendered meaningless. The icy man smirked, raising his cup for a sip. At that moment, a voice of exultation rang out from afar. Second sister, fourth junior brother. Our elder brother has emerged from seclusion. Both individuals jolted at the sound. Turning their gaze in unison, they beheld a portly figure, brimming with delight, rushing towards them with a paintbrush in hand. It was none other than Zhang Qi, the rotund fellow from the trial tower's front. Third junior brother. Third senior brother. They exclaimed in surprise. What did you just say? Our elder brother has emerged from seclusion? Indeed. Second sister. Our elder brother has broken through the shackles and ascended to the 6th level of the condensation realm, and his golden body has also advanced further. This time, in the upcoming exchange competition between our heavenly martial academy and the 10 major sects, he shall undoubtedly sweep through the young talents and vanquish all rivals. Zhang Qi laughed heartily, his eyes squinting with delight. Where is our elder brother now? Lin Xiang and the icy man exchanged glances and inquired. No sooner had the words left their lips than a gleaming golden light surged forth, accompanied by a hearty laughter. Ha! After days of seclusion, I sensed my junior brothers and sisters were concerned, so I came to gather. In an instant, a radiant figure appeared, a man of striking presence. His eyes shimmering with a faint golden glow, as if a celestial being had descended. It was none other than Huang Xiaofeng, the foremost contender of the trial tower. Elder brother. At the table, Lin Xiang and the others were taken aback and hastily rose to pay their respects. With a wave of his sleeve, Huang Xiaofeng chuckled. My fellow brothers and sisters, there is no need for such formalities. He then settled at the table. After a brief exchange, Huang Xiaofeng casually inquired, on my way here, I heard rumors of someone having traversed the 65th level of the trial tower. Is there truth to this? Lin Xiang and the others shared glances. And with a gentle smile, Lin Xiang replied, merely an arrogant young man. There is no need for elder brother to take it to heart. In but 2 days, he shall find himself beyond the realm of the living. Oh, and why is that? Huang Xiaofeng asked, astonished. Elder brother has just emerged from seclusion and is unaware that although this young man possesses remarkable talent and boundless potential, he has only achieved the physique refinement realm. Unbeknownst to the peril that awaited him, a certain individual dared to challenge senior sister Lin Xiang, demanding a life-and-death duel to be held in 2 days' time. The cold-hearted man scoffed at this audacity. Only possessing the cultivation of the body refinement realm? Huang Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. Before he dismissed the matter from his mind, no longer concerned. Having ascended to the 6th level of the meridian condensation realm and possessing the formidable golden body, he regarded this mere insect of the body refinement realm with disdain. Moreover, this insect was on the brink of annihilation. Huang Xiaofeng chuckled, remarking, It seems that lad is indeed a fool, blissfully ignorant of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, believing that a modicum of talent grants him the right to be arrogant. I have heard that junior sister has also awakened the wind control body and successfully advanced to the 5th level of the meridian condensation realm. I believe she could easily crush him at that time. Indeed, Lin Xiang replied with a faint smile, exuding confidence and composure. As the group conversed, the area surrounding the trial tower became a veritable sea of spectators. All eyes were transfixed upon the towering stone tablet beside the trial tower, where golden characters shimmered with an astonishing brilliance, rendering the onlookers nearly numb with astonishment. The inscription proclaimed, 70th floor. Chapter 93. Transformation Dragon Art. The 70th floor of the trial tower has been conquered. In that moment, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Their hearts seemed to halt in disbelief. To have surpassed the 70th floor was unfathomable. Prior to Yin Chongfeng's entrance into the Tianwu Academy, the 49th floor had stood as the highest record for centuries. Yet now, not only had this record been shattered, but a new one had been established, plunging all present into despair. The 70th floor of the trial tower. This was the true pinnacle of the trial tower, undeniably deserving of its title. Radiant golden light surged forth from the towering stone tablet, manifesting an extraordinary phenomenon. A golden dragon materialized from the heavens, spiraling around the trial tower and soaring skyward. This magnificent golden dragon was entirely composed of dense and pure dragon energy, coiling upwards before vanishing into the clouds, leaving the spectators in awe of its departure. Inside the trial tower, Yin Chongfeng's injuries from overcoming the challenges healed in an instant, and streams of pure dragon energy surged into his body, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Having ascended to the 70th floor, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of the body refinement realm. With only a single step remaining to break through to the meridian condensation realm, he settled into a meditative posture, opting not to immediately advance to the 71st floor, but instead remaining on the 70th floor to silently cultivate and assimilate the influx of dragon energy. Outside the trial tower, radiant rainbows soared into the sky, and upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon, the onlookers were filled with astonishment, hurrying to the scene. Dean Mo arrived, his expression grave. As for Dean Bai, having just achieved a breakthrough, he was engrossed in seclusion to comprehend the Tao and solidify his foundation, oblivious to the external marvels. Phoenix Nest Academy. Lin Xiang and others also noticed the unusual phenomena in the direction of the trial tower, gazing at the resplendent half of the sky. With the golden dragon soaring and spiraling around the tower, they were filled with trepidation, their eyes reflecting astonishment and shock. Is this a dragon? Everyone was astounded, their very souls trembling. A vast and formidable aura enveloped the entire Tianwu Academy, as spiritual energies from all directions converged towards the trial tower, a dragon's roar resonating throughout the heavens. This was the first time such an astonishing anomaly had manifested at the trial tower. What is happening over there? What could have caused such a phenomenon? Fat-headed Zhang Qi exclaimed in astonishment. When unexpected events occur, it is often a sign of something extraordinary. The trial tower had never before exhibited any anomalies in all these years. This occurrence surely signifies a significant event. We must go and investigate, Huang Xiaofeng said gravely. Lin Xiang exchanged a glance with the cold man, their eyes flickering with understanding. They both realized that Yin Chongfeng was currently challenging the trial tower. Could this anomaly be related to him? The group hastily made their way towards the trial tower. At that moment, a multitude of people had already gathered around it, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the golden characters etched upon the towering stone tablet. 70. The bold, golden characters sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, almost blinding. Surrounding the trial tower, beams of golden light surged skyward, coiling like dragons, an awe-inspiring display. The new students, once full of enthusiasm, now stood in a daze, unable to comprehend that a newcomer from their own cohort could be so formidable, who is currently challenging the trial tower. Although suspicions had already formed in their minds, some could not help but voice their inquiries to confirm their assumptions. Huang Xiaofeng and Lin Xiang were equally dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that someone could reach the 70th level and trigger the tower's anomaly, with the golden dragon ascending, a truly breathtaking sight. It is Yin Chongfeng. Yin Chongfeng is challenging the trial tower. He has already conquered the 70th level, taking less than half a day. Upon hearing the questions, someone responded, their tone filled with awe. Yin Chongfeng. It is indeed him. This individual is truly remarkable, managing to ascend to the 70th level. Unbelievable. An older student took a deep breath, his gaze filled with astonishment. Although he had heard tales of Yin Chongfeng conquering the 65th level, he had remained skeptical. However, witnessing someone reach the 70th level before his very eyes compelled him to believe. As for Lin Xiang and Huang Xiaofeng, their eyes glimmered with a strange light. Yin Chongfeng? Is he the arrogant one, possessing only the cultivation of the body refinement realm, yet daring to challenge our junior sister? Huang Xiaofeng's gaze sharpened as he looked at the golden characters on the towering stone tablet. Witnessing the record he had once set being broken by another was an indescribable feeling. Lin Xiang nodded thoughtfully, her eyes glinting with a hint of malice. This person had only recently entered Tianwu Academy, yet he had already reached the 65th level of the trial tower. Astonishingly, in just a matter of days, he had advanced to the 70th level. The rapidity of his potential's growth was truly terrifying. Even the cold man could not help but adopt a grave expression. There is little to say. In 2 days, everything will turn to dust. Regardless of one's exceptional talents and unparalleled potential, in the end, one is merely a mound of yellow earth. Lin Xiang narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke calmly. Indeed, what you say, junior sister, holds great truth. Only those geniuses who truly grow can be deemed as such. If they perish prematurely, they amount to nothing. Since we have already incurred enmity with this individual, it is prudent to eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, the repercussions could be endless. Given your current strength, extinguishing him would be an effortless task. Huang Xiaofeng chuckled. At that moment, a flash of golden light erupted, and the golden dragon no longer soared, the aberration dissipating alongside it. Within the trial tower, on the 70th level, Yin Changfeng slowly opened his eyes, his entire being radiating with golden light, as strands of dragon essence permeated his body, bestowing an unparalleled sanctity. In his gaze, a golden dragon writhed, captivating in its majesty. The dragon transformation technique. Only by cultivating an immaculate physique and undergoing the cleansing of dragon essence can one master it. Just moments ago, as I absorbed the dragon essence within me, it seemed that a more vast and potent wave of dragon essence surged into my body, fortifying my flesh and meridians, allowing me to attain the first level of the dragon transformation technique. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yin Changfeng's eyes. The dragon transformation technique is a supreme celestial level skill, comparable to the Asura refining spirit technique. However, this technique primarily focuses on enhancing physical strength and fortifying the corporeal form, while the Asura refining spirit technique cultivates the power of true energy. The harmony of both leads to a dual mastery of martial and spiritual paths. With a mere thought, he activated the first level of the dragon transformation technique. An ethereal image of a golden dragon instantly manifested around him, its icy gaze surveying the heavens and earth with an air of superiority. An imperial aura, unmatched in its might, emanated from Yin Changfeng. Boom! He unleashed a powerful punch, causing the void to tremble, rippling with waves of spatial distortion, the sound echoing like thunder, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Chapter 94. Breaking records again. Upon mastering the dragon transformation technique, one can metamorphose into a dragon, acquiring the innate abilities and divine powers of the dragonkin. Feeling the might of his punch, a smile graced Yin Changfeng's face. To cultivate the dragon transformation technique, 2 prerequisites must be met. The first is that the practitioner must refine an immaculate physique. The second, and most crucial, is the need for a profound and pure dragon essence to cleanse the body, allowing for necessary adjustments to accommodate the capabilities and powers of the dragonkin. Now, both conditions are fulfilled. Yin Changfeng has harnessed the abundant dragon essence in this place to cultivate the dragon transformation technique to its first level, the realm of dragon power. A simple punch possesses extraordinary explosive strength, the power of his physique astonishing. To master the sword path, one must harmonize body and strength, strength and energy, energy and spirit, spirit and thought. In the art of attack, both power and speed are indispensable. The dragon transformation technique significantly amplifies Yin Changfeng's strength and defense, allowing his swordsmanship to flourish, merging offense and defense while minimizing vulnerabilities. On the 70th level, the dragon essence here is markedly richer and purer than that of the lower tower levels, and the levels above must undoubtedly be even stronger. Yin Changfeng collected his thoughts and continued to navigate the trials, harnessing the increasingly potent dragon energy within the trial tower for cultivation, achieving remarkable results with minimal effort. At the 71st level of the tower, he encountered a formidable opponent, a peak expert at the 5th stage of the pulse condensation realm. Previously, when Yin faced the 70th level, he had felt immense pressure and struggled to succeed. However, after absorbing the dragon energy and refining his body, he had mastered the first layer of the dragon transformation technique. In a mere moment of confrontation, he shattered the warrior of the 71st level with a single punch, transforming him into a cascade of starlit particles that flowed into his body. He did not even need to draw the Qingfeng sword. The dragon transformation technique had once again elevated his potential. Yet, at the 72nd level, he faced not 1 but 10 peak experts at the 5th stage of the pulse condensation realm, their combined might astonishing. Yin Changfeng immediately felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. He unsheathed the Qingfeng sword, its blade shimmering with cold brilliance. Although he ultimately overcame this challenge, the time taken became increasingly prolonged, the difficulties mounting. Nevertheless, he sensed that the summit of the tower remained a considerable distance away. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, he absorbed the dragon energy surging within him and charged into the next level. It was not until he reached the 75th level that he paused. At this level, he faced a warrior of the 6th stage of the pulse condensation realm, and a peak expert at that. Given his current cultivation, even with the dragon transformation technique, he found it exceedingly challenging to advance further. However, outside the trial tower, a commotion had already erupted. The 75th level. Before entering the Tianwu Academy, he had already heard tales of the trial tower's repute. Since its establishment, it had stood tall for millennia, with no one ever reaching such heights. The fact that Yin Changfeng had reached the 75th level was truly astounding. Indeed, this Yin Changfeng was extraordinary, possessing such immense potential that it seemed almost otherworldly. Given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly dominate the realm. Regrettably, in 2 days, he was to engage in a decisive battle with Lin Xiang. Despite his boundless potential, his cultivation was still too low. The impending duel with Lin Xiang posed a grave threat to his life. It would be a tragic loss for such a remarkable talent to perish prematurely. Among the crowd, many murmured their concerns. Even Dean Mo's expression shifted as he gazed at the golden inscriptions on the towering stone tablet, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Around them, numerous individuals felt a sense of regret, lamenting the potential demise of a generation's prodigy. It was no wonder, for with merely a body refinement cultivation, daring to challenge senior sister Lin Xiang was akin to digging his own grave. Listening to the murmurs of regret surrounding her, Lin Xiang's lips curled into a cold smile. Yin Changfeng, no matter how exceptional your talents may be, you shall ultimately perish by my hand. At that moment, a radiant golden light erupted from within the trial tower, enveloping Yin Changfeng. Bathed in this divine aura, he emanated an ethereal quality, his flawless physique radiating a unique charm. Coupled with his recent achievement of reaching the 70th level, this spectacle immediately drew the attention of several female students present, their gazes filled with admiration and affection. Even the cold and elegant ninth princess, Wang Xian, could not help but reveal a trace of astonishment, her gaze softening considerably. He has emerged. What a remarkably handsome youth, his bearing as refined as jade, his demeanor ethereal. Such a person exists in this world. The moment Yin Changfeng appeared, all eyes in the vicinity converged upon him. Observing the tightly packed crowd, Yin Changfeng furrowed his brow in bewilderment. He distinctly remembered that prior to his arrival, there were only a handful of new students attempting the trials. Yet now a multitude had gathered. Previously, while inside the tower, he had not perceived any unusual phenomena emanating from the trial tower. Just then, Yin Changfeng, with his keen senses, detected several unfriendly gazes from the surrounding throng. Following their direction, he noticed Lin Xiang, who was standing there with a cold smile fixed upon him. Beside her stood 3 others, their stares laced with a hint of hostility. Among them was the rotund Zhang Qi, whom Yin Changfeng had encountered once before. While the other 2 were unfamiliar to him, the 75th level of the trial tower indeed harbored immense potential. However, no matter how great that potential may be, it would be of no benefit to you. Suddenly, Huang Xiaofeng, who stood beside Lin Xiang, broke the silence with a faint smile and addressed Yin Changfeng. The greater the potential, the more room there is for development, and the greater the future achievements will be. As Huang Xiaofeng spoke, the gazes of those surrounding Yin Changfeng shifted toward him, igniting a chorus of exclamations. It is Huang Xiaofeng. He has emerged from seclusion. Before Yin Changfeng enrolled, Huang Xiaofeng was the sole individual to reach the 49th level of the trial tower, the first of its kind. However, it was recently rumored that he had entered closed-door cultivation, preparing to break through to the 6th layer of the condensation realm. Little did anyone expect his premature emergence. Such a formidable aura. He must have succeeded in his breakthrough to the 6th layer of the condensation realm. Truly, he is the foremost genius of the academy, having achieved such heights at a young age. His record has been surpassed by Yin Changfeng, and given that he and Lin Xiang are siblings in the same sect, both disciples of the esteemed Principal Mo, this encounter may spell peril for Yin Changfeng. Yet it may not be so. I have heard that Yin Changfeng is also a direct disciple of Principal Bai, which may deter Huang Xiaofeng from taking action against him, some whispered among themselves. Nevertheless, Yin Changfeng caught these murmurs, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that the imposing figure standing beside Lin Xiang was Huang Xiaofeng, the one who had conquered the 49th level and was once the champion of the trial tower. Chapter 95. I bet on Yin Changfeng's victory. Yin Changfeng stood calmly, assessing Huang Xiaofeng even as he was scrutinized in return. A body of the metal attribute, at the 6th layer of the condensation realm. Yin Changfeng's gaze sharpened. He immediately discerned that his counterpart possessed a unique physique as well. The metal attribute is among the 5 elements, known for its fierce and aggressive nature. When fully harnessed, such a physique can cleave the sun and moon with a mere gesture, sever rivers with a wave of the arm, and is reputed to be invulnerable and indestructible. Individuals of this caliber possess astonishing combat prowess. Yin Changfeng had not anticipated that within the Tianwu Academy, there existed someone who had awakened such a metallic constitution. It is no wonder that this individual has managed to reach the 49th level of the trial tower. The physique of a metal element is indeed remarkable. Yin Changfeng muttered to himself discreetly. Opposite him, Huang Xiaofeng couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The aura emanating from Yin Changfeng was unmistakably that of the body refinement stage, yet it was far more potent than his previous impressions of that realm. Could it be that this person had failed in advancing to the meridian stage, becoming stuck between the body refinement and meridian stages? A hint of peculiarity flashed in Huang Xiaofeng's eyes. To fail an ascension to the meridian stage after conquering the 75th level of the trial tower? This conjecture seemed rather implausible, yet he found no other explanation. Regardless, whether it was true or not held little significance. What mattered was that the other party was indeed at the body refinement stage, posing no threat to him. With a hint of disdain in his gaze, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of superiority, and remarked, I have heard that you are to engage in a life-and-death battle with junior sister Lin Xiang here in 2 days. Yin Changfeng raised an eyebrow, feeling quite displeased by Huang Xiaofeng's condescending demeanor. What? Do you intend to champion her cause? Huang Xiaofeng scoffed at this, then replied nonchalantly, You, with merely the cultivation of the body refinement stage, think yourself worthy of my intervention? I merely wish to offer you a path to salvation. Oh, and what path might that be? Yin Changfeng inquired casually. Now, kneel down and beg for junior sister Lin Xiang's forgiveness. Then abandon your cultivation, and you may yet survive. Huang Xiaofeng stated coolly. Indeed, Yin Changfeng, if you are wise, you will immediately kneel and plead for mercy, renouncing your cultivation. On the day of the duel, perhaps junior sister Lin Xiang will take pity on you and spare your life. A sinister man cackled arrogantly. Lin Xiang, too, wore a cold smirk as she fixed her gaze upon Yin Changfeng, stating, Out of respect for my senior brother, I am willing to grant you this opportunity to surrender. Do not squander it. Spare my life. Yin Changfeng retorted with a cold laugh. You truly overestimate yourselves. And you all seem so certain of my impending defeat? At that moment, a piercing voice erupted from behind. What tempest could a mere insect of the body refinement stage possibly stir? Do you truly believe that reaching the 75th level of the trial tower renders you invincible? Besides defeat, what other path remains for you? From within the crowd, a young man clad in purple, with chestnut hair, stepped forward, his gaze toward Yin Changfeng filled with hostility. His eyes were icy, and a smirk adorned his face. Clad in opulent attire, he possessed a cultivation level of the 4th layer of the meridian stage. An ant shaking a tree, utterly delusional. You, with your body refinement stage cultivation, shall never comprehend the might and terror of a meridian stage warrior. 100 of you would not stand a chance against Lin Xiang. Yet you naively believe you can triumph over her. How foolish. The fact that my cousin Zhao Yi met his end at your hands is an unparalleled humiliation. His eyes glinted with malice, a faint scent of blood lingering about him, indicating a person of ruthless methods. He stepped forward, clasped his hands toward Huang Xiaofeng, and remarked with a smile, Congratulations, Brother Huang, on successfully overcoming the trial and advancing to the 6th layer of the meridian stage. Huang Xiaofeng laughed heartily. So it is Brother Xiaofeng. Subsequently, his gaze returned to Yin Changfeng, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes as he remarked, It appears you are truly oblivious to your own limitations, believing yourself capable of rivaling junior sister Lin Xiang. In that case, allow me to reveal the truth. A smirk crept upon his lips as he suddenly surveyed the surroundings, proclaiming loudly, Today, I, Huang Xiaofeng, shall establish a wager. Let us bet on the outcome of the duel between junior sister Lin Xiang and Yin Changfeng 2 days hence. A bet on Lin Xiang's victory pays even odds, while a bet on Yin Changfeng's victory pays 10 to 1. As his words fell, a hush enveloped the crowd, only to be swiftly replaced by a fervent uproar. Goodness! This wager is practically giving away money. Of course, everyone will bet on Lin Xiang. I stake 1,000 body refinement pills, betting on Lin Xiang's victory. Hey, don't push. I have 500 body refinement pills. I too, bet on Lin Xiang. I have 2,000, betting on Lin Xiang. In an instant, the atmosphere became electric, with the onlooking students clamoring to place their bets, and without exception, they all wagered on Lin Xiang's triumph. A satisfied grin appeared on Huang Xiaofeng's face as he coldly regarded Yin Changfeng, saying, Do you see? Not a single person believes in your victory. Do you still think you can win? I bet on Yin Chongfeng's victory. Just as Huang Xiaofeng finished his sentence, a clear, chilling voice rang out from the crowd. A graceful figure stepped forward, retrieving a storage pouch from her waist and presenting it directly to Huang Xiaofeng. I have 10,000 body refinement pills. Betting on Yin Chongfeng's victory. It was none other than Wang Xiyan, her demeanor as icy and captivating as ever. Huang Xiaofeng's words abruptly ceased as he stared at the storage pouch she offered, his mouth twitching in disbelief, his expression contorted as if he had tasted something foul. He numbly accepted the pouch from Wang Xiyan. Yin Chongfeng cast a surprised glance at Wang Xiyan, astonished that, in a sea of naysayers, she would choose to support him. And with all her cultivation resources at stake, no less. Huang Xiaofeng regarded Wang Xiyan incredulously, saying, "You are placing all 10,000 body refinement pills on this insignificant insect?" Wang Xiyan shot him a frosty look, but remained silent. Huang Xiaofeng took a deep breath. "Are you not aware that in this duel, he stands not a shred of a chance?" Wang Xiyan tilted her head thoughtfully before responding. "I believe he can win." Huang Xiaofeng's breath hitched at her words, nearly choking on his own saliva. "Very well, should you lose your wager, do not lament your misfortune," he said coolly, accepting Wang Xiyan's bet as his gaze shifted between her and Yin Chongfeng, lost in contemplation. "Wait," Yin Chongfeng suddenly interjected, addressing Huang Xiaofeng, "since this is a wager, I should also be able to bet on my own victory, correct?" His eyes sparkled with excitement. A 10-to-1 payout was a splendid opportunity to amass cultivation resources. "Bet on yourself?" Huang Xiaofeng scoffed, not opposing the idea. "If you wish to generously offer your resources to me, I see no reason to refuse. How much do you wish to wager?" 100,000 body refinement pills, Yin Chongfeng stated calmly. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Chapter 96, Sowing the Seeds of Demons. 2 days later, the atmosphere at Tianwu Academy grew lively. The news of the duel between Yin Chongfeng and Lin Xiang had spread like wildfire, and both new and old students alike were aware of the event, with many participating in the betting organized by Huang Xiaofeng. On one side of the confrontation stood a super genius, the first in the history of Tianwu Academy's trial tower. On the other, a formidable opponent at the 5th level of the Meridian realm, who had awakened the Wind sovereign body. With the betting frenzy, this battle was destined to attract significant attention. Early in the morning, students flocked to the trial tower, and even many teachers were stirred to witness the event. Bet now. Bet now. Lin Xiang wins at even odds, while Yin Chongfeng wins at 10-to-1. Those who haven't placed their bets, hurry up, shouted a sinister man beside Huang Xiaofeng. "I bet on Lin Xiang." "So do I." Many rushed to place their bets on Lin Xiang's victory. 100 meters away from the trial tower lay a vast arena, also known as the Death Ring. "Look, Lin Xiang is here," someone in the crowd exclaimed. As the crowd turned their gazes, they beheld Lin Xiang gracefully approaching, resembling an ethereal fairy, radiating a divine aura. Truly, Lin Xiang was breathtakingly beautiful. To be able to bask in her presence would render one without regrets. Many male students displayed expressions of admiration, captivated by her charm. Lin Xiang gently nodded to the surrounding crowd, her enchanting smile illuminating her face, before leaping onto the arena. In the distant sky, 2 streaks of divine light surged forth from different directions. It was Dean Mo and Dean Bai. Prior to this duel, Dean Bai had instructed his servants to awaken him today to support Yin Chongfeng. "Old Bai, I advise you to have your arrogant disciple concede, lest he foolishly lose his life and come to me lamenting," came Dean Mo's voice from afar. Dean Bai merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further. After breaking through to the Yuan Gang realm, his state of mind had grown even more tranquil, and even his aura was perfectly restrained. Even Dean Mo was unaware of his recent enlightenment and breakthrough. Greetings to the 2 deans. As the 2 descended beneath the arena, the crowd bowed in respect. "What is this? That young man hasn't he arrived yet? Surely, he isn't afraid to fight?" Dean Mo remarked, glancing at the arena, nodding at Lin Xiang, then frowning slightly as he sneered. "Yin Chongfeng has arrived." At that moment, someone from the periphery shouted. Soon after, Yin Chongfeng appeared, clad in a white scholar's robe, wielding the Qingfeng sword, striding confidently forward. Navigating through the crowd with a calm and composed demeanor, he made his way directly to the arena. "Chongfeng." Upon seeing Yin Chongfeng, Dean Bai's face broke into a smile, feeling a deeper sense of fondness for him. If not for Yin Chongfeng's insightful guidance, he might have struggled for a lifetime to reach the Yuan Gang realm, unable to identify the root of his inability to break through. This disciple, though seemingly carefree and unruly, possessed an unimaginable understanding of the Tao. The steadfastness of his resolve left Dean Bai in awe. He could never believe that a person, lacking certainty, would recklessly propose a duel with Lin Xiang, leading himself to his doom. You have finally arrived. Today you shall learn what it means to challenge the unstoppable force with mere frailty. Lin Xiang's eyes glinted with a cold light as she sneered. Ignorance of one's mortality. Below, Dean Mo cast a disdainful glance at Yin Changfeng and coldly snorted. Yin Changfeng merely glanced at Dean Mo with indifference. Why must a man on the brink of death bear animosity towards me? Impudent. What did you just say? Dean Mo's countenance darkened immediately, his eyes filled with frost as a formidable aura surged forth, pressing down upon Yin Changfeng. Yet, Yin Changfeng remained calm and unperturbed. You have lingered at the pinnacle of the transformational realm for over 40 years, have you not? Your vitality is now in a state of decline. Furthermore, your body harbors numerous concealed injuries. Judging by your complexion, these afflictions have begun to manifest. If you do not expunge these hidden wounds or advance to the Yuan Gang realm, you will undoubtedly meet your demise within 3 years. If you claim you are not a man facing death, then what are you? Yin Changfeng remarked with a sneer. His intention in voicing this in front of Dean Mo was to instill a psychological torment, planting the seeds of despair. Anyone who learns of their impending death cannot help but be engulfed by fear and unease, leading to chaotic thoughts, which are detrimental to a cultivator's progress. Should such psychological demons take root, the path to the Yuan Gang realm would become exceedingly arduous, and in severe cases, it could lead to one's demise. Dean Mo's complexion shifted dramatically, his gaze flickering as he bellowed. What nonsense are you spouting? Although his tone was fierce, it was evident that he was profoundly shaken. Indeed, the latent injuries within him had begun to stir, yet he had not recognized that his bodily functions were also in decline. This realization sparked a wave of intense anxiety within him. Simultaneously, he was astonished. He had not even disclosed this matter to Dean Bai. How could this young man possess such knowledge? Who exactly is he, and how could he know so much? Did he perhaps possess a means of salvation? In an instant, a torrent of thoughts surged within Dean Mo, leaving him in turmoil. Yin Changfeng's lips curled into a slight smirk as he leaped onto the arena. You are indeed audacious. I thought you would not dare to show up. It seems you are even more ignorant than I had presumed. Lin Xiang's voice was frigid. Whether I am ignorant or not, you shall soon find out. Yin Changfeng replied with a faint smile. Is that so? In light of the favors your father once bestowed upon my Lin family, I shall grant you one last opportunity today. Kneel before me and bow 10 times. Then sever both your arms. I will spare your life. What say you? Lin Xiang disregarded Yin Changfeng entirely, proposing such terms merely to humiliate him before the entire Tianwu Academy. It was clear that Lin Xiang aimed to belittle Yin Changfeng. Yet this also presented a chance for survival. It remained to be seen how Yin Changfeng would choose. This life-and-death confrontation was ill-advised for Yin Changfeng. With his mere cultivation at the body refinement realm, he was clearly outmatched by Lin Xiang, and his presence was tantamount to courting death. How can one describe his foolishness? Standing on the arena, it is likely that Yin Changfeng is already consumed by regret. Yet, one wonders whether he will acquiesce to Lin Xiang's demands. If he truly concedes, not only will he lose face, but he will also be rendered useless henceforth. Surely, that would be preferable to losing his life, wouldn't it? Around the arena, numerous disciples whisper amongst themselves. On the stage, upon hearing Lin Xiang's words, Yin Changfeng merely smiled faintly and replied, So, you are aware of the favors my father bestowed upon your Lin family? However, you need not dwell on these favors any longer, for I have brought them to a definitive end. What do you mean? A flicker of unease surged within Lin Xiang at his words. Did you not comprehend? Yin Changfeng smirked slightly and continued. What I mean is, the Lin residence has fallen, reduced to the dust of history. Chapter 97. To take your life is but a simple gesture. The Lin family has indeed perished, reduced to mere historical remnants. Lin Xiang was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain her composure. With a cold laugh, she retorted, the fall of the Lin residence is but a jest. Fabricating such an unrealistic lie. Do you think to disturb my peace of mind? Such petty tricks could only be conceived by a waste like you. However, since you refuse to kneel in submission, I shall have no choice but to take your life, making you regret opposing me. To take my life? Those words are rather presumptuous. The outcome of this battle is yet to be determined. Yin Changfeng raised his eyelids and spoke languidly. His nonchalant demeanor astonished many present, faced with Lin Xiang, who had attained the 5th level of the condensation realm and possessed the unique wind control physique. Yin Changfeng remained astonishingly composed, defying all expectations. Lin Xiang scoffed. You truly overestimate yourself. I graciously grant you a chance to live, and yet you squander it. How dare you challenge me? You are utterly deluded. The outcome is already clear. Allow me to demonstrate just how vast the chasm between us truly is. You stand no chance against me. As her words fell, Lin Xiang surged towards Yin Changfeng. She was a vision of grace, enveloped in a gentle breeze, her speed astonishingly swift, leaving a trail of white afterimages in her wake. And in the blink of an eye, she stood beside Yin Changfeng. She extended her flawless arm, with azure light swirling between her fingertips, brimming with overwhelming true energy, and casually struck towards him. To challenge me, a mere body refinement practitioner, is to court death. Lin Xiang's cold laughter echoed, her eyes alight with lethal intent. Such a formidable aura emanated from her. As a fifth-level practitioner of the condensation realm with a unique physique, her presence far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Just a casual strike, without employing any martial techniques, already possessed such might that even a typical fourth-level practitioner of the condensation realm would struggle to withstand it, likely suffering severe injury on the spot. As Lin Xiang made her move, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd surrounding the arena. She, a fifth-level practitioner of the condensation realm and awakened with the wind control physique, had never revealed her true strength, though many knew she was formidable. None anticipated she would be this powerful. Just a simple strike, devoid of martial techniques, wielded such authority that it instilled trepidation in the hearts of all. The onlookers shook their heads, turning their gazes towards Yin Changfeng, their eyes predominantly reflecting pity and regret, while some wore expressions of schadenfreude. The outcome of this battle was already predetermined. Yin Changfeng could hardly stand as a rival to Lin Xiang, for the disparity between them was insurmountably vast. Indeed, Lin Xiang was the pride of our Tianwu Academy, having awakened the wind control physique, destined to capture the world's attention and soar to great heights. Yin Changfeng's confrontation with her was merely a backdrop to highlight Lin Xiang's formidable prowess. Yet, upon the arena, when faced with Lin Xiang's impending strike, Yin Changfeng exhibited neither panic nor fear. With a gentle nudge of his left thumb against the hilt of the Qingfeng sword, the blade glimmered brilliantly under the dawn's light, reflecting a dazzling radiance. In a swift motion, a fierce sword aura erupted from the Qingfeng sword, transforming into a tempestuous gale that wreaked havoc around Yin Changfeng, resonating with a clang on the platform, sending sparks flying and revealing elongated sword marks upon the surface. To kill me is but a mere flick of the wrist, Yin Changfeng smirked, his gaze subtly elevated. Suddenly, a cold beam of sword light erupted, radiating like the sun's brilliance, dazzling all present and leaving them momentarily blinded. Lin Xiang's expression shifted instantly, sensing a peerless aura the moment the sword light flared. She promptly retreated gracefully to the side. As the Qingfeng sword was unsheathed, Yin Changfeng's aura surged dramatically, exuding a razor-sharp intensity that soared into the heavens. He appeared as a transcendent divine sword, poised to pierce the very skies. His eyes gleamed with an unyielding sharpness. Upon locking gazes with Lin Xiang, who was at her current cultivation level, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Within his eyes, sword shadows danced and flitted, seemingly capable of severing all that lay before them. Are you not at the body refinement realm? Lin Xiang's gaze flickered with confusion. The spectators around them also exhibited expressions of astonishment. Such a formidable aura. This presence surpassed that of a ninth-level body refinement practitioner by leaps and bounds, yet lacked the characteristics of the meridian opening realm. How peculiar. Many in the crowd were engulfed in bewilderment. Below the platform, Dean Bai and Dean Mo exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they pondered for a moment, then simultaneously revealed their shock. Could it be that he has reached the legendary 10th level of the body refinement realm, the perfect realm? He has actually achieved the 10th level? Both deans gasped in disbelief. The 10th level of body refinement had long been a mere legend within the Daqian kingdom, with no one ever having successfully attained it. The path to this pinnacle was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to one's own ruin, and employing the wrong method could result in catastrophic failure. How audacious of him to dare tread such a path, and yet he has truly accomplished the 10th level. Just how resolute is this individual's heart? They were both utterly astounded. After reaching the 9th level of body refinement, one would typically break through to the meridian opening realm. Though they had encountered references to the 10th level in ancient texts, they had never dared to attempt it themselves, nor had they made it public. The risks associated with achieving this 10th level were simply too great. When Yin Changfeng had once secluded himself to challenge the 10th level, he had nearly failed. Both individuals were astounded by Yin Changfeng's audacity, daring to cultivate to the 10th level of the body refinement realm, and astonishingly, he succeeded. It is no wonder he feels emboldened to challenge Lin Xiang. The legendary 10th level has indeed been mastered by him, revealing an immense potential. However, even having achieved the 10th level of body refinement, he cannot possibly rival Xiang. The 10th level of body refinement is, after all, still merely that. With his aptitude and potential, he might contend with a first or even second-level practitioner of the pulse condensation realm, but against Xiang'er, he stands no chance whatsoever. Dean Mo's eyes flickered as he mused within. Are you afraid? On the arena, Yin Changfeng radiated confidence, his gaze brimming with a chilling light. He executed an unparalleled body technique, his speed rivaling that of Lin Xiang, who had awakened the wind manipulation physique, akin to a bolt of cold lightning darting toward her. Afraid? How could I, Lin Xiang, fear you? You overestimate yourself. Regaining her composure, Lin Xiang emitted a cold snort, summoning a tempest around her. The winds slicing like blades toward Yin Changfeng. Yin Changfeng's figure flickered as he swiftly closed the distance. Draw sword technique. A brilliant flash of sword light swept through, its sharpness unstoppable as it clashed against the invisible storm, igniting sparks in the air and producing a cacophony of metal strikes. With a resounding crash, the sword light shattered, transforming into razor-sharp energies that cleaved through the void, rendering the tempest into mere fragments. Chapter 98. The transformation of winds. Yin Changfeng soared towards Lin Xiang. His sword pointed at her, the sharp energy slicing through the air, causing her skin to prickle even before he drew near. Startled, she hastily retreated, her arms trembling as a multitude of wind blades surged from her hands, densely packed, racing towards Yin Changfeng's sword light. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in the air, the sounds of metal clashing resonating incessantly. Transforming winds. Lin Xiang's phoenix eyes glimmered frostily, fierce winds howling around her, fracturing the ground beneath. Her garments billowed as torrents of sharp wind blades morphed into various immovable weapons, spears, halberds, swords, all spiraling in a tempest toward Yin Changfeng. What a formidable technique, transforming winds. What an astonishing display of power. Gasps erupted from the spectators surrounding the arena, their astonishment palpable as they beheld this breathtaking spectacle, their scalps tingling in response. Such an assault is exceedingly fierce and utterly uncanny. This is not merely a martial technique. It is the wind manipulation physique, a manifestation she has evolved based on her unique constitution, rivaling high-tier martial arts. An instructor explained gravely. Such a ferocious technique against someone of merely the body refinement realm. Does Yin Changfeng stand a chance at survival? Clearly, Lin Xiang is genuinely enraged by his challenge. With murderous intent brewing, many spectators regarded her with a mix of admiration and trepidation, their gazes ablaze with fervor. So, this is the wind manipulation physique. The exceptional constitution is indeed powerful, and the techniques birthed from it can rival high-tier martial arts. Yin Changfeng is doomed. Numerous students debated amongst themselves, while a coldly smiling figure beside Huang Xiaofeng observed with amusement, as everyone presumed that Yin Changfeng was destined to perish under Lin Xiang's strike. A faint smile graced the corners of his lips, transforming wind into all things. Surprisingly, your comprehension is not lacking. In such a brief span, you have managed to excavate this technique. However, it is regrettable that your cultivation is insufficient. As a martial artist, without having cultivated true energy, you are unable to unleash the true might of this move. His voice echoed through the wind, and in the next moment, a flurry of weapons rained down upon him, engulfing him entirely in a cacophony of clashing metal. A hush fell over the crowd below. Was this how he would meet his end? Although it was anticipated that Yin Changfeng would not be a match for senior sister Lin Xiang, this defeat seemed rather swift. One would have thought that his audacity to challenge her stemmed from genuine prowess or some hidden aces. Disgruntled murmurs arose from the audience. Yet, at that moment, the figure overwhelmed by countless blades suddenly transformed into nothingness. Dust surged from the ground, the arena pocked with deep craters and countless weapon marks etched into its surface. Yin Changfeng's presence had vanished without a trace. What was happening? At that instant, Lin Xiang's expression shifted dramatically as an overwhelming sense of danger coursed through her. Akin to a jolt of electricity, reacting instinctively, she summoned a tremendous tempest, enveloping herself in a formidable barrier. In the silence, a brilliant beam of sword light pierced through the void, a terrifying sword intent pervading the arena. Shadows of blades materialized in the air, their radiance breathtaking, each one exuding an unparalleled sharpness. These sword shadows surged towards Lin Xiang with lethal intent. 10,000 swords burying the sea. Yin Changfeng's figure solidified, as if stepping out from the void, his icy voice echoing like a whisper from the depths of the underworld, imbued with an aura of extreme cold. The multitude of sword lights encircled Lin Xiang, clashing violently with the gale swirling around her. Boom. Ultimately, all the sword shadows converged into a great river, coalescing into a single point that hurtled towards Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang's expression tightened as a whirlwind erupted upon the arena. distorting space in an attempt to disperse the oncoming sword shadows. To think you have comprehended sword intent, no wonder you dare to recklessly challenge me. However, even with your understanding of sword intent, in the face of absolute power, it amounts to naught. Today, I shall make you aware of the vastness of heaven and earth. Lin Xiang's frigid voice resounded. Yin Chongfeng's gaze flickered. Lin Xiang's cultivation far surpassed his, her unique physique granting her strength that eclipsed that of ordinary martial artists. Should he allow her to continue unimpeded, his assault would likely crumble. Save your breath. A chilling glint surged within Yin Chongfeng's eyes as he summoned the profound Yin energy within him, unleashing an aura of frigid intent. On the arena, the temperature plummeted. Waves of extreme cold freezing the ground, leaving even those spectating nearby, feeling the biting chill. Lin Xiang's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment etched upon her features. As the meridians within her body became constricted, her true energies flow sluggish and hindered. The tempest that enveloped her began to diminish in intensity, exhibiting signs of dispersal. Strike! A torrent of sword shadows converged, launching a fierce assault towards Lin Xiang. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted as the river of sword shadows collided with the tempest before Lin Xiang, resulting in a violent detonation that shattered the whirlwind, propelling Lin Xiang backward with immense force. Spurt! In midair, Lin Xiang coughed up blood, her garments torn asunder by the overwhelming might, billowing in the wind. The onlooking disciples stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. This battle was supposed to see Yin Chongfeng being overwhelmingly crushed by Lin Xiang, yet within mere moments. It was Lin Xiang who was sent flying, blood gushing forth, gravely injured. Before the spectators could recover from their shock, a streak of white lightning surged through the void, relentlessly pursuing Lin Xiang. A chilling intent to kill suddenly blossomed, locking onto Lin Xiang, as the Qingfeng sword in his hand emitted a sharp clang. At this moment, suspended in midair, Lin Xiang struggled to stabilize her form, her meridians obstructed, unable to gather her strength. As she beheld Yin Chongfeng charging towards her, a flicker of terror ignited in her eyes. Halt! Just then, Director Mo, standing below the arena, abruptly came to his senses, his gaze towards Yin Chongfeng filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Yin Chongfeng had indeed triumphed over Lin Xiang. A martial artist in the body refinement realm had defeated a formidable opponent in the 5th stage of the pulse awakening realm. One who had awakened a special physique. How astonishing was that? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, no one would have believed it. It was simply too extraordinary to comprehend. He inhaled deeply, his figure flashing as he leapt onto the arena, intent on halting the duel. Simultaneously, a formidable aura emanated from him, pressing down upon Yin Chongfeng. Cease. This battle ends here, he declared once more, his tone leaving no room for dissent. As he reached out towards Yin Chongfeng, his palm concealing deadly intent. Should Yin Chongfeng dare to resist, he would surely invite calamity upon himself. Yin Chongfeng, with his keen perception, sensed the impending threat from behind. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. The one I aim to kill, even if you are at the pinnacle of the transcendence realm, cannot be spared.